A resounding boom echoed through the heavens. Enormous purple dragons surged across the skies above Sword Prefecture, frantically tearing at the fabric of the void, as if the primordial chaos itself had stirred, unleashing boundless lightning seeking to break free from its confines. In Sword Prefecture, at the Yi clan's estate, outside the pavilion of 10,000 swords, the clan leader, Yi Songyun, along with 10 elders, gazed upwards with expressions of bewilderment. One elder solemnly remarked, "Clan leader, this unprecedented phenomenon heralds the arrival of an extraordinary child." Yi Songyun furrowed his brow. An unspoken worry etched upon his face. Was this truly an omen of greatness? At that moment, a woman burst forth from the pavilion, her voice trembling with excitement. "Clan leader, it has happened. A son has been born. At last, the child has arrived." Yi Songyun nodded, then paused before adding, "Quickly, bring the child to me." The woman turned and hastily re-entered the building, soon emerging with Yi Changsheng cradled in her arms. Before Yi Songyun could fully absorb the sight of the infant, a deafening crack resounded as lightning struck the skies above Sword Prefecture, seemingly intent on annihilating the world. Following the sound, Yi Songyun beheld a colossal vortex of thunderous light swirling in the heavens, resembling countless mighty dragons of lightning soaring and coiling. This is dire. It is not an accompanying phenomenon, but rather a heavenly tribulation. He gazed skyward, his countenance shifting with concern. This child's innate talent is far too formidable. The heavens, envious of such potential, have summoned a calamity to destroy him. In the primordial celestial domain, whenever a formidable cultivator threatened the balance of the heavenly laws with their ascension, a tribulation would descend to demonstrate celestial authority. It was a stark reminder to all that the heavenly path reigned supreme, and to defy it would result in death. Even those who ascend to godhood may escape its grasp. Yet, how could this newborn possess such overwhelming strength? Yi Kengyun's expression grew increasingly grave as he glanced at the elders beside him, who exchanged alarmed looks, their hearts filled with dread. With monstrous talents emerging throughout the celestial realms, great fortunes descending upon the world, and various ancient clans experiencing remarkable phenomena, they had anticipated some extraordinary sign for the Yi clan. Instead, they were met with a heavenly tribulation. A profound sense of despair washed over them. This calamity threatened to obliterate the Yi clan. In that moment, all eyes turned towards Yi Songyun, awaiting his decision. He looked at Yi Changsheng and declared, "This child arrival has summoned a heavenly tribulation. Do you perceive this as a disaster?" The elders remained silent. Yi Songyun continued, "Such thoughts are profoundly foolish. The tribulation arises not from misfortune, but from the heavens' jealousy of his extraordinary gifts. He is the hope of the Yi clan and must not be extinguished in his infancy. If the heavens wish to eradicate him, I shall defy the heavens. How unjust it is for the heavenly path to strike against an innocent newborn's this fairness. A heavenly tribulation?" Yi Changsheng felt somewhat bewildered. How could his birth attract the heavenly tribulation? What was the meaning of this? Did it intend to bring about his demise? Prior to his transmigration, Yi Changsheng was an avid reader of novels and was well acquainted with concepts such as divine bodies, heavenly tribulations, secret arts, and alchemy. Wasn't heavenly tribulation a phenomenon that occurred only when powerful beings attempted to break through? Here he was, just transmigrated, still an infant, and yet the heavenly tribulation was already seeking him out. Surely, it must be due to his overwhelming strength and unparalleled charm, inciting jealousy even from the heavens. Contemplating this, Yi Changsheng couldn't help but feel a tightening sensation within. Given his current fragile form, if struck by the heavenly tribulation, he would be reduced to mere ashes. To face the wrath of 5 thunders right at the outset, wasn't this encounter a tad too thrilling? "The clan leader, what shall we do now? We fear we cannot protect this child. Once the heavenly tribulation descends, the entire Sword Palace will be obliterated, and our Yi family will be finished. Indeed, clan leader, please make a decision." Clan leader, while the appearance of a divine body within the Yi family is indeed fortuitous, we cannot allow it to lead to our collective demise. In that moment, the discussions within the pavilion intensified. Yi Changsheng discerned that these individuals were both reluctant and frantically anxious. At present, he was akin to a hot potato, At that instant, Yi Changsheng truly wished to exclaim, "My fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. If the heavens wish to extinguish me, I shall extinguish the heavens." However, he was painfully aware that such bravado was utterly unattainable. He was merely an infant, powerless to take action. Just then, Yi Tsangyun spoke solemnly. "This child is my grandson. What matter is the heavenly tribulation? Even if it costs me my life, I shall protect him." With this proclamation, he surveyed the crowd and continued, "If any of you wish to leave, I will not hinder you." A moment of silence ensued before an elder stepped forward, stating, "What does the clan leader speak of? We shall certainly stand with you, through thick and thin." In truth, everyone understood that they had no other choice. If they left the Yi family, bereft of its protection, their fate would be nothing short of death. Remaining meant they could take a gamble, perhaps, by some stroke of fortune. They could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle and grasp at a sliver of hope. If Yi Changsheng were to survive, the Yi family's future would be bright, promising boundless benefits for them all. A tremendous roar echoed throughout the heavens and the earth, shaking the very skies above and pressing down upon the depths below. The purple clouds of thunder raged like a dragon, frantically tearing through the void, striking down upon the sword pavilion in wave after wave. The thunderclaps grew nearer and nearer to the sword pavilion. Yi Tsangyun entrusted Yi Changsheng to Shao Qi, his figure flashing as he appeared outside the sword pavilion. Without hesitation, the others swiftly gathered beside him. Form a formation, prepare to withstand the heavenly tribulation. At that moment, the descending heavenly tribulation suddenly came to a halt, and the onlookers felt a radiant white light intervening to obstruct it. Approximately the duration of an incense stick later, the radiant light vanished, and the heavenly tribulation once again descended, casting a vast and oppressive force that enveloped the crowd. They felt their blood boil, a metallic sweetness rising in their throats. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. The might of the heavenly tribulation was beyond their capacity to withstand. As they attempted to summon their sword energy to resist, they discovered that an invisible, mysterious force bound them, rendering them unable to escape. The chill of despair settled in. Death was inevitable. Their expressions darkened, despair flickering in their eyes, knowing that with the impending strike of the thunder, they would be utterly annihilated. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. As the lightning struck Yi Changsheng, an endless radiance of divine runes manifested around him, coalescing into a colossal black sword that ascended toward the ethereal heavens. The clash of sword light and thunder unleashed a torrent of brilliance that swept across the firmament, as if the very fabric of creation was being torn asunder. Yi Tsangyun and the others widened their eyes in disbelief at the spectacle before them. This child was extraordinary, boldly confronting the heavenly tribulation. Boom! Boom! The resounding echoes reverberated through the void as the sword light and thunder simultaneously vanished, as though they had never existed. In that instant, Yi Changsheng exhaled, having borne the entirety of the burden alone. Gazing at the now tranquil night sky, Yi Tsangyun and the others breathed a sigh of relief, their cold sweat soaking their garments, their bodies weakening. Patriarch, does this signify the end of the tribulation? Indeed, had it not been for the child's accompanying sword energy, we would have perished, Yi Tsangyun replied solemnly. A single thought could lead one to damnation or enlightenment. They were grateful for their decision. Had they left earlier, they would surely have cursed themselves. With Yi Changsheng's survival, the Yi family was destined to embark on a prosperous path, and they too would reap boundless benefits. At that moment, outside the sword tomb, a white figure lay on the ground. With a light cough, the figure rose and gazed upward into the void. Has the heavenly tribulation dissipated? That sword's brilliance is unparalleled. This child is a dragon among men, possessing the bearing of an emperor. At this, Yi Shaoxian paused before continuing. This child's birth nearly cost me my life. Fortunately, we escaped perilously. He then slowly stood and made his way towards the sword tomb, for his injuries were grave, and he needed to heal immediately. Deep within the boundless starry expanse, a white figure appeared, casting its gaze downward, fixating on the Yi family of Jianzhou. The figure spoke coldly. What a formidable sword cultivator! Who dares to wound this heavenly path? I will remember this grudge, and one day, you shall repay it 100-fold. The heavenly path had never anticipated that, in the ancient celestial domain, it would be wounded by a mere newborn child. How humiliating. Truly, a tremendous embarrassment. In the infinite heavens above, darkness loomed, and the stars shone brilliantly. Within the 10,000-sword tower, Yi Yun and the elders were still in shock, haunted by the recent tribulation. The force they had faced was overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond their means to contend with. It was a perilous encounter, a brush with death. Had it not been for the mysterious sword light's appearance, they would have been lost, obliterated in body and spirit. At that moment, Yi Yun lifted his gaze toward Shao Qi, commanding, "Shao Qi, bring the child to me." A sword that defies the heavens, shattering the heavenly tribulation. This child is destined for greatness. Taking the infant Yi Changsheng from Shao Qi's hands, the clan elders gathered around, their collective gaze fixated upon him. In an instant, their expressions shifted dramatically, bewilderment clouding their features as they regarded Yi Changsheng. How could this be? One elder remarked, "Patriarch, this child bears no sword imprint and lacks a sword fetus. Yet he possesses an innate sword intent." Yi Kangyun's pupils constricted, and he spoke in a low tone. An innate sword intent signifies that the bearer must possess an accompanying artifact. As he uttered this, he unwrapped the swaddling cloth, his gaze traversing Yi Changsheng before ultimately resting on the infant's tightly clenched fist. Gently prying open Yi Changsheng's small hand, a slender black sword materialized in his palm. An accompanying divine artifact. Indeed, it is an accompanying divine artifact. Yi Yun exclaimed with great excitement. However, he paused and continued. No, this sword's caliber must have surpassed the divine artifact level, otherwise it would have been reduced to mere dust under the onslaught of the heavenly tribulation. In the archaic celestial domain, divine weapons are classified into stringent tiers. Mortal artifacts, spiritual artifacts, sacred weapons, imperial weapons, divine weapons, annihilation path weapons, ancient divine artifacts, and transcendent divine artifacts. Yet now, divine weapons are rare as phoenix feathers, and annihilation path weapons have not appeared for 2 millennia. Ancient divine artifacts and transcendent divine artifacts exist solely in rumors and ancient texts. One elder's eyes widened as he gazed at the black sword in Yi Changsheng's hand. "Patriarch, what level does this sword belong to?" Yi Yun shook his head. "I am unable to discern the level of this sword." At that moment, a voice echoed in Yi Changsheng's ear. "Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully activated the accompanying divine artifact and awakened the sign-in system." An accompanying divine artifact? A sign-in system? When heaven bestows great responsibility upon an individual, they must first traverse realms and be endowed with a system. This is the standard for all transmigrators. As the saying goes, rewards await those who traverse, and while a system may arrive late, it will never be absent. At this moment, Yi Changsheng felt a flicker of excitement. Ding! Reminder to the master. Do you wish to merge with the accompanying divine artifact, the chaotic divine sword? Merge. Yi Changsheng replied without hesitation. Who could predict if the heavenly tribulation would return? Even if it did not, merging was imperative. This world is rife with sudden heavenly tribulations, be it in the realm of immortal fantasy or the world of the arcane. The law remains the same. The weak perish before the strong. To survive, he had no alternative. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully merged with the chaotic divine sword. As the system's voice faded, an overwhelming surge of sword energy erupted from Yi Changsheng, with countless sword patterns swirling around him. Yi Yun and the other elders were thrown back, gazing in awe at Yi Changsheng, whose figure now hovered in midair, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Hiss! Upon hearing their intake of breath, Yi Changsheng mused inwardly. Was it merely merging with an accompanying divine artifact that rendered them all like vacuums? At this moment, an endless array of flying swords spiraled above the Yi family sword palace, their resonating clangor echoing through the heavens, illuminating the ancient realms with a divine radiance. Countless swords emerged, among which faintly loomed colossal shadows of dragons soaring and phoenixes dancing, casting a brilliant light upon the Yi family. An ethereal phenomenon graced the sky, heralding the emergence of prodigies. The extraordinary spectacle in the sword state instantaneously drew the attention of formidable beings from various domains. Was the Yi family on the brink of manifesting a superlative sword body? A myriad of swords bowing, auspicious divine beasts, the appearance of divine light, and the emergence of a divine sun, it seems the Yi family has given rise to yet another sword path divine body, intoned an elderly man with white hair from the Juqian Machine Cloud Pavilion. Indeed, the Yi family, renowned as the family of sword deities, is poised to ascend to new heights with the birth of this sword path divine body. Within the dragon tomb of the dragon clan in the dragon domain, an elder slowly opened his eyes, his expression peculiar as he spoke. The Yi family is truly like a centipede that, despite its death, does not perish easily. The birth of a sword path divine body necessitates the immediate eradication of the Yi family. We must not allow this child to mature. Perched upon the palace of the ancient divine kingdom, a man clad in a golden dragon robe, with piercing eyes, declared. After a brief pause, he continued, "Dispatch orders to those lurking within the Yi family. They must eliminate this child at once." Elsewhere, outside the sword palace, thunderous cheers erupted. "I have broken through." "So have I." "Huh. After being trapped for 20 years, I have finally shattered my confines." As the voices spread, all gazes converged upon the void, with someone exclaiming, "It must be the sword intent and the extraordinary phenomenon above that has enabled our breakthroughs." Indeed, what kind of sword body could possibly release such terrifying sword intent? Before the pavilion, Yi Songyun observed the phenomenon in the void, realizing that the younger generation of the Yi family was achieving breakthroughs, each elevating at least one significant realm. Even though he maintained an unyielding demeanor, his expression became somewhat unsettled at this moment. Is it him? The accompanying sword intent benefits all sword cultivators. An elder remarked, "This child is extraordinary. He has brought immense fortune to the Yi family, which is why the clan's disciples are experiencing breakthroughs." Songyun, a scene like this occurred in our Yi family a millennium ago. Yi Songyun nodded. Indeed, one wonders whether it is a blessing or a curse. At that moment, several clan elders began to feel their auras surge, as they too were on the verge of breakthroughs under the enveloping sword intent. Yi Songyun urged, "Brothers, please proceed with your breakthroughs." Immersed in the auspicious atmosphere of swordsmanship, some had already begun to meditate, clearly benefiting from Yi Changsheng's fusion with the accompanying divine sword, which bestowed unparalleled fortune upon the Yi family. After a while, many achieved breakthroughs, their faces alight with exhilaration. They understood all too well that without the arrival of this phenomenon, the augmentation of fortune, and the unity of sword intent, their constrained realms would have remained unyielding for centuries. A harbinger of fortune, the child of destiny, an elder of the clan, exclaimed with fervor, "Chief, this time our Yi family has truly risen under this young man's leadership. We shall have the opportunity to venture beyond the ancient wilderness." Another elder concurred, "Chief, this young man was born with a companion artifact. What precisely is his sword physique?" This remark roused the assembly from their reverie, and they turned their gazes towards the pavilion, their eyes resting upon Yi Changsheng. What indeed is his sword physique? Chapter 3. He is still breaking through before the sword pavilion. Yi Songyun withdrew his gaze from Yi Changsheng and spoke in a deep voice. "The strange phenomenon will not conclude anytime soon. Let us descend and rest. We shall return once it has subsided." The crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Yi Songyun's words. Firstly, Yi Changsheng was enveloped by an overwhelming aura of sword energy, preventing them from approaching him. Secondly, they had just achieved a breakthrough in their cultivation and needed to stabilize their newfound powers, for the heavenly tribulation had inflicted harm upon them, and their rapid advancement had left their internal spiritual energy somewhat disordered. Once the group departed, only the shimmering sword light remained suspended in the air, enveloping the entire sword pavilion in a dense shroud. Approximately an hour passed. The unusual phenomenon in the void began to dissipate. A shadow descended from the sky, charging towards the sword pavilion with terrifying pressure enveloping the structure. Yi Changsheng sensed the impending danger. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in his ear once more. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on successfully fusing with the Chaos Divine Sword. Ding! Reminder, the system has refreshed to the first sign-in location. Sword Palace. Would you like to sign in immediately? Sign in at once. Changsheng replied without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on successful sign-in. You have acquired the Chaos Sword Body, currently awakening. At that instant, the shadow in the void, wielding a broadsword, slashed down towards the pavilion. The might of the strike was terrifying, as if the Milky Way itself were plummeting from the heavens. You dare! Sangyun bellowed, raising his hand to unleash a strand of sword energy that shattered the void and aimed directly at the cloaked figure. What followed was a shocking scene. The descending sword light struck the pavilion, and a backlash of sword energy surged forth, penetrating the body of the cloaked figure. With a resounding explosion, the figure disintegrated into dust, vanishing beneath the night sky. The sword energy possesses sentience, protecting its master. Sangyun's pupils widened in astonishment, and after a pause, he declared, "Born to be an emperor, who can stand in the way?" As his voice echoed, other elders of the Yi family appeared on the scene. Glancing around and finding no trace of the assassin, one elder remarked, "The assassin turned to dust. Was it the ancestor who intervened?" Another responded, "If not the ancestor, who could obliterate an assassin with a single strike?" That individual was of semi-saint strength. In an instant, murmurs of discussion arose among the crowd. Yet, Yi Sangyun remained focused on the sword pavilion, realizing that it had not been the ancestor who acted. Could it be that the sword energy had manifested from within the pavilion? The residual sword energy had first repelled the heavenly tribulation and now annihilated a semi-saint powerhouse. What kind of sword body does this child possess to be so extraordinarily powerful? At that moment, Yi Sangyun, too, was filled with curiosity about Yi Changsheng's true sword body. After a brief silence, he spoke. "Although the assassin is dead, we must ascertain their identity. Immediately seal off the Sword Palace, instructing both the inner and outer courts to investigate everyone to determine who may be missing. The Yi family, an ancient and venerable power with unfathomable depth, required anyone wishing to enter the Sword Palace to undergo strict verification. It was inconceivable for anyone to infiltrate the Sword Palace clandestinely. Thus, a thorough investigation would surely yield information regarding the assassin." One person spoke up, "Patriarch, should we send someone to guard the sword tower?" Ye Zhangyun replied, "The assassin just now was at the semi-holy realm. With a single strike, he was reduced to ashes. As long as a saint does not emerge, no one can harm the child. You should promptly send orders to pursue the assassin." At this point, his expression turned ominous, and a terrifying aura erupted around him. "Whoever dared to attack my grandson in the Sword Palace will face the consequences. No matter who it is, they must pay the price." An elder echoed, "We must investigate thoroughly. If we do not pursue this matter in the future, any scoundrel will dare to act presumptuously in our Yi family." Time passed, about the length of an incense stick. Yi Sangyun and the others returned to the 10,000 sword tower. Upon entering the main hall, Shaoqi brought Yi Changsheng forward. "This child has awakened the sword body. Brothers, come quickly and see what kind of sword body the child possesses." The crowd surged forward, gathering around Yi Sangyun, their gazes fixed on Yi Changsheng. One elder remarked, 5 sword patterns, 5 divine lights. Could this be the 5-element sword body? Another elder concurred. It should be the 5-element sword body, possessing the 5 elemental attributes of sword energy. It cannot be mistaken. The 5 elements sword body, one of the 3,000 sword bodies, though not on par with those supreme sword bodies, excels in its ability to fuse the powers of the 5 elements, making it a commendable sword body when combined with sword techniques. Another elder stroked his beard. "This is not the 5-element sword body. Do not forget. He lacks a sword embryo." Yet another said, "No sword imprint, no sword embryo or sword veins, yet he possesses an accompanying divine sword. What kind of physique could this child have?" Such a situation has never occurred among the many sword bodies of our Yi family. Suddenly, a powerful sword energy erupted from his body, causing the elders to stagger backward in astonishment. What is happening? What has occurred? Amidst the collective shock, a sword light manifested from Yi Changsheng, piercing through the tower and forming a colossal sword body in the void. The sword body solidified, resembling a divine sword reaching toward the heavens. Look, the flying swords in the sky seem to bow in submission. Indeed, what kind of sword body is this? It is overwhelmingly powerful. Patriarch, could this be the infinite sword body of Zhan Tian? Yi Cangyan gazed at the child in his arms, shaking his head with a smile. This is not Zhan Tian's infinite sword body. Brothers, do you remember the ancient texts in the sword pavilion that describe a sword body even more formidable than our ancestors' annihilation sword body? Songyun, are you suggesting? Indeed, it must be that the chaos sword body. The chaos sword body is the foremost existence among the 3,000 sword bodies. The crowd was taken aback to learn that the newly born child possessed the chaos sword body, and tears of joy filled their eyes. The Yi family was about to give rise to another sword deity. At that moment, a wave of spiritual energy surged forth, and an immense vortex of sword energy enveloped Yi Changsheng. In the next instant, the sword energy surged wildly into his body, causing Yi Changsheng's cultivation level to soar. Peak of the innate realm, peak of the Yuan realm, peak of the King realm, 7th level of the spiritual realm. As they beheld the vanishing sword energy in the halted realm of Yi Changsheng, Yi Cangyun and the elders of the clan were rendered speechless by their astonishment. To transcend 3 major realms and 7 minor realms, was this still human? Yi Cangyun, with a millennium of life experience, had encountered myriad prodigies and geniuses. Yet someone like Yi Changsheng was truly a first for him. Yi Qingyun rubbed his eyes, trembling as he spoke. Ancestor, this child has achieved the 7th level of spiritual practitioner upon his birth. This is simply too extraordinary. Yi Cangyun forcibly suppressed the tumult within, centering his thoughts, and cleared his throat to say, extraordinary? This is merely the beginning. The sword body and the enigma surrounding this child are beyond our comprehension. At this juncture, his pupils dilated and his voice quivered as he realized he was still breaking through. Chapter 4. Yi Changsheng arrives, tremble, mortals within the sword tower. The onlookers gazed in awe at the frenzied breakthrough of Yi Changsheng, their bodies trembling with palpable tension. Incredible. This young man's ascension is utterly unrestrained. So powerful, truly formidable. Alas, our Yi family has finally produced a prodigy. I envy him. His progress is astonishing. He is indeed a fierce individual. Yi Cangyun remarked. This child possesses an unparalleled talent, unmatched by any before or after him. He is the strongest in the history of our Yi family, a stark contrast to others. He paused momentarily before continuing. This boy is beyond our instruction. Only the ancestor is worthy of guiding him. 3 years hence, let him enter the sword tomb. Do any of you dissent? The mention of the sword tomb elicited exchanged glances among the crowd, for they understood the significance of sending Yi Changsheng there. Once he entered the sword tomb, he would receive the ancestor's direct teachings and ascend as the future leader of the Yi family. Yi Cangyun sensed the unease among the assembly. Do any of you have objections? No, none. It is only fitting. He must be sent to the sword tomb. We should invest everything in nurturing him. I look forward to witnessing this child's growth. Yi Cangyun nodded in satisfaction, declaring, in the grand competition of the ages, this child's emergence will surely lead the Yi family to dominate over other clans of this era. No, even in the past, he would have triumphed. Grandfather understands me. However, this creates immense pressure for me. Yi Changsheng blinked, then remarked, nevertheless, the old man did speak the truth. In the myriad worlds and realms, I, Yi Changsheng, have arrived. Ding! Reminder to the master. The new sign-in location has refreshed. Successful check-in at the sword tomb. You have received a system reward. The sword tomb? Having received the chaotic sword body on his first visit, Yi Changsheng pondered what the second reward might be. Although 3 years remained, anticipation began to stir within him. At that moment, and Mengjun's voice echoed from within the pavilion. Father, the child has just come into the world. I beseech you to bestow a name upon him. Yi Cangyun contemplated for a moment before slowly articulating. The era of Zhan Tian has passed. A chapter of our Yi family's history has concluded. I shall name this child Changsheng, that he may always protect our family. I never expected to also be named Yi Changsheng in this life. How delightful. Yi Changsheng has arrived. Tremble, mortals! Meanwhile, In the ancient divine kingdom, within the imperial palace, a black-clad elder appeared outside the imperial study, standing slightly bowed. An attendant announced, "Your Majesty, the black divine physician has arrived. Let her enter," boomed a resonant voice from within the hall. Haimu Mian pushed open the palace doors and stepped inside. Bowing respectfully, "Your Majesty, the child of the fragrant concubine has been born. It is a princess." Xiao Omping's expression shifted slightly, revealing his disappointment. "What sort of body does this child possess?" I sensed a powerful sword intent emanating from the palace of the fragrant concubine. Haimu Mian replied, "Your Majesty, the young princess possesses the immaculate sword body, which ranks among the top 3 even within the Sword State SE family." She paused briefly before continuing. "The immaculate sword body is a rare occurrence, seldom seen in a millennium. With the princess's profound fortune and your protection, her future is boundless." Xiao Onping's tiger-like gaze softened, the disappointment on his face fading away. The immaculate sword body surpassed the boundless sword body in rank, a promising sign. Finally, a prodigy in the path of the sword had emerged in the divine kingdom. "Haimu Mian, you shall remain in the fragrant princess palace for the next 3 years, attending to the daily life of the 9th princess and, in turn, imparting to her the cultivation techniques. After 3 years, send the 9th princess to the Yi family to pay her respects to her master." Haimu Mian quickly responded, "Your Majesty, the 9th princess can be nurtured into a supreme swordsman right here in the palace. Why must she be sent to the Yi family?" Xiao Omping replied, "In terms of swordsmanship, no one can surpass the Yi family. Your medical skills are unparalleled, yet your swordsmanship leaves something to be desired. Furthermore, tonight there are strange phenomena in Jianzhou, and the Yi family has once again received a divine body. 3 years hence, the Yi family sword tomb will be opened, presenting the 9th princess with the best opportunity to soar to great heights. Of course, besides seeking a master, the 9th princess must also eliminate this individual for the divine kingdom." Haimu Mian nodded, acknowledging the depth of the emperor's foresight. "I understand what must be done." Xiao Onping continued, "All resources in the palace will be directed towards the 9th princess. In 3 years, I expect to see her attain the spirit realm." "A 3-year-old in the spirit realm?" Haimu Mian's expression turned uneasy. "I should do my utmost." Xiao Omping's voice grew stern. "It is not about trying your best. It is imperative that she reaches the spirit realm." 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Above the sword palace, a child, exquisitely sculpted, sat gracefully in a pavilion, draped in a flowing white robe, his hair fluttering in the breeze, resembling an otherworldly, celestial being. This was Yi Changsheng. For 3 years, he had not stepped outside the sword palace, entirely oblivious to the world beyond. During these 3 years, he had consumed a plethora of heavenly materials and treasures, various pills and spiritual entities, solidifying his cultivation at the pinnacle of the spirit realm, just a step away from the venerable realm. A 3-year-old in the venerable realm is unparalleled across the 108 domains. Through these 3 years of introspection, Yi Changsheng gained a rudimentary understanding of the world he inhabited, known as the ancient heavenly domain, divided into 108 states. Here, the strong could move mountains and fill seas, seize stars and chase moons, shatter mountains with a fist, and sever rivers and seas with a sword. There were even formidable beasts capable of transforming into human forms, soaring through the skies and wreaking havoc. Within the 108 states, aside from ancient clans, there existed a divine kingdom with a lineage spanning thousands of years. The ancient clans were not under the control of the divine kingdom and could be considered more powerful. However, the Yi family currently stood as an exception. Once, the Yi family held dominion over Jianzhou, their strength and heritage formidable, rivaling that of the divine kingdom. Yet, following the demise of the boundless sword Saint Yi Zhantian and the subsequent slayings of their external experts, their power had waned somewhat. Nevertheless, the Yi family in Jianzhou remained renowned across the 108 states, with no one daring to provoke them easily, for they still had a semi-emperor ancestor, Yi Shaoxian. In the heavenly domain, the hierarchy of cultivation is strictly delineated. Innate Yuan realm, monarch, spirit, venerable, emperor, saint, and divine. each realm further divided into 9 levels. However, the divine realm has no titans left, with the emperor realm being exceedingly rare. Gazing into the void before him, Changsheng exhaled deeply, his demeanor far from that of a mere child. As a divine being, he resolved to set a modest goal for himself, to attain the realm of the divine. With the presence of the sign-in system, Changsheng was acutely aware that the divine realm was by no means his limit. Just then, a light and melodious voice floated to him from behind. "Young master, the clan leader requests your presence." Changsheng turned, his gaze landing on Shao Qi. 3 years had passed, and if his grandfather was summoning him now, it surely meant they were to head to the Sword Tomb. He had not forgotten that the new sign-in location was indeed the Sword Tomb. With a graceful leap, he descended from the pavilion, landing beside Shao Qi. "Let's go." Simultaneously, outside of Jinzhou, a flying vessel appeared, its deck occupied by 2 figures. One was cloaked in black, with white hair billowing in the wind, exuding an aura so frigid it seemed to repel all who dared approach. This figure was none other than He Wumian of the ancient divine kingdom. Beside her stood a young girl, shorter than Yi Changsheng, yet emanating a fierce and formidable presence. This girl was none other than the 9th princess of the ancient divine kingdom, Shao Lingqing, the possessor of the immaculate sword body. Shao Lingqing gazed at the floating islands and palaces ahead, inquiring, "Black Granny, is the Yi family of Jinzhou located just ahead?" "Indeed, it is the Yi family of Jinzhou," He Wumian replied. "From now on, this will be the place where you hone your swordsmanship." Pausing briefly, she continued, "Do you remember what I and your father told you?" Shao Lingqing nodded. "Rest assured, Granny, I have it all etched in my heart. I will undoubtedly master all of the Yi family's sword techniques, living up to the expectations of both my father and you." He Wumian nodded in satisfaction. "Lingqing, your future is destined to be extraordinary. This is merely your starting point. Remember, show no mercy to anyone who stands in your way." Shao Lingqing responded, "I understand." Chapter 5. Words aligned with the law. Ancestor sealing the Emperor, Sword Palace. Within the Hall of Stars, Yi Changsheng appeared with Shao Qi. Upon seeing Yi Changsheng, Yi Canyun's face lit up with a benevolent smile. "Changsheng, your grandfather will send you to the Sword Tomb. From now on, you shall follow the ancestor in your cultivation. Are you willing?" In a soft and childish voice, Yi Changsheng replied, "I will follow grandfather's arrangements." To the side, the elders of the clan cast their gazes upon Yi Changsheng, each displaying a look of confusion. When he was born, extraordinary phenomena cloaked the heavens, and he was said to possess the most formidable, transcendent sword body. However, 3 years have passed, and his cultivation seems stagnant. He appears no different from an ordinary mortal. Little do they know, Yi Changsheng has already reached the peak of the spirit realm. Had it not been for his efforts to solidify his foundation with the elixirs and spiritual herbs consumed over these 3 years, he would have long since broken through to the venerable realm. A 3-year-old in the venerable realm. Wouldn't that instill fear? At that moment, a disciple of the Sword Palace appeared outside the Hall of Stars, bowing respectfully, reporting to the clan leader. The ancient divine kingdom has sent the 9th princess to pay her respects and seek guidance. She has arrived outside the Sword Palace. Yi Canyun's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at the elders. The ancient divine kingdom sending their 9th princess to seek apprenticeship is a well-calculated move. How could we refuse? One elder solemnly remarked, "Clan leader, regarding the matter with War Heaven, we have long owed the ancient divine kingdom a favor. Their sending of a 9th princess for apprenticeship is evidently an attempt to settle that debt." Yi Canyun's pupils constricted as he coldly replied, "If only it were as simple as repaying a favor. I fear that the ancient divine kingdom harbors ulterior motives." After a brief pause, he continued, "Given the situation, who among you is willing to take the 9th princess of the ancient divine kingdom as a disciple?" One elder stated, "Then I shall take her as my disciple." Yi Canyun's gaze fell upon the elder, acknowledging, "Then I shall entrust her to Elder Hanyun." Elder Yi Hanyun, one of the 10 elders of the Yi family, possesses a cultivation level of the 8th stage of the Emperor realm, making her more than adequate to be the master of Shao Lingqing. Yi Canyun added, "Elder Qingtian, you will accompany Changsheng to the Sword Tomb." I will personally meet this ninth princess of the ancient divine kingdom. Elder Yi Qingtian nodded, directing his gaze at Yi Changsheng. Changsheng, come. Seventh granduncle will take you to the sword tomb. Yi Changsheng was not particularly interested in the matter of apprenticeship, but he had heard his father's name mentioned. What connection could there be between the ancient divine kingdom and his father? Upon exiting the Hall of Stars, Yi Changsheng glanced outside the sword palace and saw Xiao Lingqing and He Wumian standing on the deck. Seventh granduncle. Are they the ones who have come to seek apprenticeship? Elder Yi Qingtian's countenance changed dramatically as he observed Xiao Lingqing, the immaculate sword body at the second stage of the spirit realm. She is but a 3-year-old child. In comparison, her aptitude appeared to surpass that of Yi Changsheng. Yi Changsheng inquired, Seventh granduncle, is the immaculate sword body truly that powerful? Elder Yi Qingtian replied, indeed, it is formidable. Among the various sword bodies, the immaculate sword body ranks within the top 5, and this young girl has already attained the cultivation level of the spirit realm. The ancient divine kingdom has produced yet another prodigy. In this era of great contention, with talents emerging one after another, the landscape is destined for a complete reshuffle. Yi Changsheng smiled faintly, regarding the cultivation of the spirit realm as quite insignificant. As for the unblemished sword body, which could barely make it into the top 5, it sounded somewhat acceptable. Seventh grandfather, earlier the elders mentioned that our clan owes a favor to the ancient god kingdom, seemingly related to my father. What is the reason? Yi Qingyun's expression changed, and he replied solemnly, do not concern yourself with the affairs of adults. Focus on your own cultivation. Always remember, there are greater forces beyond our own. Without diligence, one risks being trampled upon by others, and may lose their life as a result. Yi Changsheng nodded, understanding. In the next moment, Yi Qingyun took Yi Changsheng's small hand, and the two soared through the air on their swords, heading towards the sword tomb. On the deck, He Wumian wore an extremely grave expression, murmuring, how could the Yi family harbor an utterly untrained mortal? That boy is peculiar. Xiao Lingqing also noticed Yi Changsheng. Black Granny, I have heard that 3 years ago, a child from the Yi family was born simultaneously with me, attracting celestial phenomena and tribulations. I wonder how his cultivation has fared. Only such a prodigy could be my rival. Yet that boy, of similar age, is but an untrained mortal. I truly fail to comprehend why the Yi family would nurture him. In such a fiercely competitive aristocracy, would he not have been abandoned long ago? He Wumian responded, this child is indeed unusual. Sometimes, what is seen is not necessarily the truth. The Yi family is not as simple as you perceive. While we remain in the Sword Palace, I will keep a close watch on that child. At that moment, Yi Cangyun and Yi Hanyun appeared, their figures suspended in the air, observing the two on the deck. He Wumian clasped his fists in greeting, solemnly stating, greetings, clan leader Yi. Yi Cangyun replied, it is Elder He. My apologies for not welcoming you properly. There is no need for such formalities, clan leader Yi, He Wumian said, pausing briefly before his gaze shifted to Xiao Lingqing. This child is the 9th princess of the divine kingdom, possessing the innate unblemished sword body. His Majesty has requested that she come to the Yi family as a disciple, and I ask that clan leader Yi facilitate this. Yi Cangyun remarked, the unblemished sword body. A natural prodigy of swordsmanship, another genius has emerged from the ancient god kingdom. This child holds great promise for the future. He paused again before continuing. I am grateful for the news regarding my son Zhan Tian, conveyed by the ancient emperor. This favor shall not be forgotten by the Yi family. Since the 9th princess has come to seek guidance, let her cultivate alongside Elder Hanyun. Yi Hanyun stepped forward, addressing Xiao Lingqing from this point onward. I shall be your master, imparting all that I know of the sword path. Just a mere monarch. Do you truly believe you are worthy to be my master? Xiao Lingqing replied with an air of arrogance, dismissing him with disdain. I have heard that your family harbors a child who coexists with celestial phenomena and tribulations. Who is his master? I wish to cultivate alongside him. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Yi Cangyun and Yi Hanyun turned extremely grim. They had not anticipated such audacity from one so young, and wondered how a disposition so arrogant could lead to any accomplishments in the sword path. He Wumian, noticing their change in demeanor, admonished, you must not be disrespectful. Xiao Lingqing's gaze settled on Yi Hanyun as she declared, "Have I spoken incorrectly? Give me a few more years, and I shall surpass him by far. How could one like him be my master?" Yi Songyun coldly declared, "In that case, I implore the ninth princess to seek a more illustrious mentor. Hey Lao, please escort her away." He Wumian hastily interjected, "Yi clan leader, please do not take offense. Children speak without restraint. This child has always been candid, so I hope you can be forgiving." The Sword Monarch of Cold Clouds holds a renowned reputation across the states and is more than capable of being Qing'er's teacher. "Qing'er, do not hesitate to pay your respects." Xiao Lingqing glanced at He Wumian, noting her exceedingly grim expression, and reluctantly uttered, "I pay my respects to my master." Yi Songyun responded, "The ninth princess shall remain, while He Lao may take his leave. After 2 years of apprenticeship, you may send someone to escort the ninth princess away." He Wumian shook her head with a smile. "Yi clan leader, given the esteemed status of the ninth princess, it is prudent for me to remain by her side. However, do rest assured, I shall not interfere with her cultivation." Just as Yi Songyun was about to respond, a voice echoed in his ears. He nodded gently and instructed, "Hanyun, take He Lao and the ninth princess to Jade Sword Peak." Yi Hanyun's expression brightened. "Ladies, please follow me." In the Sword Tomb, Yi Changsheng and Yi Qingyun appeared, the latter slightly bowing in respect. "Old ancestor, Changsheng has arrived." With a thunderous sound, the stone door swung open, and a hoarse voice beckoned, "Changsheng, come in." Yi Changsheng stepped into the Sword Tomb, while behind him, Yi Qingyun bowed and departed on his sword. Upon entering the Sword Tomb, an overwhelming sword aura enveloped him instantly. Yi Changsheng focused ahead, and indeed, he saw Yi Shaoxian seated on a meditation mat. An ethereal sword energy swirled around him, seemingly non-existent, yet exuding an undeniable sense of danger. He appeared remarkably aged, though unbeknownst to many. Yi Shaoxian had once been a handsome man, transformed by the ravages of heavenly tribulation. Yi Shaoxian remarked, "In 3 years, your foundation has solidified, and your cultivation has ascended to the pinnacle of the spirit realm, making you the foremost individual of the ages. You are quite impressive. I recall my own youthful days when I reached the spirit realm." Yi Changsheng replied, "The path of cultivation is indeed a long journey. Is talent the sole factor? Perhaps the old ancestor faltered at the starting line. Yet even now you remain a formidable figure, capable of moving stars and overshadowing the heavens with your might. The great Tao encompasses 50, while the celestial manifestations total 49. Humanity eludes 1. The old ancestor shall surely grow even stronger in the future." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoshuan's eyes brightened, and he murmured, "The great Tao encompasses 50, the celestial manifestations 49. Humanity eludes 1. This young lad speaks such profound wisdom." He realized that a perplexity that had troubled him for centuries suddenly became clear. "Changsheng, I must ask you, what is the Sword Tao?" Yi Changsheng blinked and replied solemnly, "The path of the sword should wield thunder as the edge, wield the winds and clouds as the blade, the heavens as the sword body, and the earth as the hilt. It should penetrate the depths of the underworld and soar to the celestial heights. It opens with yin and yang, is governed by the 5 elements. It emerges without form and is gathered without spirit, traversing the 6 directions and gazing upon the 8 realms. When this sword is unsheathed, it strikes with the force of thunder, shattering the heavens and causing all things to vanish. Only the sword that embodies the hearts of heaven, earth, and humanity can be deemed the ultimate path of the sword." Boom, boom. A resounding cacophony erupted, as though the very heavens had suddenly collapsed. Yi Xiaoshuan's expression shifted dramatically, his voice trembling. "With words comes the law. A celestial phenomenon arises. What manner of prodigy are you?" As his words faded, he swiftly advanced, cradling Yi Changsheng, rushing towards the Sword Tomb. At that moment, divine thunder descended from the void, as if tearing apart the chaos itself. Purple clouds enveloped the sky, resembling a dragon coiling around an invisible sword. Gazing at the extraordinary spectacle above, Yi Xiaoshuan's figure unexpectedly levitated, a terrifying sword aura radiating outward in all directions. Is a breakthrough imminent? Changsheng, you are truly the lucky star of our ancestors. Yi Changsheng stood on the ground, bewildered. Was a breakthrough truly about to occur? I have done nothing. I merely spoke a few words. At this juncture, with the azure sky above and the yellow springs beneath, Yi Shaoxian seemed to command the elements, causing the clouds to stir and the heavens to shimmer. Simultaneously, the entire sword state erupted in fervor, a terrifying imperial aura eclipsing the sun, enveloping all within as if they bathed in divine radiance. Countless gazes converged towards the sword palace, resounding in unison. The ancestor of the Yi family has ascended to emperor. The ancestor of the Yi family has ascended to emperor. Our sword state finally boasts a titan of the emperor realm. The sword state shall once again bask in its former glory. Atop Jade Sword Peak, He Wumian and Xiao Lingqing turned to gaze towards the sword tomb. Their expressions distinctly altered. He Wumian mused internally. The Yi family's ancestor has been trapped at the semi-emperor realm for 2 millennia. How has he suddenly broken through to emperor? Xiao Lingqing remarked, Black Granny, what is this aura? So formidable. He Wumian replied, the pressure of an emperor. The ancestor of the Yi family has ascended to emperor. Xiao Lingqing nodded. Is this the essence of an emperor? Such power barely qualifies as formidable. I must hasten to reach the emperor realm. He Wumian, hearing her words, gently inclined her head, silently acknowledging. The Yi family of sword state truly lives up to its reputation as the foremost family of the sword path. On the other side, before the sword tomb, Yi Changsheng observed Yi Shaoxian immersed in his breakthrough. Understanding that the ancestor's ascension would take some time, he decided to sign in first. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for arriving at the sword tomb. Would you like to begin signing in immediately? Sign in. Chapter 6. The sword tomb sign-in and the exquisite sword array outside the sword tomb. Yi Xiaoshuan's figure hovered in the air, an imperial aura sweeping across the heavens. Soaring to the pinnacle of the clouds, radiating divine brilliance that pierced through the 9 heavens. The powerful beings from various states emerged from their seclusion, standing suspended in the air, their gazes fixed upon the direction of the sword state, each wearing a solemn expression, lost in contemplation. First, a supreme sword body descended upon the world, followed by the ancestral patriarch sealing the emperor. The grand era of the Yi family had arrived. The patriarch of the Yi family was sealing the emperor, and the old man was preparing to enter seclusion once more. The Yi family harbored no hope of returning to their peak. Even with an emperor-esque descent, in this lifetime, I shall still crush you all. The formidable beings from the 108 states stood proudly beneath the vast sky. A myriad of 7-colored divine lights surged wildly, startling the myriad beasts into submission. And solitary birds soared upwards. It was well known that with the arrival of the great contest, the families and divine nations across the states would spare no effort in enhancing their strength, not only elevating the cultivation of the younger generation, but also intensifying the foundation of the older generation. Otherwise, with the onset of the great contest, the structure of the continent would inevitably be reshuffled, and the fate of the weak was all too clear to everyone. In the depths of the ancient divine nation, within the royal palace, an elder's figure appeared, gracefully descending upon the palace's pinnacle, undisturbed by the 8 winds, his gaze directed towards the sword state. Subsequently, Xiao Onping materialized beside the elder, bowing respectfully and saying, Onping pays his respects to the patriarch. Xiao Beixian remarked, the Yi family of the sword state is indeed a tenacious creature, refusing to die even when crushed. At this critical juncture, that old fellow Yi Shaoxian has actually sealed the emperor. Xiao Onping inquired, Patriarch, what should we do? Xiao Beixian narrowed his eyes, coldly responding, Patience. Let's observe the changes. A mere first-level sword cultivator of the emperor rank does not merit my concern. After a pause, he continued, Tianhua possesses the unparalleled 9 dragons' holy body. Xiaolu wields the 9 suns' holy body, and Xiaojiamen embodies the immaculate sword body. In this lifetime, our Xiao family is blessed with 3 great holy bodies. Given time, they can easily ascend to become emperors, and even achieving godhood is not beyond possibility. He instructed, activate the shadows arranged within the Yi family and closely monitor their every move. Additionally, In 10 years, the celestial domain battlefield shall commence. These 10 years are crucial for our Shao family. We must spare no effort in nurturing the younger generation. In this upcoming battle of the celestial domain, our Shao family shall undoubtedly emerge as the final victor. Shao Amping assured, rest assured, Patriarch. Tianhua is cultivating by your side. Shaolu has been sent to the Divine Fire sect, and Jiajiman has gone to the Yi family. Everything is being executed according to your arrangements. After a moment, he added, Patriarch, the seal of the demon cave is beginning to weaken. Within 3 years, the myriad demons shall break free. Should we not make early preparations? Xiao Beixian waved his hand dismissively. No need for preparations. The demon race has been suppressed for 2,000 years. It is time for them to see the light of day. Without the demon race, how can we call this an era of greatness? The next 10 years are of paramount importance. Do not waste energy elsewhere. Our conflict with the Yi family is inevitable. You should understand my intent. Xiao Amping nodded in agreement, fully comprehending. Xiao Beixian transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing toward the depths of the imperial palace. Amping, your realm is not far from the path of the emperor. Within 10 years, you shall ascend to that status. The future of the celestial domain belongs to our Xiao family. As Xiao Amping gazed at the vanishing figure of Xiao Beixian, his resolve solidified, thinking, 10 years to become an emperor? I require not even that long. At this moment, outside the sword tomb, amidst the void, a radiant sword light surged into Yi Xiaoshuan's body. His realm halted at the second level of the emperor's stage, an overwhelming imperial might enveloping the sword palace. As the extraordinary phenomenon began to dissipate, Yi Xiaoxian descended gracefully, his face alight with ecstatic joy as he hastily turned his gaze toward Yi Changsheng. Just then, an astonishing scene unfolded. A surge of sword energy erupted from Yi Changsheng, shooting skyward. Under the pressure of this terrifying aura, Yi Xiaoshuan's forward motion came to an abrupt halt, his garments swirling chaotically and his white hair billowing. How could this be? Changsheng, are you on the verge of a breakthrough? Yi Xiaoxian inquired with a hint of suspicion. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on successfully signing in at the Sword Tomb. Acquiring the extermination of Immortal Sword Array, including the 4 extermination swords. Upon hearing this, a look of shock manifested on Yi Changsheng's delicate face. He had heard much about the extermination of Immortal Sword Array and could hardly believe the reward from the Sword Tomb were so formidable. Boom! Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated, as if the heavens themselves were on the brink of collapse. The previous phenomenon in the void had yet to fully dissipate when suddenly, a brilliant light shot down from the chaos, piercing through the barriers of air, heading straight for Yi Changsheng. A massive whirlpool emerged, binding countless sword energies around Yi Xiaoxian. A purple glow appeared on his face, his eyes wide in disbelief. Another phenomenon? Changsheng, could you truly be the child of destiny? Yi Xiaoxian observed Yi Changsheng silently, while keeping an eye on his surroundings. Previously, he had invoked an extraordinary event that facilitated his breakthrough to the emperor's stage. Now, as Yi Changsheng approached the realm of the venerable, yet another phenomenon arose, exuding an even greater pressure and aura than before. Was this truly just a breakthrough to the venerable stage? Simultaneously, the various powerful beings who had initially prepared to depart noticed the sword state exhibiting yet another phenomenon. When did extraordinary events become so frequent? They pondered. Is the Yi family's ancestor ascending to the emperor's stage? Why does it feel as though his phenomenon is even more potent than that of the god stage? The Yi family had summoned extraordinary events repeatedly, showing little regard for others' feelings. How utterly unfair. On Sword Peak, He Wumian and Xiao Lingqing focused their gazes toward the direction of the sword tomb, their pupils narrowing as they observed the changes in the void, both overwhelmed with astonishment. Xiao Lingqing inquired, Hey Papa, why has the Yi family's ancestors' ascension to the emperor stage triggered 2 extraordinary phenomena? He Wumian appeared baffled, responding, This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. What has the Yi family's ancestor experienced? The phenomena accompanying his ascension to the emperor stage are increasingly formidable. Pausing for a moment, she continued, The Yi family is shrouded in mystery. As newcomers, We must adhere to the established norms. Now you understand the strength of the Yi family's swordsmanship. Diligently cultivating the sword path here will greatly benefit your future endeavors. Xiao Lingqing nodded, understanding completely. Before the sword tomb, Yi Changsheng sat on the ground, and 4 beams of sword light emerged around him. With a resonating sound of swords, 4 long swords appeared, swirling around him. These were the 4 swords of Jumian, originally the treasures of the Dao ancestor Hongjun. They were later bestowed upon his 3rd disciple during the dispersal of treasures at the Finbao Cliff, and now belong to the supreme leader of the Qingling Lingbao Tongtian. The 4 swords of Jumian included the Jumian sword, the Luxian sword, the Xianxian sword, and the Jueshian sword. Together with the Jumian array diagram, they could form the immensely powerful Jumian sword formation. It is said to be the foremost killing formation since the inception of the Hongmeng, governing the celestial path of slaughter with unparalleled finesse. The foundational treasures of the Tongtian and its protective great formation are rumored to be arranged by a saint, impervious to the combined might of 4 saints. The intricacies of the sword formation are profound and enigmatic, fraught with boundless peril. Even a great Luo Jingxian would be annihilated in an instant upon entering this array. A poem once extolled, neither copper nor iron nor steel, hidden beneath Mount Sumeru's heel. No need to invert yin and yang for tempering. Is there not water and fire to sharpen the gleam? Jumian brings benefit, Luxian brings demise. A crimson light rises from all sides. Jueshian transforms with endless wonders. The blood of great immortals stains their robes. Yi Changsheng gazed at the Jumian sword formation displayed in his mind, along with the descriptions of the 4 swords. System, can I now activate the Jumian sword formation? Ding. Reminder to the master, your current strength is too weak. You may only activate the Jumian sword formation once every 3 months, while the 4 swords can be freely utilized. When will I be able to activate the Jumian sword formation at will? Ding. Reminder to the master, to freely activate the Jumian sword formation, your cultivation must reach the 5th level of the Emperor realm. Of course, as your realm advances, the time required to activate the formation will also decrease. Yi Changsheng nodded, feeling no discontent with the restriction of activating the Jumian sword formation once every 3 months. As his cultivation continued to rise, he would eventually be able to activate the formation at will, which served as encouragement for him. Ding. Reminder to the master, upon breaking through to the 1st level of the Venerable Realm, you will receive a random reward. Would you like to claim it immediately? Yi Changsheng was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting a system reward for his breakthrough. Without hesitation, he responded, claim it immediately. Chapter 7. The World of the Divine Condor. The Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have successfully acquired the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill in the world of the Divine Condor. Upon hearing the system notification, Yi Changsheng paused momentarily. The name Dragon Elephant Prajna skill struck a familiar chord. This skill originates from the world of the Condor heroes, recorded in the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra, and belongs to the supreme protective arts of Tibetan Buddhism. It is divided into 13 levels, each embodying formidable power, claiming that mastering each level bestows the strength of 1 dragon and 1 elephant. Upon completing 10 levels, one would wield the colossal strength of 10 dragons and 10 elephants. While not possessing such immense force, each strike carries nearly 1,000 pounds of weight, making it extraordinarily powerful. Isn't this the technique practiced by the King of the Golden Wheel? With this thought, he swiftly examined the details of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, and a look of astonishment graced his face as he discovered that the skill rewarded by the system had undergone a mutation. The Dragon Elephant Prajna skill is an unparalleled art that seizes the creation of the universe and opens countless spiritual veins, each possessing the divine power of the dragon and elephant. This skill is divided into 18 levels, and each time one reaches a state of great accomplishment, boundless mysteries can be comprehended, unleashing earth-shattering divine abilities. Opening 1 to 100 spiritual veins corresponds to the 1st level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, allowing one to condense the form of the dragon and elephant, capable of turning rivers and seas with a mere gesture, delivering a punch that unleashes the might of 5 dragons and 5 elephants. Opening 100 to 500 spiritual veins corresponds to the second level, where one can comprehend the divine ability of Dragon Elephant Shock, the most potent attack, manifesting the forms of dragons and elephants in thousands to launch a fierce offensive against the adversary. Changsheng read through the introduction of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill in one breath, excitement lighting up his face. This art was truly formidable. Once he cultivates each level to its zenith, the spiritual energy within him would flow ceaselessly, ensuring his invincibility at the same tier. Furthermore, the deeper he delved into the skill, the more powerful the divine abilities he would grasp. He felt that even without the sword path, mastering the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill would enable him to easily vanquish his opponents. With this in mind, he restrained his aura, withdrawing the 4 swords of the immortal execution into his body. Gradually, he rose to his feet and gazed at Yi Shaoxian. "Elder, why do you look at Changsheng so intently?" Yi Shaoxian cleared his throat, forcibly suppressing the shock within. "Indeed, your cultivation has broken through." Yi Changsheng replied, "Elder, you two have made impressive strides, entering the realm of emperors. It seems quite formidable. You, at merely 3 years of age, have already reached the realm of the honorable. In a few years, you will surpass your elder." Yi Shaoxian spoke solemnly, pausing before continuing. "Changsheng, what is the origin of those 4 swords?" Yi Changsheng answered, "Elder, those 4 swords are derived from my accompanying divine sword." He could only provide this explanation to Yi Shaoxian, as revealing that it was a system reward was out of the question. A commoner may be innocent, but possessing treasures brings trouble. Yi Changsheng had no intention of disclosing the existence of the system to anyone. Yi Shaoxian nodded, astonished that your accompanying artifact could indeed give rise to 4 divine swords. It appears my conjecture was correct. Its grade has truly surpassed that of a divine artifact. As he spoke, he paused momentarily and continued, "Changsheng, the secrets you harbor are truly numerous. I shall now impart to you a technique for concealing your presence. Devote yourself to its practice." Yi Changsheng replied, "Master, I intend to cultivate alongside you moving forward. Might you bestow upon me a powerful sword technique as well?" Despite his formidable cultivation, he had yet to master any sword techniques, which was rather unbecoming for a descendant of the Yi family from Sword State. Yi Shaoxian chuckled, "You're quite clever. Young one, if you wish to learn sword techniques, I shall gladly facilitate your request." After a brief pause, he continued, "Changsheng, the Wuyang sword art is a technique cultivated by your father. In this volume, the Sword 9 Paths is a fragment I acquired in a hidden realm. Though it contains only the first 3 sword techniques, their might is extraordinary, yet the difficulty of mastering them is immense. To this day, I have only managed to comprehend the first 2. Which technique do you wish to cultivate?" Yi Changsheng raised his hand. "Accepting both the Wuyang sword art and Sword 9 Paths master, I shall keep both for now to study," he declared. As his voice fell, he stored the Wuyang sword art within his system, his gaze fixed upon Sword 9 Paths, and in the next moment, he fell into deep meditation. Is he meditating already? This child possesses an innate affinity for the sword path, truly remarkable. After a brief silence, Yi Shaoxian waved his hand, conjuring a sword array that enveloped the sword tomb. Yi Changsheng was immersed in his meditation, and no one was to disturb him. At that moment, Yi Tsangyun appeared outside the sword tomb, slightly bowing in respect. "Congratulations, master, on your ascension," Yi Shaoxian replied. "This is all due to Changsheng. He is the catalyst for this outcome. Tsangyun, in the coming years, I shall enter seclusion with Changsheng. You must oversee the Yi family and keep a vigilant eye on the movements across the states." Yi Tsangyun responded, "Master, in 2 years, there will be a test at the sword tomb. By then, Changsheng will be 5 years old. Should he participate?" Yi Shaoxian pondered for a moment and declared, "Yes, I will personally escort him." Yi Tsangyun bowed again, casting a glance at Yi Changsheng before departing quietly. The following day, at dawn, while Yi Shaoxian was in seclusion, he was suddenly roused by the sound of swords ringing in his ears. He swiftly emerged from his stone chamber and rushed outside to the sword tomb, where he beheld Yi Changsheng practicing his swordplay. Witnessing this scene, Yi Shaoxian was rendered speechless in astonishment. The third form of Sword 9 Paths, Instant Sword. The first 3 forms of Sword 9 Paths are Seeking Defeat, sword slaughter, and instant sword. He could hardly believe that in just one night, Changsheng had comprehended all three techniques. In contrast, he had spent 3 centuries mastering the first 2 forms of Sword Nine Paths, and to this day, he had yet to grasp instant sword. Truly, comparing oneself to others can evoke despair. The talent of Changsheng had completely overturned the expectations of a cultivator with 2 millennia of experience. Such terrifying aptitude is indeed a rarity, one that may not be seen in a millennium. Until now, Yi Shaoxian had never encountered anyone with greater potential than Yi Changsheng. With a sigh, Yi Changsheng sheathed the chaotic divine sword that had surrounded him, exhaling deeply. Upon sensing Yi Shaoxuan's presence, he slowly turned and said, "I apologize for disturbing you, master." Yi Shaoxian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Not at all, not at all. Changsheng, have you already mastered the first 3 forms of the Sword Nine Path?" Yi Changsheng nodded, acknowledging his understanding, yet he admitted that he could not yet unleash its true power. It would require further time for refinement. Yi Shaoxian gazed at Yi Changsheng, increasingly fond of him. His demeanor was neither arrogant nor impetuous, exhibiting a commendable mindset. "You shall cultivate here. In 2 years, during the Sword Tomb test, you must participate." Changsheng understood. Yi Shaoxian slightly raised his hand, and a spirit ring materialized within his palm. "Changsheng, this spirit ring is for you. It is twice the size of the one your grandfather bestowed upon you, filled with resources that the ancestor has specifically prepared for you." Yi Changsheng did not decline it, even though he felt no need for a spirit ring, as his system's storage compartment surpassed any ring's capabilities. However, he did not wish to disappoint Yi Shaoxian, who offered it with sincerity. After accepting the spirit ring, Yi Changsheng said, "Ancestor, I also have a gift for you." Yi Shaoxian replied with a faint smile, "The gifts you have bestowed upon the ancestor are already numerous." Yi Changsheng raised his hand, presenting the Sword Nine Path Manual to Yi Shaoxian. "Ancestor, this manual has been restored. You may now cultivate the subsequent forms." "Restored? Who accomplished this? You?" Yi Shaoxian promptly took the ancient text of the Sword Nine Path, his hands trembling like those of a patient with Parkinson's after perusing 2 scrolls. "You restored it just like that? I have pondered its restoration for a millennium, yet my strength was insufficient." Yi Changsheng dedicated an entire night to comprehend the first 3 forms and restore the technique. Heavens, is he a monster? Chapter 8. 2 years later, the Sword Tomb Grand Ceremony. 2 years have elapsed. Today, at the Sword Palace, the younger generation of the Yi family is to awaken their sword bodies. Not everyone is like Yi Changsheng, who was born with a divine body. Thus, the disciples of the Yi family must journey to the Sword Tomb at the age of 5 to undergo the baptism of the sword pool and awaken their own sword bodies. Naturally, not every disciple is afforded the opportunity to enter the sword pool. Only those with exceptional talent, as selected by the inner and outer academies, may participate in this sacred rite. Presently, both inside and outside the Sword Palace, the various sword peaks are bustling with activity. The peak masters gather their disciples, preparing to escort them to the Sword Tomb. At Jade Sword Peak, Xiao Lingqing is among the chosen disciples. Yi Hanyun scans the crowd, reminding them, "Today marks the sword pool baptism, a momentous occasion for you all. Whether you can awaken your sword bodies hinges on today's events." Pausing briefly, she continues, "Moreover, the divine sons who are not in seclusion will also partake in the baptism today. Engaging with them will greatly benefit your understanding of the sword path." The disciples nod in unison, reverently responding, "We shall heed our master's command." Yet, Xiao Lingqing displays an air of disdain, clearly dismissing the significance of the Yi family's divine sons. "Master, on the day of awakening at the Yi family sword tomb, is there a challenge competition? Any disciple may challenge the divine son, and if successful, they may ascend to that esteemed position." Yi Hanyan acknowledges, "Indeed, such a provision exists. The divine sons are permitted to undergo baptism in the sword pool once a year, enjoying privileges not granted to ordinary disciples. Yet they must also bear greater burdens to ensure fairness." "You wish to challenge the Yi family divine son?" Ye Hanyun invites. Without hesitation, Xiao Lingqing asserts, "Absolutely. I wish to spar with them. Having been at Jade Sword Peak for 2 years, I have yet to encounter a worthy opponent. Such an opportunity to challenge a divine son is not to be missed. Yi Hanyun's expression shifts slightly. She is acutely aware of Xiao Lingqing's formidable talent. With her unparalleled pure sword body, she has ascended to the pinnacle of spiritual practitioners in merely 2 years. In the vast expanse of the Yi family, how many divine sons can boast such an accomplishment? This thought stirs a sense of unease within Yi Hanyun. Should Xiao Lingqing succeed in her challenge during the awakening ceremony, it would undoubtedly be a severe blow to the Yi family's reputation. Nonetheless, there is little she can do, as the rules are firmly established. Let us depart. Yi Hanyun resolves, eager to reach the sword tomb promptly and confer with the clan leader, Yi Songyun, in hopes of finding a resolution. Meanwhile, powerful beams of sword light erupt from the various peaks, soaring towards the heavens. As the sword light disperses, figures dart about, hastening towards the sword tomb. The divine sons emerge from their seclusion, descending upon the sword tomb. The disciples who arrived early turn their gazes towards the newcomers, exclaiming, "Look, it is the 5th divine son, Yi Pejun. He is the embodiment of 10,000 swords, said to have descended amidst a multitude of swords suspended in the air, radiating divine brilliance, circling the pavilion throughout the night. Yi Yaoer, the 3rd divine child, has unexpectedly emerged from her seclusion. She possesses the boundless sword body, akin to that of our esteemed Leaf Clan sword saint, and is a formidable force with the potential to ascend to the status of an emperor. Moreover, the 7th divine child, Yi Miedao, has also arrived. Despite being merely the 7th divine child, his mutated sword body is a celestial anomaly. It is rumored that his strength is on par with Yi Yaoer, yet due to his origins in the outer court and being a branch of the Leaf family, he is reluctantly classified as the 7th divine child. As the 3 figures appeared, the atmosphere in the sword tomb surged with excitement, causing the once illustrious talents from various peaks to pale in comparison. All eyes converged upon the trio of divine children. They approached Yi Songyun, bowing in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the clan leader. Pejun, Miedao, Yaoer, you have emerged from your seclusion, and your cultivation has significantly advanced. Are you planning to harness the sword pool to further elevate your realms?" Yi Songyun inquired. Yi Yaoer replied softly, "Indeed, clan leader, you understand us well. After 5 years of closed-door training, it is time to emerge and experience the world, as well as to undergo the baptism of our sword bodies." Yi Songyun smiled. "Excellent. You are the hopes of the Leaf Clan. It brings me immense joy to witness your growth." Suddenly, Yi Miedao interjected, "Clan leader, I have heard that the individual from the sword tomb has also emerged. Will he, like many disciples, come to the sword tomb to undergo the baptism of the sword body?" Yi Songyun affirmed, "He will come." Yi Miedao nodded. "That is splendid. Since he has garnered the favor of the ancestor, he must possess extraordinary qualities. I wish to spar with him. What does the clan leader think?" "Of course, it is permissible. The clan has regulations that during the sword body awakening ceremony, all disciples are granted an opportunity to spar. If you wish to engage with Changsheng, it is indeed a beneficial endeavor for your sword path," Yi Songyun responded slowly. Yi Miedao's expression slightly altered. He discerned the implication in the clan leader's words, that he was inferior to Yi Changsheng. He could not accept this. After 5 years of seclusion, his Miedao sword body had elevated his cultivation to the 1st level of the venerable realm. He held Yi Yaoer in disdain, which was precisely why he sought to challenge Yi Changsheng. At that moment, Yi Hanyun arrived with the disciples of Yujian Peak. The crowd descended from their flying swords. Stepping forward to bow and greet, "We pay our respects to the clan leader and the esteemed elders." Yi Songyun remarked, "The disciples of Yujian Peak have arrived. All disciples from the 18 peaks, both inner and outer court, are present. The sword body awakening ceremony shall now commence. Today, as participants include the 3rd divine child, Yi Yaoer, the 5th divine child, Yi Pejun, the 7th divine child, Yi Miedao, and the yet-to-arrive Yi Changsheng. The challenge tournament shall begin now. Disciples from a main peak may challenge any of the divine children at their discretion, and the victor shall directly replace the divine children, enjoying their privileges." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lingqing stepped forward from the ranks, clad in robes as white as snow. her long hair billowing. She clasped her hands and bowed, stating, "I, Xiao Lingqing from Yujin Peak, challenge Yi Changsheng of the Sword Tomb." Yi Songyun replied calmly, "You are currently just an ordinary disciple of Yujin Peak and lack the qualifications to challenge Changsheng." Xiao Lingqing asked, "Then may I inquire, esteemed clan leader, what must one do to challenge him?" On one side, Yi Hanyun remarked, "Ordinary disciples must first defeat a prodigious disciple, followed by divine offspring, to have the opportunity to challenge for longevity." Xiao Lingqing nodded, realizing the simplicity of the process. "Then I shall first challenge a prodigious disciple and the seventh divine offspring." Upon hearing Xiao Lingqing's intention to challenge him, Yi Mie scoffed disdainfully and arrogantly retorted, "Do you even think you are worthy? Worthiness will be determined in battle." Xiao Lingqing replied coldly, pausing momentarily before continuing, "I wonder which prodigious disciple is willing to engage me in combat." The disciples from various peaks had long been familiar with Xiao Lingqing's reputation as the ninth princess of the ancient divine kingdom, possessing an immaculate sword body. Although merely an ordinary disciple, her cultivation had already surpassed that of prodigious disciples. The four prodigious disciples from Yujin Peak had all suffered defeat at her hands a year prior, and the current extent of her strength remained a mystery to the other disciples. Noticing the silence in response to her challenge, she addressed the clan leader. "Since no prodigious disciple is willing to face me, may I directly challenge the seventh divine offspring?" Yi Songyun's expression darkened considerably as he coldly stated, "Is there not a single person brave enough to confront the ninth princess?" Chapter 9. Do you even dare strike me? The disciples of the various peaks exchanged glances, none daring to step forward and challenge Xiao Lingqing. Witnessing this scene, Yi Songyun shook his head, disappointment etched upon his face. Victory or defeat held little significance. The courage to confront was of utmost importance. Lacking the audacity to engage in battle, their hearts had already shattered, and their future in the sword path appeared bleak. A true sword cultivator should be unyielding, like a sword sheathed, always concealing its edge. Once drawn, it must taste blood. Regrettably, they did not even dare to unsheath their swords. Sensing the gaze of Yi, Songyun, and the peak master upon them, the disciples of the various peaks hung their heads in shame. Xiao Lingqing's reputation was resounding, her name echoing through the peaks. In just 2 years since joining the Jade Sword Peak, her cultivation had ascended a great realm, effortlessly overpowering them in strength, augmented by her formidable pure sword body. Though many among them yearned to fight, their abilities fell short. At this moment, Yi Miedao's gaze fell upon Xiao Lingqing. "Come forth, if you wish to battle. I shall grant you this opportunity." As his words resonated, he glanced at Yi Songyun and the elders, witnessing their approving expressions. Yi Miedao stepped forward, drawing his sword. Xiao Lingqing remarked, "The first realm of the revered master is commendable at best. To possess such cultivation and still be regarded as the scion of the Yi family, one wonders about the capabilities of the other scions." Upon hearing this, the faces of the disciples turned grim. They had not anticipated Xiao Lingqing's audacity, her disdain for the scion of the Yi family. Yi Yaoyao's expression shifted, her spiritual eyes glimmering as she scrutinized Xiao Lingqing. The strength of her sword body was formidable, and she had consciously concealed her true power. This battle might lead to Yi Miedao's defeat. With this thought, she delicately approached Yi Miedao. "Do you still wish to challenge her? Allow me to take this battle." Just as Yi Miedao was about to respond, he noticed the gravity in Yi Yaoyao's demeanor. Suppressing his aura, he conceded, "If Sister Yaoyao desires to fight, then it shall be yours to claim." Xiao Lingqing regarded Yi Yaoyao thoughtfully. "You are quite astute, and even stronger than him. You shall be a fitting opponent." In the next moment, an overwhelming sword intent erupted, her flowing hair rising in the air as a serpentine, long sword materialized in her grasp. With a swift motion, she charged forward. The Tungsha sword. Yi Songyun recognized at once that the sword in Xiao Lingqing's hand was one of the 3 national treasures of the ancient divine kingdom. This indicated the great esteem the ancient emperor held for her, allowing her to apprentice under the Yi family. This was but the beginning. As Xiao Lingqing advanced, Yi Yaoyao's toes barely grazed the ground, propelling her backward. With a graceful wave of her jade hand, streams of sword light erupted from behind her. Swish, swish, swish. The sword lights surged forth like arrows, swift as lightning, aimed directly at Xiao Lingqing. The latter's lips curled into a faint smile. An infinite sword body? Not bad, but it pales in comparison to mine. As she spoke, she pressed onward, fearless and undeterred, directly disregarding the incoming sword light. In the next heartbeat, the sword light vanished into her form. Devouring sword chi? Yi Cangyun and the elders turned ashen. The pure sword body ranked among the top 5 sword bodies. Yet they had never heard of it possessing the ability to consume sword energy. Could it be that there's a flaw in her cultivation method? As the sword light was absorbed into her body, Xiao Lingqing's aura intensified. The serpent sword in her hand surged forth, cutting through the air with the might of a tempest. With a swift motion, a brilliant sword of silver was unleashed. Yi Yaoyao, with her exquisite visage, revealed an unusual expression as a green blade materialized in her grasp, an immeasurable strike. The sound of their clash echoed thunderously, reverberating through the heavens. A powerful shockwave radiated outward, akin to 2 waning moons, spreading wildly in all directions. The gathered disciples staggered backward under the force of the gale, their gazes fixed in disbelief upon the 2 women. Yi Yaoyao was the 3rd divine child, possessing the boundless sword body. Her swordsmanship, though seemingly gentle, was unmatched in ferocity. In this battle, the 3rd divine child was destined to prevail, to temper Xiao Lingqing's audacity, and to vindicate our grievances. Did they truly believe the Yi family was without strength? Indeed, I found myself favoring the 3rd divine child more. Though she kept her distance, she never looked down upon us. If blame were to be cast, it would be on our own inadequacies, for we lacked the strength to befriend a divine child, let alone serve as their attendants. We were unworthy, the disciples whispered among themselves, their eyes still glued to the spectacle unfolding in the void, captivated by the fierce duel. An elder of the clan cast a sideways glance at Yi Cangyun. The clan leader, astonished at how rapidly the 9th princess of the ancient kingdom had grown, it seemed even Yao Yao might struggle to emerge victorious. Yi Cangyun remarked it. Yao Yao is not as weak as we presume, yet she has only recently begun to cultivate the boundless sword technique, lacking a true grasp of its profound essence. The outcome of this battle is inconsequential. It is beneficial for her to realize that there are greater powers beyond her own. The elder nodded in understanding, acknowledging that the true potential of the boundless sword body would only surface when fully matured. He had not anticipated such strength from the young princess, who would undoubtedly become a formidable rival to our divine children. Her current prowess could only be matched by the 1st and 2nd divine children. Yi Cangyun smiled serenely, choosing to observe the situation further. The air crackled with explosive sounds, and the sword light danced across the sky. The silhouettes of the 2 women moved gracefully through the void, with Xiao Lingqing growing stronger with each exchange. Her aura reaching its zenith as her cultivation surged to the 2nd level of the sovereign realm, now on par with Yi Yaoyao's strength. Witnessing this, Yi Hanyun narrowed her eyes, realizing that Xiao Lingqing had concealed her true capabilities, even deceiving her. Yi Mie contemplated silently, recognizing her formidable strength. No wonder Yao Yao had chosen to engage personally. In that instant, he understood why Yi Yaoyao had eagerly sought to join the fray. Had he faced Xiao Lingqing, he would have surely been defeated. This was a matter of the Yi family's honor. In defending their dignity, Yi Yaoyao was also safeguarding him. Above in the void, a colossal vortex of sword energy enveloped the 2 women, the emanating sword chi slicing through the air like lasers. Such overwhelming power. When would I attain such strength? How formidable and fierce. I am utterly enamored with the divine child Yao Yao. Just then, a streak of white emerged from the swirling sword energy, hurtling down to the ground, a crimson stain appearing upon her shoulder. What? Has the demon child been defeated? The 3rd godchild has fallen. How powerful could she possibly be? It cannot be true. It must not be true. As the vortex of the void sword aura dissipated, Xiao Lingqing gracefully descended, her demeanor haughty, her gaze condescending as she looked at Yi, the third godchild. Nothing more than this. Pausing momentarily, she surveyed the crowd, questioning if there existed even a single capable member of the Yi family. I wonder if the one from the sword tomb is merely a name without substance. Shall I summon him for a duel? Yi Cangyun and the elder members of the clan wore grave expressions, taken aback by Xiao Lingqing's brazen provocation of the Yi family's godchild. And her audacious challenge to Yi Changsheng was simply outrageous. Xiao Lingqing continued, "What is this? Is Yi Changsheng too fearful to appear, perhaps dreading the prospect of facing me? To challenge me? Do you even possess the right?" A voice descended from the heavens, laden with immense pressure, questioning the audacity of such boastful claims. Chapter 10. Please begin your performance inside the venue. The crowd turned their gaze toward the source of the sound, curiosity blooming on their faces. As Yi Changsheng emerged from seclusion, 5 years ago, on that fateful night, the Yi family endured calamity, strange phenomena, and assassination, all due to him. Subsequently, he entered the sword tomb to cultivate under the guidance of the ancestor. And all disciples of the Yi family knew he would undoubtedly become the foremost among the younger generation. For even the divine child of the Yi family lacked the privilege to enter the sword tomb. Before his arrival, his presence was already felt. Such a formidable aura. It was as if he regarded Xiao Lingqing with utter disdain. Xiao Lingqing slightly turned, directing her gaze toward the origin of the voice. At that moment, a white figure descended gracefully from the sky. The visitor was none other than Yi Changsheng, clad in snow-white robes, with strands of azure hair gently swaying. He was strikingly handsome. Despite his youth, he emanated an aura of unfathomable depth. Could this truly be Yi Changsheng? Surely, he was not a celestial child descended to the mortal realm. A figure as exquisite as jade, a gentleman unparalleled in the world, could not be surpassed. In the gathering, all eyes converged upon Yi Changsheng, exchanging bewildered glances. Why was there not a hint of sword energy emanating from him? Some secretly speculated. Could it be that apart from his good looks, Yi Changsheng possessed nothing else? Does mere charm grant one the ability to act with impunity and earn the favor of the ancestor? No, there was no sword energy. How could his pressure be so overwhelming? The crowd was utterly perplexed. Yi Changsheng stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Changsheng pays his respects to grandfather. Yi Cangyun nodded in approval. Indeed, you have finally emerged. With a faint smile, Yi Changsheng replied, "Grandfather, you may not be aware, but I was not in seclusion. I merely fell asleep. And that slumber lasted 2 years." The audience was left speechless. Yi Cangyun chuckled, "You've grown taller. It has been 3 years, and you have become remarkably handsome. Today, during the sword pool baptism, do you wish to participate?" Yi Changsheng abruptly turned, his gaze landing on Xiao Lingqing. "Perhaps I shall give it a try. I wonder if the sword pool will be of any benefit to me." At that moment, Xiao Lingqing, with an air of arrogance, declared, "So you are the one from the Yi family's sword tomb. Have we met before?" Yi Changsheng replied coolly, with such an unappealing appearance. "It is impossible for us to have crossed paths." Xiao Lingqing, despite her tender age of 5, was already a stunning beauty. This was the first time anyone had dared to call her ugly. So this so-called #1 divine child of the Yi family only knows how to boast. "I challenge you. Do you dare to accept?" Yi Changsheng, unfazed, replied, "This is the Yi family's sword tomb. How dare you, an outsider, behave so presumptuously? I typically do not strike women, but for you, I shall make an exception this once." Xiao Lingqing's face flushed with anger as she gripped her Tungsha sword tightly. "You will pay for your foolishness." Yi Changsheng lightly waved his sleeve and stepped forward, gazing at Xiao Lingqing. "Please begin your performance. I will draw my sword and concede my defeat." Such audacity! He bore no trace of sword energy. Whence came his confidence? What do you understand? The path is profoundly simple, returning to the essence. The realm of the divine child is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Amidst a chorus of whispers from the gathered disciples, each individual was keenly focused, eager to witness how Yi Changsheng could possibly defeat Xiao Lingqing without unsheathing his sword. If he were to vanquish Xiao Lingqing, it would indeed bring honor to the Yi family. Otherwise, The disciples of the Yi clan would find it difficult to show their faces in the sword state in the future. To one side, an elder of the clan inquired, "Patriarch, what level of cultivation does Changsheng possess?" "I cannot discern it," Yi Sungyun replied. "I too am unable to fathom it. Within the Yi family, only our ancestor might see through Changsheng's realm." Upon hearing this, the assembled elders became intrigued, their eyes fixated on Yi Changsheng. This young prodigy, extraordinary since birth, was eagerly anticipated in his forthcoming display of prowess. At that moment, Xiao Lingqing moved, brandishing her Tungsha sword as she charged towards Yi Changsheng. The sword unleashed a tempest. With a single strike, the winds and clouds were stirred. A terrifying surge of sword energy surged forward, akin to a raging tide. Observing the scene, Yi Changsheng's lips curled into a smile. With a casual flick of his wrist, a thunderous roar erupted, and the visage of a dragon elephant materialized, galloping through the air to meet the incoming sword light. The first layer of the dragon elephant prajna technique, dragon elephant manifestation, was unleashed. One blow could unleash the might of 5 dragons and 5 elephants, a force that even a high-ranking venerable could not withstand, let alone Xiao Lingqing, who possessed merely the strength of a second-level venerable. Boom! The resounding thunder echoed as the ground trembled. Billowing clouds of dust enveloped the area. The dragon elephant manifestation surged forward, and the sword light was instantly shattered by the overwhelming force. Xiao Lingqing stood frozen in shock at the scene before her. What was this? The condensation of spiritual energy, the transformation of all things. Wasn't this a feat only achievable by an emperor? Realizing this, she was propelled backward, a vortex of sword energy forming behind her, piercing through the advancing dragon elephant manifestation, seeking to obliterate the heavens with her blade. As the whirlwind of sword energy approached, Yi Changsheng remarked coolly, "The immaculate sword body, is this all you can muster?" He remained steadfast, unyielding as a mountain, unaffected by the 8 winds. The cacophony continued. The sword tomb trembled as the vortex of sword energy erupted, sending sword energy flying in all directions. In the next instant, Xiao Lingqing was struck by the dragon elephant manifestation, her form akin to a kite severed from its string, soaring backward for a considerable distance. She struggled to stabilize herself, blood spilling from her mouth onto the ground, before abruptly raising her head to gaze at Yi Changsheng in disbelief, her heart gripped by terror. How could this be possible? He was clearly of similar age to me. How could he possess such strength, able to defeat me without drawing his sword? Yi Changsheng, restraining his aura, turned to walk towards Yi Yaoyao and asked, "Well, how does it feel?" Yi Yaoyao looked at Yi Changsheng, who stood at her chest height, and nodded gently, feeling somewhat exhilarated. Yimia glanced at Yi Changsheng, confirming with a look that he was someone not to be trifled with. Truly, he was worthy of respect. Having emerged from the sword tomb, Yi Changsheng then addressed Yi Yaoyao again. "You possess the infinite sword body and cultivate the infinite sword art. Allow me to offer you some guidance. The essence of swordsmanship lies in intention, not form. Let your sword move with intention to unleash its fullest power." As his words lingered in the air, he strode towards Xiao Lingqing, asking, "Are you convinced, or shall we engage in another battle?" Xiao Lingqing squinted her eyes slightly and coldly declared, "We shall inevitably clash again, and when that time comes, I shall repay you 100-fold." Yi Changsheng replied, "Do you understand why you still draw breath?" Xiao Lingqing was momentarily taken aback. "You cannot kill me? How foolish," he retorted. "Taking your life would be a trivial matter. The reason I spared you this time is due to the favor the Yi family owes to your ancient nation." Yi Changsheng spoke in a somber tone, pausing briefly before his expression turned icy. "After this, the Yi family will no longer owe your divine nation any debts. Should you dare to act recklessly within the Yi family again, your demise is assured." Chapter 11. Surprised? Unexpected? Within the sword tomb, Yi Sunyun heard the voices and felt a deep sense of relief. He had not anticipated that Yi Changsheng, with just a few words, could resolve the long-standing grievances between the Yi family and the ancient divine kingdom. From this moment forth, the Yi family bore no debts to the ancient kingdom, and conversely, should the ancient kingdom provoke the Yi family, they would respond with unrelenting force. At this juncture, Yi Changsheng returned to Yi Songyun's side. "Grandfather, when does the sword pool baptism commence?" "It begins shortly." Yi Songyun paused momentarily, a satisfied smile gracing his features as he remarked, "You, young lad, harbor too many secrets. How did you manage the manifestation of spiritual energy just now?" Yi Changsheng replied, "The manifestation of spiritual energy? Alas, I cannot achieve that. The apparition you witnessed was merely a result of my cultivation technique. I will explain it to you in detail when time allows." Ye Zhangyun nodded, acclaiming. "The challenge has concluded. The sword pool baptism shall commence now. Everyone, prepare yourselves." In that moment, Xiao Lingqing slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. She raised her hand and consumed a medicinal pill, her eyes glinting with a venomous intensity, reminiscent of a serpent. Certainly not the gaze of a mere child. Hai Mumian appeared beside Xiao Lingqing, whispering, "Qing, do not act rashly. First participate in the sword pool baptism. You have devoted 2 years to the Yi family for this day. You must not miss it at any cost." Pausing, she continued, "Yi Changsheng is exceedingly mysterious. He defeated you just now without even drawing his sword." Xiao Lingqing gritted her teeth, declaring, "Once I absorb the sword energy within the sword pool, I will ensure his demise." She was acutely aware that failing to eliminate Yi Changsheng would shatter her resolve, detrimental to her future cultivation. With determination, she advanced towards the sword pool, while disciples from various peaks began to enter, swirling vortices of sword energy manifesting around them. Each disciple's vortex varied in size. Those with greater strength and formidable sword bodies formed larger whirlpools, while weaker ones produced smaller ones. Xiao Lingqing reached the edge of the sword pool, leaping into its depths, causing the entire pool to erupt with energy. Even the sword energy gathered by Yi Yaoyao, Yi Patian, and Yi Miedao surged frantically towards Xiao Lingqing. Observing this, Yi Songyun, the clan elders, and various peak masters exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. They had noticed earlier that Xiao Lingqing had absorbed Yi Yaoyao's sword energy and intended to prevent her from entering the sword pool. Yet they feared the repercussions of their actions. Her cultivation technique was intricate, coupled with her immaculate sword body. It seemed that this quinquennial sword pool baptism would benefit her alone. The expressions of the peak masters grew increasingly grim, as they had hoped the disciples of the various peaks would awaken their sword bodies through the baptism, thereby strengthening their collective power. Instead, it appeared that Xiao Lingqing would reap the rewards, akin to having one's prize cabbage devoured by a pig. Such an affront was utterly infuriating. Hai Mu Mian's gaze swept over the Yi family members, silently vowing, "The sword energy within the sword pool shall belong solely to Qing'e before the sword devouring technique. No sword energy can escape its fate." Within the sword pool, Xiao Lingqing gazed at the ever-converging sword energy in the distance, her spirit soaring with confidence. Her demeanor exceptionally haughty. She directed her gaze towards Yi Changsheng outside the pool, tauntingly asking if he dared not descend. Upon hearing her, Yi Changsheng remained silent, merely observing Xiao Lingqing's ostentatious display. His reluctance to enter the sword pool stemmed from his desire not to disturb the baptism of sword energy for the disciples of the Yi family. Yet, he found himself unexpectedly provoked by her. Lacking both intellect and decency, Xiao Lingqing's arrogance was palpable, though she possessed neither the physical allure nor the cunning to justify it. Instead of subtly absorbing the sword energy that surrounded her, she chose to flaunt her bravado, determined to put an end to her pretentiousness. Yi Changsheng seated himself upon the ground and slightly raised his arms. In the next moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before the eyes of the onlookers. The sword energy enveloping Xiao Lingqing abruptly reversed its course, hurtling towards Yi Changsheng. It was not merely the sword energy near Xiao Lingqing that surged forth. Rather, the entirety of the sword energy from the sword pool converged upon Yi Changsheng. In an instant, the sword pool appeared empty. The disciples, once brimming with energy, now sat frozen in astonishment upon the azure stones, as if turned to stone themselves. To drain the sword pool of its energy was an act of unparalleled defiance. Not only the disciples within the pool, but even Yi Songyun and the esteemed elders were rendered speechless,
for such an event had not transpired for millennia. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would scarcely have believed it. Not far away, He Wumian's pupils dilated, her face ashen. At that moment, her composure shattered. To deplete the sword pool in mere moments. Was this within the realm of human capability? She could not fathom how Changsheng had achieved this feat. Yet it was abundantly clear that his potential far surpassed that of Lingqing. In that instant, Changsheng deftly manipulated the swirling sword energy above him and calmly addressed the Yi disciples, instructing them to line up and partake in the baptism of sword energy. One by one, as he spoke, his gaze flickered to Lingqing, inquiring if she felt surprised or delighted. Lingqing's eyes widened with rage as she seethed, declaring her intent to kill him. A figure ascended from the sword pool, brandishing a sword aimed squarely at Changsheng. Observing this, Changsheng remarked, "Isn't it preferable to live? Must you seek your own demise?" With a swift motion, a silver streak shot forth, as rapid as lightning, evading the eye. Lingqing, caught off guard by the sudden flash of sword light, had no time to evade and was sent hurtling backward, blood spraying in her wake. Simultaneously, a shadow surged towards Lingqing, its malevolent gaze fixated on Changsheng, as a surge of spiritual energy discreetly launched an assault against him. Chapter 12. The sudden system task within the sword tomb. All eyes converge upon Changsheng, as the disciples from various peaks began to line up, preparing to undergo the baptism of sword energy. At that moment, Songyun's expression darkened, and he thundered, "Impudence!" With that, he vanished from his original position, leaving behind a fleeting shadow that appeared beside Changsheng, emanating a powerful wave of energy. In that instant, the spiritual attack aimed at Changsheng merged seamlessly with Songyun's aura. "Tahar, my grandson, how could I let you go unpunished?" Changsheng responded, "Grandfather, there is no need for anger. Allow me to handle this matter." Unbeknownst to him, Changsheng had already sensed the impending ambush and had discreetly activated the extermination sword array, ready to eliminate He Wumian. He did not anticipate that Songyun would intervene at this critical juncture, averting the crisis. Otherwise, He Wumian would surely have met his demise under the assault of the extermination sword array. At that moment, Changsheng spread his arms and gently waved, causing the vortex of spiritual energy above him to part like a mystical serpent, soaring towards the disciples of various peaks. One by one, they seated themselves on the ground, beginning to receive the baptism of sword energy, gratitude evident upon their faces. Clearly, they were expressing their appreciation for Changsheng. Had he not intervened in time, they would have been left with nothing, not even a remnant of energy. After bestowing the sword energy upon the disciples, Changsheng approached Lingqing, who found herself in dire straits. The extermination sword pierced through her shoulder, pinning her against the stone wall of the sword tomb, while He Wumian stood before her, attempting to retrieve the sword. "To plot my assassination within the Yi family sword tomb, you possess remarkable audacity," Changsheng intoned solemnly. He Wumian slowly turned, her gaze landing on Changsheng. In the heat of the moment, the old woman acted rashly. "I beseech you, young Master Yi, do not take offense." Changsheng remained silent, raising his wrist slightly, a beam of brilliance shooting forth like lightning, piercing through Lingqing's other shoulder. "My apologies. I too find myself unable to restrain my impulses. I hope you will not take it amiss." He Wumian's expression darkened as she glanced back at Lingqing. "Young Master Yi, Qing'er has already been injured by you. Let us end this matter here." She was seething with fury, yet dared not strike at Changsheng, aware that they were within the Yi family's sword palace, and any further transgression could lead to her swift suppression. Changsheng replied, "To attempt to assassinate me. Can one simply walk away unscathed?" He Wumian retorted coldly, "Does the Yi family intend to declare war on the ancient divine kingdom?" Changsheng chuckled. "Are you attempting to use the ancient divine kingdom to threaten me?" With that, he turned his gaze toward Songyun. "Grandfather, should we find ourselves at war with the ancient divine kingdom, is the Yi family afraid?" Songyun declared, "Let us engage. What is there to fear?" Upon hearing this, He Wumian glared at Songyun,
Chief Yi, do you truly intend to wage war against the ancient divine kingdom? As the clan leader, do you not consider the implications for the Yi family? Yi Cangyun's countenance was as stern as water. To harm my grandson, what does it matter if we go to war? The enigmatic figure of He Wumian was taken aback by Yi Cangyun's unyielding stance, showing no regard for the ancient god nation. She understood that this predicament stemmed from Yi Changsheng, and her gaze shifted, pondering how the young master would allow Qing'er to depart. Though I am but a child, I have always acted with fairness, Yi Changsheng stated calmly as he raised his hand, summoning the two swords, Zhu Xian and Lux Xian, back into his being. Xiao Lingqing descended from the stone wall, her eyes fixed intently on Yi Changsheng as he approached, an ominous sensation surging from the depths of her soul. Yi Changsheng reached her side, asserting, I previously stated that the debt to the ancient nation has been settled. Should you dare to act recklessly again, I will have no choice but to eliminate you. Xiao Lingqing's eyes widened in fury, akin to a furious beast. You dare threaten my life? I am the 9th princess of the ancient nation. If you kill me, my father will raise your sword state to the ground. Such a familiar tactic. First, she flaunted her identity, then invoked her father's wrath. Who was she attempting to intimidate? Yi Changsheng was all too familiar with this routine. Had it not been for his overwhelming strength, she might have succeeded in eliminating him. One must possess awareness. In life, one is either the predator or the prey. Yi Changsheng spoke solemnly, flicking his fingers to send a ray of essence into Xiao Lingqing's dantian. The impact reverberated, sending her crashing against the stone wall, blood spurting forth as she hoarsely exclaimed, You have destroyed my sword embryo? Yi Changsheng, if I survive this, I will never rest until you are dead. Rest assured, you shall not have that opportunity, Yi Changsheng replied. He Wumian was horrified, unable to fathom that Yi Changsheng would dare to ruin Xiao Lingqing's sword embryo. A once-in-a-generation genius had thus fallen. The situation had escalated, with Xiao Lingqing's sword embryo destroyed. A conflict between the ancient god nation and the Yi family of sword state was inevitable. She too would bear the consequences. Suddenly, Yi Changsheng advanced towards Xiao Lingqing once more, prompting He Wumian to swiftly interpose herself before him. Young Master Yi, do you truly intend to eradicate her? Are you not afraid of bringing calamity upon a Yi family? Yi Changsheng responded, eliminating her is for the greater good of your ancient god nation. Such arrogance and disdain will only attract greater troubles. By dealing with her now, we can prevent future turmoil. You should be grateful. He Wumian countered. Qing'er has already lost her most cherished possession. She is but a shell of her former self. Will you not relent, young Master Yi? As she spoke, a mysterious stone materialized in her palm, ready to be crushed to alert the ancient god nation. Chapter 13, Means of Escape at that moment. A rune manifested in Xiao Lingqing's palm. With her hands clasped together, she shattered it, causing her figure to vanish within the sword tomb. He Wumian turned around, the worry on his face dissipating as he realized that Xiao Lingqing had utilized a teleportation rune. Yi Changsheng felt a bit bewildered. How could such a living person simply disappear? To be honest, this was the first time he had ever encountered a teleportation rune. Just then, a system notification chimed in his ear, alerting him that he had triggered a system mission to eliminate Xiao Lingqing. Should he accept it immediately? Yi Changsheng was taken aback. What kind of mission was this? Xiao Lingqing was already incapacitated, and killing her would only require a single strike. Had she not used the teleportation rune, she would have been dead by now. However, upon further reflection, he understood that the system must have its reasons for issuing such a task. Without hesitation, he accepted the mission. The notification chimed again, congratulating him on successfully accepting the system task and offering a reward. Should he claim it right away? Such a magnificent system was indeed a perfect match for him. A remarkable life requires no explanation. Yi Changsheng chose not to claim the reward immediately, but instead addressed He Wumian, stating that since your master has fled, you should leave as well. Do not let me see you in sword state again, or I shall strike you down each time we meet. He Wumian's expression darkened further as he turned away, sweeping off towards the sword palace. Watching the two depart, Yi Cangyun approached Yi Changsheng and remarked that by destroying Xiao Lingqing's sword embryo, he had deepened the enmity with the ancient kingdom. However, He reassured Yi Changsheng that with grandfather and the ancestor present, no one could harm him. Yi Changsheng replied that it was good to know, and that he would continue his seclusion in the sword tomb, leaving the matters of the ancient kingdom in his grandfather's capable hands. Just then, Yi Shaoxian appeared on the scene, his gaze fixed on Yi Changsheng. He questioned why he had not eradicated the threat, allowing a tiger to return to the mountain, which would surely invite endless troubles. Ancestor, Yi Changsheng replied, I wish to eliminate her, but she managed to escape. He paused and added, with the ancestor in the Yi family, what troubles could arise? Please do not tell me you fear the ancient divine kingdom. Yi Shaoxian retorted, you little rascal, are you trying to tease your ancestor? I will tell you the truth. The Yi family has never feared the ancient divine kingdom, neither in the past, nor now, nor in the future. He paused, raising his hand. Here, take this. The teleportation sword array is far more powerful than her teleportation rune by several folds. Yi Changsheng accepted the teleportation sword array, saying he would not be polite about it. Yi Shaoxian replied, when have you ever been polite with me? With a calm voice, Yi Shaoxian continued, his gaze sweeping over the disciples present. Today, I have come to the sword tomb not only to observe your awakening of the sword body, but also to announce an important matter. Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly heightened their attention. Yi Shaoxian declared, from this day forward, there shall be no more holy son in the Yi family, only the young master, Yi Changsheng. The decree of Changsheng is as binding as my own command. Do you all understand? Understood. Understood. The disciples of the various peaks and the elders had no objections to this. Not even Yi Yaoer, Yi Miedao, and Yi Pejuan. The respect for strength was palpable. The prowess displayed by Yi Changsheng left them all in admiration. Yi Shaoxian glanced at Yi Changsheng and remarked, I shall return to the sword tomb. You may indulge for a while longer. Yi Changsheng watched the ancestor depart before turning to Yi Songyun and inquired, Grandfather, is my mother well? Yi Songyun reassured him, your mother has returned to the Yin family. With their protection, she will encounter no issues. Focus solely on your cultivation. Yi Changsheng nodded, preparing to leave when, unexpectedly, the disciples of the various peaks rose in unison, approaching him and chanting, Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Such gratitude is unnecessary. As a son of the Yi family, strive diligently in your cultivation and do not tarnish our family's illustrious name, Yi Changsheng replied solemnly. He then approached Yi Yaoer and Yi Miedao, momentarily taken aback. Each of you possesses your own path. Immerse yourselves in your training, for your futures are promising. With that, he raised his palm upward, and a long sword materialized. This sword is a gift for you, a token of our meeting. Yi Miedao gazed at the sword before him, recognizing it as the Tangsha sword previously wielded by Xiao Lingqi. This is for you. Do not feel shy. Your annihilation swordsmanship is formidable. Cultivate my battle sword. Let's blood stain the heavens. One sword to extinguish the world. Who else could compare? Absorb its essence well. The Tangsha sword floated before Yi Miedao. Yi Changsheng's gaze flickered to the graceful figure of Yi Yaoer as he flicked his fingers, causing an ancient tome to appear. This is the Wu Yang sword technique, complete with my annotations and insights. It is yours. Devote yourselves to your cultivation. Our journey ahead is extensive, and the world is vast. Do you not yearn to witness it firsthand, to embark on an adventure without hesitation? As they observed Yi Changsheng's retreating silhouette, their determination solidified like iron, silently vowing to exert double the effort in their training to bridge the gap between themselves and Yi Changsheng. A smile of satisfaction graced Yi Songyun's face as he mused. This young lad, having just ascended as the young master, is already adept at winning hearts. Indeed, he possesses great skill. Chapter 14. The opening of the system rewards outside the Sword Palace. Vast mountains stretched endlessly, majestic and imposing, resembling slumbering beasts exuding a powerful aura. At the foot of a solitary peak, rays of light that had fallen from the void gradually faded under the sun's illumination. In the wilderness, Xiao Lingqing rose to her feet. The bloodstains at the corners of her mouth had vanished. Her face remained as pale as parchment, yet the earlier gloom had dissipated, replaced by an unquenchable resentment. In that moment,
He Wumian gazed at Xiao Lingqing with immense astonishment. Just moments prior, she had witnessed an incredibly potent aura manifest within Xiao Lingqing. That aura was beyond her capacity to fathom, and the shockwaves from its descent had gravely injured her. He Wumian was acutely aware that Xiao Lingqing's fortune had arrived, with the inheritance from such a formidable being. Even if her sword embryo were destroyed, she would inevitably ascend to greatness once more. Just as she was about to speak, Xiao Lingqing interjected, "Hey Papa, you should return to the Divine Kingdom and inform my father that I will be away for a while, but I shall return at the appropriate time." He Wumian hurriedly replied, "Qing, allow me to stay by your side. I truly cannot bear to let you venture alone into the world. You are as feeble as a chick. How could you possibly accompany me?" A hoarse voice echoed in He Wumian's ears, and a terrifying pressure enveloped her. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead as she glanced warily at Xiao Ji. At that moment, she felt her breath quicken, her heart racing as if it might stop at any moment. "I apologize for the disturbance. I shall take my leave." Casting a final glance at Xiao Lingqing, He Wumian turned and, with a light touch of her toes, vanished into the depths of the forest. She understood all too well that the voice had emanated from within Xiao Lingqing. Had she lingered any longer, her life would have hung by a thread. Xiao Lingqing gazed into the distance, watching the direction in which He Wumian had departed. "Senior, can you truly aid me in my cultivation anew?" "Of course. Had your sword embryo not been destroyed, you would be unable to cultivate my sword path," the figure replied solemnly, pausing before continuing. "For now, we must leave this place and seek a safe haven where I can assist you in reconstructing your sword path." Xiao Lingqing turned her gaze toward the distant sword palace and inquired, "Senior, is it still possible for me to attain the status of Sword Emperor?" "The Sword Emperor. By practicing my sword path, your future will not merely be that of a Sword Emperor," the figure responded. Xiao Lingqing's eyes sparkled, her fury ablaze. She expressed her willingness to become the disciple of her senior, to follow their teachings in the future. After a moment's pause, she added, "But I have yet to learn how to address you." The figure replied, "Mad Sword, Rin Piao Miao." Xiao Lingqing nodded. "Master, are you also from the ancient celestial domain?" Rin Piao Miao answered, "No, it is best that you remain unaware of my origins for now. Sometimes, the more one knows, the greater the peril. You are the child of fortune, and my choice of you is not without reason. Once you reach the pinnacle of your cultivation, you must assist me in reconstructing my physical form. Can you accomplish this?" Xiao Lingqing assured fervently, "Master, rest assured, I will certainly aid you in reconstructing your physical form." At that moment, all her hopes rested upon Run Piao Miao. Not only would she unhesitatingly agree to the task of reconstructing a physical form, but she would comply with any request made of her, as long as she can resume her swordsmanship and has the opportunity to eliminate Yi Changsheng. She is willing to pay any price. "Yi Changsheng, when I return, I shall make you grovel at my feet. I vow to obliterate the entire sword palace." Xiao Lingqing gazed at the sword palace for a long time before vanishing into the mountains, leaving with an abundance of humiliation and hatred, vowing to wash the sword palace in blood and slay Yi Changsheng. In the sword tomb, Yi Changsheng descended gracefully from the sky. Noticing Yi Shaoxian seated beneath an ancient tree, was the ancestor waiting for him? He appeared rather troubled. Yi Shaoxian remarked, "What is the ancestor concerned about? Are you unaware?" Yi Changsheng replied calmly, "What is there to worry about? The ancestor is on the verge of a breakthrough to the third level of the Emperor realm. With the ancestor's protection, what is there to fear? I trust you as far as I can throw you, you rascal," Yi Shaoxian retorted, flicking his finger, causing a spirit ring to materialize before Yi Changsheng. "You have relinquished the opportunity to cleanse the sword pool for the disciples of the various peaks. This spirit ring contains 5 sword veins, 3 dragon blood herbs, and 5 emperor spirit pills as a reward for you." Yi Changsheng accepted the spirit ring, expressing his gratitude for the ancestor's generosity, and declared, "I shall now enter seclusion." Yi Shaoxian waved his hand dismissively and continued, "Go on, do not fall asleep again." With a swift motion, Yi Changsheng traversed the air, appearing above the sword tomb, where he beheld the colossal sword suspended in the sky. He seated himself cross-legged, his eyes deep as the starry sea. Subsequently, he produced the spirit ring gifted by Yi Shaoxian, and with a thought the sword veins, dragon blood herbs, and emperor spirit pills materialized in his palm. All excellent items. Absorbing the sword veins could elevate his swordsmanship. Consuming the dragon blood herbs would refine his physical body. And taking the emperor spirit pills would allow him to break through to new realms. Yi Changsheng's fair hand swept through the air, drawing the 3 items into the system. After a moment, he spoke solemnly. System, claim the reward immediately. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully claimed the reward, gaining. Chapter 15. The 9 Suns Burning Sky, Fist. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully claimed the system reward and acquired the 9 Suns Burning Sky Fist, which has been placed in your storage compartment, ready for your immediate study. As the system's voice faded, Yi Changsheng examined the system interface and indeed found the ancient text of the 9 Suns Burning Sky Fist in his storage. He lifted his palm slightly, and the ancient tome materialized in his grasp. After a swift perusal, a look of ecstatic delight spread across his face, his lips twitching ever so slightly. Is it truly this monstrous? The 9 Suns Burning Sky Fist consists of 9 tiers, each requiring mastery to condense a blazing sun. At the pinnacle of the 9th tier, 9 suns descend, merging into one. The might of a single punch can shatter stars and incinerate the heavens and boil the seas. The martial technique is extraordinarily powerful, almost absurdly so. However, the cultivation requirements are exceedingly stringent. To practice the 9 Suns Burning Sky Fist, one must first possess adequate physical strength. Secondly, one must absorb the essence of the blazing sun for personal use. Lastly, one must possess a divine fire of heaven and earth to truly unleash the fist's power. The more arduous the requirements, the more intrigued Yi Changsheng became. After engraving the technique in his mind, he stored the ancient tome within the system and swiftly manifested his form, descending from the sword tomb's summit to appear before Yi Shaoxian. Upon seeing Yi Changsheng's arrival, Yi Shaoxian expressed surprise. Weren't you planning to enter seclusion? Yi Changsheng replied, Ancestor, do you know where I might find the divine fire of heaven and earth? Does our Yi family possess any? Yi Shaoxian regarded him with astonishment, wondering why he suddenly inquired about the divine fire. Our Yi family is a lineage of sword cultivators. All disciples practice the sword. That said, he paused. The divine fire of heaven and earth is a rare and mystical entity, primarily sought after by alchemists and artifact masters, and secondarily by the ancient divine kingdom. Yi Changsheng's expression momentarily faltered as he inquired, Ancestor, why does the ancient divine kingdom require divine fire? Yi Shaowan responded. Due to their unique constitution, the strongest physique in the ancient divine kingdom is the 9-dragon sacred body. To fully realize this sacred body, one must possess both dragon blood and divine fire. The bloodline of the ancient divine kingdom has always contained dragon blood, hence the necessity for divine fire. He paused again before continuing. Currently, the elder of the royal family in the ancient divine kingdom possesses a trace of divine fire, reputedly the infernal beast fire, which ranks last on the divine fire list. Yi Changsheng nodded. Ancestor, how many divine fires are there on the divine fire list, and which is the strongest? Yi Shaoxian contemplated briefly. There are a total of 18 divine fires on the divine fire list, the most formidable being known as the Emperor's Heavenly Flame. Yet it exists only in legend. Naturally, in the vast starry expanse, there are certainly more than 18 divine fires, many of which remain undiscovered. Why the sudden interest in divine fire? We are sword cultivators and have never needed divine fire, Yi Shaoxian remarked. Yi Changsheng smiled faintly. Is learning not a boundless pursuit? I merely seek knowledge. Ancestor, could you inform me of any locations where unclaimed divine fire might exist? There is indeed a place rumored to harbor divine fire. Yi Shaoxuan's eyes brightened, pausing for a moment before continuing. It is said that within the celestial domain battlefield, there exists a divine fire, purportedly the 9th-ranked ZY heavenly fire on the divine fire list. Yi Changsheng inquired, Ancestor, may I enter the celestial domain battlefield? Yi Shaoxian remarked, of course. 7 years hence will mark the opening of the celestial domain battlefield.
By that time, you will have reached the age of maturity. Should your cultivation attain the level of saint, the ancestor has promised you passage to the battlefield. Changsheng understood. Yi Changsheng's form returned to the pinnacle of the sword tomb, where he settled into a meditative posture, his being enveloped in contemplation. In the ancient divine kingdom, a figure appeared within the palace, hastening towards the imperial study. Upon learning of He Wumian's return, Xiao Onping summoned her into the court. "Physician, why do you return alone? Where is Xiao Jiao?" He Wumian bowed deeply, her voice trembling slightly as she responded, "Your Majesty, Qing'er has departed, stating that she would return when the time is ripe." Xiao Onping detected a hint of unease. "Physician, what transpired? I wish to know everything." He Wumian, devoid of any hesitation, relayed the entire sequence of events that occurred within the Sword Palace to Xiao Onping, who appeared increasingly troubled. "Are you saying that the Zero Son of the Yi family defeated Xiao Jiao in a single blow and even destroyed her sword embryo?" "Indeed," He Wumian confirmed, her figure bending as she added, "Your Majesty, I have failed in my duty of protection. I implore you to mete out punishment." Xiao Onping replied, "This Yi Changsheng should not have grown to such a level, as the ancient celestial domain has long been devoid of chaotic energy. His sword body should be a discarded vessel." His expression grew grave as he continued, "I suspect he is not a true chaos sword body. Otherwise, his rapid growth is unfathomable. According to your account, this child is at least at the 4th level of the venerable realm. What secrets does the Yi family conceal? As for Xiao Jiao, she has encountered her own opportunities. Her future remains limitless. Physician, you may retire to rest." As He Wumian turned to leave, Xiao Onping suddenly vanished from the dragon table, reappearing on a mountainside. He bowed deeply, proclaiming, "Ancestor, Onping has urgent news to report." After a brief moment, a stone door creaked open. Xiao Beixian emerged with a youth clad in white. "Onping, what significant news do you bear?" Xiao Onping bowed once more, stating, "Esteemed ancestor, it concerns the heir of the Yi family." Chapter 16. Uncertainty and Hesitation at Jiulong Peak. Amidst swirling mists, imbued with an ethereal essence, lies the ancient divine realm, the ancestral land, and the cultivation site of Xiao Beixian. As Xiao Beixian materialized, he inquired about the young heir of the Yi family. Xiao Onping replied, "Honored ancestor, recently at the Yi family's sword tomb, young Jiao was defeated in an instant by this youth, who then proceeded to destroy the sword embryo." Upon hearing this, a terrifying pressure emanated from Xiao Beixian, for the destruction of young Jiao's sword embryo equated to the obliteration of a sacred body belonging to the Xiao clan. The audacity of the Yi family was astounding. This matter could not be left unresolved. Xiao Onping continued, "Ancestor, I suspect the Yi family intentionally disseminated false information, claiming that the heir Yi Changsheng possesses the chaos sword body, when in fact he does not, merely to mislead others." Xiao Beixian remarked, "The chaos sword body is both a sacred and a discarded body. He could not possibly defeat young Jiao in an instant. The Yi family's concealment of this youth's identity is transparent. Their intent is evident. They wish to protect him. Alas, the Yi family is destined to be erased from the Tianyu." At this juncture, he paused before asking, "Where is young Jiao now?" "Honored ancestor, after departing from the Sword Palace, young Jiao encountered an opportunity and received the legacy of a formidable being. She has since left, stating she will return when the time is ripe." "Huh. The heavens favor the Xiao family and the divine realm. I have long proclaimed that young Jiao is a child of destiny. How could she easily fall?" Xiao Beixian laughed, his gaze resting on a young man in white. "Tianhua, you have reached the realm of monarch. In a year, the Fire Cloud Mountain's secret realm will open. You should venture forth to hone your skills." Xiao Tianhua replied, "Tianhua understands." Xiao Beixian added, "On your journey to Fire Cloud Mountain, you must acquire the 7-colored fire spirit to prepare for your entrance into the Tianyu battlefield. The 9th-ranked divine fire must belong to you this time." Xiao Tianhua nodded. "Honored ancestor, will the Yi family send representatives to the Fire Cloud Mountain's secret realm?" Xiao Beixian shook his head. "No, the Yi family consists entirely of sword cultivators. They have no need for the fire spirit." Xiao Tianhua then asked, "What about the Tianyu battlefield? Will the Yi family attend? They will. Xiao Tianhua comprehended. In this Tianyu battlefield, the divine fire shall be mine, and the lives of the Yi family sword cultivators will also be mine, especially that of the Yi heir who destroyed young Jiu's sword embryo. Xiao Tianhua spoke firmly, pausing for a moment before adding, Honored ancestor, I shall retreat to my cultivation. You and father should discuss matters further. Watching his departing figure, Xiao Beixian nodded in satisfaction. Tianhua is truly an outstanding child. Xiao Omping remarked. To receive the ancestors' recognition is a blessing for Tianhua. Xiao Beixian stated a year hence, we shall proclaim to the world that Tianhua is the prince of the divine realm, the next emperor. You have no objections, I trust. Everything shall follow the ancestors' arrangements. Xiao Onping affirmed, then asked, Ancestor, how shall we deal with the Yi family's destruction of young Jiu's sword embryo? Xiao Beixian narrowed his eyes and coldly declared, I have heard that the Yi family's sword cultivators have begun to stir once more. Let the spirit devourers be dispatched to eradicate the Yi cultivators who are training across the various states. Furthermore, issue a decree from the divine realm, summoning the head of the Yi family to the divine realm to provide an explanation to our Xiao clan. Xiao Omping responded, I shall take care of this immediately. 1 month later, at the sword tomb, Yi Xiaoshuan's gaze fell upon Yi Changsheng, his footsteps ceaselessly pacing. The occurrences of the past month left him utterly perplexed. Though he was a sword cultivator, he remained seated at the sword tomb, devoid of day and night. What was he doing? For 5 years, he had never witnessed Yi Changsheng touch a sword. No practice, no enlightenment. Was he truly a sword cultivator? It was exasperating. Yet, Yi Xiaoxian dared not disturb Yi Changsheng, for the aura emanating from him was exceedingly potent, and he feared that an unwarranted interruption might lead to calamity. At that moment, Yi Cangyun descended gracefully from the sky, casting a glance at Yi Changsheng and respectfully inquired, Elder Ancestor, what is Longxing up to? Yi Xiaoxian shook his head in silence, as if to convey, I do not know, nor dare I ask. After a brief pause, he spoke, Cangyun, what brings you to the sword tomb? Yi Cangyun replied, returning to the Elder Ancestor, I acquired a sword at the auction and sought to present it for your appraisal. Yi Xiaoxian accepted the ancient sword offered by Yi Cangyun, examining it for a considerable time before furrowing his brow. This sword is imbued with an ancient aura, radiating a captivating sword energy. It must be a divine sword. However, its true grade remains uncertain. We shall find an opportunity for Longsheng to assess it. He possesses greater insight into swords than I. Suddenly, Yi Changsheng's voice resonated. Elder Ancestor, what business do you have with me? Yi Xiaoxian and Yi Cangyun swiftly turned to see Yi Changsheng standing atop the sword tomb, his white garments billowing in the wind, exuding an aura of humility akin to that of a mortal. He then surged forward, gliding to the side of Yi Xiaoxian and Yi Cangyun. Yi Xiaoxian spoke, Longsheng, your grandfather has procured a sword. Could you ascertain its grade? Yi Changsheng blinked. I can examine the sword, but Elder Ancestor and Grandfather must assist me with the task. What task? Both inquired in unison. It was quite simple. I need you to help me locate a divine fire. The matter concerning the Tianyu battlefield is pressing, and I must find a trace of divine fire swiftly, Yi Changsheng stated slowly. Yi Xiaoxian appeared bewildered. Longsheng, you are a sword cultivator. Why do you fixate on divine fire? Yi Changsheng replied, Elder Ancestor, this matter is of utmost significance. You will understand in due course. Yi Xiaoxian sighed softly, very well. Let us first examine the sword, and afterward, I shall have your grandfather send someone to search. His reluctance to assist Yi Changsheng in finding divine fire stemmed from a fear that he might become distracted and neglect his sword cultivation, which would be a grave loss. Yi Changsheng took the ancient sword, scrutinizing it for a long while before casually tossing it aside. The ancient sword pierced the void, soaring beyond the sword palace, transforming into a streak of light that vanished from the sight of the three. Elder Ancestor, Grandfather, you have been deceived. That sword, while once remarkable and of at least divine grade, now retains but a fleeting trace of sword energy. Within the hour, it shall become mere scrap metal. Yi Xiaoxian and Yi Cangyun nodded in understanding. So that is the case. Meanwhile, In the void above, a figure approached the sword palace, suddenly widening his eyes in terror. What on earth is this? Could it be that the stars have fallen? No. How could stars fall in broad daylight? Ah, it is a sword. Who on earth has carelessly discarded it? Before the words could fully escape his lips, the blade had already pierced through his body, and both man and sword plummeted downwards. As his consciousness faded, he struggled to comprehend why a sword had suddenly soared towards him. Could it be that the Yi family is aware of his mission to convey the divine edict? Chapter 17. The Fiancé, Yi, Black Sky Army, Sword Tomb. Yi Changsheng was unaware that the sword he casually discarded had inadvertently slain the messenger of the ancient divine kingdom. What a remarkable coincidence. Do you believe it? As Yi Changsheng observed Yi Songyun preparing to depart, he called out, "Grandfather, wait a moment." Yi Songyun turned back, saying, "Rest assured, I shall promptly arrange for someone to seek out the whereabouts of the divine fire for you." Yi Changsheng stepped forward, his small hand gently raised. "Grandfather, ancestor, that sword is utterly damaged and holds no value whatsoever." He paused briefly before continuing. "However, that sword is not entirely devoid of worth." At that moment, a glimmer of spiritual light appeared in his palm, resembling a sword. Yi Shaoxian and Yi Songyun's gazes fell simultaneously upon his hand. "This is the sword spirit seal," Yi Shaoxian exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Changsheng nodded, affirming that the sword was indeed a discarded weapon, likely sealed intentionally by someone. "Grandfather, I present this sword spirit seal to you. Once the seal is broken, the sword spirit can be harnessed, significantly aiding your cultivation." Yi Songyun cast a sidelong glance at Yi Shaoxian, who solemnly remarked, "Take what Changsheng has given you." Yi Changsheng handed the sword spirit seal to Yi Songyun and then soared into the air, returning to the pinnacle of the sword tomb. Yi Songyun carefully stored the seal away, expressing his concerns. "Ancestor, this child Changsheng is commendable in every aspect, yet why does he not pursue the sword path? He has remained atop the sword tomb. What could he possibly be doing?" Yi Shaoxian replied, "He is sleeping. I have caught him several times in slumber. Perhaps a genius is simply different from ordinary individuals. You should descend and assist Changsheng in locating the divine fire, since he requires it. Our Yi family will spare no effort in helping him find it." Yi Songyun bowed in acknowledgement. "Rest assured, ancestor, I shall attend to this matter immediately." 2 months later, above Jinzhou, a flying vessel appeared, its banners fluttering in the wind, resonating with the sound of rushing air, adorned with the character for peace. On the deck stood 2 graceful figures, their luminous eyes fixed upon the floating islands and palaces ahead. The slightly older woman spoke first. "Do you truly intend to become betrothed to the young master of the Yi family?" And Luo glanced at Li Ningxue with an air of pride, replying, "Senior sister, do you think I would? I have yet to see what the young master of the Yi family looks like. What if he is an eyesore?" Li Ningxue countered Luo. "You and Ao Tian are a match made in heaven. The strength of the Azure Dragon Divine Kingdom far surpasses that of the Yi family." After a brief pause, she continued, "Ao Tian is the Azure Dragon Prince, with an immeasurable future. He cannot be compared to the young master of the Yi family." And Luo remarked, "Long Ao Tian is passably handsome, perhaps scoring a modest 70 points, yet he is rather lacking in strength. My future partner must be the foremost individual beneath the stars. I have come to the Yi family to fulfill a task. Otherwise, my aunt will surely report to my father." Li Ningxue inquired, "After this matter concludes, will you return to the Heavenly Academy?" And Luo remarked, "Of course, my studies are far from complete. I shall spend the coming years in the Celestial Palace." As her voice faded, a flying beast appeared at one side of the deck, upon which stood a young man clad in splendid garments, exuding an air of elegance and ethereal grace. Turning to face him, and Luo exclaimed, "Brother Chu Chun, what brings you here?" Chu Chun replied, "I am currently honing my skills in sword prefecture and learned of your journey to the Yi family. I thought to accompany you and witness the grandeur of the foremost sword family in sword prefecture." Before Luo could respond, Li Ningxue quickly interjected, "Ah, it is Brother Chu. Since you are here, let's travel together." With that, Chu Chun soared into the air, landing on the deck, and exchanged a knowing glance with Li Ningxue. "I heard that Brother Ao Tian will emerge from his seclusion in a year.
When that time comes, Luor, you should have Aotion take us to explore the divine kingdom of the Azure Dragon. And Luor replied, I may not have the time. After visiting the Yi family, my master has instructed me to enter seclusion for 5 years. Chu Chan hesitated. Then we shall wait for Luor to complete her retreat before we go. After all, Aotion is the Azure Dragon's prince, and we can visit whenever we please. In the sword tomb, Yi Shaoxian appeared beside Yi Changsheng and took a seat, saying, Changsheng, your mother has returned and has brought you a fiancé, Yi. The young lady is the treasured gem of the Yin family. You are indeed fortunate. Yi Changsheng sighed softly, pondering whether his ancestor was envious of him. In truth, his ancestor, vigorous and spirited, could also seek his true love. He paused for a moment before continuing. It has been 5 years. My ancestor has left the sword tomb 10 times, yet each time he returns, he carries the lingering scent of cosmetics, remarkably consistent. Ancestor, you hide your secrets well. I'm quite curious about the woman behind you. Yi Shaoxian stared at Yi Changsheng in astonishment, internally shocked that he had uncovered this. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he said, Well, you need not train any longer. Prepare yourself to head to the Sword Palace. For the next few days, stay by your mother's side and spend time with your fiancé. It has been years since you last met. I wonder how your mother is. As Yi Changsheng spoke, he glanced at Yi Shaoxian, saying, Ancestor, I shall take my leave. Watching Yi Changsheng depart, Yi Shaoxian murmured to himself, the Yin family, the Long family, the Li family, the Chu family, such a complex web of relationships. Why must Changsheng be entangled in it? Outside the Sword Palace, the flying vessel came to a halt, and Mengjun and Qingshi descended from the deck, each holding in Luo'er's hand, followed by Li Ningxue, Chu Chun, and several attendants. The group made their way towards the Sword Palace, where disciples whispered among themselves as they passed. During their journey, Li Ningxue whispered, Is the Yi family in Sword Prefecture truly so ordinary? The Sword Palace is not even half as grand as our Li family's Blood Palace. The spiritual energy here is so thin, I cannot fathom how the Yi family disciples cultivate. Chu Chen concurred. Indeed, as we walked, I observed that the Yi family disciples seemed to be of poor talent, leading me to feel that the external praise of the Sword Palace is greatly inflated. He paused before adding, What strength can a divine child nurtured by such a family possibly possess? Luo is undoubtedly the woman of Aotion, and it is beyond the reach of the scion of the Yi family. At this moment, an elderly man approached, standing beside Chu Chun with a solemn expression. Young master, do not underestimate the Yi family, he cautioned. Chu Chun shot a glare at the elder. Chu Bo, your courage seems to diminish with age. Are you about to proclaim that the Yi family possesses a celestial phenomenon, as if no one else is born under such auspices? Soon, the crowd gathered outside the Sword Palace. Upon seeing Yi Songyun emerge, and Mengjun promptly performed a respectful bow, addressing him as her father and the head of the Yi clan. Yi Songyun surveyed the assembly before speaking in a grave tone. It is good to have you back. I have already sent word to Changsheng. He will arrive shortly. After a brief pause, he continued, Please, let us enter the pavilion for further discussion. Just then, an elder from the outer court appeared before the Sword Palace, visibly flustered, and bowed to Yi Songyun, exclaiming, Patriarch, the Black Heaven army from the ancient divine kingdom has arrived. Thus commenced yet another day, plain and monotonous. Chapter 18. Believe it or not, I shall give you another sword. As the elder of the Sword Palace concluded his words, the assembly turned their gazes toward the void beyond the palace. The Black Heaven army of the ancient divine kingdom, renowned across the 108 states of the celestial domain, stood ominously before them. The Black Heaven army appeared akin to grim reapers dispatched from the underworld, leaving no survivors in their wake and rendering the land barren. Each soldier possessed formidable prowess, capable of taking on 100 foes single-handedly. It was said they moved with the swiftness of the wind and the ferocity of fire, resembling the harbingers of death. Yi Songyun's expression darkened, contemplating the sudden arrival of the Black Heaven army. Was it related to the destruction of Xiao Lingqing's sword fetus 3 months prior? If so, was their response not rather belated? Nevertheless, they had now arrived at their doorstep,
It was unreasonable to avoid a confrontation. The Yi family had no reason to fear the Black Heaven army. With this thought, Yi Songyun turned to Meng Jun and instructed, Meng Jun, please escort our guests back to the sword tower. And Meng Jun hastily replied, Father, may I accompany you? Yi Songyun shook his head and smiled. There is no need for you to involve yourself in the matters of the Yi family. Remain at the sword tower. He paused for a moment before continuing, Yaoer, go inform Changsheng to come to the sword tower. Yi Yaoer gave a slight bow and departed as commanded. Outside the sword palace, Yi Songyun, Yi Qingyun, and Yi Hanyun stood resolutely before the imposing Black Heaven army. Though their numbers were few, they exuded an undeniable aura of power. One of the commanders, Xiao Zhan, upon witnessing Yi Songyun's arrival, bellowed like thunder, Yi clan leader, do you have nothing to say upon my arrival? Yi Zhangyun responded. Might I inquire as to the purpose of Commander Zhao's visit to the sword palace? Xiao Zhan, his voice laced with fury, retorted, are you feigning ignorance, Yi clan leader? 3 months ago, your young master destroyed my 9th princess's sword fetus and subsequently slaughtered the envoy of the Divine Kingdom. Is the Yi family not being excessively arrogant? Do you intend to declare war against the Divine Kingdom? Are you questioning me? Yi Songyun replied calmly, meeting Xiao Zhan's gaze. After a moment, he continued, if you were not a commander of the ancient Divine Kingdom, you would already be a corpse. To question me, you lack the qualifications. Xiao Zhan's face darkened severely, an ominous aura radiating from him, suggesting that Yi Songyun was resolute in waging war against the ancient Divine Kingdom. If that were the case, he could not be held accountable for the ensuing conflict. At that moment, Yi Qingyun snarled, the destruction of the 9th princess's sword fetus was initiated by your 9th princess's assassination attempt on the Son of Heaven. If blame is to be assigned, let it be upon her lack of skill. As for your envoy from the ancient kingdom, the Yi family has not laid eyes upon him. If you wish to declare war, do so openly. Do not slander us with baseless accusations. As he spoke, a swirling aura of sword energy enveloped him, signaling his readiness for battle. How predictable that the Yi family would deny any wrongdoing, Xiao Zhan replied with a cold smile. He then raised his arms slightly, and a vision materialized in the air above them. It was the very scene of the envoy from the ancient kingdom arriving at the sword palace. Yi Songyun and Yi Qingyun stared at the apparition bewildered. The illusionary space could not fabricate such images. Could it be true that the ancient kingdom's envoy had indeed visited the sword palace, yet they had never encountered him? At that moment, an unforeseen event transpired on the screen, a silver light streaking through the figure of the messenger. Witnessing this scene, Yi Songyun's lips twitched slightly, silently reflecting that this was the very sword cast by Changsheng. What a coincidence. Xiao Zhan dispersed the image, growling, now, do the two of you have anything else to say? Do you still wish to argue that you are not the murderers? Yi Songyun replied, Commander Xiao may not be aware that around our sword palace, flying swords occasionally descend. The disciples of the sword palace, negligent in their duties, have a tendency over the years to discard and used swords down the mountains, which sometimes inevitably harms the flora or even some individuals. As his words fell, a silver light suddenly shot out from within the sword palace, striking the ground at Xiao Zhan's feet with a resounding clang. The sound of the sword echoed angrily, deafening to the ears. Yi Songyun continued, see? I told you so. Commander Xiao should exercise caution, lest he be slain by a flying sword. At that moment, Xiao Zhan's face contorted with rage, his anger palpable. Had that sword not been under the control of its wielder, it could have cost him his life. Yi clan leader, you are being overly presumptuous. Yi Songyun's expression turned cold as he solemnly stated, the truth is as such. Regarding the destruction of the 9th princess's sword embryo, does the Black Sky Army not have a sense of accountability? The messenger's death saddens me as well, but one can only blame his misfortune. It has nothing to do with my sword palace. I now request that Commander Xiao and the Black Sky Army withdraw from Sword Prefecture, or else I shall not hold back. Xiao Zhan retorted angrily, what? Does Yi clan leader intend to kill me? Yi Songyun shook his head and smiled. Believe it or not, I could strike you down with another sword. Xiao Zhan, sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Yi Songyun, was horrified. The sword saint had indeed attained sainthood. Retreat. Yi clan leader,
We shall meet again soon. Observing the black sky army retreat like a tide, Yi Songyun remarked coolly. To think that a mere commander from Shao Onping would dare to make a scene before the Sword Palace is quite an overestimation of his worth. At that moment, Yi Qingyun looked at Yi Songyun in disbelief, saying, "Clan leader, you have become a saint?" Yi Songyun nodded. Changsheng has repeatedly caused extraordinary phenomena. The fortune of our Sword Palace has surged dramatically. Is it so strange that I have attained sainthood? He paused before continuing, moreover, haven't your strengths increased significantly over the past few years? Yi Qingyun and Yi Hanyun both nodded gently, speaking in unison. Indeed, this is all thanks to Changsheng. Even the disciples from various peaks have flourished due to his influence. Yi Songyun remarked, I must say, this young man possesses considerable vision. Whether he can uphold the legacy of the Yi family in the future depends on him. Yi Qingyun added, clan leader. The matters concerning the ancient divine kingdom will likely not end quietly. Yi Songyun waved his hand dismissively. No matter, we shall meet force with force. If it comes to it, we shall engage in battle. Watching Yi Songyun's departing figure, Yi Hanyun commented, the clan leader's words have become increasingly bold. Yi Qingyun replied, when one achieves success in life, one must flaunt it. Otherwise, what difference is there from being a salted fish? Sword Palace. As Yi Xiaoshuan's figure manifested, he gazed upon Yi Songyun, pondering whether the envoy from the divine realm had been slain by the sword cast by Changsheng. Yi Songyun affirmed, absolutely true. Yi Xiaoxian furrowed his brow, questioning, Songyun, do you believe this to be mere coincidence, or was it a deliberate act by Changsheng? Yi Songyun's expression shifted, and he hastily replied, Ancestor, it must be a coincidence. I cannot fathom the implications if Yi Changsheng intended this. His spiritual awareness would have to be immensely powerful, capable of encompassing the entire Sword Palace. Such a feat seems impossible. After all, he is but a child. Yi Xiaoxian continued, regardless, Changsheng's throw was fortuitous. Otherwise, our Sword Palace would have encountered troubles 2 months prior. Now, you mentioned discovering the whereabouts of the divine fire. Changsheng has gone to the Sword Tower, so you should inform him. As Yi Xiaoshuan's ethereal form faded, Yi Songyun turned and made his way toward the Sword Tower, fully aware that the sudden appearance of the flying sword had been orchestrated by Yi Xiaoxian. Chapter 19. Life is as lonely as snow. In an ancient and elegant tower that soars into the clouds, Yi Changsheng stood before a bronze mirror, scrutinizing his reflection. Truly, he was a striking figure, capable of astonishing the heavens and moving the spirits. Could it be that such charm was real? What if those young maidens caught a glimpse of him and fell under his spell? In this moment, Yi Changsheng was entirely immersed in his own allure, unable to suppress a melancholic sigh. In his previous life, he possessed nothing but his good looks. In this life, he was not only extraordinarily handsome, but also possessed everything. Life is indeed as lonely as snow. Although he could rely on his looks to make a living, he still had to strive so hard. How could others endure this? At that moment, a melodious and clear voice floated in from outside the room. Young master, the demoness requests an audience. Upon hearing this, Yi Changsheng raised his eyebrows in surprise. What brought her here? Had she perhaps broken through to the Sword Emperor? That seemed unlikely to have happened so swiftly. With that thought, he stepped forward and opened the door, revealing a graceful figure bathed in a faint, elegant fragrance. Yi Yaoyao stood before him, clad in white, her icy skin and jade-like bones radiating an ethereal beauty, exuding an aura that kept others at a distance. Yaoyao, to what do I owe the pleasure? Yi Changsheng invited. She replied, Madam, and has returned. She is at the Sword Tower. Yi Changsheng responded, you have yet to break through to the Sword Emperor. Why have you come out of seclusion? Yi Yaoyao's expression darkened. I encountered some difficulties in my cultivation and have come out to seek experience and opportunities. Ah, I see. The path of cultivation is a relentless pursuit, and one must not rush. Seeking opportunities outside is a wise choice, Yi Changsheng said softly, a hint of yearning flickering in his eyes. When would he be able to leave the Sword Palace? The world was vast, and he longed to explore it. Just then, a disdainful voice interrupted. Despite being the owners of the Sword Tower, the Yi family is quite shabby. Is this dilapidated tower beyond repair?
Li Ningxue remarked with evident distaste. Chu Chen added, perhaps the Yi family clings to nostalgia. Who knows when this crumbling tower will collapse? Their banter drew attention to Enluer, as they observed her expression for any change. Hearing their remarks, Yi Changsheng's countenance shifted slightly. The sword tower was indeed somewhat worn, but that was because it had once been his father's residence. Yi Cangyun had proposed rebuilding the sword tower several times, but Mengjun had always refused, wishing to preserve its current appearance. Yi Changsheng understood this. After all, the place held many memories of his parents. Yao Yao, are they from the Yin family? He inquired. Ye Yao Yao no dit Ganti. Yes, young master. The young lady at the front is Enluer, the daughter of the Yin family. The woman to her left is Li Ningxue from the Li family of Yinzhou, and the young man to her right is Chu Chun, one of the sons of the Chu family from Fengzhou. Yi Changsheng glanced at Enluer, thoughts racing. She is my betrothed? He then spoke in a low voice. Let us descend. Soon, they made their way down from the tower, just as Enluer and her companions appeared before them. Li Ningxue's gaze fell upon Yi Changsheng and Yi Yao Yao. Enluer halted her steps, her eyes fixated on Yi Changsheng, her expression somewhat entranced. Was it truly possible for someone to possess such extraordinary beauty? It is unbearable. My heart races uncontrollably. As a connoisseur of beauty, Enluer finds herself utterly captivated by Yi Changsheng's striking appearance, with no resistance whatsoever. Li Ningxue gazes at him in astonishment, her eyes fixed upon Yi Changsheng. Luoya, could he possibly be the young master? He is merely immortal. How could someone like him be worthy of you? Earlier, at the Sword Palace, Yi Cangyun had sent Yi You'er to inform Yi Changsheng of his mother's return, a moment when both Li Ningxue and Chu Chun were present. Thus, as Yi Changsheng stands before Yi You'er, they are overwhelmingly certain that this child is indeed Yi Changsheng, Enluer's betrothed. Enluer gazes at Yi Changsheng, her heart whispering, he is my fiancé. How wonderful it is to possess such divine beauty. He is nothing short of perfection. I am even a tad envious. Although lacking in cultivation, she vows to protect him. Senior sister, senior brother, he is my fiancé. Do be mindful of your words. What if he lacks cultivation? He is still the man of Enluer. Who dares to lay a hand on him? Li Ningxue and Chu Chun are left utterly stunned by Enluer's declaration. They had anticipated her disdain for Yi Changsheng, yet she boldly acknowledges him as her fiancé. It is worth noting that Enluer, aside from being the prodigy of the Yin family, is also an extraordinary figure at the Heavenly Academy. In front of her, Yi Changsheng, upon hearing Enluer's voice, pauses momentarily, thinking this girl possesses a unique character. Her gaze seems peculiar. Could it be that she desires my form? Li Ningxue interjects, Luoer, he is merely handsome. Does good looks grant one the freedom to act without restraint? And Luoer retorts, senior sister, beauty does indeed afford one certain liberties. Do not forget. I am a connoisseur of beauty. Li Ningxue continues, but what of Ao Tian? And Luoer scoffs at Yi Changsheng. He is nothing but an eyesore. How can he possibly compare to my fiancé? As she speaks, she approaches Yi Changsheng and adds, from now on, you are my man. Whether you cultivate or not is of no consequence. Even if you never cultivate, no one would dare harm you. Here, take this. If you encounter trouble, crush it, and I shall receive word. Yi Changsheng gazes at the mystical stone she offers. Are you serious? And Luoer replies, of course. I will inform my aunt shortly, so she can take you to the Heavenly Academy. Yi Changsheng chuckles wryly. The girl has laid out an unmistakable arrangement for him, leading him to rely on her. Thank you. I shall accept this gift. Yi You'er glances at Enluer, but remains silent, curious about how Enluer would react should she discover the true extent of Yi Changsheng's abilities. Witnessing this scene, Li Ningxue and Chu Chun were expressions of deep concern. They are tasked by Long Ao Tian to shadow Enluer, ensuring that no man approaches her. With Enluer's newfound affection for Yi Changsheng, how will they report back to Long Ao Tian? Li Ningxue casts a glance at Chu Chun, who steps forward and declares, I am Chu Chun, the prodigy of the Chu family from Fengzhou. Shall we engage in a friendly spar? In the eyes of Chu Chun, Yi Changsheng was nothing more than a useless individual incapable of cultivation. He aimed to use their sparring session as a pretext to humiliate Yi Changsheng, to make him acutely aware of his own insignificance. Yi Changsheng, however, did not spare a glance at Chu Chun. "Demoness, come with me to see Mother." Zhu Jian, suppressing his inner fury at being disregarded by Yi Changsheng, realized that Yi Shensi was so cowardly that he wouldn't even dare engage in a spar. Had they not been in the Yi family, Chu Chun would have acted decisively by now. Yi Changsheng halted his advance, his gaze settling on Enluer. "You promised to protect me, and now there's a dog ready to bite. It's your decision to make." Chapter 20. Is there truly such an extraordinary being in the world? In the Sword Tower, Yi Changsheng departed with Yi Yaoer, regarding Chu Chen's provocation. He paid it no mind whatsoever. Who would bother to contend with someone who could be crushed with a mere finger? In Yi Changsheng's eyes, Chu Chen was merely a buffoon, the scion of the Chu family in Fengzhou, reduced to groveling before others. Such a lack of pride made him feel that striking him would sully his own hands. And Luo'er watched Yi Changsheng leave, her delicate face turning icy. "Chu Shixiao, this shall be the last time I address you in this manner. Depart from Jianzhou and mind your words. Should there be a next time, do not blame me for disregarding our past ties." Chu Chen looked at Enluo'er, about to speak, when a formidable aura surged forth, sending him flying. Li Ningxue, witnessing Chu Chen's abrupt retreat, swiftly cast him a glance. He solemnly replied, "Sister Luo'er, I was indeed abrupt. I take my leave." And Luo'er turned to Li Ningxue, stating, "This is the Yi family, not the Heavenly Palace Academy. Remember to speak with caution. Yi Changsheng is the zero scion of the Yi family. His status far surpasses yours, even if he cannot cultivate, with the protection of the Yi and in families. Who would dare to harm him in the slightest?" Li Ningxue responded, "Sister Luo'er, Yi Changsheng's position as the zero scion of the Yi family suggests he possesses extraordinary qualities. Do you think the Yi family is deliberately concealing his true abilities, masquerading as a simpleton?" And Luo'er furrowed her brows, contemplating for a moment. "I shall seize an opportunity to inquire with my aunt." With that, she rose and pursued Yi Changsheng, while behind her, a glimmer of malice flickered in Li Ningxue's eyes. Her choice to remain by Luo'er's side was motivated by a desire to uncover the truth about Yi Changsheng. When the time came to return to the Heavenly Palace Academy, she would inform Long Outyan. In the Sword Tower, within the pavilion of Mengjun, Yi Changsheng's figure materialized. He gazed ahead, slightly bowing in reverence. "Child, I pay my respects to Mother." And Mengjun looked at Yi Changsheng, her eyes shimmering with tears, her voice trembling. "You have grown so much, truly handsome, just like your father." As she spoke, she stepped forward and embraced Yi Changsheng. Yi Changsheng savored the long-awaited maternal affection, secretly reflecting, father must also possess great charm. No wonder he could win Mother's heart. At that moment, and Mengjun released Yi Changsheng, taking his hand. "Changsheng, this is your aunt." Yi Changsheng regarded the woman before him. "Changsheng has met aunt." And Qingshi smiled warmly, "Sister, Changsheng is remarkably handsome." After a brief pause, she raised her hand, revealing a few radiant items. "Changsheng, on our first meeting, this is a gift from your aunt." Yi Changsheng focused intently. "Aunt, what are these?" And Qingshi replied, 3 immortal herbs, a divine ancient sword, and a heavenly tier sword technique." And Mengjun hastily added, "Changsheng, do not forget to thank your aunt." Yi Changsheng accepted the gifts. "Thank you for the presents, aunt. There's no need for thanks. I prepared them for you long ago." And Qingshi replied with a gentle smile. After a moment, she continued, "Changsheng, what realm are you currently at? I find it difficult to see through you." As Yi Changsheng was about to speak, a graceful figure entered the pavilion. The newcomer was none other than Enluo'er. And Qingshi chuckled, "Luo'er, you arrived just in time. Greet Changsheng." And Luo'er replied, "Aunt, we have met before." And Qingshi inquired, "What do you think of Changsheng?" "Not bad," and Luo'er said shyly, then added in a hushed tone, "He doesn't even possess any cultivation. Aunt, you should take him back to the Heavenly Palace Academy." And Qingshi smiled lightly. "Changsheng is the heir of the Yi family. How could he lack cultivation? He merely practices a technique of concealment." And Luo'er's expression changed.
So he's a cultivator after all. She approached Yi Changsheng and asked, "What is your realm?" Yi Changsheng replied, "A bit stronger than you." And Luer, skeptical, retorted, "I'm already at the 7th level of the venerable realm. How could you possibly be stronger than me?" Yi Changsheng, unfazed, remarked, "Is the 7th level of the venerable realm truly strong?" As he spoke, his aura surged forth, filling every inch of the sword tower with a powerful presence. And Luer was taken aback, incredulous. "The 9th level of the venerable realm?" she exclaimed, then, with indignation, accused, "You pretended to tease me on purpose, didn't you?" Yi Changsheng replied, "You never asked me about my realm. It has always been you who claimed I could not cultivate." And Luer, feeling wronged, declared, "You bully me. Just wait. When the Heavenly Domain battlefield opens in 7 years, I will definitely defeat you. You better put in the effort then. I will be counting on you to protect me in the future." Yi Changsheng said lightly as he moved to Mengjun's side. "Mother, you are not leaving this time, are you?" And Mengjun responded, "I want to leave. I'll stay with you for a few years. Then accompany your aunt to the Heavenly Palace Academy for a short while." Yi Changsheng nodded. "That's good. Please rest for now, mother. I will come to see you later. Go visit your grandfather. Spend more time with him when you can," and Mengjun gently advised, raising her hand to give Yi Changsheng a spirit ring. "Inside is your grandfather's favorite drunken immortal wine. Take it to him. Remember to have dinner together later, and then show Luer around the sword palace." "I understand, child," Yi Changsheng replied, taking the spirit ring and turning to leave the pavilion. And Luer watched as Yi Changsheng departed and asked her aunt, "What realm is he truly at?" And Changsheng replied, "He is but a step away from being a sword emperor. Changsheng is a true prodigy with an immeasurable future ahead." "Luer, do you now understand that there are always those more skilled than oneself? When we return to the Heavenly Palace Academy, you must cultivate diligently. Otherwise, how will you defeat Changsheng in 7 years?" And Luer responded earnestly, "I will definitely defeat him. In the future, I will protect him and make him listen to me." After saying this, she turned to leave the pavilion. Upon seeing her exit, Li Ningxue hurriedly approached her. "Luer, why do you look unhappy?" And Luer lightly kicked the ground. "Not a single man is trustworthy. How dare Yi Changsheng deceive me?" Sensing something was amiss, Li Ningxue quickly asked, "How did he deceive you?" Luer cast a glance at Li Ningxue, pondering whether it could truly be considered deceit. Perhaps it was merely an underestimation on our part. How could the illustrious master of sword state, the Yi family, permit a person incapable of cultivation to ascend as the Zero Divine Son? Li Ningxue inquired, "Are you suggesting that Yi Changsheng possesses the ability to cultivate?" Luer responded, "Not only can he cultivate, but he surpasses me by a significant margin. Fortunately, he did not hold a grudge against Chu Chun. Otherwise, Chu Chun would have already met his demise." Li Ningxue's expression shifted dramatically, her heart seized with terror. "Yi Changsheng is even stronger than Luer? Is he truly so formidable?" It is worth noting that within the Heavenly Palace Academy, Luer is regarded as the most prodigious talent of the millennium. Had it not been for the advanced age of several other direct disciples, they would stand no chance against her. Within the academy, Luer is celebrated as the disciple with the most exceptional aptitude in 1,000 years, yet Yi Changsheng surpasses her. Li Ningxue's gaze fell upon Luer, her expression a blend of skepticism and awe. Does such an unparalleled prodigy truly exist in this world? Chapter 21. That young rascal at the entrance of the Sword Palace, Yi Changsheng gracefully descended from the skies alongside another figure. "Grandfather, Changsheng has come to see you," he announced. Yi Tsangyun emerged from within the palace, a broad smile illuminating his face. "Changsheng, you've arrived. Why not spend more time with your mother?" Yi Changsheng replied, "Mother will join us later, but grandfather's presence is equally important." Yi Tsangyun chuckled, "You clever little rascal. It's not just to see your grandfather. You're eager to learn about the whereabouts of the divine fire." Yi Changsheng offered an awkward smile, realizing that his grandfather had indeed discovered the location of the divine fire. Yi Tsangyun turned to enter the palace, stating, "Aside from the divine fire in the Tianyu battlefield, there are currently no unclaimed divine fires. However, in 7 months, a secret realm will open in Huiyun Mountain. which contains a strand of spiritual fire known as the seven-colored spiritual fire. I wonder if it will be of any help to you. Yi Changsheng's face brightened with joy. It will be of immense help. Grandfather, please allow me to journey to Huiyun Mountain in 7 months. Yi Cangyun shook his head, his expression turning solemn. This matter is beyond my authority. You should return to the Sword Tomb and discuss it with the ancestor. He paused before continuing, in 7 months. You will only be 6 years old. Traveling alone to Huiyun Mountain is exceedingly perilous, as it lies within the territory of the ancient God Kingdom. The royal family will undoubtedly intervene, and even the ancestor would not permit you to take such risks. With unwavering resolve, Yi Changsheng raised his hand, presenting a spatial ring to Yi Cangyun. Grandfather, this is the drunken immortal wine that mother brought back for you. Changsheng, return to the Sword Tomb now. Yi Cangyun watched Yi Changsheng depart, muttering to himself, this child, a sword cultivator, yet he insists on pursuing the divine fire. How peculiar. At the Sword Tomb, Yi Shaoxian noticed Yi Changsheng's return. Ah, you've come back. Yi Changsheng replied, I brought some items for the ancestor. As he spoke, he raised his hand slightly, summoning an immortal herb and 10 jars of drunken immortal wine that appeared before Yi Shaoxian. The immortal herb was his, while the wine belonged to Yi Cangyun. Yi Shaoxian remarked, offering gifts without reason is suspect. Speak up. Do you know the whereabouts of the divine fire and wish to leave the Sword Palace? Yi Changsheng nodded. I implore the ancestor to grant my request. Unsurprised by Yi Xiaoshuan's astute deduction, Yi Changsheng recognized that his intentions had been seen through effortlessly. Yi Shaoxian raised his hand slightly, unleashing a wave of energy towards Yi Changsheng. The latter's expression darkened as he was propelled backward, summoning 4 flying swords in response. Boom! Boom! The sound of explosions echoed as dust and debris filled the air. Yi Changsheng retreated, moving a full kilometer away. Yi Shaoxian narrowed his eyes, stating with a serious tone, impressive. That strike was equivalent to the power of a first-level monarch, and I did not expect you to withstand it. He paused before adding, Changsheng, the ancestor agrees to your departure from the Sword Palace, and from today onward, you need not conceal your cultivation. Yi Changsheng was momentarily taken aback, nearly leaping with excitement. Ancestor, is that truly the case? Yi Shaoxian remarked, of course, there are still 7 months remaining. Strive to break through to the sovereign realm. Do you understand? Yi Changsheng replied, Ancestor, I shall enter seclusion now and endeavor to attain the sovereign level as swiftly as possible. So eager. Yet you do not wish to accompany your fiancée? Yi shall want it. Ancestor, a true man does not lament the absence of a wife. Once I become powerful, many women will surely seek my favor. Yi Changsheng retorted, his voice echoing into the void as his figure vanished. Yi Shaoxian stored the immortal elixir and drunken immortal wine in his spatial ring, gazing into the distance where Yi Changsheng had departed. A 6-year-old sword emperor. What has become of this world? How utterly insane. At the Sword Tomb, perched on a cliff, Yi Changsheng appeared, sitting directly on the ground as a gentle breeze caressed his face, his hair dancing in the wind while his garments remained undisturbed. In this moment, he focused his mind and began to examine the 3 treasures bestowed upon him by Changsheng. The so-called immortal elixir does not grant true immortality. Rather, it enables one to recover from severe injuries or near-death states, extending life by a decade when consumed. The divine ancient sword, named Taiyu, is indeed a fine blade. Yet it pales in comparison to the 4 swords of the Immortal Slaying and the Celestial Slaying. Lastly, the celestial ranked sword technique is classified into strict hierarchies in the primal celestial domain, ranging from celestial, earthly, profound, yellow, to mortal. The term mortal signifies techniques lacking any rank. Their ultimate power is entirely dependent on the practitioner's skill. Some assert that mortal rank represents the extraordinary, while others claim it is inferior to yellow rank. In contrast, celestial techniques are the most sought after and revered. As for the 6-path sword, Yi Changsheng briefly perused it before incorporating the sword technique into his system. Currently, he had mastered the 9 paths of the sword and the boundless sword technique, and thus had no intention of learning the 6-path sword. Mastery in the sword path is paramount. 2 sword techniques suffice for his needs,
especially since the 9 paths of the sword is a celestial-grade technique. Regarding his ancestor's suggestion to no longer conceal his strength, Changsheng believed it prudent to assess the situation. Sometimes it is wise to bide one's time and keep a hand in reserve. Subsequently, he retrieved the dragon blood grass and emperor's spirit pill bestowed by his ancestor, unleashing his sword veins as he prepared to break through to the sovereign realm. These items would finally serve their purpose. The emperor's spirit pill dissolved upon entry, its flavor a delightful blend of sweetness and acidity. A terrifying vortex of spiritual energy manifested around Changsheng, enveloping him like a tempest. At the sword tomb, Shaoxian sensed something amiss and discarded the wine jug in his hand. This lad is reckless. The Emperor's Spirit Pill is meant for breaking through to the Emperor realm. Does he not understand his own strength? Consuming it now could lead to his demise. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of golden light. Racing towards the back of the sword tomb, regret etched across his face. He had forgotten to inform Changsheng that the Emperor's Spirit Pill was for the Emperor realm. At that moment, before the Sword Palace, Sangyun gazed towards the sword tomb, utterly bewildered. What is happening? This is the aura of the Emperor's Spirit Pill. The ancestor has already ascended to the Emperor level and no longer requires it. This is bad. It's Changsheng. As the voice faded, his figure vanished before the Sword Palace. Simultaneously, atop the sword tower, and Meng Jun, and Qing Shi, and Luer, and Li Ningxue all directed their gazes towards the sword tomb. And Luer exclaimed, "The might of this sword is truly terrifying." And Qing Shi responded, "Of course, the power of the Sword Emperor is no trivial matter." And Meng Jun furrowed her brow slightly and said solemnly, "This is not the aura of our ancestor. Qing Shi, do you not sense that this presence?" And Qing Shi's expression changed dramatically as she warned, "Luer, stay inside the sword tower and do not wander." In the next moment, and Meng Jun and Qing Shi vanished from above the sword tower, only to reappear on the precipice behind the sword tomb. Ye Shaoan and Ye Zhangyun, upon seeing the two women approach, remained silent, their gazes fixated on Changsheng, all four holding their breath, their faces etched with concern. At that moment, a startling scene unfolded as Changsheng slightly raised his hand and tossed an imperial spirit pill into his mouth. The crowd was left speechless. Someone remarked on my poverty, claiming I hadn't slept all night. Who could have leaked such information? Unable to publish a standalone chapter, I shall convey here that there is no update today. We shall have ample time in the days to come. Chapter 22 is missing. Looking at Changsheng once again consuming the Emperor's Spirit Pill, the hearts of the onlookers surged with anxiety. His aura grew increasingly turbulent, as if it might burst forth from his body at any moment. And Meng Jun expressed her concern, saying, "This child is so reckless. The Emperor's Spirit Pill is not candy to be consumed so freely." Yi Shaoxian furrowed his brow, a hint of skepticism crossing his face. Logically, given the richness of the spiritual energy within Changsheng, he should have already made a breakthrough. Why had his realm remained unchanged? At that moment, the spiritual energy surrounding Changsheng began to wane. He consumed yet another Emperor's Spirit Pill, and Yi Shaoxian and the others were nearly overwhelmed with shock at the unfolding scene. Even Yi Shaoxian had never consumed more than 3 at a time. Unbeknownst to them, the Emperor's Spirit Pill, once ingested by Changsheng, transformed into sword chi through the extermination sword formation, only to be wholly devoured by the chaotic divine sword. Thus, no matter how many Emperor's Spirit Pills he consumed, it would have no adverse effect on his body. Instead, under the refinement of the sword chi, his physical strength was enhanced even further. One pill, another, yet another. Yi Shaoxian let out a soft sigh, glancing at Meng Jun and the other woman. Let us not disturb Changsheng's cultivation. The medicinal properties of the Emperor's Spirit Pill will not harm him. And Meng Jun, filled with worry, wished to stay by Changsheng's side. Yi Shaoxian continued, "Changsheng will not act recklessly. I am well aware of his character. Our presence here will only distract him. Sister, let us go." And Qing Shi said as she grasped in Meng Jun's arm, and the two made their way towards the cliffside. Within the sword tower, and Meng Jun and Qing Shi returned, their faces reflecting both concern and astonishment the earlier scene vividly etched in their minds. How terrifying! How can a person defy the heavens to such an extent? Enlure, noticing the two women's return, hurriedly approached, asking, "Auntie, where is Yi Changsheng? Wasn't he supposed to take me to the Sword Palace?" And Changsheng replied, "Changsheng has begun his cultivation. There will be opportunities in the future to take you." Upon hearing this, Enlure's expression changed. No wonder he is so strong. He is truly diligent. "Annie, I wish to return to the Heavenly Palace Academy. Before the battlefield in the Heavenly Domain opens, I intend to enter seclusion. The next time we meet, I will surely surpass him." And Changsheng nodded, "Very well. Annie will escort you back to the Heavenly Palace Academy." Enlure was an exceptionally rare talent in cultivation, and although she was a girl, her future potential was limitless. Previously, Changsheng had believed Enlure to be the most extraordinary individual she had ever encountered, but after meeting Yi Changsheng, she realized what true prodigy meant. Even if Enlure returned to the Heavenly Palace Academy for seclusion, it would be nearly impossible for her to catch up with Yi Changsheng, as their innate talents differed too greatly. Compensating through hard work would be exceedingly difficult. Afterward, Changsheng took Enlure away from the Sword Palace, their flying vessel disappearing into the vast sky. In the ancient divine kingdom, within the royal palace, the commander of the Black Sky Army, Xiao Zhan, appeared. Upon entering the imperial study, he bowed respectfully, stating, "I am Xiao Zhan, your humble servant, greeting your majesty." Xiao Omping glanced at Xiao Zhan and inquired, "You went to the Yi family in Sword State. Why have you returned so soon? How is the investigation proceeding?" Xiao Zhan, in a state of trepidation, reported, "Your majesty, I have discovered that the messenger was slain by the Yi family." However, Yi Tsangyan vehemently denies this, claiming it was an accident caused by the abandonment of the sword at the Sword Palace. Furthermore, the ancestral figure of the Yi family nearly took my life before the Sword Palace. With a resounding thud, Xiao Omping struck the dragon table, his voice booming with indignation. "The Yi family is exceedingly arrogant, destroying my Xiao Jiu sword embryo and murdering my messenger. They show utter disregard for the divine kingdom." Xiao Zhan continued, "Your majesty, Yi Tsangyun has attained the rank of saint, and members of the Yin family have appeared at the Sword Palace. Thus, I had no choice but to retreat with my troops." Xiao Omping nodded. "Very well, you may withdraw." Xiao Zhan bowed respectfully and exited the imperial study. At that moment, a figure appeared. It was the patriarch of the Xiao family, Xiao Beixian. Upon seeing the patriarch, Xiao Omping hurriedly rose and bowed. "Patriarch, what are your commands?" Xiao Beixian replied, "Aside from a mission to eliminate the Yi family's external sword cultivators, all other actions are to be halted. I will be departing shortly. Do not act recklessly until my return." Xiao Omping quickly affirmed, "All will be conducted in accordance with your decree." Xiao Beixian added, "My journey may take some time. Arrange for Tianhua's expedition to Huiyun Mountain and dispatch more powerful individuals to protect him in secret." Xiao Omping understood. Time flowed swiftly like a fleeting shadow. 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. At the back mountain of the Sword Tomb, Yi Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, the aura surrounding him dissipating. He had finally reached the realm of a sovereign, exhibiting formidable prowess. As he spoke, his palm faced upward, and the chaotic divine sword materialized, its pitch-black blade exuding an intimidating chill. "You have finally awakened." After previously withstanding the heavenly tribulation, the chaotic divine sword had succumbed to slumber, only stirring as it began to absorb the imperial spirit pill. Yi Changsheng sheathed the sword and soared into the air, excitement illuminating his face. He had finally broken through to the realm of sovereign and could now depart the Sword Palace for Huiyun Mountain. In the next instant, he vanished from his location, reappearing outside the Sword Tomb. "Patriarch, Changsheng seeks an audience." The tomb door opened, and Yi Shaoxian emerged, remarking, "You truly have broken through to sovereign." Just barely at the first level of sovereign, Yi Changsheng replied coolly, pausing before adding, "Patriarch, you seem to have fared well in this time. Your cultivation has significantly improved, and even your appearance has become more handsome. It seems proximity to excellence has elevated your charm." Yi Shaoxian retorted with irritation, "Are you implying I was unattractive before?" Yi Changsheng responded, "At first glance, not particularly unattractive, but upon closer inspection, it is indeed less favorable. Yi Shao 1. Yi Changsheng continued, Patriarch. Now that I have attained sovereign cultivation, may I depart for Huiyun Mountain? Yi Shaoxian replied, curtly leave. Yi Changsheng was taken aback, not expecting such directness from Yi Shaoxian. Patriarch, the Imperial Spirit Pill is finished. Could I trouble you for another? Yi Shaoxian snapped, there are none. Ask again and face dire consequences. Yi Changsheng understood that due to his appearance, the ancestor's dignity had been wounded. Ancestor, I shall take my leave now. Do not miss me too much. As he watched Yi Changsheng's figure fade away, Yi Shaoxian flicked his fingers, sending a beam of golden light soaring towards Yi Changsheng. Yi Changsheng caught the golden light with a smile, exclaiming, the ancestor truly cares for me. In the next moment, he nearly lost his balance on the flying sword. Oh my medicinal pill. Surely, one does not need to store a single pill in a spirit ring. At that moment, Yi Tsangyun appeared before the sword tomb. Ancestor, should we dispatch someone to discreetly protect Changsheng? It is concerning for him to venture alone to Huiyun Mountain. Yi Shaoxian replied, do you think he is like you? This lad is quite clever. No one can take advantage of him. Furthermore, the path ahead for Changsheng must be traveled alone. Having someone protect him in secret would not constitute true training. Only by facing genuine life and death challenges can he truly grow. Ye Zhangyun nodded. Then the ancestor should rest. I shall take my leave. Wait a moment, Yi Shaoxian said. You are also the patriarch of the Yi family and the lord of Jianzhou. In the future, please pay attention to your appearance. Such disarray only diminishes the Yi family's prestige. Yi Tsangyun looked utterly bewildered. What on earth is the ancestor talking about? P.S. To ensure the continued quality of this book and to provide an enjoyable reading experience for supportive readers, the story will conclude around the first chapter. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Additionally, starting today, there will be regular updates. I hope my esteemed readers will continue to offer their support. Finally, a total of 21 chapters have been revised. If time permits, I encourage everyone to revisit the beginning, as it is free. This will help ensure continuity in the plot moving forward. Thank you all for your support, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude once more. Thank you to all the esteemed supporters. Chapter 23. A startling encounter beneath the vast heavens. A streak of silver light suddenly cut through the sky, revealing Yi Changsheng soaring through the air on his sword. This marked his first departure from the Sword Palace, and an uncontrollable excitement surged within him. He was finally free to explore the boundless and vibrant world of fantasy. He flew over towering peaks, navigated through towering forests, and glided above expansive lakes, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of flight. However, Yi Changsheng soon encountered a dilemma. Where exactly was Huiyun Mountain? In the midst of his elation, he found himself lost, oblivious to the way forward. Reluctantly, he slowed the pace of his sword, recalling the ancient maps of the he had perused. Huiyun City? To reach Huiyun Mountain, one must first arrive at Huiyun City in the ancient divine realm. With this realization, Yi Changsheng adjusted his course, propelling himself toward the direction of the ancient divine kingdom. Flying with pride, he wielded his sword across the world, ready to sever ties of enmity. The vast expanse of heaven and earth surrounded him. Snowflakes danced in the air, and the lofty mountains and distant roads beckoned him to wander freely. Half a month later, Yi Changsheng finally reached Huiyun City. He sheathed his sword and made his way into the city. As he walked along the bustling streets, figures of cultivators appeared around him. Yi Changsheng, despite being a sword emperor and possessing the memories of 2 lifetimes, felt like a child in this unfamiliar world. Upon entering the city, he continued down the long street when a thunderous roar erupted, causing the ground beneath him to tremble as if it might collapse at any moment. The cultivators on the street quickly cleared a path, and Yi Changsheng turned towards the source of the sound, his gaze landing on a young boy. This youth, clad in a black python robe and accompanied by a fiery red beast, exuded an air of authority. The ancient prince, Yi Changsheng, was taken aback to find him in Huiyun City as well. It seemed the treasures of Huiyun Mountain were destined for him alone. Indeed, the ancient prince was deserving of his title as the foremost among the younger generation of the divine kingdom. At such a young age, he had already reached the threshold of a half-saint. and following this journey to Huyan Mountain, he was poised to ascend to the realm of a saint, potentially breaking records to become the youngest saint in history. Such envy was futile. His very birth was a pinnacle. While others might toil for a lifetime, they might not match the mere beginnings of someone like him. Thoughts of retreating to the brothels filled Yi Changsheng's mind as he overheard conversations among the crowd. Realizing that this boy was the ancient prince, and indeed the brother of Xiao Lingqing. Yet, he seemed rather unimpressive. At his age, merely a half-step saint. How ordinary. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he noticed Xiao Tianhu glancing in his direction, but without a moment's pause, he turned and departed. On the back of his massive beast, Xiao Tianhu's eyes gleamed as he caught sight of Yi Changsheng's retreating figure, sensing something peculiar about the boy, yet he could not discern his true nature. After a fleeting moment of curiosity, Xiao Tianhu dismissed Yi Changsheng from his thoughts, choosing instead to revel in the adoration of the crowd, basking in the glory of his status. After a short interval, Yi Changsheng arrived at a secluded grove outside Huiyun City. Suddenly, he halted, sensing that he was being followed. "Come out," he called out. Two women in red robes gracefully descended from the sky, appearing before Yi Changsheng. Their charming faces bore smiles, and their gazes wandered over Yi Changsheng, seemingly unable to look away. Noticing their attention, Yi Changsheng wondered why it didn't shift elsewhere. One of the women, with a beaming smile, remarked, "Little brother, you are truly handsome. Did you come out all alone?" Yi Changsheng replied coolly, "What business do you ladies have?" The woman continued, "Are you a lay disciple of the Buddhist sect?" Yi Changsheng countered, "I am not. If you have something to discuss, please do so. If not, do not waste my time." The woman chuckled, her eyes sparkling playfully. "Little brother, wandering alone in the Fire Cloud Mountain can be very dangerous. Would you like me to accompany you?" As she spoke, she approached Yi Changsheng with a flirtatious demeanor, which he found quite distasteful. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he had encountered all manners of women and had long since cultivated a heart that remained unmoved by such antics. He understood her intentions all too well. With a sharp clang, a sword's whistle rang out as the exquisite sword pointed directly at the woman. Yi Changsheng declared, "Take another step closer, and you shall meet your end." The woman stared at him in shock, as if questioning how this boy dared to boast so audaciously, wondering if no one would intervene. "Little brother, I merely wanted to protect you. It is far too dangerous for you to be wandering the Jianghu alone," she insisted. Yi Changsheng's inner thoughts were filled with disbelief. How could a mere practitioner at the respected level think they could protect him? Did boasting go unpunished in this day and age? After a moment's pause, he said gravely, "Forget it. I shall not hold it against you. You may leave." Just then, 3 men emerged from the thicket, swiftly approaching Yi Changsheng. The leader, a burly man, stated, "Han Qinjiao, you have even targeted children now." Han Qinjiao retorted, "Jierda, what do you intend to do? He is my little brother. You should cease your ulterior motives." Jierda replied, "Qinjiao, this child has yet to mature. What do you say we join forces to eliminate him and share his spirit ring?" Hearing Jierda's words, Yi Changsheng's expression darkened. Did they truly underestimate him? Though small, a fledgling bird can soar across the vast sky. Within this humble form lies immense power, and they have made the gravest mistake of underestimating me. With a swift motion, Yi Changsheng flicked his sleeve, and the exquisite sword shot forth, piercing Jierda's brow with a streak of light. A single strike, decisive and clean. Han Qinjiao's face paled as she gazed at Yi Changsheng in disbelief, realizing how powerful her little brother truly was. "I was mistaken. I take my leave," she exclaimed. "Were you not intent on murder and plunder?" Yi Changsheng spoke sternly, pausing before continuing. "Now that you have witnessed my power, do you truly believe I would allow you to leave unscathed?" Han Qinjiao replied, "Little brother, you are so strong. Surely you would not hold this against us." We saw nothing. Among the remaining 3, 2 men and 1 woman. One looked up and said solemnly, "The moon is so round tonight. The weather is splendid." The others responded, "It is broad daylight. Where is the moon?" Yi Changsheng never anticipated that he would frighten someone to madness. Such individuals ought to consume more medicine. With a swift, silvery flash akin to a celestial sword, a tempest of blood mist enveloped the arena, and in an instant, 4 figures collapsed.
each felled by a single thrust to the throat. Changsheng casually waved his hand, and 5 spiritual rings appeared in his palm, swiftly turning as he vanished atop the dense forest. In that moment, he comprehended why, within the realm of fantasy, all aspired to become supreme beings. The powerful dictate life and death, while the weak are as inconsequential as blades of grass. Thus, is the joy of the powerful truly as blissful as ordinary people envision? The happiness of the strong is unfathomable to the common folk. As dusk descended, weary birds returned to their nests. Changsheng stood beneath the fiery cloud mountain, suspended in midair, his toes lightly tapping on the ancient tree's pinnacle, gazing intently ahead. With a resounding roar, the earth trembled. He turned his gaze towards the sound and solemnly declared, "He has arrived." The newcomer was none other than Xiao Tianhua. However, this time, the leader of the group was not solely him, but also a striking woman with violet-red hair, her physique notably voluptuous, of an age comparable to Xiao Tianhua. Emperor of the 9 Heavens. Changsheng Utirid Griv. Chapter 24 is quite extraordinary, and I find it immensely appealing. The endless mountains stretch into the horizon, their towering peaks resembling unsheathed blades, exuding a formidable and overwhelming aura. Beneath the fiery clouds of the mountain, Xiao Tianhua and Ji Linlang appear, having descended from the back of a ferocious beast, their eyes reflecting an unwavering determination as they gaze upon the imposing peaks before them. In the distance, Changsheng stands like a celestial being, suspended in midair, observing everything with keen insight. His concealed presence eludes the notice of those in the wilderness. Has she arrived as well? His gaze scans the crowd, noting that He Wumian is among them. Just then, at Xiao Tianhua's command, the powerful figures of the ancient divine kingdom encircle the fire cloud mountain. Seeing this, Changsheng furrows his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation. He had not anticipated the ancient divine kingdom's brazen ambition to monopolize the treasures of Fire Cloud Mountain. The current circumstances are decidedly unfavorable for him. Any attempt to enter the secret realm of Fire Cloud Mountain would inevitably draw the attention of the kingdom's formidable warriors. Should He Wumian discover him, his identity would be instantly compromised, and with the overwhelming numbers of the ancient divine kingdom, he would face dire consequences before even entering the secret realm. In an instant, Changsheng feels a sense of dread. At this moment, Xiao Tianhua and Ji Linlang transform into streaks of light, racing towards the secret realm. They are poised to seize the opportunity ahead of Changsheng. As they progress, Xiao Tianhua turns to Ji Linlang, declaring that he will solely claim the 7-colored fire spirit, while all other treasures will belong to her. Ji Linlang nods gently, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Tianhua." Xiao Tianhua, with an air of arrogance, waves his hand dismissively. "There is no need for such formality between us. The entire Fire Cloud Mountain is under the watchful guard of the kingdom's warriors. No one can breach the secret realm, so we need not rush." Ji Linlang cautions, "We should not be careless. The 7-colored fire spirit is a rare celestial entity, possessing intelligence, and is not easily dealt with. It matters not. I am a 9-dragon sacred body and have cultivated fire-based techniques. The divine fire is inherently drawn to me, and the 7-colored fire spirit shall be no exception." Xiao Tianhua is resolute in his conviction, as if the 7-colored fire spirit is destined to be his. Ji Linlang nods in acknowledgement, choosing not to voice further concerns, and follows him deeper into the secret realm. Their path remains unobstructed, devoid of any apparent danger. Soon, they find themselves in a grand palace at the heart of the secret realm, and before them on a high platform. They indeed behold a flicker of flame radiating with 7 colors, alongside an iron box. A smile spreads across Xiao Tianhua's lips. "Linlang, this flame is the 7-colored fire spirit. I shall go forth and establish my dominion over it. As for the treasures within that iron box, they shall be yours. Brother Tianhua, let us first ascertain the contents of the iron box. If it contains cultivation techniques, we can share them," Ji Linlang responds earnestly. At that moment, the ground begins to tremble lightly, and both of them adopt a vigilant stance, scanning their surroundings. In the next instant, streams of 7-colored light converge upon them.
and from the ground emerge formidable creatures resembling turtles, albeit significantly larger in size. Xiao Tianhua's voice drops to a serious tone. The seven-colored earth armor beast, you truly exist. As he spoke, he paused momentarily before continuing. Lin Lang, there is no need for alarm. I have long been aware of the existence of the seven-colored armored beasts within this secret realm, though their offensive capabilities are rather feeble. They are numerous and possess formidable defenses. Wherever the seven-colored fire spirit is found, the seven-colored armored beasts will undoubtedly appear, for they thrive by absorbing the essence of the fire spirit to bolster their own resilience. Ye Linlang replied. It seems we must first eliminate the seven-colored armored beasts to obtain the fire spirit and the mysterious iron box. Xiao Tianhua, with an air of nonchalance, declared, It has been quite some time since I last engaged in combat. This shall serve as an excellent opportunity to gauge my current prowess. No sooner had he spoken than he surged forward with astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of lightning, the sound of a dragon's roar reverberating through the secret realm. The dragon's roar echoed, and the seven-colored armored beasts, sensing impending danger, halted in their tracks, regarding Xiao Tianhua with trepidation. Dominating dragon fist, Xiao Tianhua bellowed, his fist striking with the ferocity of a soaring dragon, aimed directly at the seven-colored armored beasts. Boom! Boom! The explosive sounds erupted, enveloping the area in a dense mist of blood, saturating every inch of space. The seven-colored armored beasts were reduced to mere dust beneath Xiao Tianhua's powerful punch, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, behind Ji Linlang, a phantom of a phoenix emerged, with her delicate hand wielding a long sword. She unleashed beams of sword light that sliced through the air, cleaving into the seven-colored armored beasts. After approximately the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the two had dispatched every last one of the beasts. Just as Xiao Tianhua had indicated, their offensive strength was indeed very weak, yet their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Were they not so potent in their cultivation, any practitioner beneath the realm of sovereign would have perished in droves against the onslaught of these beasts. The two repressed their auras and approached the high platform where the seven-colored fire spirit and the enigmatic iron box awaited. Meanwhile, Changsheng had yet to enter the secret realm. The ancient divine kingdom was guarded by three venerable saints, and he had exhausted numerous methods in his attempts to breach their defenses. With no choice but to charge through, he felt confident in entering the secret realm with the assistance of the Excalibur Array. However, the consequences of a forced entry could be dire. While it was easy to enter, escaping posed a significant challenge. Without the Excalibur Array as a safeguard, facing the three formidable saints would likely result in a devastating defeat. Ding! Alert to the master. The sign-in location has refreshed. Would you like to sign in at Fire Cloud Mountain immediately? The system's notification rang in his ears, and Yi Changsheng's eyes brightened. A sign-in at Fire Cloud Mountain? What a fortunate turn of events. I shall sign in at once. Ding! Congratulations, master. Sign in at Fire Cloud Mountain successful. You have received the reward. Seven-colored fire spirit. Is this truly possible? How extraordinary. I am quite fond of this. Ye Changsheng simileth. And after a moment of introspection, he inquired, System, where is the awarded seven-colored fire spirit? Ding. Please be patient, master, as we await further details. At that moment, within the secret realm, Xiao Tianhua and Ji Linlang reached the high platform, extending their hands toward the seven-colored fire spirit and the mysterious iron box. Suddenly, an astonishing scene unfolded. The seven-colored fire spirit transformed into a beam of radiant light and surged toward the realm's exit. Xiao Tianhua, momentarily taken aback, quickly urged, Linlang, grasp the iron box and follow me. With determination, he propelled himself forward, chasing after the elusive seven-colored fire spirit. Yi Changsheng was still awaiting the arrival of the seven-colored fire spirit when suddenly a brilliant light erupted from the secret realm, hurtling towards him. What the hell, System? You betrayed me. He truly did not anticipate that the fire spirit would arrive in such a manner. As the fire spirit approached, the inhabitants of the ancient divine nation turned their gazes towards him, excitement palpable in the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Changsheng swiftly absorbed the fire spirit into the system,
lightly tapping his toes atop the ancient tree before abruptly turning to depart. With the seven-colored fire spirit in hand, remaining would be foolish. The exquisite sword manifested beneath him, transforming into a silver streak that vanished into the void, leaving behind an enchanting silhouette for Xiao Tianhua, Ji Linlang, and the others. Xiao Tianhua, watching Yi Changsheng retreat into the distance, felt his eyes widen in fury, bellowing, "Why is this happening? Who on earth is he? I will uncover his identity. Even if I must search the divine nation inch by inch, I will find him." Sometimes, one feels out of place due to their eccentricities, only to later realize that it is simply because they are too exceptional. Why must it be such a burden to possess such brilliance? Chapter 25. It seems novels are all deceitful beneath the fire cloud mountain. Xiao Tianhua seethed with rage. After meticulous preparation, he found himself merely a pawn in another's game. At this moment, he squinted his eyes and murmured to himself, "That silhouette appears somewhat familiar. Could it be him? Tianhua brother, do you know him?" Ji Linlang inquired. Xiao Tianhua shook his head, feeling a sense of familiarity. It seemed he had encountered this person in Fire Cloud City, yet the resemblance was not exact. Pausing, his gaze fell upon the iron box in Ji Linlang's delicate hands. "Linlang, let us see what lies within a box." He had lost the seven-colored fire spirit, yet he believed it would eventually be recovered. As long as one remained in the ancient divine kingdom, the seven-color fire spirit would still belong to him. Ji Linlang gently opened the iron box, only to reveal its emptiness, leaving both of them utterly bewildered. "How can it be empty?" she exclaimed. Xiao Tianhua's eyes narrowed, suspicion flickering within. "If it is empty, then so be it. Next time, when there is a secret realm, I shall bring you along." With these words, he strode toward He Wumian. "Hey Lao, what are you observing?" "Greetings, Your Highness." He Wumian bowed slightly and continued, "Your Highness, that silhouette which just departed bears a resemblance to someone, yet I cannot fathom why a swordsman would require fire spirits." Xiao Tianhua replied, "Dear He Lao, you jest. Swordsmen are companions with their blades. What need have they for fire spirits? The ancient celestial domain requires fire spirit practitioners, primarily alchemists, smiths, and fire attribute cultivators." As he spoke, a thought struck him. "Hey Lao, you recognize that silhouette, do you not?" He Wumian nodded. "He bears a striking resemblance to the young master of the Yi family. Hence my query about the swordsman's need for fire spirits." The young master of the Yi family? The fury that Xiao Tianhua had managed to suppress surged forth once more. If it truly were the Yi family's young master, he would be merciless in his pursuit. First, he had destroyed his sister's sword fetus, and now he sought to steal his fire spirit. Such bullying was intolerable. After a moment of silence, Xiao Tianhua extended a token to He Wumian, his voice laced with malice. "Hey Lao, this is the dragon token. Take it and inform the spirit devouring guards to seek the whereabouts of the Yi family's young master." He Wumian accepted the dragon token, her figure vanishing in an instant. As she advanced, her expression was chilling. "If it is truly you, this time you shall meet your demise." The towering peaks loomed like an inverted divine sword, piercing the heavens. A glimmer of silver descended from the firmament, and Yi Changsheng appeared as a celestial being, caressed by clouds and enveloped in mist. He sheathed his long sword and began to survey the imposing mountain before him. This place lay tens of thousands of miles from Fire Cloud Mountain. Those from the ancient divine kingdom would be hard-pressed to find him. Then, he leaped to the summit of the mountain, settling into a meditative posture with palms facing upward. A vibrant ball of seven-colored flames materialized, dancing gracefully. "The seven-colored fire spirit?" Yi Changsheng murmured, his expression shifting slightly as he noticed additional scales in his palm besides the seven-colored fire spirit. "Did you send this to me?" The seven-colored fire spirit emitted a series of chirps, and Yi Changsheng nodded, recognizing its potential, understanding the essence of existence, not merely as a being, but as a spirit. As he spoke, he paused for a moment and continued, "You shall remain by my side from now on." Upon hearing this, the fire spirit seemed quite elated, bouncing around Yi Changsheng for a while before merging directly into his arm. In the next instant, a totem of colorful flames appeared on his wrist. With the presence of the vibrant fire spirit, Yi Changsheng found himself in no rush to practice the 9 suns burning heaven fist,
instead. He carefully examined the scales in his palm. These scales must have been brought out from the secret realm by the colorful fire spirit. But what exactly were they? System. Could you assist in scanning this? Beep. Reminder to the master. This system is a sign-in system and does not possess scanning capabilities. Changsheng chuckled awkwardly, self-deprecatingly remarking, I forgot about that. I thought the system was omnipotent. As the words fell, his expression turned peculiar. In novels, isn't it always about blood recognition? Let me give it a try. A drop. Another drop. 2 drops of essence blood fell upon the scales, and as Changsheng watched his blood being absorbed, he mused inwardly. It seems promising. However, after the passage of a fragrant incense's time, the scales showed no reaction. Believing he lacked sufficient blood, he added several more drops. Yet still, there was no response whatsoever. This one do. At this rate, I'll end up harming myself. It seems novels can be quite deceiving. With no other option, he stowed the scales into the system, planning to study them thoroughly at a later time. In the next moment, he quelled his thoughts and fell into meditation. Atop the mountain peak, the blazing sun illuminated him, and divine radiance coalesced into a resplendent sun behind him. Half a month later, on the summit of the giant peak, Changsheng slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was unfathomably deep, and his aura had grown increasingly powerful. He had finally reached the pinnacle of the first realm. All of this was thanks to the colorful fire spirit. Without its perfect fusion with the essence of the blazing sun, the 9 suns burning heaven fist would not have been mastered so swiftly. He gradually rose into the air, restraining his aura, and approached the edge of the giant peak, gazing down at the boundless wilderness below. It was a feeling akin to standing atop a towering summit, surveying the diminutive mountains beneath him. In that moment, Changsheng contemplated that, having acquired the colorful fire spirit, he should return to the Sword Palace. Yet he found himself reluctant to leave. The outside world was truly splendid, captivating him to the point of reluctance. Ultimately, reason prevailed, reminding him of the necessity to return to the Sword Palace. He still needed to enhance his strength. With this thought in mind, he leapt from the mountain peak, and the Excalibur appeared beneath his feet, vanishing in the blink of an eye into the vast azure sky. Meanwhile, in the abyss of 10,000 demons, boundless demonic energy surged, enveloping the entire mountain range like a lurking black dragon. A figure descended from the sky, appearing outside the abyss of 10,000 demons, a sinister smile gracing his face. The seal has finally loosened. In a few months, the demon clan will descend upon the world. The next moment, the figure vanished from sight, merging into the dense demonic energy. Before the entrance of the abyss, the figure reappeared, his voice booming. From the ancient divine kingdom, Xiao Beixian requests the demon lord to reveal himself. As the voice faded, a shadow emerged from the demonic aura. Though merely a fleeting apparition, the oppressive aura radiating from it caused Xiao Beixian's expression to shift slightly. Ancient divine kingdoms, Xiao Beixian. Has your ancestor, Xiao Wuji, sent you? The demon lord intoned gravely. Ancestor Wuji has perished, Xiao Beixian replied calmly, producing a token in his palm. The demon lord should recognize this token. The demon lord's expression shifted dramatically upon gazing at the token, his eyes narrowing. You are indeed one of his kin. How ironic it is. I recall your ancestor, Xiao Wuji, as an unparalleled existence. Who would have thought his descendant would become a servant to others? Xiao Beixian remained impassive. Individuals ascend to greater heights, while water flows to lower grounds. I have not come here to endure your mockery, demon lord. Let us discuss matters of significance. Pausing momentarily, he continued, in 3 months' time, your demonic clan will be able to escape the lightless abyss of 10,000 demons. At that point, there is a matter that requires the demon lord's cooperation. The demon lord inquired, was it he who sent you? Indeed, Xiao Beixian affirmed. As long as the demon lord collaborates with me to accomplish the forthcoming tasks, the return of the demonic clan to their homeland will be imminent. After a brief moment of contemplation, the demon lord replied, very well, I accept your proposition. Now, tell me, what is it that our demonic clan must undertake? Chapter 26 undoubtedly depicts a fierce confrontation within the abyss of 10,000 demons. Xiao Beixian traverses the void, vanishing into the heavens. As the demon lord watches his retreating figure with a cold smirk. At that moment, a phantom materializes beside the demon lord, gazing into the distance. My lord, has he truly accepted our terms? The elder inquires. The demon lord replies, Elder, we require a singular opportunity. His emergence presents us with the finest chance to dominate the ancient celestial domain. He pauses briefly before continuing. He seeks to use others as a blade. But are we not doing the same? For 2 millennia, the world has believed that the demon clan is sealed within the abyss of 10,000 demons. Do we possess not a shred of foundation? The elder nods in agreement, acknowledging the demon lord's foresight. This time, our clan shall undoubtedly ascend to its zenith once more. The demon lord narrows his eyes and solemnly commands, issue an edict. Let all prepare to elevate their cultivation in anticipation of our emergence. Above the clouds, amidst wisps of white mist, Changsheng soars on his sword, racing through the layers of clouds towards sword state. The fierce wind howls past him, his garments billowing, and his hair dancing in the breeze, enveloped in an ethereal aura. Suddenly, his expression sharpens, and his eyes gleam. How fortuitous that she should be here. With that thought, he urges his sword downward, diving through the air, where flashes of blades and shadows intersect, a chilling aura of death approaching him. Changsheng halts, his gaze fixed upon the void ahead, where 10 dark figures assail a lone woman. The woman is none other than Yaoer. Previously, she had mentioned encountering a bottleneck in her cultivation and sought to venture out for opportunities, yet he never anticipated finding her here. Surrounded by so many attackers, her situation appears dire. Nevertheless, Changsheng refrains from immediate intervention, instead walking towards the site of the conflict. As the assailants focus their assault on Yaoer, they suddenly notice Changsheng's arrival. The leader points his sword menacingly and growls, Who are you, traveler? Changsheng replies nonchalantly, just passing by. Do carry on with your fight. I merely wish to observe. The man retorts, in the ancient divine kingdom, the soul-devouring guard slays without mercy. Outsiders should hastily depart, or face the same fate. Such threats only serve to amuse me. Changsheng responds lightly, his attention shifting to Yaoer. My lady, do you require assistance? Yaoer momentarily appears taken aback, evidently surprised by his presence. Yet she nods gently, her graceful figure flashing to stand beside him. The man narrows his eyes at Changsheng, scoffing, You, a mere child, aspire to be a hero and save the damsel? How dare you? Changsheng remains unfazed, casually flicking his wrist as a beam of silver light shoots forth. The extermination sword aims squarely at the man's brow. The blade penetrates half an inch, and blood begins to drip. The man stands in shock, his soul trembling. What realm has this boy attained? Under the weight of that single strike, he finds himself unable to move, the terrifying sword energy crushing down upon him. Could it be that he has reached the pinnacle of the venerable realm? No, it cannot be. Such a prodigy cannot exist in this world. Their prince possesses extraordinary talents, yet at this age, he has not reached the peak of the venerable realm. This child cannot possibly achieve such a feat. Changsheng gazed at the man before him, questioning his worthiness. The man's figure trembled, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his lips quivering in an attempt to articulate words that would not come. With a swift motion, a sword was unleashed, blood splattering in a gruesome display. A head soared through the air, the scene too horrific to bear recounting. Yaoer, her enchanting eyes glimmering, fixed her gaze upon Changsheng, her heart seizing with terror at his ruthless decisiveness. In truth, Changsheng harbored a certain aversion to taking lives. Nevertheless, he understood that this was a fantastical realm, a place where the strong devoured the weak. To show mercy upon one's foes was to be cruel to oneself. Though he appeared as a mere 6-year-old child, within him resided the essence of an adult, leading him to believe that vanquishing adversaries was the most effective means of safeguarding his existence. As others witnessed the man's demise, they regarded Changsheng with trepidation. He spoke in a low tone, commanding, Let us strike together and eliminate them. Yaoer nodded gently, trailing closely behind Yi Changsheng as they soared into the fray against the 9 assailants. A tempest of blood rained down, figures plummeting to the ground. In less than 3 breaths, the 9 soul-devouring guards were obliterated. Yi Changsheng dispatched 8 with lethal precision, each strike targeting the throat. Yi Yao managed to slay 1, her form darting to stand beside him. "Yao pays her respects to the young master," she proclaimed. Yi Changsheng raised a hand slightly, signaling her to rise. "Why did the soul-devouring guards attempt to surround you?" he inquired. Yi Yao replied, "Young master, they do not seek to eliminate Yao alone. They aim to eradicate all cultivators from the Yi family. Many of our kin have already fallen." Yi Changsheng nodded, murmuring to himself that this turmoil stemmed from him, and that the ancient divine kingdom sought vengeance against the Yi family. Contemplating this, he fixed his gaze on Yi Yao and asked softly, "Do you know the whereabouts of the soul-devouring guards' headquarters?" Yi Yao looked perplexed and cautiously replied, "Young master, what do you intend to do?" Yi Changsheng declared, "Naturally, we shall retaliate with fervor. The soul-devouring guards have slain members of the Yi family. They must face retribution in kind." Yi Yao immediately shook her head, exclaiming, "No. Young master, you are the future of the Yi family. How can I allow you to fall into peril?" After a moment's pause, she continued, "Young master, I have heard whispers of a hidden palace within the endless forest, said to be the tomb of a superlative powerhouse. To gain entry, one must be below the sanctified realm. Shall we not investigate? Yi Chun and the others have already gone. It would be wise for us to join them for mutual protection." "The endless forest?" Yi Changsheng pondered, nodding in agreement. "First, we will exact our vengeance, and then we shall venture to the endless forest." The previous night, he had earned 1,000 coins at Aunt Wong's, only to find himself financially depleted by the stock market that very morning. Weary in both body and spirit, he lamented, "How difficult it is. I seek solace." Chapter 27. Life and Death. Indifferent to strife in the boundless void, Yi Yao remained silent, her gaze fixed upon Yi Changsheng. She could only acquiesce to the words of the young master. Moreover, she sensed a profound aura of murderous intent emanating from him, an overwhelming chill that instilled dread deep within the soul. All laws are empty, and all causes are void. Yi Changsheng was aware that the siege against the Yi family disciples stemmed from his actions. Had he been oblivious, he would not have felt perturbed. Yet now that he understood, he could not turn a blind eye. "Yao, lead the way," commanded Yi Changsheng, his voice resonating as he propelled himself forward, his feet summoning a flying sword that pierced through the air, soaring into the heavens. As they advanced, Yi Yao's luminous eyes sparkled, and she softly inquired, "May I ask, young master, what is your current realm? Why do you ask this all of a sudden?" Yi Changsheng replied, "I merely feel that the young master is extraordinarily powerful, beyond comprehension," she responded. With a calm demeanor, Yi Changsheng remarked, "The path of martial arts knows no bounds. We are but fledgling students at the threshold of our journey. The road ahead is long." He paused for a moment before continuing, "When I departed from the Yi family, I was at the first level of the Emperor realm. However, it seems I experienced a breakthrough about half a month ago. A month and a half, and he has ascended a minor realm?" Yi Yao silently gasped, her heart tumultuous with awe. Such a young sword emperor, whose cultivation knows no shackles. How enviable. How did the young master achieve this? With this thought, she spoke, "Young master, could you perhaps guide me in my training, so that I may elevate my cultivation to the emperor realm? Life and death are trivial matters. If one is unwilling, then strive." Yi Changsheng replied calmly. He added, "Your infinite sword body emphasizes relentless advance, unyielding and fearless, and so must a sword cultivator be. One must be steadfast, bending not to adversity. If you truly comprehend the essence of this phrase, it will greatly aid you in your swordsmanship. Life and death are trivial matters. If one is unwilling, then strive." Yi Yao murmured to herself. Outside North Star City, above an estate, 2 flying swords appeared, bearing Yi Changsheng and Yi Yao, their white garments billowing, exuding an air of carefree elegance. Yi Yao gazed downward at the estate. "Young master, this is a stronghold of the soul devourers. Their headquarters is in the imperial capital. Let's descend and take a look." Yi Changsheng replied. In the next moment, they descended from the sky, appearing outside the estate, when suddenly two shadowy figures emerged to block their path. One of them shouted, "Who goes there?" "Those who come to end your lives," Yi Changsheng retorted coldly, charging forward with blinding speed, leaving behind an elusive afterimage. With a swift motion, two beams of sword light sliced through the air, and blood splattered as the two black-clad figures fell lifelessly to the ground. Watching Yi Changsheng wield his sword, Yao gasped, relentless advance, unyielding and fearless. Like a long sword, once drawn, it must taste blood. A figure emerged in the depths of her mind, one she could not shake off. Yi Changsheng. In that moment, she attained enlightenment. At this moment, Yi Changsheng entered the manor, where 100 figures emerged before him, all possessing the cultivation of revered masters. Clad in black garments, each bore the character Devourer emblazoned on their chests. As the throng approached, Yi Changsheng came to a halt. The crowd suddenly parted to create a pathway, for which an elder emerged, emanating the formidable aura of an emperor, advancing menacingly toward Yi Changsheng. The elder's gaze fixated on Yi Changsheng as he coldly remarked, "Who is this impudent child daring to enter my devouring spear garbranch? You must be unaware of your surroundings. I have come specifically for you." Yi Changsheng responded in a deep voice. The elder, noting Yi Changsheng's unwavering demeanor, sneered, "Who are you to seek me out for such matters? I'm a member of the Yi family. Do you truly think I would approach you without reason?" Upon uttering these words, Yi Changsheng vanished from sight, only to reappear behind the elder. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded as the elder was obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Yi Changsheng raised his head, surveying the assembled 100, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Those who kill shall themselves be killed. Good and evil will ultimately be repaid. The heavens ensure a cycle of retribution. Those who doubt need only look up. Does the sky spare anyone? A middle-aged man, witnessing the elder's demise by a single strike, twitched at the corner of his mouth and finally locked his gaze on Yi Changsheng. "You seek vengeance for the Yi family disciples. Congratulations, you are correct," Yi Changsheng replied coolly, transforming into a wisp of shadow and plunging into the throng. The middle-aged man grasped his neck, blood gushing from between his fingers, his eyes wide with disbelief. His end was not merely due to a fleeting glance at Yi Changsheng, but also because he had spoken too much. Swish! Swish! The sword danced like a dragon, a fleeting glimpse of brilliance. Blood rained down, saturating the air. With each 10 steps, a life was claimed. Not a soul was spared for 1,000 miles. Moments later, Yi Yao entered the manor, and upon witnessing the scene before her, she stood transfixed, engulfed in an overwhelming shock. The grounds were strewn with corpses, rivers of blood flowed, and the atmosphere was thick with a chilling aura of slaughter. After a brief moment of astonishment, she approached Yi Changsheng. "Young master, are you unharmed? Stay back. The sword energy within me is too potent to contain. I still yearn for blood." Yi Changsheng varnit griv. He too was perplexed. After annihilating the 100, a horrifying bloodlust had surged within him, violent, tyrannical, a force he could scarcely suppress. Then, he soared into the air, darting toward the manor's outskirts, with Yi Yao anxiously trailing behind, both vanishing into the void. An hour after their departure, a shadow descended from the sky, landing outside the manor. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying the scent of blood, and the newcomer's expression shifted alarmingly. "This is bad. Something has occurred." Upon entering the manor and witnessing the fallen bodies, He Wumian was taken aback. A single sword strike. Is this the work of a Yi family powerhouse? Without hesitation, she turned to leave the manor. As she advanced, a flicker of flame descended, igniting the entire estate in an instant. The Northern Star City branch has been destroyed, and He Wumian is convinced that it is the work of a powerful figure sent by the Yi family. This news must reach the imperial capital. Meanwhile, after an hour of flight, the murderous aura within Yi Changsheng has finally been subdued. At this moment, he appears shaken. Had he been unable to control that surge of power, he is certain he would have descended into a murderous fiend. Truly, a single thought of benevolence can give rise to paradise, while a fleeting moment of malevolence can summon hell. Not far away, Yi Yaoer senses the dissipating murderous aura emanating from Yi Changsheng. She advances on her sword and inquires, "Young master, are you feeling better?" "I am fine," Yi Changsheng replies softly, his eyes suddenly brightening as he continues, "You've comprehended it. It seems a breakthrough to becoming a sovereign is imminent." "How exhilarating," Yi Yaoer responds. "The sensation of enlightenment is utterly delightful. I must thank the young master for your guidance." Yi Changsheng remarks, "I merely spoke casually. Whether you grasp the profundities and truths depends solely on your own insight, unrelated to me. I have also gained understanding. Henceforth, refrain from boasting and focus on your writing. Your health is paramount. Quick money, like that of Aunt Wong, should not be pursued. Would you agree? Additionally, for those who appreciate my efforts, please leave a 5-star review. A little click here and there, and life is boundless in joy." Chapter 28. Do you believe in Buddha? In the ancient realm of the divine nation, within the royal palace, the colossal beast-drawn carriage made its grand entrance. Upon it stood the proud Xiao Tianhua, his black python robe billowing with the wind, long hair flowing like a cascade, and his eyes deep as the vast sea of stars. In the next moment, he leaped down from the carriage, gracefully descending before the palace. At that moment, an elderly man appeared, hastening forward to say, "Your Highness, you have returned." Xiao Tianhua nodded, inquiring, "Elder Gu, do you have any news regarding the young master of the Yi family?" Gu Chenfeng replied, "Your Highness, the various branches of the spirit-devouring sect have reported back, but no trace of the young master of the Yi family has been found. Only the Northern Star City has yet to provide any information." Xiao Tianhua remarked, "As for Northern Star City, He Lao has already departed. I trust we shall receive news shortly." He paused momentarily before continuing, "Where has my sixth brother gone?" Gu Chenfeng responded, "Your Highness, the sixth prince has ventured into the endless forest, where a tomb has been unearthed, rumored to belong to a superlative powerhouse." Xiao Tianhua's expression shifted, displeasure evident as he queried, "Such a significant matter. Why was I not informed?" Gu Chenfeng hastily explained, "Your Highness was to travel to Huiyun Mountain. Thus His Majesty sent the sixth prince in your stead. Is it still possible to reach the tomb before it opens?" Xiao Tianhua's voice grew stern. Observing Gu Chenfeng's expression, he discerned that time was of the essence. "Very well, you may withdraw." At that moment, a shadow descended from the void, appearing beside Xiao Tianhua. Bowing respectfully, the figure said, "Your Highness, grave news has arisen." Xiao Tianhua scrutinized Hai Wumian, his voice low and serious. "What has transpired?" Hai Wumian reported, "Your Highness, the branch in Northern Star City has been utterly ravaged, the spirit-devouring guards annihilated, all felled by a single sword strike." Xiao Tianhua's countenance darkened, a snarl escaping his lips. Was it the work of the Yi family? Hai Wumian nodded. "Indeed, Your Highness, the elder suspects the young master of the Yi family was involved." A peculiar smile crept onto Xiao Tianhua's lips. "Once again, it is the young master of the Yi family. My curiosity about him grows ever deeper." He paused before continuing, "I shall enter closed-door cultivation for a time. You are to inform my father of this matter." Hai Wumian bowed deeply, understanding the command. In an instant, Xiao Tianhua vanished from his location, reappearing at the pinnacle of the solitary peak deep within the palace. As he beheld the elder standing before him, he bowed respectfully. "Ancestor, you have returned so swiftly." Xiao Beixian nodded gently. "The matters I needed to attend to progressed smoothly." "And you? Have you obtained the 7-colored fire spirit?" Xiao Tianhua's expression turned somber as he replied, "Regrettably, Ancestor, I have failed. The young master of the Yi family has taken the 7-colored fire spirit. Two matters perplex me, and I seek your guidance. Ancestor," he continued. Xiao Beixian gestured, "Speak." Xiao Tianhua elaborated, "Ancestor, the Yi family is a lineage of swordsmanship. Why would the young master take the fire spirit, seeking enmity with our divine nation? Furthermore, the 7-colored fire spirit was clearly under my control, yet it suddenly became wild, soaring towards the outer realms of the secret domain, ultimately fleeing alongside the young master of the Yi family." Xiao Beishuan's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "Are you suggesting that the young master of the Yi family did not enter the secret domain, and the 7-colored fire spirit sought him out on its own?"
Xiao Tianhua declared with conviction. Indeed, all the powerful beings present from the divine kingdom witnessed the event. Xiao Beishuan's countenance shifted dramatically as he snarled. This child is peculiar. He can compel the spiritual entities of heaven and earth to acknowledge him as their master. He is certainly more than just a chaos sword body. At this juncture, his expression hardened, and he coldly asserted, "This child must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he will become a grave threat to our divine kingdom." Xiao Tianhua hastily responded, "Ancestor, the young master of the Yi family has already become our formidable adversary. Just moments ago, He Lao transmitted word that the spirit-devouring branch in Beijing City has been completely cleansed by him, with over 100 spirit-devouring members slain." Xiao Beixian felt a chill within, directing his gaze toward Xiao Tianhua. "The seven-colored fire spirit has been lost, but this black lion demon fire shall be bestowed upon you. Though it may not compare to the seven-colored fire spirit, it will aid you in achieving sanctification swiftly. The path of cultivation is long, and the young master of the Yi family is merely a stumbling block on your journey. Do not allow him to occupy your thoughts." Receiving the black lion demon fire with gratitude, Xiao Tianhua bowed and then turned to retreat into seclusion. Observing his departing figure, Xiao Beixian murmured, "How could the young master of the Yi family possibly surpass Tianhua in extraordinary talent? The strongest among the spirit-devouring guards in Beijing City has already attained the third realm of the sovereign level. If the young master of the Yi family can slay him with a single sword strike, his cultivation must at least be at the sovereign level. He is merely 6 years old and has reached sovereign." Xiao Beixian shook his head, startled by his own thoughts, unable to fathom their veracity. "Ye Changsheng, no matter how monstrous your talents, you shall ultimately perish. This era is destined to belong to our Xiao family." In the boundless forest, two figures soared on swords, those being Yi Changsheng and Yi Yaoer. Yi Changsheng inquired, "Yaoer, have Yi Chun and the others arrived?" Though he had never met Yi Chun in person, he had heard much about him, particularly before the Yi family rescinded his status as the divine son. Yi Chen, the second divine son of the Yi family, possessed the dominant sword's sacred body, with talents and potential surpassing even Yi Yaoer. Yi Yaoer replied. In response to the young master, Yi Chun has spent these years traveling, navigating through secret realms and perilous lands. Consequently, his cultivation has advanced rapidly, attracting many cultivators from the Yi family to follow him. Nodding, Yi Changsheng proclaimed, "Let us proceed to find them." As his words fell, a beam of light surged from the dense forest, rising like a pillar supporting the heavens. Yi Changsheng narrowed his eyes. "Yaoer, the underground palace is about to open." Whoosh, whoosh. Two beams of sword light sliced through the void, racing toward the location of the luminous pillar. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire expanse of the boundless forest. As they advanced, Yi Changsheng propelled himself forward, utilizing the dragon-elephant prajna technique to withstand the pressure. However, Yi Yaoer struggled against the oppressive force, her aura becoming increasingly unsettled. With great difficulty, Yi Yaoer urged, "Young master, you must go on without me." Yi Changsheng waved his hand, summoning the four swords of extermination, which hovered around them, their formidable sword energy countering the descending pressure. "You came with me. How could I abandon you?" "Do not worry. This pressure emanates from the underground palace and will soon dissipate." Under the protection of the four swords, the two swiftly arrived at the base of the towering giant peak, not far from the luminous pillar. As the flying swords prepared to descend, Yi Yaoer immediately spotted Yi Chun and the disciples of the Yi family. "Young master, it's Yi Chun and his companions." Yi Changsheng's gaze followed Yi Yaoer's indication, his expression shifting slightly. "Who is the one attacking Yi Chun?" Yi Yaoer replied, "Young master, that young man is the sixth prince of the ancient divine kingdom, and the girl beside him appears to be the second miss of the Blood Tavern, Silver Feather Exine." Yi Changsheng nodded, acknowledging the sizable company that had arrived. "Let us descend and take a look." Yi Yaoer added, "Young master, one must not underestimate the Blood Tavern. They are the most formidable assassin organization in the ancient heavenly domain, with a legacy that spans a millennium, possessing profound depth." Yi Changsheng,
with an air of indifference, remarked, "In the ancient heavenly domain, every power worth naming has a heritage of at least a few thousand years." As they spoke, he descended from the heavens. Landing grandeful beside Yi Chen. Upon his arrival, all eyes in the arena converged upon him. Yi Changsheng regarded Yi Chen, asking, "Do you believe in Buddha?" Yi Chen, momentarily taken aback, responded with a look of confusion, "No." Yi Changsheng continued, "If you do not believe in Buddha, why refrain from taking lives?" The update has begun. Is everyone pleased? Chapter 29. The Divine Might of the Sword Array of Extermination in the Endless Forest. At the foot of the giant peak mountain, the figure of Yi Yaoer gracefully appeared, making her way towards Yi Chen, urging him to pay his respects to the young master. Yi Chen's gaze fell upon Yi Changsheng, and his expression shifted. Although he had been away from the Yi family for some time, he had heard of the young master's extraordinary talent and unparalleled cultivation. To his astonishment, the very person standing before him was indeed Yi Changsheng. Yi Chen bowed respectfully and said, "I pay my respects to the young master." Yi Changsheng raised his hand, signaling him to rise, requesting that he not be overly formal. "What has transpired?" Yi Chen raised his head and spoke earnestly. "The sixth prince of the ancient divine kingdom, Xiao Hao, is deliberately causing us trouble, relying on the support of formidable allies." Yi Changsheng's expression darkened slightly as he replied coldly, "Once again, it is the ancient divine kingdom." At that moment, Xiao Hao mockingly declared, "So you are the young master of the Yi family. You destroyed my ninth sister's sword embryo, and yet you dare to appear in the realm of the divine kingdom. Your audacity is commendable." Yi Changsheng responded, "The destruction of Xiao Lingqing's sword embryo was her own doing. Your ancient divine kingdom has continuously besieged the Yi family's cultivators, thinking to bully us as if we were defenseless." Xiao Hao retorted with a frigid tone, "That too is their own misfortune. As for bullying, I shall target you specifically. What will you do about it?" He paused momentarily before continuing, "Elder Mu, Elder Han, spare the young master of the Yi family, but eliminate the others. I do not wish to see them alive before the underground palace opens." Upon hearing this, Yi Changsheng narrowed his eyes and secretly activated the sword array of extermination, a terrifying aura radiating from his figure. "Yaoer, Yi Chen, take the disciples of our clan and leave at once. I shall handle this. Young master, I will stay and fight alongside you. Let Yaoer lead the others away," Yi Chen insisted, stepping forward to stand beside Yi Changsheng. Yi Changsheng replied, "These two old fellows are of high-ranking royal status. They cannot harm me. You go and deal with the sixth prince of the divine kingdom." Yi Chen nodded, his figure vanishing in a flash as he charged towards Xiao Hao, declaring, "I have borne with you for long enough. Prepare to meet your end." Had he not been wary of the two high-ranking royal figures and concerned for the safety of the Yi family disciples, Yi Chen would not have endured the humiliation from Xiao Hao until now. Now the opportunity had arisen, and he was eager to gauge the capabilities of the sixth prince of the ancient divine kingdom. Seeing Yi Chen rushing towards him, Xiao Hao smirked coldly, a powerful aura surging behind him, 9 suns shining upon the heavens. Break! With a punch, he met Yi Chen's sword energy head-on, with a series of explosive sounds. The two figures soared into the air, their battle intensifying. As they fought, powerful shockwaves radiated outward. Yi Chen's pupils constricted as he looked at Xiao Hao in astonishment. He had initially believed he could easily defeat him, only to discover the latter's formidable strength. Unbeknownst to Yi Chen, Xiao Hao was a 9-sun sacred body, a key figure cultivated within the ancient divine kingdom. In a true comparison, Xiao Hao was even more ruthless than the crown prince, Xiao Tianhua. Especially since the crown prince had been publicly proclaimed as the son of the emperor, Xiao Hao's mindset had undergone a profound transformation. He has always believed himself to be vastly superior to Xiao Tianhua. The title of imperial son should rightfully belong to him. At his age, Xiao Tianhua has not yet reached the 4th level of the emperor realm. Xiao Hao is resolute in his conviction that he can shatter Xiao Tianhua's record, becoming the youngest sage, emperor, and god in millennia. This is precisely why Yi Chen's intervention incites such fearlessness in Xiao Hao. Meanwhile, Elder Mu and Elder Han, exuding formidable pressure,
charged towards Yi Changsheng, unleashing palm winds as they advanced. Observing this scene, Yi Changsheng remained unmoved, as steady as a mountain, his gaze calm as he regarded the two before him. Noticing Yi Changsheng's unwavering stance, a smirk of mockery appeared at the corners of Elder Mu's mouth, dismissively stating that the so-called young master of the Yi family had been rendered speechless by their assault. Elder Han chimed in, asserting that he was merely a wet-behind-the-ears child, questioning how powerful he could possibly be at such a tender age. Not far away, Yi Yaoer and the others changed countenance, worry etched across their features. Unable to contain herself, Yi Yaoer called out, "Young master, be careful." As her voice faded, a dazzling golden light erupted, resembling a golden crow appearing behind Yi Changsheng, its searing aura enveloping the space around them. It was blinding. "What is that?" Yi Changsheng proclaimed, "Heaven-burning fist, earth-subduing flame." With a single punch, golden light filled the heavens, meeting the palm winds of Elder Han and Elder Mu. Boom, boom. A thunderous roar echoed, and a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, causing Yi Changsheng to retreat several steps. Over 100 meters away, he steadied himself, lifting his chin to gaze at the two elders with a smile gracing his lips. It became evident to him that his current 9 sons' burning heaven fist was capable of withstanding a strike from 2 high-level emperors, had he possessed their cultivation levels. A single punch would have been sufficient to obliterate them. Yi Changsheng nodded in satisfaction, understanding that elevating his realm was the true path to power. He currently lacked nothing in terms of body refinement, fist techniques, sword skills, or divine weaponry. Elder Han and Elder Mu steadied themselves, their gazes fixed intently on Yi Changsheng. Elder Mu spoke solemnly, "Old Han, this youth is peculiar and should not be underestimated. We must unleash our strongest blow, leaving him no opportunity to breathe." As his words fell, weapons materialized in their hands, and they descended through the air, striking down towards Yi Changsheng with furious intent. The blades and spear tips resembled 2 cascading rivers of stars, aimed directly at Yi Changsheng, who they believed would undoubtedly perish under this assault. Suddenly, a cacophony of sword cries erupted, an overwhelming light of swords encircling Yi Changsheng, forming a colossal vortex that enveloped him. Elder Han and Elder Mu, descending rapidly, were taken aback by the appearance of this sword energy vortex, their expressions shifting with a flicker of trepidation. "What is this?" The sword aura emanating from him is so potent, so terrifying. Elder Han pondered inwardly. What kind of sword body is this? I feel as if I am trapped within a sword formation, unable to escape. Elder Mu's face turned pale, panic surging within him. Upon witnessing the emergence of the exquisite sword array, he had sought to flee, only to find himself ensnared by an invisible sword aura, making escape exceedingly difficult. Boom, boom. The sound of an explosive clash reverberated, transforming the descending weapons into mere powder. As the vortex of sword energy engulfed them, the two elders were obliterated to dust. Astonished, Yi Changsheng silently gasped, but upon reflection, realized that the extermination sword array was a formidable force capable of vanquishing gods. How could 2 mere sovereigns hope to withstand it? Ding! Congratulations, Master! You have successfully slain a powerful being from the ancient divine kingdom using the extermination sword array, earning 1 system reward lottery draw. Ding! Alert for the Master! You have received a mainline system mission to annihilate the ancient divine kingdom within 5 years. Completion of this task will grant you a luxurious system gift pack and a divine level sign-in opportunity. Ding! Alert for the Master! Your current cultivation level is Sovereign 2nd layer. The next activation of the extermination sword array will require a period of 2 months. Upon hearing the notifications, Yi Changsheng nodded slightly, a smile playing on his lips as he addressed the system. Initiate the lottery draw immediately. Ding! Congratulations, Master! You have successfully drawn a reward. As the notification echoed in his ears, Yi Changsheng soared into the air, rushing toward Xiao Hao. Suspended in midair, Xiao Hao was taken aback, realizing that the 2 elders had been slain. Is this creature truly a monster? He pondered. Some may say I am swift, while others may call me brief. I chuckled softly,
What is wrong with being concise yet formidable? The building has begun. With the 100th floor reached, an additional chapter will follow. Chapter 30. Let us engage in a grand endeavor above the void. Changsheng appeared, his figure ethereal as a celestial being, radiating a fierce aura that caused Xiao Hao to instinctively retreat. Having always prided himself on being a prodigy, believing himself superior to Prince Xiao Tianhua, he now found himself shaken by Changsheng's terrifying presence. A genius. If he could be deemed a genius. What then could be said of the young master of the Yi family? Merely a child, yet he effortlessly annihilated 2 high-level monarchs. Xiao Hao realized he was incapable of such feats. To the side, Yi Chun was equally astonished, having heard tales of Changsheng's extraordinary prowess. But never had he anticipated such formidable strength. No wonder the ancestor had revoked all qualifications of the divine sons, leaving only the young master. In that moment, Yi Chun felt a profound respect. As Xiao Hao saw Changsheng advance, his countenance changed drastically. The 9 Suns' sacred body was unleashed. A boundless ocean of spiritual energy surged forth. Observing this, Changsheng's lips curled into a smile as he activated the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, unleashing the 9 Suns' burning heaven fist. With the appearance of the golden crow behind him, he struck down towards Xiao Hao. Boom! With a resounding crash, Xiao Hao was sent hurtling backward, soaring to a distance of 100 feet. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he glanced at his arm, where fissures resembling a spider's web had formed. In that instant, he was enveloped in dread and disbelief. Cultivating the 9 Suns' sacred body, his physical form was his pride. Yet, why was Changsheng's physique so formidable? The power of that punch, the searing light and oppressive force, instilled within him a profound fear and trepidation. As the punch landed, Changsheng scrutinized Xiao Hao, acknowledging, "You're not bad for being able to withstand my strike." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Come, let us exchange another 2 punches." Hearing this, Xiao Hao retorted furiously, "Young Master Yi, this is the realm of the ancient divine kingdom. How dare you act recklessly? Killing elders of my divine kingdom will demand a price from your Yi family. Fool!" Changsheng replied grive, his figure lunging forward as he swung his fist once more at Xiao Hao. The ancient divine kingdom could slay cultivators from the Yi family at will. Yet if he were to slay Xiao Hao, the Yi family would face repercussions? Was the ancient divine kingdom truly so formidable? Unfortunately, Changsheng felt no fear, nor did the Sword Palace Yi family. In the instant Changsheng's colossal fist descended, a figure manifested before Xiao Hao, casually waving a hand, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy akin to a colossal tide, which consumed Changsheng's punch and reduced it to dust. Changsheng was sent flying, resembling a kite severed from its string. 100 feet away, Changsheng gradually steadied himself, suddenly lifting his gaze forward, his eyes landing on a man. A saint? He hadn't anticipated a saint would protect Xiao Hao. Changsheng acknowledged his own oversight. Chen approached, sword in hand, quickly stating, "Young master, you're injured." Changsheng replied nonchalantly, "Just a minor injury, nothing to worry about." In that moment, his thoughts raced as he contemplated how to proceed against the saint. If it were only himself, he could retreat effortlessly, but with Chun, Yaoer, and others involved, the situation became complicated. He could not simply abandon them. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiao Hao spoke in a solemn tone, "Uncle Long, you have arrived." Long Tianjun replied, "The Empress is concerned for the safety of the 6th Prince, and has tasked me with providing covert protection." Xiao Hao's expression shifted, his gaze filled with murderous intent directed at Changsheng. "Uncle Long, he is the young master of the Yi family. He cannot be allowed to leave alive." Long Tianjun scrutinized Changsheng, acknowledging, "The young master of the Yi family, at such a tender age, can withstand my strike. Truly formidable." Changsheng forcefully restrained the surging blood within him and calmly remarked, "Mediocre, merely 3rd in the world." After a brief pause, he continued, "If you wish to fight, then do so swiftly. Otherwise, when the experts from the Sword Palace arrive, you shall have no opportunity left." Long Tianjun's expression subtly altered as he regarded Changsheng with apprehension. releasing his divine sense to ascertain if any hidden experts from the Yi family were nearby. At that moment, Inu appeared beside Xiao Hao and said in a grave tone, "The underground palace is about to open. Do not squander time here." Xiao Hao responded, "Yusin, instruct those you brought to act together and eliminate the young master of the Yi family. Our ancient divine kingdom owes your blood wine tavern a favor." Inu assured him, "Rest assured, I've already given the command. Once we enter the underground palace, the others will slay all disciples of the Yi family, including the young master." Boom, boom. A series of thunderous noises erupted as boulders cascaded down from the towering peaks, as if they might collapse at any moment. Subsequently, two mountains parted, revealing a chasm that exuded a terrifying aura. Xiao Hao and Inu simultaneously cast their gazes in that direction, the latter stating, "The teleportation array has appeared. We must hurry." As the words fell, the two soared through the air towards the array. Xiao Hao growled, "Uncle Long, kill the young master of the Yi family." Long Tianjun reassured him, "Rest easy, Sixth Prince. He will surely perish here." Yi Changsheng observed Xiao Hao and Inu entering the teleportation array, his expression shifting slightly as he spoke in a low voice. "Yi Chun, take Yaoer into the underground palace first. I will follow shortly." Yi Chun replied, "Young master." Yi Changsheng urged, "Go, and ensure your safety." Yi Chun turned and swiftly dashed towards Yi Yaoer, and together they rushed towards the teleportation array, only to be intercepted by the powerful members of the Bloodwine Tavern. Concurrently, forces hidden in the shadows began to emerge, their cultivators stepping into the teleportation array. One after another, individuals entered the underground palace. Yet the disciples of the Yi family were obstructed. The might of the Bloodwine Tavern and Long Tianjun was overwhelming, a terrifying pressure bearing down on Yi Changsheng. Long Tianjun coldly regarded Yi Changsheng, stating, "Young Master Yi, where are the experts of the Yi family? Have them reveal themselves. If they do not appear soon, you all shall meet a dire fate." A swordsman from the Bloodwine Tavern cast a lecherous glance at Yi Yaoer, muttering to himself, "This little girl is quite appealing. We shall take her, while the others must perish." Yi Changsheng surveyed the approaching crowd, a surge of determination coursing through him. "System, activate the cultivation enhancement card immediately." Ding! "Congratulations, Master. You have successfully used the cultivation enhancement card. This card elevates your entire realm by one major level, lasting for 1 day, with no backlash or side effects." The sudden enhancement of his cultivation to an entirely new realm left Yi Changsheng in a state of exhilaration. A life imbued with extraordinary fortune is indeed a blissful one. Previously, he had drawn a card from the system lottery that promised an elevation in cultivation, but he had never anticipated such an extraordinary effect. At present, he stood at the second level of the sovereign realm, and upon utilizing the cultivation enhancement card, he ascended to the second level of the saint realm. With this realization, Yi Changsheng's expression shifted as he gazed upon the formidable dragon Tianjun and the powerful figures of the Blood Tavern. "Mortal beings, tremble before us. Let us engage in a grand spectacle." Chapter 31. Young Master Yi, not to be provoked upon hearing the commotion. Long Tianjun and the formidable warriors of the Blood Tavern erupted into raucous laughter. An elder from the Blood Tavern mockingly remarked, "This child has been driven mad with fear. How pitiable." Long Tianjun responded, "In the end, he is simply too young. His capacity to endure is lacking. Are we truly so wicked to bully the younger generation?" Another voice chimed in, pausing for effect before continuing, "I relish witnessing the despair of others. It is an exhilarating sensation." Hearing their jeers, Yi Chun and Yi Yaoer wore expressions of profound distress, yet their insufficient power rendered them unable to assist Yi Changsheng. At that moment, an overwhelming aura enveloped Yi Changsheng, and in the blink of an eye, his cultivation began to ascend dramatically. Emperor Realm, 3rd level. Emperor Realm, 4th level. Emperor Realm, 5th level. Saint Realm, 1st level. Saint Realm, 2nd level. Witnessing this transformation, the laughter of Long Tianjun and the Blood Tavern's warriors ceased abruptly, their eyes widening in disbelief as they gazed upon Yi Changsheng. When the world is happening, is it truly possible to break through like this? Long Tianjun's expression turned to one of terror, his voice rendered speechless as his suspended form trembled. Swift sword, Yi Changsheng roared, launching himself forward with an explosive force. His sword striking the heavens, staining the sky with blood. In an instant, a warrior from the Blood Tavern was annihilated. Run! He has gone mad! The elder of the Blood Tavern exclaimed, spinning around in a panic to flee. Suddenly, a sense of peril surged from behind. The elder turned to see 4 flying swords aimed directly at him. Why are there 4 swords? Whoosh! Whoosh! The 4 swords soared through the air, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. In a fleeting moment, only the individual who had sought to detain Yi Yaoer remained among the Blood Tavern warriors. Meanwhile, Long Tianjun stood petrified, gazing at the swords suspended in the void. Yi Changsheng descended before the last remaining warrior of the Blood Tavern, slowly raising his hand, the extermination sword materializing within his grasp. As a disciple of the Yi family, you dare to lay a hand on me? The man trembled, stammering, I was merely jesting. Please, young Master Yi, do not take it to heart. Yi Changsheng raised his sword and thrust it forward, striking the man in the groin. Blood splattering as a harrowing scream pierced the sky. The man had never envisioned his demise would come in such a cruel manner. Little did he know, this was merely the beginning. With a swift motion, Yi Changsheng executed 3 more strikes. The man's life extinguished, yet not before enduring excruciating agony. Long Tianjun observed the man's death with a chill coursing through him, feeling an unsettling tightness. Such brutality was beyond comprehension. To kill is merely to nod one's head. This approach, hissing. In that moment, fear welled up within Long Tianjun as he regarded Yi Changsheng, questioning whether he was a mere child. No, he was a demon. At that juncture, Yi Changsheng turned to Yi Chun, stating, you all should enter the underground palace first. Once I have dealt with him, I shall join you. Yi Chun, Yi Yaoer, and the other disciples of the Yi family numbly nodded, hastening towards the teleportation array. They departed with a sense of reverence, utterly unprepared for Yi Changsheng's formidable strength. As Yi Chun and the others left, Yi Changsheng approached Long Tianjun, who struggled to suppress his inner dread. Young Master Yi, should you forcibly employ your secret technique and kill me, you shall never elevate your realm again in this lifetime. Yi Changsheng replied with a serene smile. You seem quite concerned. Perhaps you should contemplate the manner in which you intend to meet your demise. With those words, the 4 swords of extermination soared forth, transforming into 4 beams of brilliance aimed directly at Long Tianjun. In that instant, Long Tianjun beheld the approaching swords, his very soul quaking. The terrifying sword aura rendered him immobile. With a swift motion, the 4 swords pierced through him, and as he looked down at the gaping wound in his chest, he muttered, Young Master Yi, you are not to be trifled with. Yi Changsheng did not cast a glance at Long Tianjun. Instead, turning to soar through the air towards the teleportation array, with the 4 swords trailing behind him like 4 great dragons. In the void above, the various factions watched Yi Changsheng's departure, each inhaling sharply in astonishment. The Sword Palace's Yi clan possessed such a terrifying progeny. What prodigious talent! The clan slaying of the Blood Tavern and the ancient Divine Kingdom's experts had stirred considerable trouble. Chaos was imminent in the heavenly domain. Young Master Yi was a paragon of genius, his future boundless. As discussions ensued, individuals from various factions harbored their own agendas. Yet the shocky Changsheng had left them with lingered long after. Upon entering the teleportation array, the 4 swords of extermination merged into Yi Changsheng's being, traversing through a boundless darkness. He gracefully descended, stabilizing his figure while cautiously surveying his surroundings. In the secret realm of the underground palace, fortune and misfortune coexisted. A moment's inattention could lead to utter annihilation. Yi Changsheng was acutely aware of this, hence he did not recklessly charge forward. After a brief moment, a gentle voice resonated from behind. Young Master, you have arrived. Turning to see Yi Yaoer approaching with a few companions, he inquired, Where are Yi Chun and the others? Yi Yaoer replied, Young Master, this teleportation array is random. We were transported to a different location than Yi Chun. Yi Changsheng nodded in understanding. Very well. Stay close to me, observe our surroundings, and refrain from wandering or touching anything. The group nodded in agreement and followed closely behind him. After traversing a distance of 1,000 meters, they found themselves within a grand palace. The palace was vast, adorned with 10 lifelike statues that seemed poised to spring to life at any moment. Changsheng halted, scrutinizing the statues with a grave expression. Just then, a series of footsteps approached, drawing their attention to the newcomers. Yusin arrived with 4 others, and, upon spotting Changsheng and Yaoer, her expression shifted dramatically. Filled with suspicion, how they gained entry to the underground palace. Changsheng's gaze fell upon Yusin, a sense of irony washing over him. What a narrow path for foes to cross. As she observed Changsheng advancing towards her, her heart raced with trepidation. Yet her face broke into a smile. "Young Master Yi, we meet again." Changsheng responded coolly, "Indeed, what a coincidence." Yusin smiled and said, "What a coincidence. This underground palace is fraught with dangers. Would Master Yi be interested in joining me?" Changsheng replied, "What do you think?" Previously, the individuals from the Blood Tavern sought to kill him. Had it not been for the enhancement card, he would have met his demise by now. This woman, as venomous as a viper, still wished to accompany him. Did she take him for a fool? Yusin approached gracefully. "Master Yi, it was all a misunderstanding. More friends mean more pathways. Our Blood Tavern holds considerable influence in the heavenly domain. By befriending you now, we can offer assistance to the Yi family in the future." Changsheng nodded, acknowledging the logic, yet countered, "You are undeserving. You once sought my life, and now, devoid of any trump cards, you wish to befriend me? How naive." With a scoff, Changsheng flicked his finger, and a strand of sword light sliced through Yusin's neck. "Yaoer, eliminate the others." Yaoer paused momentarily, then lightly tapped the ground, drawing her sword and charging towards the 4 individuals behind Yusin. In the span of a tease brewing, the 4 lay slain upon the ground. Returning to Changsheng's side, she glanced at Yusin, now sprawled in a pool of blood. "Master, why did you kill her?" Changsheng replied, "Because she was too provocative." The second update is here. Another chapter will follow shortly, though it may be delayed. Dear benefactors, please refrain from urging for updates, and keep the comments flowing. Chapter 32. The Elder is not such a person within the underground palace. A dense stench of blood permeated the air. Yaoer, with her luminous eyes, glanced at the corpse on the ground. "Master, Silver Feather Exion's status in the Blood Tavern is exalted. Killing her would bring trouble to our Yi family." Changsheng replied calmly, "If we must kill, then let it be so. Yaoer, remember this. Without ruthlessness, one cannot stand firm." After a pause, he continued, "In that earlier scenario, if we had been weak, do you think Silver Feather Exion would have shown us mercy? This world operates on the principle that the strong reign supreme, wielding the power of life and death, while the weak are as grass, easily trampled upon." Yaoer nodded, understanding the gravity of his words. "Master, I comprehend." Changsheng urged, "We must leave this place swiftly. The overwhelming scent of blood will soon attract ferocious beasts if they are lurking within the underground palace." As his words faded, the ground trembled violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. The figures of those present swayed, their gazes converging on Changsheng. "Not good. The beasts have already emerged," Changsheng declared solemnly, remaining vigilant as he peered ahead, surrounded by Yaoer and the others. Boom! Boom! With the sound of crashing echoing, shadows surged forth from the passage, their fiery red eyes emanating a chilling greed, as if they were poised to devour any living being in sight. Yaoer, confronted by the fearsome beasts, trembled slightly. "Master, what manner of beast is this?" Changsheng responded gravely. "These are netherhounds, possessing the bloodline of 3 hellhounds. Their greatest advantage lies in their astonishingly swift attack speed, and their claws are exceedingly sharp." One of the Yi family disciples looked at Changsheng with admiration, his voice quivering. "Master, you are truly remarkable. You know everything." Changsheng smiled nonchalantly. "It's merely a matter of reading more and boasting less. There is much knowledge to be found in books." After a brief pause, he added, "Yaoer, these netherhounds possess power equivalent to a human of the 7th rank. You shall lead everyone in their extermination." Yaoer nodded, her graceful figure darting forward. As she advanced, the infinite sword technique was unleashed, sending waves of silver light slicing towards the netherhounds. Noticing that the other disciples remained motionless, Changsheng's expression shifted slightly. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and charge forward." "No, why are you still hesitating to engage them?" One disciple of the Yi family stammered, "Master, why are you so timid?" Changsheng kicked the young man in the rear. "Get in there and fight, or you'll be left here alone." At his command, the youth unsheathed his sword, gritting his teeth as he mustered his courage and rushed towards the netherhounds. These disciples of the Yi family had ventured out for training, yet had remained under Yi Qin's protection for too long, resulting in a lack of aggression. As sword cultivators, how could they remain untempered? Thus, Changsheng sought to ignite their fighting spirit, compelling them to clash with the netherhounds. Only through the baptism of blood, truly dancing on the edge of life and death, could they mature. What the Yi family required were indomitable sword cultivators, not a cadre of swords sheathed in idleness. As he observed the crowd rushing towards the infernal hound, he exhaled deeply, acknowledging the formidable size of the creature. Were it not for his extensive reading, he might have succumbed to fear. The texts he had perused indicated that the appearance of an infernal hound inevitably heralded the presence of an infernal hound king. He thought to himself, "Let me discern your whereabouts." A resounding roar echoed, and Changsheng turned to locate the source. Atop the palace, an infernal hound emerged, its size at least threefold that of its counterparts on the ground. He was exceedingly certain that this was indeed the king of the hounds. With a swift motion, he lightly tapped the ground, and his figure floated as if ethereal, unleashing a sword strike towards the infernal hound king. The luminous blade descended, leaving a scar upon the palace. Yet the figure of the infernal hound king vanished into thin air. Changsheng narrowed his eyes, growing vigilant, acutely aware of the hound's astonishing speed, though he had not anticipated it to be so extraordinary. At that moment, a surge of danger emanated from behind him. He swiftly turned, only to be confronted by a colossal shadow lunging toward him. Changsheng raised the extermination sword to shield his chest, witnessing the infernal hound king strike the blade with its paw, causing him to slide back on his toes. Regaining his balance 100 meters away, the extermination sword vanished from his grasp as he clenched his fists and charged at the infernal hound king. Boom! Boom! With each punch of the Nine Suns Burning Heaven Fist combined with the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, the massive form of the infernal hound king was forced to retreat. Emitting anguished howls, a smile crept upon Changsheng's lips. Engaging the hound king necessitated close combat. Otherwise, its swiftness rendered his sword strikes futile. Under the relentless blows of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, the infernal hound king found itself at a distinct disadvantage, cracks appearing across its body, with blood splattering onto the ground. Changsheng recognized that the hound king had sustained grave injuries. Should he continue his assault, its demise was certain. Seizing such a fortuitous moment, he would not let it slip away easily. Sensing impending doom, the infernal hound king abruptly turned and fled deeper into the underground palace. With Changsheng in hot pursuit, the two racing through the darkened corridors. Shortly thereafter, they arrived in a pitch-black chamber, where Changsheng could only discern the blood-red eyes of the hound king. A fierce roar resonated, and beams of crimson light illuminated Changsheng, causing his expression to shift as dread filled his heart. By heavens, I've charged into the lair of the infernal hounds. Are they preparing to devour me piece by piece? Just as he steeled himself for what lay ahead, a raspy voice echoed in his ears. Young one, you are a swordsman, yet have bested the infernal hound using your fists. Quite intriguing, indeed. Would you entertain the notion of conversing with this old man? Changsheng turned towards the sound, spotting a spectral figure perched upon the back of the infernal hound king. The figure, adorned in a flowing white robe with long white hair, exuded an air of ethereal grace and benevolence. Yet the aura surrounding him instilled a sense of peril within Changsheng. Changsheng inquired, Elder, are you the master of this underground palace? How shall I address you? The old man replied softly, I am not the master of this palace. Like you, I've come in search of treasures, yet I was slain and reduced to this remnant soul.
He paused momentarily before continuing. Tell me, young one, is it the Cretaceous period? Cretaceous period? Yi Changsheng was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at the elderly man before him. Esteemed elder, we are no longer in the Cretaceous period. That era has long since passed, 5,000 years ago, to be precise. 5,000 years? The old man in white turned pale. Disbelief etched across his features as he regarded Yi Changsheng. Has 5 millennia truly slipped by in an instant? Does that mean I have been in slumber for 5,000 years? Yi Changsheng responded, if you indeed hail from the Cretaceous period, then you have indeed been asleep for that long. These infernal hounds cannot have just recently awakened, can they? The elder nodded. Originally, this palace was devoid of infernal hounds. The mightiest beings here were the 10 colossal statues. They were once titans of the Cretaceous era, but after being sealed, they transformed into these statues. The reason for this transformation remains an enigma. Yi Changsheng regarded the old man with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. If you are truly from the Cretaceous period, then who is it that inflicted such grievous harm upon you, leaving you with but a fragment of your soul? Furthermore, if these infernal hounds have only just awakened, why do they obey your commands? Who are you really? The old man's expression shifted, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Are you casting doubt upon my integrity? Yi Changsheng replied, Schuld, Taeyang? From the outset, you have been coveting my corporeal form, have you not? The elder shook his head, chuckling softly. I'm not that sort of individual. Yi Changsheng insisted. No, you are. You seek to usurp my being. Chapter 33. Little brother, you misunderstand within the subterranean palace. The elder clad in white, upon hearing Yi Changsheng's words, offered an awkward smile. Little brother, you truly misunderstand. He paused momentarily before continuing. I am indeed not a being from the Cretaceous period, but this palace has existed since then. Allow me to clarify. I am known as Taiyatsi, the former master of the Tianyi sect. A millennium ago, I entered this palace seeking fortune, but ultimately fell victim to an ambush and perished here. The spectral wolves prowling this domain are fierce beasts sealed within these confines. They heed my commands due to my rudimentary understanding of beast mastery. Yi Changsheng, ever vigilant, inquired, do you truly not wish to seize my body? Taiyatsi replied, I have contemplated the notion of possession, yet your entangled fate is far too intricate. Thus, I have chosen to forego that path. Yi Changsheng pressed on. Simply because my fate is complex, you relinquish the opportunity for rebirth? Indeed, Taiyatsi affirmed. Your fate is overwhelmingly potent. To attempt possession could lead to mutual destruction of body and spirit. It is far wiser to forge a friendship with you, cultivating a benevolent bond. A moment of silence ensued. Yi Changsheng, no ditgenti. Elder, I trust you. Let us be direct. Tell me what you wish me to do and what benefits I might gain from this arrangement. Taiyatsi responded, I admire your character, young friend. If you assist me in leaving this palace, I shall aid you in obtaining the legacies contained within. Agreed. Yi Changsheng nodded and then inquired, what location within the palace holds these legacies? With a casual wave of his hand, Taiyatsi gestured as the spectral hounds scurried away in a frenzy. This palace comprises 3 sections. We currently occupy the core. The legacies within the other 2 halls remain unclear to me, but the inheritance you seek lies within those 10 colossal statues. They're the remnants of powerful beings from the Cretaceous period, and whether you can claim their legacies depends on your aptitude and fortune. Yi Changsheng turned to gaze at the 10 imposing statues. From a moment, he entered the palace. He sensed something unusual about them, and now it was revealed that the legacy truly resided within. Elder, has anyone ever succeeded in claiming the legacies from these statues? Taiyatsi shook his head. No, many have perished, entirely due to their bodies exploding after gazing upon the statues. Goodness, Yi Changsheng thought. This elder seems intent on leading me to my doom. However, Taiyatsi reassured him, but fear not, young friend. I genuinely believe you possess the capability. Yi Changsheng, Muset. Why do I feel as though this old man is merely deceiving me? What does he mean by believing I can succeed? What if I, too, explode after observing the statues? Contemplating this, Yi Changsheng inquired solemnly, Elder, what leads you to believe I can attain the legacy? Taiyatsi replied, Young friend, I perceive remarkable potential in your bones. You are a rare genius among multitudes. The legacy of the statues is destined for you. I have faith that you shall prevail. Best of luck. This phrase felt oddly familiar. This crafty old man must be underestimating him, thinking he is Navi. Yi Changsheng regarded Tianyatsi with suspicion, pondering why he did not utter the words. Yami. Tian Yazizi observed Yi Changsheng's hesitation and remarked, "Young friend, the opportunity lies before you. Should you let it slip away, do not blame this old man for failing to forewarn you." Yi Changsheng stepped towards the colossal statue, only to encounter Yi Yaoer and others. "Young master, who is the elder behind you? Pay him no mind. He is merely a wisp of a lingering soul." Yi Changsheng replied calmly, his gaze fixed upon the statue. In the next moment, a chilling aura surged forth, compelling him to glance aside. "Yaoer, there is something amiss with this statue. Do not fixate on it." As his words fell, a disciple of the Yi family began to flail wildly, his sword thrashing uncontrollably, as if he had succumbed to madness. Tian Yazizi warned, "Young friend, he has been ensnared by the environment surrounding the statue. He will soon explode." With a resounding bang, the disciple indeed detonated, a mist of blood enveloping the space, causing others to swiftly turn away, their backs to the statue. Yi Changsheng waved his sleeve lightly, dispelling the blood mist, and seated himself upon the ground. "Yaoer, should I also meet with such a fate, remember to take him from the underground palace." As Yi Yaoer opened her mouth to respond, she realized that Yi Changsheng had already entered a meditative state, and the words caught in her throat. Her gaze then shifted to Tian Yazizi. "Elder, will my young master be all right?" Tian Yazizi shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. "I cannot say. No one has ever successfully received the inheritance. Most have perished in the attempt." Concern etched on her face. Yi Yaoer exclaimed, "I must awaken the young master. If this continues, he will surely explode." Tian Yazizi cautioned, "Young girl, it is best not to attempt to interrupt him. Should you do so, even if he survives, he may become a fool, and his martial path will be irrevocably destroyed." Yi Yaoer retorted with indignation, "Elder, knowing full well that this statue harbors danger, why did you not inform the young master? He even entrusted me to escort you away from the underground palace." With a helpless expression, Tian Yazizi replied, "By heaven's conscience, I told him everything, yet he did not believe me." At that moment, a startling scene unfolded. The crowd turned towards the source of the sound, their eyes fixated on Yi Changsheng, each one rendered speechless. Chapter 34. When he grows up, you will be even more reckless. At this moment, all eyes were fixated on Yi Changsheng, who instinctively took a step back. Even Tianyatsi's ethereal form drifted backward, warily observing Yi Changsheng. Something was amiss. This lad seemed on the verge of an explosion. Yi Yaoyao turned her gaze back and noticed Tianyatsi keeping his distance. "Old man, you are definitely doing this on purpose," she thought. Tianyatsi sighed softly. "I truly wish to be a good person, but it is exceedingly difficult." Yi Yaoyao was extremely anxious, yet powerless, filled with regret. Had she not brought Yi Changsheng to the secret realm of the underground palace, none of these events would have transpired. Seated on the ground, Yi Changsheng's figure gradually ascended amidst the swirling spiritual energy floating among 10 colossal statues. At that moment, he found himself in a peculiar space, identical to the underground palace's 10 statues, yet this realm was suffused with ethereal essence, with cranes soaring and clouds swirling like mist. Is this a celestial realm? Yi Changsheng thought, questioning whether he was being deceived due to his lack of knowledge. Suddenly, 10 figures materialized before him. The leader was an exceptionally handsome young man, exuding charm and grace, particularly as his white robes billowed around him, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. The man looked at Yi Changsheng and said softly, "Brothers, endless years have passed, and finally, someone has entered our illusion. This child is quite remarkable, his appearance rivaling my own." One of the men retorted, "Junior brother, must you indulge in self-admiration? This child is far more handsome than you." With this, laughter erupted from the 10. Yi Changsheng, bewildered, gazed at the group. "Esteemed seniors, I seem to have stumbled into this place and interrupted your serene meditation.
I hope you will not take offense. He recalled that the books he read suggested such an approach should pose no problem. Jian Xuanzi descended gracefully, scrutinizing Yi Changsheng. You are quite polite, young one. Since you have entered our illusion, we shall take you as our disciple. How's that sound? Esteemed senior. Isn't that a bit too direct? We hardly know one another, he replied, though excitement coursed through him. Jian Xuanzi remarked, You are indeed an interesting lad. Many compete to be our disciples, yet you wish to understand us better. He paused briefly before continuing, Let us not complicate matters. Simply kneel and pay your respects. Is that truly acceptable, esteemed senior? Yi Changsheng questioned, then promptly knelt down, exclaiming, Disciple Yi Changsheng pays his respects to the 10 masters. By the heavens, you are quite bold. Jian Xuanzi was momentarily taken aback by Yi Changsheng's audacity. The other 9 descended beside Jian Xuanzi, one of them saying, Junior brother, this lad is impressive, born with a chaotic sword body, clever, and shameless. He truly resembles you. Jian Xuanzi glanced over, does he? Senior brother. Jian Wudi shook his head with a chuckle. Doesn't he resemble you? Jian Xuanzi replied, Senior brother, he lacks my finest qualities. Jian Wudi paused, he is still a child. When he matures, he'll surpass your recklessness. It's perplexing, he continued. You could easily rely on your looks, yet you insist on relying on strength. You wouldn't understand. Jian Xuanzi spoke softly, slightly raising his hand to signal Yi Changsheng to rise. From now on, you shall be the chief disciple of our sword hall. With that, he turned, his sleeves fluttering, revealing a high platform before Yi Changsheng. Changsheng, this spirit ring is bestowed upon you. Take your time to comprehend its essence. It shall greatly aid you. Yi Changsheng glanced at the square box atop the platform. Master, may I inquire about the whereabouts of the sword hall and the number of disciples it harbors? Jian Xuanzi replied in a measured tone. The sword hall lies in a distant, unfathomable place. For now, you need not concern yourself with it. Knowing too much may endanger you. Yi Changsheng thought to himself that he had anticipated such a response. Jian Xuanzi continued, As for the disciples of the sword hall, currently you are the sole one, but many more shall follow. Jian Wudi echoed, Changsheng, the uncertainties that dwell within your heart may find some answers within the spirit ring. The rest will be revealed upon our next meeting. As his voice faded, 10 figures began to blur until they vanished completely. Were it not for the tangible presence of the platform and the spirit ring, Yi Changsheng might have doubted the reality of it all. He swiftly turned and approached the platform, gently raising his hand to catch the spirit ring as it floated into his palm. With no barriers to impede him, he easily entered within. As his consciousness delved into the spirit ring, Yi Changsheng realized one thing. His 10 masters were all rather impoverished. This grand spirit ring contained merely 3 items for him. A token shaped like an ancient sword, a rusted sword box, and a single page of paper. Yi Changsheng withdrew the spirit ring, carefully storing the 3 items, murmuring to himself, So, I have become the chief disciple of the sword hall? After reading the contents of the paper, he understood that Jian Xuanzi and the others indeed belonged to the Cretaceous period, indicating that the sword hall was of that era as well. The paper clearly stated that they would meet again, yet how could they, being from a bygone age? Moreover, the text contained only a few sentences. Why not simply speak them aloud rather than inscribe them on paper? Yi Changsheng found himself puzzled. Nevertheless, he followed the instructions on the paper, settling cross-legged at the center of the 10 colossal statues to continue unraveling their mysteries. The path of killing from all directions. The true essence of the killing sword? The update concludes here. Do not become overly enamored with me, for tomorrow brings more. To those who have read, do not forget to urge for the next installment and leave a 5-star review. Today, the stock market yielded no losses, thus, there is no need to venture out for earnings tonight. Rest well, for the body cannot endure exhaustion. Chapter 35. Oh, what ecstasy! The path of 10 directions. The true essence of the killing sword. Yi Changsheng sat cross-legged, and a brilliant light appeared successively on the 10 colossal statues, shooting forth towards his figure. This sensation. Oh, what ecstasy! Truly, it was exhilarating. For Yi Changsheng discovered that the 10 rays of light absorbed into his body with a legacy of power left by his 10 esteemed masters. Alas, the spiritual energy within him surged to the brink of overflowing. It cannot be wasted. Changsheng activated the dragon elephant prajna technique, attempting to contain the spiritual energy within, yet the 10 streams of energy raged chaotically inside him, far too turbulent to control. In the next moment, he directed the energy into the chaotic divine sword, as the extermination sword array spun around its periphery, gradually channeling all the spiritual energy into the formation. Changsheng mused to himself, with the energy within him, he could soon strive for the Saint Realm. Earlier, having utilized a cultivation enhancement card, he found himself unable to break through. He must wait until the card's effect expired before he could commence. This might be the sole drawback of using such a card. Boom! Boom! The earth-shattering explosions reverberated as the 10 colossal statues suddenly detonated. Dust and debris filled the air, shrouding the underground palace. Yi Yao Yao and the disciples of the Yi family retreated, their expressions filled with concern as they searched for Yi Changsheng amidst the haze. Tian Yazi appeared bewildered, questioning the situation. Had the statues and that lad perished together? Moments later, as the dust settled and tranquility returned to the underground palace, Yi Yao Yao dashed forward. Tian Yazi remarked, "Little girl, stop searching. That lad is gone, obliterated with the statues." Yi Yao Yao shook her head vehemently, insisting it was impossible, for the young master would not perish. Tian Yazi continued, "Child, he is human, not divine. How could he not die? Even mortals have moments of bewilderment." At this, he paused before adding, "Do not grieve. We must leave this place quickly. The destruction of the 10 statues means this underground palace cannot hold much longer. Your young master truly is something else, even in death. He does not allow us peace." "Who says I am dead, old man? Do you still wish to leave?" A voice resonated from the pinnacle of the palace. Everyone turned towards the sound, and there was Yi Changsheng, gracefully descending from the air, still as handsome and striking as ever, captivating as if he could stir the heavens and move the earth. Tian Yazi's expression transformed in disbelief. "Why, young man, you did not explode?" Yi Changsheng landed softly on the ground, responding, "Old man, why would I explode?" Tian Yazi inhaled sharply, astonished that someone could indeed cause the destruction of 10 colossal statues. Unbeknownst to him, the 10 statues harbored the legacy of the 10 sword mystics, and with Yi Changsheng receiving their inheritance, the statues naturally shattered. Boom! Boom! Sounds of explosions echoed from the palace's apex, and Yi Changsheng hurriedly urged, "Old man, Yao Yao, everyone, we must leave this place at once." As his voice faded, the palace began to collapse, as if the apocalypse had descended, torrents of earth rushing towards Yi Changsheng to engulf him. Outside the underground palace, Yi Changsheng and his companions fell through the void as the towering peak behind them suddenly collapsed, descending 100 feet in an instant. Moments later, they gently touched down, and Yi Changsheng surveyed his surroundings, realizing they were in an unfamiliar place. "Old man, I told you I would bring you out. Now you are free to go," he said. Tian Yazi replied, "You have a good temperament, young man. I find you quite agreeable. We can consider ourselves friends across generations. Do visit the Tianyi sect when you have the chance." Yi Changsheng responded, "Of course, but don't pretend you don't know me when the time comes." Tian Yazi chuckled, "I certainly want tea." He paused for a moment before continuing, "You are destined for great opportunities. I shall not hinder your path in swordsmanship any further. This spiritual ring is for you, and the Tianyi order within it is a gift. The other items are for this young lady." As Yi Changsheng watched Tian Yazi vanish, he called out, "Old man, are you sure you don't need me to see you off?" Tian Yazi replied, "Do you truly wish to escort me?" Yi Changsheng laughed, "I was just joking. Hurry along now. It will soon be dark, and you might have trouble finding your way home." With that, he handed the spiritual ring to Yi Yao, saying, "Yao, since this was left for you by our elder, you should accept it." Yi Yao nodded, clasping the ring in her delicate hand. "Young master, the underground palace has collapsed, and Yi Chun has yet to emerge. What should we do next?" Yi Changsheng reassured her. "There is no need for concern, Yao. This underground palace consists of 3 sections, and we are merely in one of them. The entrances and exits are random, so there is no reason to worry about Yi Chun. He will surely return safely."
Let us first ascertain our location and the distance to the Sword Palace. Yi Yao glanced around, her cheeks flushed with confusion. Forgive me, young master. I do not know where we are. Yi Changsheng nodded, not placing any blame on her. It was understandable, as this was her first foray into the world outside the Sword Palace, making her unfamiliar with this place. After a moment of silence, Yi Changsheng spoke. Let us leave this spot and seek a nearby city to inquire about our situation. The group agreed with Yi Changsheng's decision and, one by one, took flight on their swords, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the towering peak, Xiao Hao appeared, brimming with confidence and exuding an air of arrogance, embodying the sentiment of being the unrivaled champion. This prince has received the legacy of the Nine Sons' holy monarch, and from this moment forth, I shall be invincible, sweeping away all competitors. Yi family's young master, your demise is imminent. Prepare to grovel beneath my feet. Brother, your position as the imperial son will soon be mine. Another day of boasting. Are you all ready? Chapter 36. Apologies, unable to maintain composure in the vast expanse above. Yi Changsheng and Yi Yao paused, gazing downwards, their eyes resting upon the towering city. Yi Yao spoke, Young master, allow me to inquire. There's no need. Yi Changsheng replied softly, then hesitated, his gaze shifting to the others. Who among you is willing to venture into the city for inquiries? One disciple stepped forward, young master. Let me go. Yi Changsheng nodded, very well. Remember to find a secluded spot, change into ordinary attire. Otherwise, you may risk your life. Rest assured, young master, I will exercise caution. As he departed on his sword, Yi Changsheng fell into contemplation. This outing had yielded considerable gains. It had also created numerous adversaries for the Yi family. The killing of Yin Yusin would not be overlooked by the Blood Tavern, and the ancient god kingdom remained ever watchful. This time, the ancestors and grandfather were preoccupied. An hour passed. The disciple returned and respectfully reported, Young master, we are at Yinlan City. By heading west, we can return to the Sword Palace. Yi Changsheng commanded, let us depart immediately for the Sword Palace. In the city of 10,000 bloods, outside a towering edifice that pierced the clouds, an elder descended gracefully, bowing deeply. Master, the life tablet of the second miss has shattered. With a thunderous crash, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the elder as panic gripped him. When was this discovered? Where has Yusin gone? Why has she fallen? The elder, trembling, replied, Master, the second miss was invited by the sixth prince of the ancient god kingdom to the endless forest secret realm. She was accompanied by two elders. There should have been no danger. Silver Wujia, his face contorted with fury, retorted coldly, She has already perished, and you dare claim there should have been no danger? Investigate immediately. I demand to know who killed Yusin. The elder hastily assured, Master, rest easy. I shall investigate at once. As he watched the elder depart, Silver Wujia commanded, Wait, dispatch orders for the Tianzi Blood Shadow to prepare. I will head to the ancient god kingdom. Overwhelmed by the loss of his beloved daughter, Silver Wujia's heart burned with rage, vowing that whoever was responsible would pay in blood. In the ancient god kingdom, within the imperial capital, at the palace, Xiaohao descended from the sky, appearing in the square. In the next moment, he flashed towards a nearby palace. Simultaneously, in the imperial study, Xiao Onping set down his brush, abruptly lifting his head. Little Six has returned. This time, he has achieved much and advanced significantly. Deep within the palace, atop the towering peak, Xiao Beixian approached Xiao Tianhua. Tianhua, Howard has returned. Xiao Tianhua, suppressing his aura, opened his eyes. Ancestor, what is Howard's current cultivation level? Xiao Beixian responded. Howard has made considerable progress in the endless forest and has reached the 7th level of the Emperor realm. At his age, you did not achieve such heights. Pausing, he continued, you must strive diligently, or you risk losing your position as the crown prince. And even the title of imperial prince may change hands. Xiao Tianhua squinted his eyes and spoke in a deep voice. Ancestor, I desire to grow stronger. Is there a method to enhance my power? I am prepared to accept any cost. Xiao Beixian pondered for a moment and replied solemnly. Tianhua, you must think this through. Xiao Tianhua resolutely declared. Ancestor,
I am very clear about my intentions. If I cannot become a formidable warrior, then living is no better than dying. Xiao Beixian nodded and said, if that is the case, I shall take you to meet someone. Whether you can become his disciple depends solely on you. As his words fell, their figures vanished from the summit of the solitary peak, traversing the boundless void. Outside the sword palace, numerous flying swords emerged, swift as lightning, their speed astonishingly fast. Among them stood Yi Changsheng, Yao and others. Upon learning of Yi Changsheng's return, Yi Zongyun exited the sword palace. Flanked by Yi Qingyun and Yi Hanyan, Yi Changsheng descended on his sword, the Zhuxian sword dissipating beneath his feet as he stood before Yi Zongyun. Grandfather, esteemed elders, Changsheng has returned. Yi Zongyun's face radiated warmth and kindness, a smile gracing his lips. It is good to have you back. Did you acquire what you sought? Yi Changsheng nodded gently. The harvest was quite satisfactory. Noticing his hesitation, Yi Zongyun inquired, speak freely. Have you caused any trouble? Yi Changsheng chuckled. I didn't do much. Merely seized the seven-colored fire spirit from the crown prince of the ancient divine kingdom and inadvertently annihilated a branch of the spirit-eating guards of a divine nation. Is that all? Ye Zhangyun Pidesit. Furthermore, in the endless forest, I accidentally killed Miss Inu Xin of the Blood Tavern. Yi Changsheng replied slowly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Yi Zongyun, Yi Qingyun, and Yi Hanyun changed dramatically. They were already aware of Yi Changsheng's propensity for grand endeavors, but they had not anticipated that his first venture down the mountain would result in such a colossal upheaval. To offend both the ancient divine kingdom and the Blood Tavern placed immense pressure on the Yi family. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Zongyun said, Changsheng, I shall escort you back to the Sword Tomb. The remaining matters will be handled by me. The ancient divine kingdom has already slain several of our Yi clan's cultivators. Retaliating against their spirit-eating guards is merely repaying a debt in kind. If I act personally, I will not hesitate to march into their royal city. Zongyun, do refrain from boasting. Yi Shaoxian suddenly appeared on the scene, and, after a pause, continued to gaze at Yi Zongyun. Ever since Changsheng arrived, you have neglected your studies, resorting only to bluster. Your claims are so grand that I cannot possibly rein them in. Yi Zongyun forced a smile. Ancestor, please spare me some dignity. There are so many juniors present. Yi Shaoxian replied, understood. You may step aside for now. Let me have a proper conversation with Changsheng. Sensing the atmosphere shift, Yi Changsheng hurriedly interjected, Ancestor, wait. I believe I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Yi Shaoxian, exuding authority yet unruffled, responded, even if you are about to break through, you must restrain yourself. Boom! Boom! Two resounding explosions erupted from Yi Changsheng's body, terrifying shockwaves spreading and enveloping the air above the sword palace. Yi Shaoxian halted in astonishment, his expression transformed. This rascal, when he speaks of a breakthrough, he truly means it. Yi Changsheng sheepishly replied, I apologize. I couldn't hold back. The author has something to say. I have returned once more. Have you missed me? Chapter 37. Instant Enlightenment. I wish to remain silent before the sword palace. Yi Changsheng was engulfed in meditation, surrounded by a swirling dragon of spiritual energy. The formation of swords began to take shape, enveloping the entire sword palace. Yi Shaoxian turned to Yi Yao and the others, instructing them to withdraw, expressing that their recent trials had yielded significant gains, and they should take the time to reflect. Yi Yao and the others bowed respectfully before retreating swiftly towards the various peaks. In no time, only Yi Zongyun, Yi Qingyun, and Yi Hanyun remained before the sword palace, their gazes fixed intently upon Yi Changsheng. After a brief moment, Yi Zongyun glanced at Yi Shaoxian, ready to speak, but was halted by the latter's gesture, who advised that any discussion should wait until Changsheng's breakthrough was complete. A resounding boom echoed through the void above as radiant lights appeared, coalescing into the form of flying swords suspended in the air. The luminous blades, crystal clear and exuding an overwhelming aura of lethality, stood like 10 towering pillars against the heavens. Yi Qingyun, visibly astonished, stammered, Ancestor, is this an omen? Yi Shaoxian shook his head, chuckling, this is not an omen. It is the sword energy within Changsheng crystallizing into swords. He paused, inhaling deeply, then continued. However, this sword energy is somewhat terrifying. The hidden murderous intent is exceedingly potent. This must be the legendary essence of the killing sword. Upon hearing this, Yi Cangyun's lips curled into a smile. Ancestor. It seems that Changsheng's recent expedition has borne considerable fruit. Yi Shaoxian retorted, be quiet. Changsheng is practical, unlike you who only boasts. Yi Cangyun began, but was interrupted. At that moment, a terrifying wave of sword energy erupted from Yi Changsheng, causing the stone swords and stone lions in front of the sword palace to levitate, as if imbued with life, ready to soar into the sky at any moment. Can this brat become any more monstrous? Yi Shaoxian struggled to suppress his inner astonishment and spoke slowly. My heavens, Changsheng has broken through his realm. Ye Vingyun exclaimed. Yi Shaoxian cast a sidelong glance, his demeanor imposing yet calm. At your age, why are you making such a fuss? A breakthrough is quite normal. Is he intending to push forward without pause? In that instant, Yi Changsheng ascended from the second level of sovereign to the pinnacle of sovereign, an astonishing rate of advancement that left one gaping in disbelief. Yi Xiaoshuan's lips trembled as he attempted to speak, overwhelmed with excitement. This was not the first time Yi Changsheng had achieved such a breakthrough. It seemed that the shackles of limitation were non-existent before him. His speed of advancement rivaled that of a rocket. By the heavens, he has transcended to sainthood. Ancestor, he is transcended. Yi Qingyun exclaimed joyfully, akin to a child who had just received a cherished toy. Standing aside, Yi Cangyun watched the continuously advancing Yi Changsheng, his figure trembling as tears streamed down his cheeks. My grandson is remarkable. I am filled with pride. No, I am elated. Yi Shaoxian nodded in satisfaction, murmuring to himself. Instantly attaining sainthood, supreme in the way of the sword. It is indeed true. It is indeed true. Ancestor, what is indeed true? Yi Cangyun inquired. Yi Shaoxian declared, do not disturb me. I wish to be alone. Yi Cangyun looked bewildered and asked, Elder, who is alone? Yi Shaoan retorted coldly. Do you dare to test my patience? With that, his figure vanished from sight, hurtling towards the sword tomb. Observing Yi Shaoquan's departing silhouette, Yi Cangyun hastily invited, Eldef. What shall we do about the matters concerning the ancient divine kingdom and the blood tavern? Those who dare to approach the sword palace shall face dire consequences. By the way, let Changsheng return to the sword tomb once his breakthrough concludes. I shall await him. Upon hearing this, Yi Cangyun cast a sidelong glance at Yi Qingyun. Elder, when did you become so irritable? Yi Qingyun's gaze fell upon Yi Changsheng, with a hidden dragon like him in the Yi family. Who would dare to lay a hand on him? I too would be enraged. Yi Cangyun chuckled. Qingyun, do rein in your temper. You seem as if you wish to bite someone. Yi Qingyun. In the ancient divine kingdom, at the royal palace, Yin Wujia, accompanied by 3 elders, arrived outside the study. A court attendant appeared, bowing deeply. Master Yin, His Majesty requests your presence. Inside the study, upon seeing Yin Wujia enter, Xiao Omping gradually rose from his seat and approached. Master Yin, what brings you here? Yin Wujia got straight to the point. Your Majesty, I am here concerning my daughter. May I inquire if your 6th prince has returned? Xiao Omping replied. The 6th prince has been back for some time. Does Master Yin seek him for something? Yin Wujia continued. My daughter accompanied the 6th prince to the endless forest. He returned safely, yet she has perished. I wish to know what transpired in the endless forest. Upon hearing this, Xiao Omping's expression shifted slightly, and he turned to the attendant. Fetch the 6th prince. After a brief pause, he raised his hand slightly. Master Yin, please accept my condolences. I shall ensure that this matter is thoroughly investigated. After a time sufficient to burn a stick of incense, Xiao Hao appeared in the study, followed by a graceful lady, his mother, Lady Lan. Your son Xiao Hao pays his respect to father. This humble servant greets your Majesty. Xiao Omping raised his wrist slightly and said solemnly, Hauer, your uncle Yin has questions for you. Whatever you know, you must answer truthfully. Yin Wujia looked at Xiao Hao and asked, Pray tell, 6th prince, Why did Xian perish while accompanying you to the endless forest? Xian has died? Xiao Hao exclaimed in disbelief. Yin Wujia added, her life steel has shattered. I implore the sixth prince to divulge everything you know. Xiao Hao responded, Uncle Yin, when the palace of the endless forest opened, I became separated from Xian after entering the teleportation array, for it is random. After that, I know not what transpired. When the palace collapsed, I fled, but I was no longer at the same location as when I entered. I assumed Xian had left, so I returned to the divine kingdom alone. Yin Wujia's face darkened, and he pressed further. Were there any others who entered the palace with you? Xiao Hao remarked. By the way, there is also the young master of the Yi family. However, he did not enter the underground palace, and is said to have been slain by the formidable warriors of the Blood Tavern alongside Uncle Long. He paused momentarily before continuing. Nevertheless, Uncle Long has yet to return. Upon hearing this, Xiao Omping spoke up. Master Yin, have the warriors of your Blood Tavern returned? Yin Wujia shook his head, responding coldly, they have not yet returned. Given this, the situation is quite evident. It must have been the Yi family that killed the warriors of the Blood Tavern and Long Tianjun, Xiao Omping stated gravely, his gaze falling upon Lan Fei Guhanyue. My beloved, is it not true that your ancient family's reincarnation technique allows one to witness the final moments of a person's life? Let us see how Long Tianjun met his demise. Guhanyue nodded gently, replying softly, I shall obey your command. I too wish for tranquility. With a blossoming flower in my left hand and a frosty beverage in my right, such a sensation is utterly delightful. P.S. The reviews are somewhat sparse, totaling only 77. If we surpass 100, an additional chapter will be added. If we exceed 200, 2 chapters will be added. Commencing tomorrow, dear benefactors, let's drive onward. Chapter 38, The Art of Rebirth. Entering the Sword Palace of the Gu family, the Art of Rebirth is an exceedingly peculiar technique. By summoning the spirits of heaven and earth and inscribing a person's name within the Book of Rebirth, one can witness the final 3 seconds of their life. Guhanyue, the cherished jewel of the Gu family, was fortunate enough to possess the Book of Rebirth and master this arcane art. This also elucidates why Xiao Omping has always favored Guhanyue. He seeks to leverage the strength of the Gu family to extend the reach of the ancient divine kingdom. Within the imperial study, Guhanyue gracefully approached, standing at the center of the grand hall. With a delicate lift of her jade arm, she revealed the Book of Rebirth in one hand while firmly grasping a scepter in the other. At first glance, she resembled a sorceress. With a gentle wave of the scepter, silvery light flickered into existence, coalescing into strange runes that floated towards the Book of Rebirth. In the next moment, the tome opened, and a radiant light emerged, illuminating the hall as if it were a mirror. To one side, Yin Wujia suddenly manifested, rising with an air of authority. His gaze transfixed upon the luminous spectacle before him. At that moment, Guhanyue, wielding her scepter, inscribed the name Long Tianjun upon the pages of the Book of Rebirth. Swiftly, the light above transformed, and the scene shifted to the boundless forest, capturing the final 3 seconds of Long Tianjun's life. The image depicted Yi Changsheng wielding the Excalibur, slaying Long Tianjun in an instant, as he surged forward with Yi Yao Yao and others towards the underground palace. At that instant, the imperial study fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The onlookers exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment, unable to fathom the reality before them. What had they witnessed? A 6-year-old saint? The world had spun into madness. A child of such tender years attaining sainthood was more ludicrous than a mouse serving as a bridesmaid for a cat. Xiao Omping's complexion darkened to an extreme. The crown prince had long been rumored to be on the cusp of becoming the youngest saint. Upon Xiao Hao's return from the boundless forest, he believed that Xiao Hao could potentially break the crown prince's record. Yet, after witnessing Yi Changsheng, Xiao Omping understood a harsh truth. Some individuals truly exist in a realm utterly alien to humanity. Was this even human? Xiao Hao was the first to speak, shattering the oppressive atmosphere of the imperial study. Father, mother, Uncle Yin, young Master Yi is not at the saintly realm. I have battled him. The reason for his sudden ascendance to sainthood is due to a secret technique that forcibly elevated his level. A secret technique that could so drastically enhance one's realm? Xiao Anping was increasingly astounded, realizing that the Yi family possessed such formidable depth. It seemed the formidable figures of the Blood Tavern had also met their demise at the hands of the Yi family's heir. As Yin Wujia spoke, his gaze fell upon Gu Hanyue. "Your Highness, please employ the art of rebirth once more." At this juncture, he turned to an elder behind him, who stepped forward, revealing a brocade box. "This is a youth-retaining pill. I humbly ask for your acceptance, Your Highness." Gu Hanyue's eyes sparkled as she glanced at Xiao Anping. "Your Majesty." Xiao Anping responded, "My beloved, Uncle Yin has tragically lost his daughter. Kindly perform the art of rebirth once more." Gu Hanyue nodded gently, once again invoking the art of rebirth. To one side, Yin Jitian held his breath, witnessing the demise of Yin Yusin beneath the blade of Yi Changsheng. Silver Extreme Heaven clenched his fists tightly, producing a creaking sound. "I am grateful to the Emperor and Empress. This favor will be remembered by the Blood Tavern. Should there be a need in the future, do not hesitate to speak." Xiao Anping observed the figure of Silver Wujia dashing away. "Silver Pavilion Master, where is he headed?" In a fit of rage, Silver Extreme Heaven declared, "To the Sword Palace, to kill." Gu Hanyue approached Xiao Anping's side. "Your Majesty, the young master of the Yi family in Sword State is so overbearing. Why not join forces with the Blood Tavern to eliminate the Yi family?" Xiao Anping replied, "There is no rush. With the Blood Tavern taking the lead, we can ascertain the current strength of the Yi family." He paused momentarily, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "If they were to mutually destroy each other, how advantageous it would be for us to reap the benefits." Gu Hanyue remarked, "Your Majesty's foresight is indeed commendable. I shall not disturb you further and will take Howard down." "Wait," Xiao Anping said in a deep voice. Flicking his finger, a beam of light entered Xiao Hao's mind. "Howard, this martial skill is the heavenly shaking hand of the Divine Kingdom. Train diligently. I have high hopes for you." Xiao Hao replied, "Father, if I surpass the Crown Prince and achieve the Sacred Realm first, can you bestow upon me the Imperial Seal?" Xiao Anping laughed, "Of course. If you surpass the Crown Prince and break through to the Sacred Realm ahead of him, I shall grant you the Imperial Seal." Xiao Hao's face lit up with excitement as he followed Gu Hanyue away. In the Imperial study, Xiao Anping did not linger for long. He exited the palace and soared towards the Wanren Peak. Half a month later, in the skies above Sword State, numerous flying vessels appeared, banners fluttering and making a resounding noise, each adorned with a blood-red long knife. The banners obscured the heavens, and the blood knife loomed ominously. At the forefront of the fleet stood Silver Wujia, his face etched with intense fury and his eyes radiating a murderous intent. This time, he had gathered the strong from the Blood Tavern to confront the Yi family in Sword State, aiming to storm the Sword Palace and claim Yi Changsheng's head. Only through this could he release the pent-up hatred within his heart. The climax was approaching, an exhilarating thrill that would not cease. Let it come. Let the fervor rise. Chapter 39. The blazing swords and the bloodshed across 1,000 miles at the Sword Palace. Beneath the precipice behind the Sword Tomb, an ancient sword hung suspended in the air, while a waterfall cascaded down majestically. Beside it, on a colossal rock, Yi Changsheng sat upright, immersed in meditation. The lake's waters shimmered with the clarity of a bronze mirror, where schools of fish swam gracefully, their heads raised in curiosity, gazing at the waterfall that resembled a curtain of silver silk. It inevitably evoked the lines. The waterfall flows straight down 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way fell from the heavens. Lying on a nearby boulder, Yi Shaoxian lifted his wine gourd to his lips, savoring the exquisite vintage as he watched Yi Changsheng cultivate, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Suddenly, his expression shifted. He sprang into action, his sleeves fluttering as a sword formation enveloped the air above the waterfall. And in an instant, he vanished from the rock. Yi Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, gazing in the direction where Yi Shaoxian had departed. Trouble was imminent. Before the Sword Palace, a swordsman from the Yi family plummeted from the skies, his form marred with bloodstains, staggering towards the palace. The clan leader, the Blood Tavern's people have come to kill us." As his voice echoed,
The newcomer collapsed before the Sword Palace, evidently gravely wounded by the Blood Tavern. Upon receiving the alarming news from his disciple, Yi Tsungyun hastened from the Sword Palace, his robes billowing lightly. As he peered into the distance beyond the palace's threshold, dark flying vessels, exuding an ancient and weathered aura, approached, their blood-red banners flapping ominously, infused with a palpable aura of malevolence. At that moment, In Wujia stood imperiously on the deck, his voice resonating through the air, filled with uncontainable fury. Yi Tsungyun, surrender the young master of the Yi family, or we shall wash your sword palace in blood. Yi Tsungyun, upon hearing this, was poised to retort, "Come, bring 2 pounds of beef for the master of the Blood Tavern. Let him indulge in his bravado." The audacity of threatening to massacre the Sword Palace was beyond comprehension. Pausing briefly, he vanished from before the palace and reappeared before the Blood Tavern's vessel, suspended in midair, unyielding as a mountain. "Master Yin," he declared, "when the sword state, one must abide by the rules of the Yi family. You have breached those rules. Do you understand?" As the words left his lips, a flash of silver light sliced through the air, severing the banner upon the vessel, which fell into the deck below. Yi Tsungyun continued, "Take your people and depart from the sword state at once, or the next blade shall find its mark upon you." In Wujia, in a fit of rage, countered with a sardonic smile, "Yi Tsungyun, your Yi family remains as arrogant as ever. Times have changed. Do you truly believe the Blood Tavern fears you?" He continued, "The young master of the Yi family has slain my beloved daughter. He must pay with blood. If you do not hand him over, the Sword Palace shall cease to exist after today." Suddenly, 3 figures materialized on the deck, casting their gazes downward towards Yi Tsungyun. The oppressive aura they exuded felt as though mountains were pressing down upon him. Yi Tsungyun retorted, "Master Yin, is this all? Should you utter those words, you only reveal your own folly." Furious, In Wujia commanded, "Elders, attack." The 3 shadows transformed into fleeting phantoms, surging towards Yi Tsungyun. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. As the sound of the wind surged, the 3 individuals raised their heads, their expressions changing dramatically as the graceful figure came to a halt. The resonating clang of swords echoed through the air, a fierce sound reverberating all around. Countless flying swords shot down from the back of the Sword Palace, resembling a swarm of locusts in their descent. At the end of these swords stood a domineering white figure, exuding an ethereal presence akin to that of a celestial being, with imperial might radiating outward. "Retreat," Silver Wujie commanded in a deep voice. He had not anticipated the appearance of Yi Shaoxian. A sword emperor was not someone they could provoke. It was said that the ancestor of the Yi family was not in seclusion. Little did they know, Yi Shaoxian had long since emerged from his retreat. His daily life consisted of observing Yi Changsheng's cultivation, occasionally indulging in a bit of wine and roasted meat. Boredom had driven him to instruct the disciples of various peaks. If one were to inquire about the nature of his cultivation, it was through the clarity of his sword heart that he progressed, instinctively comprehending the profound mysteries of the sword path, all cultivated through the minutiae of everyday life. Thus, Yi Shaoxian had no need for seclusion. Whenever he truly sought a breakthrough, a conversation with Yi Changsheng could potentially summon phenomena from heaven and earth. In essence, the notion of perpetual seclusion was an impossibility. Such a state could never be maintained throughout one's life. Yi Shaoxuan's figure appeared atop the Sword Palace, surrounded by a myriad of swords, a swirling vortex of sword energy manifesting as if it were a gateway to another realm. 10,000 swords ablaze, bloodshed spanning 1,000 miles. Yi Tsungyun observed the sword energy vortex in the void and remarked, "One does not degenerate in indulgence, but rather transforms in silence." "Ancestor, it's time to unleash your power." Yi Shaoxian gazed at the retreating, flying vessel, commanding it to exit sword state. "Should you dare tread upon sword state within 5 years, I shall annihilate your silver clan." When the emperor's wrath is stirred, 100,000 corpses lie in its wake. "Old Ghost Yi, how audacious of you! It has been but a brief while since you ascended to the emperor level, and yet you exhibit such arrogance." A chilling, hoarse voice descended from the heavens. A shadowy figure materialized in the void,
releasing a terrifying imperial aura that clashed with Yi Xiaoshuan's pressure in midair, a confrontation akin to the meeting of sharp blades. Yi Xiaoxian narrowed his eyes, appraising the shadowy figure before him. "Silver Gudong, you're still alive." Silver Gudong replied, "If you're still alive, how could I dare to leave first? The young master of the Yi family has slain my clan's prodigy. Do you not intend to provide me with an explanation? Old Ghost Yi?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoxian surged forward, a multitude of swords following closely, aimed directly at Silver Gudong. His advance was incredibly swift, a perfect embodiment of stillness like a maiden and motion like a frenzied hare. The swords cascaded down, and Silver Gudong's complexion changed drastically. He raised his hand to meet the onslaught, only to be sent flying backward, a distance of over 100 feet, gradually stabilizing himself. Silver Gudong looked up at Yi Xiaoxian, who, sensing the astonished gaze directed at him, spoke solemnly, "Young man, do not regard me with such admiration. Keep a low profile. Impossible. You have only just broken through to the emperor level, yet you have reached the second stage?" Observing the ignorance on Silver Gudong's face, Yi Xiaoxian paused before continuing. "Do not doubt it. I am indeed someone you cannot contend with. Depart." In that moment, Silver Gudong's expression darkened significantly. He had initially believed that with Yi Xiaoshuan's breakthrough to the emperor level, he would merely be at the first stage, and as a newcomer to the emperor realm, he could not possibly be his rival. To my astonishment, Yi Xiaoxian has directly ascended to the second level of the emperor realm. Withdraw, ye old ghost. This enmity shall be settled another day. The voice of Yin Gudong reverberated in the air as he returned to the flying vessel, casting a glance at Yin Wujia. "Depart from Sword State. Without my command, you shall not set foot in Sword State." "Ancestor, are we truly leaving just like this?" Yin Wujia protested. Yin Gudong replied coldly, "What, do you believe you can defeat ye old ghost? Once you attain the emperor realm, we shall return to Sword State." Reluctantly, Yin Wujia acquiesced. "Withdraw. Leave Sword State." Before the Sword Palace, Yi Tsungyan gazed at the departing flying vessel. "Ancestor, why permit their departure? It is akin to releasing a tiger back to the mountains. The repercussions could be dire." Yi Xiaoxian responded, "The formidable beings of the ancient divine kingdom lurk in the shadows. Shall we allow them to reap the benefits? Transmit the order of the Heavenly Sword Command. Summon all disciples training outside Sword State back to the Sword Palace. They must not leave for 5 years." Yi Tsungyan nodded, watching Yi Xiaoshuan's retreating figure. The ancient divine kingdom is indeed treacherous, exceedingly insidious. If one day I become a rogue, please inform others that I once possessed innocence. Chapter 40. Turmoil in the Celestial Domain. The demonic clan's bloodshed outside the Sword State. The flying vessel of the Blood Tavern came to a halt. At this moment, a contingent of black cavalry appeared before them, clad in ominous black armor, exuding an aura of dread. The cavalry resembled hellish fiends, poised to pounce upon their prey at any moment. A figure emerged from the ranks of the Black Riders, slightly bowing in a gesture of respect. "Master Yin, His Majesty requests your presence." Yin Wujia glanced back towards the depths of the flying vessel, and a voice echoed in his ear, prompting him to turn forward. "Lead the way." The Black Riders blotted out the sky as they swept away. The void once again returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. In the ancient divine kingdom, within the imperial palace, Yin Wujia, guided by the commander of the Black Cavalry, proceeded towards the imperial study. Upon entering, Xiao Amping stood at a lower position, while Xiao Beixian, standing at the dragon table, had his hands clasped behind his back. Noticing Yin Wujia's arrival, Xiao Amping spoke in a grave tone, "Ancestor, Master Yin has arrived." Xiao Beixian turned, his gaze settling upon Yin Wujia, and with a slight gesture, indicated for him to take a seat. "Master Yin, I shall speak candidly." Yin Wujia clasped his fists in a bow. "Elder Xiao, please feel free to express your thoughts." He had already surmised that Xiao Beishuan's words would concern the Yi family. Otherwise, he would not have been summoned to the palace. Xiao Beixian continued gravely, "Master Yin, it appears that your visit to the Sword Palace, the Yi family, did not go smoothly." Yin Wujia retorted angrily. "The ancestor of the Yi family has broken through to the second level of the Emperor realm, using his power
to bully others. This matter between our blood tavern and the Yi family is far from over. Hearing this, Xiao Beishuan's expression shifted slightly. What are your plans moving forward, Master Yin? Yin Wujie replied, the ancestor has decided to enter seclusion and will return to the Sword Palace in 5 years, at which time we shall annihilate the Yi family. Xiao Beixian smiled enigmatically. 5 years will pass swiftly. Since we both harbor intentions to obliterate the Yi family, why not form an alliance to confront them together? Yin Wujie regarded Xiao Beixian with a hint of wariness. It was evident that the ancient divine kingdom had sought to deal with the Yi family for some time. Yet Xiao Beixian approached him for an alliance only after their failed incursion into the Sword Palace. Clearly, he aimed to seize the initiative, a clever maneuver indeed. I am curious. Elder Xiao, how do you propose we form this alliance? Xiao Beixian replied coolly, Master Yin. Our alliance with the Blood Tavern involves not only the Divine Kingdom, but also the Demonic Clan and the Ghost Gate. With the 4 great powers joining forces, can we not contend with the Yi family? The Ghost Gate, the Demonic Clan? Yin Wujie pondered. The Demonic Clan had been suppressed in the abyss of 10,000 demons. It seemed their emergence was imminent. Previously, Yin Wujie had wondered why the seal of the abyss was weakening, allowing the Demonic Clan to stir. Now, it appeared this was intricately linked to the ancient Divine Kingdom. The Ghost Gate, the most enigmatic and mysterious sect in the ancient celestial domain, was said to reside in the Fengdu Ghost Realm, yet few knew the true location of the Ghost Realm. Even Yin Wujie had gleaned most of his knowledge about the Ghost Gate from hearsay. The prospect that the ancient Divine Kingdom could forge ties with both the Ghost Gate and the Demonic Clan was truly astonishing. Xiao Beixian remarked, in another month, the demonic race will descend upon us. They will lie in wait for 5 years to recuperate, and after 5 years, the gates of the underworld will open, revealing the demons. The entire landscape of the ancient heavenly domain will be altered, and that will be our opportune moment to infiltrate the Sword Palace. He turned to Yin Guanju. I wonder what your thoughts are on this matter. Yin Wujie, with a solemn expression, understood the gravity of Xiao Beishuan's words. This is a significant issue. I must return to the pavilion to confer with our ancestor. He paused momentarily before continuing. However, rest assured, Senior Xiao, I will have a response within a month. Xiao Beixian replied, very well, I shall await your news. As Yin Wujie rose to leave the imperial study, he vanished into the skies above the royal city. Xiao Omping observed his departing figure and pondered, Ancestor, must we truly ally ourselves with the demonic race and the gates of the underworld to deal with the Yi family? Those who aspire to greatness do not concern themselves with trifles. Eliminating the Yi family from the Sword Palace is merely a part of our grand scheme. The ultimate goal is to dominate the entire ancient heavenly domain. Dominate? Xiao Omping was momentarily taken aback. Even though the words came from the ancestor, he found them hard to believe. Xiao Beixian continued, Tianhua has been sent away. He will return in 5 years to lend us his strength and conveniently enter the battlefield of the heavens. Howard has his own path, and all resources in these 5 years will be directed towards him. Xiao Omping bowed deeply. I shall abide by the ancestor's decree. When he lifted his head again, Xiao Beixian had already vanished from the dragon table, leaving behind a resonating voice in the palace. Omping, the emperor sealing elixir on the dragon table is for you. Seal your reign early. Strengthen our divine nation. During these 5 years, I will enter seclusion, and you shall make your own decisions regarding all matters. Time flows like water, leaving no trace. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Perhaps it was the calm before the storm. During these 5 years, nothing of significance occurred in the ancient heavenly domain, which remained as tranquil as a still pond. On this day, in the eastern continent, at the city of heavenly demons, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred, with demons dancing in chaos. A black beam of light shot straight into the heavens, as if an ancient evil seal for millennia had awakened, shrouding the entire city of heavenly demons in endless demonic energy. After 5 years, our demonic race has finally emerged from seclusion. The 10 demon commanders. Heed my command. Darkness approaches. Countless demons shall emerge. Blood will wash over the heavenly domain, and I alone shall reign supreme. As this commanding voice reverberated,
The demonic energy began to spread across the skies above the city of heavenly demons, moving with astonishing speed, like a shadow obscuring the heavens. Simultaneously, 10 dark figures hovered in the air, imposing and resolute, clad in black armor and wielding weapons, their eyes glaring down upon everything. With a single command from Demon Lord Ning Wutian, they mobilized, leaving no trace in their wake. The 10 demon commanders led their black-clad demon soldiers, rushing forth in all directions. Ning Wutian's figure vanished, propelled by the engulfing demonic energy toward the direction of the ancient divine nation. The demonic energy obscured the skies, heralding the arrival of death itself. Various forces gazed upon the encroaching demonic energy in the void, aware that the calamity of the heavenly domain had arrived, and the demonic race was about to unleash a storm of bloodshed. Before the Sword Palace, Yi Tsungyun furrowed his brow, his expression grave. After 5 years of silence, the demonic race could no longer contain themselves. The celestial realm is on the brink of transformation, and the Yi family must prepare accordingly. It is imperative to consult the ancestral figure. He vanished before the Sword Palace, soaring through the air, transforming into a streak of silver light as he sped towards the sword tomb. In that very moment, the sword tomb suddenly opened, and a youth clad in silver emerged from the stone door. The boy, approximately 10 years of age, possessed an ethereal grace, exuding an air of solitude and transcendence. His long hair cascaded like a waterfall, and his eyes, deep and starry, held an unfathomable depth, radiating an extraordinary charm. The newcomer was none other than Yi Changsheng. After 5 years of metamorphosis, does he remain that same boy? Yesterday, feeling unwell with a tight chest and weakness, I regretfully delayed an update. My sincerest apologies to the readers. Today, having consumed spiritual medicine, I am brimming with vitality and enthusiasm, ready to present an update, with more to follow shortly. Chapter 41. A hero with 3 helpers outside the sword tomb. The moment Yi Changsheng emerged, Yi Shaoxian and Yi Tsungyun appeared, their faces adorned with satisfied smiles as they gazed upon the jade-like youth before them. Simultaneously, they were filled with curiosity regarding Yi Changsheng's current realm. 5 years prior, he had achieved the status of a saint, and after 5 years of seclusion, he was surely at least at the 2nd level of sainthood now. Yi Tsungyun silently speculated, feeling a flush of embarrassment. Given a few more years, Yi Changsheng might surpass him in cultivation. How disheartening. Yi Changsheng slightly bowed, clasping his fists in respect. Changsheng pays his respects to the ancestor and grandfather. Yi Shaoxian nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging how much he had grown during his seclusion. He paused for a moment before continuing. Your cultivation has progressed remarkably. Now that you have emerged, it is time to visit your mother. In a few days, she may depart for the Celestial Academy. Yi Changsheng nodded gently and replied respectfully, I shall take my leave first. It had indeed been 5 years, and he missed in Mengjun dearly. The opportunities for mother and son to be together had been far too scarce. Watching Yi Changsheng's departing figure, Yi Tsungyun spoke solemnly, Ancestor, what realm is Changsheng currently at? Yi Shaoxian replied, He is exceptionally powerful, unparalleled in a millennium. Remember this one thing, no matter what transpires, even if it requires exhausting all that the Yi family possesses, we must protect Changsheng and prevent him from treading the dark path of Zhantian. Yi Zhangyun nodded, Angistorf. The demonic clan has emerged. Chaos will surely ensue in the celestial domain. Should we not prepare in advance? Yi Shaoxian sighed lightly, having anticipated this day 5 years ago. The emergence of the demonic clan was no mere coincidence. The ancient celestial domain's landscape was set to change, and unseen forces were manipulating events from the shadows. He paused briefly before continuing. The Yi family has been rooted in the ancient celestial domain for millennia. We are part of this realm. In the tumult of the demonic clan, we cannot remain unscathed. Songyun, send the sword servants out of Sword Prefecture to closely monitor the demonic clan, the ancient divine kingdom, and the Blood Tavern. Compared to other factions, we may have to endure even greater tribulations. Yi Tsungyun bowed deeply and hurriedly replied, Rest assured, Ancestor, I shall attend to this immediately. Wait, Yi Shaoxian spoke again,
then continued, once everything is arranged, let us gather with Changsheng. In a few days, allow Zhan Tian's wife to take Changsheng to the Celestial Academy. Yi Cangyan halted in his tracks, turning back to look at Yi Shaoxian. Ancestor, this means letting Changsheng leave. Once he is at the Celestial Academy, without our protection, should anyone wish him harm, we would be powerless to intervene. Yi Shaoxian replied, am I not aware of this? However, the Celestial Academy is filled with powerful beings, and the demonic clan would hesitate to provoke it. Changsheng would be safer there than within the confines of the Yi family. Yi Cangyun refrained from arguing, his figure soaring as he vanished outside the sword tomb. Yi Shaoxian gazed into the vast horizon, contemplating the calamities of demons and the chaos among mortals, the common folk suffering in turmoil. Great tribulations often accompany opportunities. This era had commenced in such a manner, destined for unrest. What was the ancestor concerned about? A voice suddenly echoed, and Yi Shaoxian swiftly turned, his gaze landing upon Yi Changsheng, who had not yet departed. Yi Changsheng remarked, prior to exiting seclusion, he sensed an overwhelming aura of demonic energy, leading him to conclude that both the ancestor and grandfather were undoubtedly in peril. As a member of the Yi family, how could he remain indifferent? Yi Xiaoshuan's expression subtly shifted. Nothing could deceive this young man. Since you are already aware, prepare to journey to the Celestial Academy. Ancestor, I shall indeed visit the Celestial Academy, but not at this moment. I will wait until the dust settles and the Yi family is no longer in jeopardy. Only then will I embark on my own training journey, and perhaps take the opportunity to visit the academy, Yi Changsheng stated solemnly, his gaze resolute as he regarded Yi Shaoxian. The ancestors' intentions were noble, yet one must always adhere to their true self. Only by aligning one's heart with the path can one achieve greater mastery in the sword arts. Young man, your cultivation has significantly advanced in these 5 years, and your intellect has matured as well, Yi Shaoxian remarked, pausing briefly before continuing, since you do not plan to depart from the Sword Palace. Spend some time with your mother. Subsequently, select a few disciples from the various peaks of the Sword Palace and guide them in their training. Yi Changsheng's face lit up with joy as he quickly responded, Longsheng understands. I shall first go to the Sword Tower to see Mother. As Yi Shaoxian watched Yi Changsheng leave, he murmured to himself, Ancestor, I have done all that I can for you. The path ahead must be traversed by you alone. The reason he instructed Yi Changsheng to select disciples was to cultivate a group of followers for him. As the saying goes, a hero is supported by 3 aides. The strength of one person is ultimately limited. Within the Sword Tower, Shaoqi suddenly spotted Yi Changsheng's arrival, her face displaying a look of confusion. After scrutinizing him closely, she exclaimed, You are the young Master Changsheng? Yi Changsheng replied calmly, Shaoqi, after 5 years apart. Do you not recognize me? Shaoqi responded with excitement, Madam, the young Master Changsheng has emerged from seclusion. A melodious voice resonated throughout the Sword Tower as a graceful figure stepped out from the inner hall. And Mengjun looked at Yi Changsheng, exclaiming, You have grown. Come to your mother's embrace. Yi Changsheng stepped forward to embrace Mengjun, saying, Mother, I have emerged from seclusion and shall no longer retreat. I will remain by your side from now on. And Mengjun replied, There is no need for you to accompany me, as cultivation is paramount. You must not neglect it. After a pause, she continued, A month ago, your aunt conveyed news that Luo had broken through to the Saint Realm 2 years ago, becoming the youngest saint in the history of the Celestial Academy. Yi Changsheng responded, Her aptitude is average. To achieve such a breakthrough in such a short time, she must have exerted tremendous effort. And Mengjuan's expression shifted slightly, her eyes widening in shock as she stared at Yi Changsheng. Luo'er's talent is indeed extraordinary. A saint at such a young age is something I have never witnessed. A smile crept onto Yi Changsheng's lips. 5 years prior, he had achieved the Saint Realm and subsequently entered seclusion, with the ancestor having sealed the news. Thus, his mother remained unaware. Reflecting on this, he allowed his spiritual energy to gently emanate from his being and stated softly, Mother, I became a saint 5 years ago. And Mengjun, sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding Yi Changsheng, was rendered speechless with excitement.
to have become a saint 5 years ago when he was merely 6 years old. Yi Changsheng observed the mix of joy and concern on Mengjuan's face, offering a calm smile. "Mother, I have a gift for you." As he spoke, with his palm facing upward, a radiant orb of colorful light materialized in his hand. "Mother, this is for you." And Mengjuan's gaze fell upon the vibrant glow, her voice trembling slightly. This is, what should I say? I assure you, I am not lacking in vitality." Chapter 42. The Chaotic Spirit Fruit. The scales of the candle dragon within the sword tower, Yi Changsheng, clad in garments as white as snow, fixated his gaze upon the palm of his hand. "Mother, this fruit is called the Chaotic Spirit Fruit. Consuming it will significantly enhance your cultivation, physique, and bloodline." He paused momentarily before continuing. "Moreover, this fruit possesses miraculous effects on preserving beauty, allowing you to retain your youthful visage indefinitely." And Mengjun gazed at the chaotic spirit fruit, her beautiful eyes shimmering with astonishment. "Changsheng, this fruit must be a rare treasure of heaven and earth. You should consume it yourself, as it would benefit your cultivation greatly. There is no need for me to squander such a precious item." Yi Changsheng regarded Mengjun with a serious demeanor and replied earnestly, "Mother, the chaotic spirit fruit is my filial offering to you. I possess many more, and in due time, both grandfather and ancestor shall have theirs as well." Upon hearing Mengjuan's refusal, he suddenly recalled a saying from his past life. The most insincere statement one could hear is, "Hurry and eat." Mother doesn't like it. Was Mengjun not the same? She intended to reserve the finest for Yi Changsheng, unaware that over the past 5 years, he had made significant breakthroughs in his cultivation and acquired numerous treasures from the system, among which was the chaotic tree. The chaotic spirit fruit is the fruit of the chaotic tree, a unique supreme divine fruit of the universe. Consuming just one can truly grant immortality. As Yi Changsheng had stated, the chaotic spirit fruit greatly enhances one's realm, bloodline, and physique. Of course, given Mengjuan's current strength, even if she were to consume the chaotic spirit fruit, she would only be able to absorb a mere 100,000th of its energy. Nevertheless, a single fruit would render her invincible in the world, an overwhelmingly formidable effect that even novels would hesitate to portray. As time progressed, the energy nurtured within the chaotic spirit fruit would gradually be released. Observing Yi Changsheng's resolute demeanor, and Mengjun slowly extended her hand to accept the fruit, and thus it was received. "Mother, you should consume it directly. It would put my mind at ease," Yi Changsheng suggested. And Mengjun shook her head with a smile. "There's no rush. Accompany me, for I too have something to give you." At this, Yi Changsheng raised an eyebrow, following closely behind Mengjun as they ventured deeper into the sword tower. Suddenly, Mengjun halted and said, "Changsheng, please wait here for a moment." Yi Changsheng nodded gently, watching her depart before surveying his surroundings. He noticed that despite the passage of years, the sword tower remained unchanged, retaining its original form. Yi Changsheng couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy for the love shared between his parents, a bond that was steadfast and unwavering throughout their lives. At that moment, Mengjun descended from the pavilion, holding a wooden box in her hand, which she extended towards Yi Changsheng. "Child, this is a keepsake your father left for you." Yi Changsheng was momentarily taken aback, his outstretched arm trembling slightly. "Mother, how did father meet his end? Can you tell me?" And Mengjuan's expression dimmed as she sighed softly. "Regarding your father's circumstances, I cannot disclose the details just yet. Just remember, your father loved you dearly. This wooden box was left for you even before your conception. He had intended to present it to you on your 10th birthday." Yi Changsheng was merely intrigued by the circumstances surrounding Yi Zhantian's demise. Observing Mengjuan's demeanor, he sensed that there lay a deeper narrative behind the entire affair. Her desire to shield him stemmed from a protective instinct. However, as the son of Yi Zhantian, certain matters were inescapably intertwined with his fate. Despite this, Mengjun refrained from divulging any details, and Yi Changsheng chose not to press further. Instead, he accepted the wooden box and slowly opened it, revealing an ancient tome within. As he lifted it, he discerned the title, "The Hongmeng's Sword Technique, Annihilation of the Heavens." He murmured the name, only to discover another object nestled beneath the tome,
one that struck him as oddly familiar. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Mother, did father ever mention what this scale is? And Mengjun paused to reflect, recalling that his father had indeed referred to it as dragon scale. She added, let me think for a moment. Dragon scale? Yi Changsheng felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. With this new piece, he now possessed two scales. Previously, when he acquired the seven-colored fire scale, he had found another identical scale. Could it truly be a dragon scale? And Mengjun broke the silence, exclaiming, Changsheng, I remember now. This object is known as the scale of the Zhulong. A radiant joy illuminated her cheeks as she urged, quickly, you must drop your blood to bond with it. Yi Changsheng raised his hand slowly, expressing his reluctance. Mother, I have previously obtained a Zhulong scale and attempted to bond with it through my blood, but I was unsuccessful. And Mengjun regarded the identical Zhulong scale in his possession and encouraged, let us give it another try. Your father mentioned that this scale is formidable, beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. However, my son, you are a prodigy destined for greatness. You shall surely earn its recognition. Very well, I shall attempt once more, Yi Changsheng replied, nodding in agreement. He activated both Zhulong scales, sending his essence forth from his fingertips towards the scales. In the next moment, a remarkable scene unfolded. The two scales surged towards his essence, as if vying for it. Yi Changsheng stood bewildered at the sight. On the side, and Mengjun remarked, Changsheng, the Zhulong scales are exceedingly greedy for your essence, indicating their strong desire for it. Continue to release your essence, and see if you can achieve a bond. Yi Changsheng gently nodded, continuing to release his essence. The two scales appeared to possess a life of their own, ravenously consuming the essence. As the echoes of dragon roars resonated, the scales flew towards him, merging seamlessly into his being. And Mengjun exclaimed in excitement, Changsheng, have you successfully bonded with them? Yi Changsheng responded, Mother, I must return to the sword tomb for seclusion. The bonding process is about to commence. With that declaration, his figure vanished from the sword tower. Watching him depart, and Mengjun felt a swell of pride, murmuring, Zhantian, our son is indeed extraordinary. He has truly earned the acknowledgement of the Zhulong scales. In days past, Yi Zhantian had brought back the Zhulong scales and informed Mengjun of his own unsuccessful attempt to bond with them. Hence, he had resolved to leave the scales for his child. Meanwhile, Yi Changsheng descended gracefully, appearing outside the sword tomb. Upon seeing him return, Yi Shaoxian inquired, Why are you back? Did you not go to the sword tower? Upon contemplating the unachieved imperial realm, an irresistible urge to cultivate surged within me. Yi Changsheng sepulk solemne. Dashing swiftly into the sword tomb, Yi Shaoxian was momentarily taken aback. Had this lad lost his senses? Having only recently transcended the sacred realm, he now aspired to ascend to imperial status. What a burden this posed for an old man like myself. A resounding dragon-s roar echoed through the heavens, reverberating above the sword tomb. Startled, solitary birds soared to great heights, while within the dense forest behind the tomb, myriad beasts lay prostrate, growling low. Seemingly struck by profound terror, Yi Xiaoshuan's gaze fixated on the sword tomb, his voice trembling slightly. What was unfolding? How could there be a dragon-s roar? This lad was not a conventional sword cultivator. Traditionally, sword cultivators devoted themselves to the mastery of the sword. Yet Yi Changsheng sought divine flames, and now, the emergence of a dragon-s roar raised Yi Xiaoshuan's curiosity. Just how many secrets did this young man harbor? Chapter 43. The so-called weakness is a sin. A month later, within the sword palace, 3 sword attendants appeared, hastening towards the inner sanctum. At that moment, Yi Cangyun sat majestically in the high seat. A deep frown etched upon his face. Greetings, clan leader, with a slight lift of his wrist. Yi Cangyun gestured for the 3 to rise and spoke in a solemn tone. What is the situation across the states? One sword attendant replied, reporting to the clan leader. The demonic forces are rampant, plundering resources, and 3 states have already fallen. Currently, the demonic energy blankets the skies, with the 10 great demon generals leading their armies to sweep through the major factions with extreme cruelty. Yi Cangyun nodded lightly, unsurprised by the report.
for he had sensed the growing intensity of the demonic energy in the firmament. Although he had not left the Sword Palace, he was aware that matters in the states were dire. What of the Blood Tavern and the ancient divine nation? The sword attendant continued, reporting to the clan leader. There are no abnormalities at the Blood Tavern, but the ancient divine nation is secretly mobilizing its armies. And even the strongest Black Heaven army has returned to the imperial capital. Pausing briefly, he added, moreover, the Yuzhou Dao sect has issued a decree calling for an alliance among the states to resist the demons. Another sword attendant chimed in, clan leader, beyond the 10 great demon generals. There is also the demon young Master Ning Wubai. Though he is but a youth, his cultivation is unfathomable. It is rumored he is the scion of the demonic path. And in just a month, nearly 100 divine sons have perished at his hands. Now, among the younger generation across the states, the mere mention of Ning Wubai's name sends shivers of terror through them. Ning Wubai has boasted, declaring himself the nightmare of the chosen, intent on slaying the elites of every faction. Yi Sangyan remarked, you have worked hard. Go to the alchemy pavilion to claim your rewards, rest for a few days, and continue gathering intelligence. The 3 sword attendants bowed and retreated from the Sword Palace. A storm was brewing, and the winds were rising. Who could remain unscathed? At one side, Yi Qingyun's expression was grave as he said, clan leader, with the demons so rampant, it is imperative for the states to ally at this juncture to withstand them. Yi Sangyun turned to him, noticing his hesitation. Are you worried about Changsheng? Yi Vingyun replied. With the demon young master having defeated 100 divine sons, Changsheng's reputation precedes him. I fear he may come to the Sword Palace. What is meant to come will eventually arrive. One cannot evade it, Yi Sangyun said solemnly. Pausing, he continued. The demons are brutally plundering resources and mercilessly slaying cultivators as retribution for their past subjugation. To this day, the truly powerful factions remain unscathed. As far as I know, the divine son Dao Gi of the Dao sect, the divine son and Shang Tian of the Yin family, and the Buddhist sect, along with several ancient clans, have yet to face the demon's wrath. Yi Qingyun queried, what do you mean by that, clan leader? Yi Sangyun responded, though the demons are formidable, their targets are selectively chosen. They have not yet become so arrogant as to declare war on the entire ancient heavenly domain. As long as we in the Sword State remain ever vigilant, even if the demons descend, what is there to fear? Yi Qingyun concurred, indeed, clan leader. In this world, one must not be weak. Weakness invites oppression. Yi Sangyun replied softly, the so-called weakness is a sin. I am not concerned about the arrival of the demon young master. Let him be strong. Will Changsheng not stand resolute? As he spoke, he paused momentarily before inquiring, it has been 2 days since Changsheng emerged from seclusion. What is he doing? Surely, he has not left the Sword Palace. Yi Qingyun promptly replied, the ancestor has tasked Changsheng with guiding the disciples of the various peaks in their cultivation. For the past 2 days, Changsheng has been in the training ground. I almost forgot amidst all this commotion. Which disciples has Changsheng selected? Yi Sangyun asked in a low voice. Over the past 2 days, Changsheng has not chosen anyone. However, upon learning that Changsheng would personally instruct the disciples, the elders of each peak have ordered their disciples to emerge from seclusion. Even Yi Chun, Yaoer, Pejuan, and Miedao have successively left their retreats. Yi Qingyun explained slowly, raising an eyebrow as he continued, clan leader, has Yi Moxie also emerged? Might he take action against Changsheng? Yi Moji, Yi Zhangyun seek it softly. If Changsheng cannot overcome this challenge, how will he lead the Yi family toward a brighter future? Some trials are destined for him to face. We must not interfere. Yi Moxie was an unconventional member of the Yi family. Before Changsheng's birth, he was the family's most illustrious genius, his aptitude surpassing that of Yi Chun and Yi Yaoer. The position of the number 1 divine child of the Yi family was rightfully his. Yet, due to his defiance against the clan leader, in a fit of resentment, he secluded himself in the Death Valley of the Sword Palace for a full decade. Now, his strength remains a mystery, even to Yi Sangyun. Only the ancestor, Yi Shaoxian, would occasionally visit him. By all accounts, Yi Moxie could be considered half a direct disciple of Yi Shaoxian. On the training ground, disciples of the Yi family began to arrive one after another. The news brought back by the sword attendants spread like wildfire, and all the disciples began to discuss. The demon young master is extraordinarily strong, having faced off against 100 divine children without defeat. Such prowess is unmatched. Nonsense. The young master is certainly stronger. Do not speak, for I will not entertain any rebuttals. While the young master is indeed formidable, he is still quite young, being 5 years junior to the demon young master. In terms of genius, a 5-year gap can result in a vast disparity in cultivation. Both sides articulated valid points. Just then, a disciple hurriedly approached, speaking in a serious tone. There are 2 pieces of news. Would you like to hear them? One individual remarked. Is it about the demon young master? We are already aware of it. The newcomer shook his head, feigning mystery. Of course not. It pertains to a significant event about to unfold within our sword palace. As his words concluded, all eyes turned eagerly towards him. Speak quickly. What momentous event is forthcoming? Clearing his throat, the disciple continued, You may not yet realize why the young master has been seen in the training ground these past few days. The crowd wore expressions of impatience, eager to hear more. The disciple hastily added, According to reliable sources, the young master intends to select a group of disciples from the various peaks to receive his guidance in their cultivation. This is permitted by the ancestor. Pausing briefly, he continued, To qualify for the young master's instruction, Yi Chun and several other senior brothers have already emerged from seclusion, as has senior sister Yaoer. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their faces alight with longing, each hoping to be chosen by Yi Changsheng. The disciple then asked, Would you like to hear another piece of news? Hurry and speak, or I shall end your life. One individual exclaimed angrily. The disciple's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly replied, Yi Mo Xie has emerged from seclusion and will soon arrive at the training grounds. What do you suppose will transpire if he encounters the young master? Yi Moji, an elder disciple interjected, is, aside from the young master, the most prodigious talent of the entire Yi family. However, it is evident that his relationship with the young master is anything but amicable. Suddenly, a voice rang out in astonishment. Look, Yi Mo Xie is here. The crowd turned in unison, their gazes fixated on Yi Mo Xie. His raven hair stood defiantly, his sword-like brows and starry eyes exuded an air of chilling intensity, and he donned a long black robe that radiated an aura of frost. He appeared aloof and indifferent, yet possessed a palpable presence of dominance. Though Yi Mo Xie was a direct descendant of the Yi family, he remained estranged from his kin, often wandering alone. Thus, when he made his entrance, not a single disciple stepped forward to greet him. Look, it is the young master. Someone shouted, prompting the gathered disciples to rush toward Yi Changsheng in a throng. In the past, Yi Changsheng had graciously bestowed the opportunity of cleansing the sword pool upon the disciples of various peaks, earning him the admiration of the male disciples and the infatuation of the female disciples. Each time they laid eyes on Yi Changsheng, they found themselves blushing, perhaps overwhelmed by nerves. In that moment, Yi Mo Xie narrowed his eyes and directed his gaze toward Yi Changsheng, asking, Are you Yi Changsheng? Chapter 44, Dominating the World. Laughing at the storms. In the ancient land of the divine, outside the Tai Chi Hall, Xiao Beixian stood with an imposing presence, gazing into the distance with a chilling smile gracing his features. 5 years had passed, granting the Yi family a fleeting respite. Yet this time, none could hinder their annihilation. As his voice echoed, 2 formidable auras emerged from the void, swiftly materializing near Xiao Beixian. One was black, the other red. From amidst emerged the demon Lord Ning Wutian and the venerable ancestor of the Blood Tavern, Yin Gulong. Xiao Beixian spoke solemnly. Demon Lord, Ancestor Yin, it's been a while. Ning Wutian replied nonchalantly, Brother Xiao, it has been 5 years, and your cultivation has significantly advanced. Xiao Beixian chuckled. Likewise, in these past 3 months, Demon Lord, your gains have been considerable. I summoned you here to discuss an offensive against the Yi family of Sword State. Are you interested? The Yi family of Sword State, an ancient lineage of swordsmanship, piqued Ning Wutian's interest. He responded with a light tone. My demon generals have long been prepared. It is said that the young master of the Yi family possesses the chaotic sword body.
It would be fitting for my young master to meet him. With a sigh, he continued, times have changed. The younger generation of the ancient celestial domain lacks true prodigies. My young master finds himself in a solitary pursuit of victory. Xiao Beixian replied with a smile. The Yi family has deep roots. I trust they will not disappoint you and your young master. I have already assembled the Black Heaven army, and we can depart for Sword State at any moment. His gaze then shifted to Yin Gulong, Ancestor Yin. How prepared is the Blood Tavern? Yin Gulong responded. The Blood Tavern has been preparing for this battle since 5 years ago and is ready to march to Sword State. Xiao Beixian nodded in satisfaction, proclaiming, Then let us advance together with our 3 armies and obliterate the Yi family of Sword State. With a swift motion, Yin Gulong and Ning Wutian vanished, their voices resonating in the void. To the Sword Palace, annihilate the Yi family. A deeper smile spread across Xiao Beixian's lips as he turned to the palace, ready to embark on the bloodbath in Sword State. Sword Palace. In the training grounds, Yi Changsheng strode forward, followed closely by Yi Yaoer, Yi Chun, and Yi Miedao. Suddenly, he sensed a gaze upon him and turned to look. In an instant, Yi Changsheng and Yi Moxie locked eyes, confirming the presence of a formidable opponent. Yaoer, who is he? Yi Yaoer hastily replied, Young master, he is Yi Moxie, the former prodigy of the Yi family, possessing the sacred body of the demon sword. Yi Changsheng noted Yi Yaoer hesitated, prompting him to encourage her to share her thoughts. She continued, Yi Moxie has a significant connection to the young master. He may pose a threat. What do you mean by that? Yi Changsheng inquired, raising an eyebrow in confusion. He had never met Yi Moxie, nor held any grievances against him. What connection could possibly exist? Yi Yaoyao pondered for a moment, reflecting on the relationship between the young master and Yi Mo Xie, whose father was the elder brother of the young master's father. Although they were not blood brothers, their bond was profound. However, after the demise of the young master's father, Yi Mo Xie's father also perished, leading Yi Mo Xie to believe that the young master's father was responsible for his father's death. This misconception resulted in a fierce confrontation with the clan leader, after which Yi Mo Xie entered the Valley of Death for a decade of seclusion. Yi Changsheng nodded gently, murmuring to himself that the plot, albeit somewhat melodramatic, was fundamentally reasonable. Yet, Yi Mo Xie could not arbitrarily blame Yi Zhantian for his father's death. There must be more to this tale. In that moment, Yi Changsheng felt that from Yi Mo Xie, he might glean insights into their shared past, particularly concerning their fathers. Just as he was about to approach Yi Mo Xie, the latter took the initiative to walk toward him. Witnessing this, the disciples in the training ground were taken aback, anticipating an imminent clash between Yi Changsheng and Yi Mo Xie. Both were the most brilliant prodigies of the Yi family. Should they engage in battle, who would emerge victorious? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Mo Xie confronted Yi Changsheng, inquiring, Are you the young master of the Yi family, the one spoken of as the foremost among us? Yi Changsheng replied calmly, What does it matter to be the foremost? I am merely an unremarkable disciple of the Yi family, far from the greatness attributed to me by the ancestors. Yi Mo Xie shook his head and smiled, saying, You may be humble, yet I recognize that I am not your match. May I have a moment to speak with you privately? Of course, Yi Changsheng nodded, rising to walk toward the side of the training ground. Observing their departing figures, the disciples erupted in excitement. Did I hear correctly? Yi Mo Xie has openly acknowledged that he is not the young master's rival. I have always asserted that the young master is undoubtedly the strongest among the younger generation. Yi Mo Xie, the so-called son of the demon, is insignificant in comparison. Another voice chimed in, Let us not get carried away. The son of the demon is indeed formidable. After all, the young master is still young. A staunch supporter of Yi Changsheng retorted angrily, If you dare to question the young master again, I swear I shall strike you down, even if I cannot draw blood. I will ensure you regret your words. At the side of the training ground, Yi Changsheng and Yi Mo Xie paused, both gazing serenely at the swirling mist before them, embodying a composure beyond their years. Yi Mo Xie spoke first. It has been 10 years. I have come to terms with the past. My father's death has no connection to Uncle Yi. It was my own obsession that clouded my judgment. Turning to Yi Changsheng, he continued, in this matter, I owe an apology to the clan leader and feel remorse for Uncle Yi. Yi Changsheng responded. One must learn to let go before they can truly grasp what is important. The ability to take and relinquish freely is the mark of a truly liberated spirit. It appears you have reached this understanding. Yimo, Sierra replied, from a decade ago, I was aware of you. At your birth, a heavenly tribulation accompanied your arrival. For all these years, the ancestor has urged me to learn from you. I once thought the ancestor was biased, but upon learning that you relinquished your chance to purify the sword pool for the disciples of the various peaks, I realized your superiority, for I could not have done the same. If you now have such an opportunity, I believe you can achieve it as well, Yi Changsheng said solemnly. Tell me about my father's past. Yi Moxie's expression darkened. I am uncertain. Only the ancestors, the clan leader, and your mother are privy to the entirety of that matter. Unfortunately, they will not disclose it to us. Yi Changsheng nodded. There is no rush. One day they will be willing to share. Perhaps they refrain from speaking now because the timing is not yet right. Or perhaps it is because we are too weak. Yi Moxie remarked, Changsheng, can we emulate our forebears? I wish to remain by your side, to advance and retreat together, to face life and death. Yi Changsheng similed. You are my senior. From now on, you shall be my elder brother. What does that sound? Yi Moxie quickly interjected, absolutely not. You are the young master. How could I assume the role of your elder brother? Such an arrangement would disregard the hierarchy and incur punishment under clan rules. With a resolute gaze, he declared, life is but a game of chess. I am willing to be a pawn, following you. My movements may be slow, yet no one shall witness me retreating a single step. Yi Changsheng shook his head and said solemnly, what if we address each other as brothers? Dominating the world and laughing at the tempests? Would that not be splendid? Yi Moxie replied, indeed, a promise made in this life shall remain unchanged through the ages. Chapter 45. The Discourse on Longevity and the Majestic Sword Chi Beyond the Sword State. Amidst the boundless azure sky, an ancient and weathered demonic ship emerged, shrouded in an endless veil of black mist. The vessel glided through the void, reminiscent of a black dragon soaring through the heavens. Upon the deck stood the proud and formidable figure of the young Master Ning Wubai, his long black hair cascading like a waterfall, billowing in the wind. His strikingly handsome and aloof visage bore an air of unyielding dominance, and his piercing gaze seemed to ensnare the very souls of those who met it. A man clad in black robes materialized behind Ning Wubai, bowing respectfully. Young master, the demon lord has issued a command. We are to enter the sword state and annihilate the Yi family. Ning Wubai replied, the Yi family? We are not far from the sword state. Dispatch orders immediately. We must hasten to the Yi family and strive to eliminate their divine son before the demon lord arrives. Pausing momentarily, he continued, true invincibility is a lonely pursuit. I hope the Yi family's divine son does not disappoint me. The black-robed man hastily responded, young master, the demon lord has warned that the Yi family possesses profound strength and should not be underestimated. We must await the demon lord's arrival before proceeding. Additionally, this assault on the Yi family will be coordinated with the ancient god kingdom and the blood tavern. Excitement flickered across Ning Wubai's cheeks as he remarked, it seems the Yi family will not let me down. The demon lord is overly cautious. Relay the orders to advance towards the Yi family at the utmost speed. At the Sword Palace, in the training grounds, Yi Changsheng and Yi Moxie arrived together, drawing the attention of numerous disciples, their faces awash with confusion. The two did not engage in combat, appearing rather amicable. Yi Changsheng stepped into the arena and turned to Yi Moxie, declaring, from today onward, Yi Moxie shall be acknowledged as my elder brother. Is that understood? The gathered disciples nodded in unison, promptly responding, understood, we comprehend. Yi Changsheng continued, our ancestor has entrusted me with the selection and guidance of disciples in their cultivation. After observing everyone over the past few days, I find that all present possess commendable talents. Therefore, I have decided to commence instructing all of you in your training from this day forth. However, the path of the sword relies solely on personal comprehension, while I shall guide your cultivation.
The extent of your advancement in the sword path depends entirely upon your own efforts. Upon hearing this, the disciples were taken aback, overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. They had anticipated that Yi Changsheng would select Yi Yaoyao, Yi Chun, Yi Miedao, and others, given their prior understanding of the sword path, which would facilitate swifter growth. To their astonishment, Yi Changsheng treated everyone equally, and this unexpected fortune left them elated. Yi Changsheng's gaze shifted to Yi Chun and the others. Yi Yaoyao, Yi Chun, Yi Pejuan, Yi Miedao. You four have already established your own sword paths. You need only to deepen your comprehension. Should you encounter any bottlenecks or questions, feel free to seek guidance from me or my elder brother Moxie. The four bowed in unison, replying, "We shall heed the young master's wishes." In the next moment, Yi Changsheng's figure appeared in the training arena, sitting cross-legged upon the ground, motioning for the disciples to take their seats. The path to enlightenment can be divided into 4 realms. First, the hearing of the path. Second, the knowing of the path. Third, the seeing of the path. And finally, the attaining of the path. In terms of the sword, there exist only 3 swords in the world. The Holy Sword, also known as the Sword of the Heavenly Dao, is backed by the Dao, sharpened by virtue, infused with the essence of yin and yang, and wielded with the 5 elements as its hilt. It can sever the light of heaven above and obliterate the foundations of the earth below. The Divine Sword, also known as the Sword of the Divine Path, is backed by the essence of the sword, wielding the sharpness of divine will to vanquish the heavens above and annihilate the abyss below, obliterating countless foes in its wake. The ordinary sword, conversely, is referred to as the extraordinary sword, forged from the divine and keenly guided by the heart, rendering its path invincible and its wielder supreme. The way of the sword is indeed the way of the heart. The sword is birthed from the heart, and with a sword in hand, the world is at one's command. With a single strike, the cosmos unfolds. With another, foes are scattered like leaves in the wind, and when it returns, it shatters all laws. As the voice echoed, a thunderous roar resounded from the summit of the heavens, and deep within the boundless starry expanse, a graceful silhouette emerged. She gazed downward, her eyes piercing through the barriers of the celestial realm, directed towards the Leaf Clan's martial arena, sensing a formidable will of the sword and an indomitable sword heart. Suddenly, her expression shifted dramatically, and she exclaimed in fury, "It is you again. After 10 years, the heavenly path has scarcely healed from its wounds, and you seek to confront me once more? The divine sword, vanquishing the heavenly path? How audacious! Yet, I must express my gratitude. Your comprehension of the sword path is most welcome." On the martial field, Leaf Changsheng sensed the gaze of an unseen observer. He abruptly raised his head to the heavens, where a brilliant light appeared to descend upon the arena. In the next moment, countless divine swords manifested above him, suspended in midair as if in reverence to a deity, swirling like a tempest of blades. The air was suffused with a web of sword energy, soaring towards the skies with unmatched potency. The disciples focused their attention on Leaf Changsheng, their eyes wide with astonishment, perceiving him as a divine being in that moment. At that instant, Leaf Shaoxian, Leaf Sangyun, and Mengjun appeared in the martial arena, gazing up at the boundless light of the swords, their expressions transformed. "What is this? What has this boy done now?" Leaf Shaoxian trembled as he beheld the frenzied radiance. Both Leaf Sangyun and Mengjun observed the myriad rays of sword light bowing before Leaf Changsheng, their excitement palpable. Though this was not the first time he had summoned such phenomena, they remained in awe, filled with pride for him. The sword light blotted out the sky, sweeping through the heavens. Above in the void, a demonic vessel drew near to sword state. Suddenly, an uncountable number of sword lights erupted through the clouds. The demonic prince Ning Wubai narrowed his eyes, his heart sinking in terror at the sight. What manner of sword cultivator could unleash such a terrifying aura? This sword energy instilled a profound dread, a fear that resonated from the depths of his soul. Simultaneously, Tiao Beituan, Ning Wutian, and Ning Gudong sensed the anomaly in sword state, their faces reflecting doubt. Ning Wutian remarked, "The overwhelming sword energy, the sovereign of the sword path. The Leaf Clan indeed possesses formidable strength. It seems this journey was not in vain. Xiao Beixian concurred. I never anticipated that after 5 years. The ancestor of the Leaf Clan would grow to such an extent. We must spare no effort to eliminate him, lest he become a lasting threat. Ingadong, filled with trepidation, had believed he could catch up to Leaf Xiaoxian in 5 years, but the rate of his rival's growth was despairingly swift. Such terrifying sword energy was beyond his capacity to contend with. In an instant, his face bore expressions of unwillingness and despair. Little did he know that the shimmering sword light did not emanate from Yi Xiaoxian, but rather was summoned by the seemingly unremarkable young master of the Yi family. At that moment, outside the sword palace, a sword attendant appeared, hastening forward to bow and report, "Elder ancestor, clan leader, a demonic ancient vessel has been discovered outside Jianzhou, and formidable beings from the ancient divine kingdom and the blood tavern are also approaching Jianzhou." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoxian and Yi Songyun swiftly turned to gaze outside the sword palace. In the void above, dark demonic energy materialized, resembling a swirling black cloud descending upon Jianzhou. What was destined to arrive had indeed come. Yi Xiaoxian murmured to himself, then turned to Yi Songyun, commanding, "Prepare for battle." Yi Songyun nodded, and before departing, he cautioned, "Mengjun, ensure Longsheng's safety." And Mengjun replied, "Father, rest assured, Mengjun will not allow any harm to befall Longsheng." Yi Changsheng, hearing their voices, understood the gravity of the situation. However, at that moment, he was engrossed in absorbing sword energy and found himself rather occupied. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations, Master! You have successfully guided the disciples of the Sword Palace in their cultivation, attracting the manifestation of the mighty sword energy. You have earned 1 instance of the manifestation sign-in. Would you like to use it immediately?" "Sign in immediately," Yi Changsheng responded without hesitation. Chapter 46. A Candid Reflection. No exaggeration before the Sword Palace. Yi Xiaoxian, Yi Songyun, Yi Qingyun, and others stood proudly, their gazes fixed upon the void ahead. Dark demonic energy descended from the heavens, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. Behind them, Yi Moxie, Yi Hour, Yi Miedao, and Yi Chun stood resolutely, each a paragon among the younger generation. With the imminent battle, there was no possibility of remaining uninvolved. Yi Songyun observed the encroaching demonic energy, his expression grave. "Ancestor, the demon clan is approaching, and the ancient god kingdom along with the blood tavern are complicit. This is a conspiracy, a scheme aimed at annihilating our Yi family. Yi family, to the death," Yi Xiaoxian declared solemnly, adding, "There can be no retreat, for to retreat is to perish." Yi Songyun wished to utter more, yet the words caught in his throat. The impending battle was unavoidable. The members of the Yi family could only unite against their foes to survive this calamity. Elsewhere, in the training arena, and Mengjuan's luminous eyes were fixed on the seated Yi Changsheng, her cheeks tinged with concern. The convergence of the demon clan, the ancient god kingdom, and the blood tavern indeed posed a dire threat to the Yi family. Though Yi Changsheng possessed extraordinary talent, he was still too young, and Mengjun feared for his safety. "Ding! Congratulations, Master! You have successfully signed in for an anomaly and received a transformation card, which can be activated at any time." "A transformation card?" Yi Changsheng pondered it. Somehat did it. "What does that mean? Will this card allow me to change at will? Is it akin to the 72 transformations of Sun Wukong?" "Ding! A reminder for the Master. Upon using the transformation card, you will gain the strength of the specified character, not the ability to transform freely. What you refer to as free transformation is a shape-shifting card, which could potentially turn you into a ferocious beast or even an amorous beast. Would you like to replace it? Seriously? System, you lack conversational skills. Besides, I am but a child. Do you think it appropriate to turn me into a lustful beast? Does your conscience not ache?" Yi Changsheng thought to himself, sensing within his storage compartment the presence of the transformation card. However, he chose not to use it hastily, instead focusing his mind and continuing to absorb the vast sword energy cascading from the heavens. Unbeknownst to him, 2 hours elapsed. The sword light that had soared into the clouds vanished, and the noble sword energy enveloping Yi Changsheng began to wane. And Mengjun recognized that Yi Changsheng's cultivation was nearing its conclusion. Suddenly, an immense pressure enveloped the sky above the Sword Palace. And Mengjun turned her gaze towards the Sword Palace, her expression growing increasingly serious, for she understood that the formidable Demon Clan warriors had arrived. The impending battle loomed, its outcome uncertain, with life and death hanging in the balance. At that moment, a wave of intense danger surged forth, causing in Mengjun's complexion to change dramatically. The aura of an 8th-level sage erupted from her slender figure as a white jade longsword materialized in her grasp, fully embodying a stance of preparedness for battle. "Who goes there? Please reveal yourself." As in Mengjun's words fell, a shadow flickered into view, appearing like a startled phoenix, only to vanish in an instant. Boom! The impact reverberated as Mengjun was sent flying backward, soaring over 100 feet away, leaving her 100 meters distant from Yi Changsheng. Saint of the Ninth Order? And Mengjun was utterly astonished, realizing that the shadow that had emerged was indeed a formidable saint of the Ninth Order. The identity of such a mysterious figure was difficult to grasp. Who could this individual be? As she pondered, the shadow reappeared, wielding a black pen in hand, moving with remarkable swiftness to launch an assault upon Mengjun. At the Sword Palace, Yi Shaoxian observed the sudden appearance of a demonic vessel and swiftly turned to assess the situation. This was dire. Someone had infiltrated the Sword Palace with intentions malevolent towards Changsheng. Yi Cangyun's countenance shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, he leaped into the air, hastening towards the training grounds. Whoever wished to harm Yi Changsheng would have to tread over his lifeless body. Seeing Yi Cangyun depart, Yi Shaoxian remarked coldly to deal with the Yi family. They truly go to great lengths. The Ghost Gate, it has been a long time. In a flurry, Yi Cangyun arrived above the training grounds. Witnessing Mengjun being flung away, his face contorted with fury as he thundered, "You dare?" His furious cry echoed, but the shadow remained unfazed. The pen in its hand, piercing through the air, aimed directly at Yi Changsheng. "No!" And Mengjun screamed with all her might, a terrifying wave of energy erupting around her, akin to a waning moon sweeping through the void. A shock wave surged forth, and Yi Changsheng remained as steadfast as a mountain, unmoved by the onslaught, while the assailant was sent reeling backward, crashing into the sword tower of the training grounds. A spurt of blood erupted from the mouth of the black-clad figure as he suddenly raised his head, casting a glance towards Mengjun. Rising from the ground, she planted her feet firmly and charged at the black-clad assailant with her sword. Witnessing this scene, Yi Cangyun steadied himself against the forceful wave that had sent him flying, his eyes wide with astonishment. How had Mengjun become so powerful all of a sudden? A half-emperor? How could her cultivation have advanced so rapidly? Unbeknownst to him, in that moment of desperation, Mengjun had activated the chaotic spirit fruit within her, forcibly enhancing her cultivation, even surpassing her own expectations to reach the level of a half-emperor. As the black-clad figure saw Mengjun charging at him with her sword, he attempted to move, but found himself ensnared by an invisible yet terrifying force. And Mengjun glared at the black-clad figure, her voice icy as she declared, "Those who harm my son shall be punished." With a swift motion, a streak of white light flashed, and the head of the black-clad figure flew from his shoulders. Blood spurted forth like a geyser, the scene far too gruesome to describe. Upon witnessing the demise of the black-clad assailant, Yi Cangyun approached Mengjun, saying, "Juner, your strength." And Mengjun replied, "Father, my realm has ascended thanks to the spirit fruit gifted by Changsheng." Yi Cangyun, astonished, inquired, "What spirit fruit?" "The Sword Palace has had no spirit fruits ripen during this time." And Mengjun continued, "Father, that spirit fruit is unique to Changsheng. It is not from the Sword Palace." He had mentioned previously that he would gift spirit fruits to you and our ancestor. Yet this child has forgotten such a significant matter. Ye Jianyun Chakrit. Changsheng is deeply immersed in his cultivation. Bestowing spirit fruits is merely a trivial matter. Besides, I desire to elevate my own realm, and ordinary spirit fruits would serve little purpose. Yi Changsheng appeared by Yi Cangyun's side without notice. Grandfather, the spiritual fruit of Changsheng is extraordinary. It can elevate your spirit. Do you believe it? He corrected himself. No, it can elevate your realm. The old man, being of considerable age, would likely find it challenging to experience such exhilaration again. The question arises, how much sorrow can one endure? It is akin to a group of elderly men visiting a brothel. As the words settled, Yi Changsheng presented a chaotic spiritual fruit to Yi Tsangyun. Grandfather, take your medicine. Eat the spiritual fruit. Yi Tsangyun gazed intently at the golden chaotic fruit. Changsheng, what is this spiritual fruit? Does it have any effect? Yi Changsheng replied, the effect is quite formidable. To speak candidly, I am not exaggerating. You should prepare yourself, grandfather. As Yi Tsangyun grasped the chaotic fruit, poised to consume it, a thunderous sound erupted, prompting him to swiftly turn around. Changsheng, the great battle has commenced. Let us head to the Sword Palace together. Chapter 47. The Sword Drawn. No turning back before the Sword Palace. A sinister ship emerged, enveloped in a terrifying aura of dark magic, with tendrils of black mist swirling like a serpent. Sweeping towards the Sword Palace. On the deck, Ning Wubai stood arrogantly, his gaze immediately fixed upon Yi Shaoxian, his expression shifting slightly as he observed the Emperor of the Sword Palace's reception, feeling both astonished and flattered. As his voice echoed, he swept his gaze past Moxie and the others, his pupils brightening as he spoke in a deep tone, as expected of a family of swordsmanship. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Is there anyone brave enough to face me in combat? Yi Qingyun retorted angrily. This is the Sword Palace. How dare you be so audacious? Leave at once, and I shall spare your life. Ning Wubai responded dismissively. Are you the head of the Yi family? It seems they have no one left. How can someone as weak as you assume such a position? Yi Qingyun's expression darkened. This insolent youth, although not the head of the Yi family, possessed the strength to vanquish him. Ning Wubai scoffed, do not boast. I respect you as a man, but you truly intend to kill me? With a flick of his finger, a beam of black light shot forth towards Yi Qingyun. The sound of impact resonated as Yi Qingyun staggered backward, cracks appearing on the blade in his hand. In the next instant, the sword shattered into dust, vanishing into the air. Fifth level of the Sage Realm? Yi Shaoxian narrowed his eyes, speaking slowly. No wonder Ning Wubai has swept through 100 young masters. At such a young age, he has already attained the 5th level of the Sage Realm. Yi Qingyun had been defeated. At that moment, a woman appeared beside Ning Wubai, her age comparable to Yi Yaoyao, clad in tight black attire that accentuated her alluring figure. My lord, if this is the caliber of the Yi family elders, their disciples must not be too strong. Tianwu, please take the stage. Of course. Ning Wubai nodded lightly, then raised his hand, pointing at Yi Moxie. You may kill any disciple of the Yi family, but he must be spared for me. Tianwu inquired. My lord, what makes this youth so special? Ning Wubai replied. He is the heir of the Yi family and must perish by my hand. Upon hearing this, Yi Moxie stepped forward from the crowd, his expression as cold as ice. I am not the heir of the Yi family. However, if you wish to fight, I shall oblige. Not the heir? Is there another heir in the Yi family? Ning Wubai narrowed his eyes again, scanning the crowd. Among the younger generation of the Yi family, you possess the highest cultivation. If you are not the heir, who else could qualify? Yi Moxie stated, my brother, Yi Changsheng, is the heir, but you are not worthy to be his opponent. Yi Changsheng, so you are not him. Tianwu, eliminate him. Ning Wubai commanded coldly. Yi Moxie remained undaunted, stepping forward to hover in the air as he addressed Tianwu, return. You are not my match. Tianwu was taken aback by Yi Moxie's audacity. Releasing her sage-level power, a sphere of black flame appeared in her delicate hand. The flames danced like a spirit serpent, transforming into myriad strands as they surged towards Yi Moxie. Unfazed by the approaching flames, Yi Moxie exuded an air of calmness as a powerful sword aura enveloped him. Resonating with a fierce cry, the black light of the sword gleamed coldly, reminiscent of a venomous serpent poised to strike. Break, annihilate, Yi Moxie declared in a chilling tone. Boom, boom. The black sword aura surged like raging waves, directly confronting the oncoming flames. As the explosion resounded, a terrifying shockwave sent Mo Tianwu's figure hurtling backward. 100 feet away, she steadied herself, her gaze fixed upon Yi Mo Xie. You carry demonic energy. You must belong to my demon clan, she stated. Yi Mo Xie replied, demonic energy indicates your lineage, yet your body bears my sword aura. Does that not make you my woman? Mo Tianwu retorted, clearly displeased. Yi Mo Xie continued, now, it is my turn to strike. With those words, he vanished from sight, reappearing mere inches from Mo Tianwu, drawing forth a black ancient sword. The sword shadow, like a dragon, was unstoppable. Swoosh! The sword reached its target. A spray of blood erupted from Mo Tianwu, who resembled a kite severed from its string, being cast backward toward the demon ship. Observing this, Ningwu Bai swiftly moved, catching Mo Tianwu in his embrace, and turned to Yi Mo Xie. What a swift sword! You are worthy of being my opponent. He paused, glancing at the injured Mo Tianwu in his arms. Withdraw. You are no match for him. Mo Tianwu nodded gently, flying back toward the demon ship, her face flushed with intense anger, wishing fervently to rend Yi Mo Xie into pieces. She had anticipated achieving a victory for the demon clan, but Yi Mo Xie's ferocity left her utterly defenseless. At that moment, Ningwu Bai glared at Yi Mo Xie and stated solemnly, strike, where you shall find no opportunity to draw your sword. As he spoke, he sat suspended in mid-air, unmoved by the 8 winds, and a majestic ancient chain appeared before him, entwined with violent demonic energy. Yi Mo Xie narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixated on the ancient chain, a sense of dread washing over him as its aura emanated a palpable danger. Mo Xie, retreat. That chain is peculiar. Yi Shaoxian cautioned. Yi Mo Xie turned back, calmly asserting, Ancestor, Mo Xie must fight. The sword cultivator was unwavering, choosing death over submission, refusing to retreat. The sword, once drawn, would not be sheathed again. Besides this, there was a significant reason for Yi Mo Xie to confront Ningwu Bai. Ningwu Bai was here to challenge Yi Changsheng. Only by facing him could Yi Mo Xie discern the true strength of his opponent. If Yi Changsheng were to battle him later, he would possess no knowledge of Ningwu Bai's capabilities. Yi Mo Xie charged forward, his sword raised against Ningwu Bai, black sword energy trailing closely in his wake. Clang! Clang! Ningwu Bai remained unfazed, casting a glance at Yi Mo Xie. His slender fingers glided over the ancient chain, and the sound resonated, echoing through the skies. Waves of black, demonic energy roared and transformed into ferocious ancient demons, rushing to engulf Yi Mo Xie. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the Yi family before the Sword Palace held their breaths, their expressions grave. Though they had rejoiced at Yi Mo Xie's victory over Mo Tianwu, they now felt no joy. Ningwu Bai was overwhelmingly powerful. The sound of the chain was thunderous, instilling fear in the hearts of all. At this moment, Yi Songyun, accompanied by Yi Changsheng and Mengjun, appeared before the Sword Palace, clad in snow-white garments. Yi Changsheng's visage remained as tranquil as still water, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Ningwu Bai. The disciples, upon noticing Yi Changsheng's arrival, were filled with exuberance, firmly believing that he would undoubtedly triumph over Ningwu Bai. I have met the ancestor, Yi Changsheng proclaimed with a bow. There is no need for excessive formalities, Yi Shaoxian replied solemnly, pausing momentarily before continuing. Changsheng, what is your opinion of this individual? Yi Changsheng responded with a calm demeanor. He is quite competent, a formidable figure among the younger generation, albeit barely. Merely barely? A 5th-level saint, and you deem him merely adequate? Yi Shaoxian thought of striking him. Had the youth become so inflated with pride? Yi Changsheng added, Brother Moxie possesses a superior talent, though his current cultivation lags behind this individual. Moreover, this person plays the guqin with considerable mastery. In this battle, Brother Moxie will surely be defeated. Yi Songyun quickly interjected, Ancestor, will Moxie be in danger? Should we call him back? Yi Shaoxian replied, Are you not familiar with his character? The demon young master seeks to confront Changsheng. His insistence on this battle is merely to gauge the strength of the demon young master. Yi Changsheng narrowed his eyes, gazing into the void at Ning Wubai, and declared, "Should you harm my brother, I shall annihilate your demon clan." Chapter 48. The Sword as a Zither, the general's command tuned before the Sword Palace. Yi Changsheng understood that Yi Moxie would inevitably face defeat, yet he refrained from intervening. This battle was not only for him, but also for Yi Moxie himself. To intervene now would jeopardize his resolve and impose constraints on his future swordsmanship. Clang, clang. The sound of the zither resonated like a vibrant rainbow amidst the chaotic dance of demons. Yi Moxie, wielding his sword in fury, ultimately could not withstand the relentless onslaught of the ancient demons. Penetrating the massive shadow of the ancient demon to strike at Ning Wubai before the zither was simply impossible. Thus, it became evident that Ning Wubai stood invincible. Ning Wubai coldly proclaimed, "It is time to end this. You are still rather weak." Yi Moxie retorted, "Is that so?" In the next moment, his aura surged wildly, and a colossal black sword manifested from his back. Its blade pointed defiantly towards the heavens. Demon sword, slaughter the heavens. The sword of the celestial demon. As Ning Wubai spoke, the ancient zither before him soared into the air, unleashing thousands of swirling demonic energies to meet the descending giant sword. Boom! Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, sending Yi Moxie's figure hurtling backward, ultimately landing before the Sword Palace. Staggering before he continued to retreat, Yi Changsheng's form flickered as he stepped forward and gently steadied Yi Moxie's swaying figure with a supportive palm. Yi Moxie turned to gaze at Yi Changsheng, saying, "Changsheng, I leave this to you." Yi Changsheng replied, "Rest, brother. Allow me to take over." Yi Moxie turned to advance, and two disciples hurriedly approached, attempting to assist him, but he waved them off, declaring, "It's just a minor injury. I shall not perish." The disciples departed, oblivious to the blood seeping from Yi Moxie's mouth, which he discreetly wiped away with his sleeve. In that moment, Ning Wubai sat before the ancient zither, exuding an air of supreme arrogance. "Bring forth Yi Changsheng. None among the younger generation of the Yi family can stand against me." Mo Tiandu and Mo Tieta descended from the demonic vessel, appearing beside Ning Wubai, both casting disdainful glances toward the Sword Palace. Mo Tieta remarked, "Young master, the demon lord is not far from the Sword Palace. He shall arrive within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn." "Understood." Ning Wubai replied calmly, then suddenly raised his head, continuing, "Where is the young master of the Yi family? Does he dare not show himself for a battle?" Yi Changsheng moved forward slowly, seemingly unhurried, yet in the blink of an eye, he stood before Ning Wubai. Ning Wubai's expression shifted slightly. "Who are you?" Yi Changsheng responded calmly, "I am the young master of the Yi family. If you wish to fight, let it begin." With those words, he settled into a meditative posture, akin to a venerable monk. "Though a friend may come from afar, even if distant, they must be punished. You may strike first." Before Ning Wubai could utter a word, Mo Tiandu, standing behind him, scoffed, "You, a mere child, dare to demand the young master to act? Allow me to eliminate you." Yi Changsheng glanced at Mo Tiandu, replying nonchalantly, "With such arrogance, why not strip bare and flaunt it? Montauk Tiandu retorted angrily, "Shameless. Prepare tout dit." Yi Changsheng felt a sense of helplessness. What had he done to deserve such accusations of shamelessness? At that moment, Mo Tiandu surged forward, attacking Yi Changsheng, who sighed softly. "Is living not preferable?" Clang! The sound of the sword echoed, and a silver streak darted through the air like a shooting star. The figure of Mo Tianwu was sent flying, a massive blood pit appearing on his chest. His consciousness began to dissipate, and even in death, he remained oblivious to the origin of that swift flash of sword light. It was astonishingly rapid. What kind of speed was this? Ning Wubai's expression changed as he re-evaluated Yi Changsheng. The heir of the Yi family was far stronger than he had anticipated. "Ta-ta-ta! Take Tianwu down," he commanded. The iron tower rushed forward, catching the lifeless body of Mo Tianwu, casting an enraged glance at Yi Changsheng. "Withdraw," Ning Wubai ordered, and the iron tower reluctantly complied. "Yi family heir, you have piqued my interest," Ning Wubai remarked. "Mutual sentiments," Yi Changsheng replied. Ning Wubai placed his palms gently upon the ancient zither. employing all 10 fingers to unleash a torrent of malevolent energy, transforming into myriad forms. There were ancient demons, ferocious beasts, soldiers, and divine weapons. Witnessing this spectacle, Changsheng remained undaunted, lightly waving his sleeves as the chaotic divine sword appeared, hovering before him. Seeing this, Yun hastily said, "Ancestor, what is Changsheng doing?" Yi Shaoxian interjected, "Watch closely and refrain from speaking." Unknown to them, Yi Shaoxian was equally curious about Yi Changsheng's intentions. Yi Changsheng slightly raised his gaze and addressed Ning Wubai. "With the sword as my zither, I present the General's command tune for your acceptance." Clang, clang. His fingertips lightly danced across the sword's surface, producing melodious sounds akin to celestial music, as if he were truly playing a zither. Yet in the void, a chilling and somber atmosphere prevailed, reminiscent of countless armies galloping across the battlefield. Ning Wubai stared at Yi Changsheng in bewilderment, disdainfully retorting, "You think yourself worthy to play the zither? Without the sword, you are doomed." At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. As the zither's melody resonated, myriad sword lights emerged before Yi Changsheng, confronting the incoming malevolent energy. However, this was merely the beginning. In the next instant, countless flying swords converged from all directions above the sword palace. It was as if a sword tomb had toppled, with myriad swords hanging in the air, exuding a soul-stirring sword might. The sword energy spanned 30,000 miles, a single sword light chilling 19 continents. As Yi Changsheng caressed the sword, he spoke softly, and innumerable long swords soared into the air, converging into a singular blade pointed at Ning Wubai. "This sword you shall receive. Consider it my defeat." Chapter 49. Rather stand and die than kneel and live. The air was filled with swords, dense and omnipresent. Ning Wubai seemed to have lost his mind, his fingers frantically dancing across the guqin, acutely aware that he could not afford to cease. To stop meant death. If the enchanting melody of the guqin did not obstruct it, the flying swords unleashed by Yi Changsheng would consume him whole. 1,000 swords piercing through the heart would surely lead to an explosion. Witnessing this scene, Yi Shaoxian shook his head and remarked with a smile, "Changsheng is remarkably powerful, so much so that it defies reason." Yi Tsangyan added, "Indeed, it is quite monstrous, but I find it exhilarating." "Ancestor, do you not share my sentiment?" Yi Shaoxian replied, "I do, I absolutely adore it." The disciples of the Yi family stood petrified, the female disciples' mouths agape, as if one could fit a fist inside. They had anticipated Yi Changsheng's prowess, yet they had not expected it to be to this extent. Boom! Boom! The thunderous sounds of explosions echoed, as boundless sword energy crushed the demonic force, surging towards Ning Wubai. In the next moment, the guqin was sent flying, and Ning Wubai's figure appeared to be struck by heavy artillery, propelled backward for 1,000 miles. "Yi young master, how dare you?" A voice resounded from the heavens. As the words fell, a figure descended, an overwhelming pressure sweeping through the air. Ning Wutian made his appearance, effortlessly dispersing the sword energy that threatened to engulf Ning Wubai, allowing a surge of demonic energy to flow into him. "Withdraw." Ning Wubai glanced at the demon lord, acknowledging his defeat. "I have lost," Ning Wutian stated. "Defeat does not signify your lack of potential. Rather, it serves as a reminder that you must strive harder. Consider this. Those who surpass you are also working tirelessly. What right do you have to rest?" Ning Wubai nodded, understanding the gravity of his words. "Withdraw. This loss may not be a misfortune for you." Ning Wutian spoke solemnly, his gaze shifting to Yi Changsheng. Truly remarkable. It was unexpected that such a young individual possessed such profound mastery of the sword. Yi Changsheng gradually ascended, absorbing the chaotic divine sword into his being. "Do not judge by age, but by cultivation. Yet, you are indeed feeble. How did you ascend to the position of Demon Lord?" "You ignorant child, you shall pay for your folly," Ning Wutian replied coldly. Turning his gaze aside to find Xiao Beixian, Yin Gulong, and Gue Wushuang had also arrived. Xiao Beixian scrutinized Yi Changsheng, his eyes narrowing as he spoke menacingly. "Yi Shaoxian, do you not intend to intervene?" Allowing a junior to take the lead, Has the Yi family of Sword State truly run out of capable individuals? In an instant, Yi Shaoxian appeared beside Yi Changsheng. You old fox, your tale has finally been revealed. Pausing for a moment, he continued, in a millennium of cultivation, I have never encountered someone as duplicitous as you, harboring malice for years while sending the princess of the divine kingdom to the sword palace. Truly, the older one gets, the more shameless they become. Xiao Beixian retorted, Yi Shaoxian, words are futile. Our purpose this time is solely to annihilate the Yi family. To annihilate the Yi family. Then let us see if you can. Yi Shaoxian declared with a solemn tone, turning his gaze to Yi Changsheng. Are you afraid? Yi Changsheng shook his head, a stern expression on his face. Afraid? What is there to fear? The loss of a bowl-sized scar is trivial. No, it is the loss of a bowl-sized head that is concerning. Gue Wushuang stepped forward with a sinister smile. Long time no see, Elder Yi. Yi Shaoxian glanced at Gue Wushuang, recognizing the troublemaker. It's you, this reckless wretch. A moment of compassion years ago has led to today's calamity. Gue Wushuang retorted coldly, You have obliterated my cultivation, rendering me neither human nor ghost. Is this your so-called compassion? Fortunately, the heavens have shown me mercy, granting me the opportunity to rebuild my meridians. From misfortune comes fortune, and my strength has ascended to new heights. Upon hearing this, Yi Changsheng began to comprehend that all present bore grievances against the Yi family, and their alliance was no mere coincidence. He turned to Gue Wushuang and spoke softly. May I interject? Gue Wushuang, with a chilling demeanor, replied, Speak, consider it your final words. Yi Changsheng continued, I have something to say, though I am unsure if it is appropriate. Speak. Gue Wushuang urged impatiently. Yi Changsheng declared, In truth, I wish to convey that all present are nothing but trash. Gue Wushuang's countenance darkened ominously. To be ridiculed in such a manner by Yi Changsheng was a profound humiliation. Yi Shaoxian cast a sidelong glance at Yi Changsheng, nodding in satisfaction, as if to say that his audacity was beyond compare. Elder, this is for you. Yi Changsheng raised his hand, revealing a wooden box in his palm, and added, Elder, consume this and unleash your wrath upon them. I have faith in you. Yi Shaoxian looked at the wooden box, momentarily taken aback. Changsheng, there is no need for medicine to deal with them. You should also refrain from overindulgence, for it is detrimental to your health. A youth unaware of the value of rice will weep over an empty granary in old age. Yi Changsheng remained silent. At that moment, Xiao Beixian interjected, Yi Shaoxian. Wise individuals adapt to circumstances, surrender, and spare yourself. We four emperors stand together, and you have no chance of victory. Rather than facing annihilation, why not secure a path of survival for your clan? Yi Shaoxian replied, I'm afraid not. We of the Yi family do not have a habit of becoming others' hounds. We would rather die standing than live kneeling. Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Xiao Beixian, voice raised in fury, paused before continuing, Ning brother, In brother, Master Gue, let us issue the order to cleanse the sword palace in blood. Wait, Yi Changsheng remarked, observing the restless four with a calm smile. Are you implying that having more emperors grants you the liberty to act at will? Xiao Beixian arrogantly replied, Of course. Yi Changsheng nodded, Eider, Grandvater. Take the medicine and annihilate them. Yi Shaowan. Yi Zhangyun. Chapter 50. Come me at the sound of the words Xiao Beixian, Ning Wuqian, Gue Wushuang, and Yin Gutong erupted into wild laughter, their terrifying aura enveloping the sword palace. The Yi family had only Yi Shaoxian as their imperial figure. Yi Changsheng attempted to force Yi Songyun and Yi Shaoxian to consume pills to hasten their cultivation in a futile effort to confront them. Such an approach was utterly foolish. While using drugs or secret techniques to forcibly burn one's life essence could yield rapid enhancement in cultivation, it was merely a fleeting illusion. Would such a transient power be sufficient to withstand them? At that moment, the chaotic spirit fruit appeared in Yi Songyun's hand. Without hesitation, he consumed it, and in the next instant, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy coursed through his meridians. Under the immense pressure, it seemed poised to break free from its confines. Boom! The resounding noise echoed from the heavens as Yi Songyun stood before the Sword Palace, his aura skyrocketing. The expressions of Xiao Beixian and his companions shifted dramatically, disbelief washing over their faces. Had he truly ascended to the imperial realm so swiftly? What kind of elixir had he ingested to yield such astonishing results? Even though they were aware that Yi Songyun's advancement was facilitated by the consumption of drugs, they still found it hard to fathom. Wait, how could his cultivation still be rising? The faces of Xiao Beishuan's group turned unnatural. They were acutely aware of the arduous struggle required to elevate one's realm post-empowerment. Yet, Yi Songyun had instantaneously ascended to the second level of the imperial realm. The potency of the drug was astonishing. At that moment, Yi Songyun was nearly overwhelmed with glee, recalling Yi Changsheng's prior warning about the drug's efficacy, urging him to prepare mentally. Such a dramatic elevation in cultivation required a certain psychological fortitude. Otherwise, one might be driven to madness with joy. Noticing the collective gaze of Xiao Beixian and his companions fixed upon him, he offered a nonchalant smile, apologizing for his lack of restraint. The four were nearly incensed to the point of explosion. Yi Songyun continued, "Ancestor, you must consume it quickly. It will elevate your spirit." "I shall give it a try," Yi Shaoxian replied, nodding as he opened the wooden box and consumed the chaotic spirit fruit. In an instant, myriad swords erupted, the overwhelming imperial might saturating every inch of space. In that moment, all present were left in a state of bewilderment. Only Changsheng maintained a calm demeanor. Yet, in the next moment, he raised an eyebrow in confusion, muttering to himself, "Is the system malfunctioning? What on earth is this glaring exclamation mark?" Ding! Reminder to the master, it is not a system fault. Rather, the system task is about to expire. The task nearing expiration? Yi Changsheng focused his mind, quickly checking and discovering that the mission concerning the annihilation of the ancient god nation had only 1 month remaining. So that was it. This task could not afford to fail. Yi Changsheng was not motivated by the rewards, but rather by the pressing need to deal with the ancient god nation. As Xiao Beixian had truly overstayed his welcome. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the air. Yi Songyun had ascended to the imperial realm, his cultivation elevated to the second level. Yi Shaoxuan's realm was also on the rise, seemingly without any intention of halting. The four from Xiao Beixian began to feel a twinge of panic. Ning Wutian glared at Yi Changsheng, demanding, "What exactly did you give them to eat?" "Yes," Yi Changsheng replied with a faint smile, pausing before continuing. "Do you wish to partake as well?" Ning Wutian disdainfully remarked. "Do you believe that I require it?" Yi Changsheng shook his head, smiling as he responded. "If it cannot be obtained, then it cannot be. Do not feign indifference by claiming you do not desire it. Stand tall and boast, maintaining your deep breaths. I shall observe in silence." Ning Wutian's complexion shifted from green to purple, his anger barely contained as he declared, "Act immediately. Delay invites disaster. Kill. Let the Sword Palace be drenched in blood. Kill. Let the Sword Palace be drenched in blood." One after another, the four spoke, their figures soaring through the air, hastening towards the Sword Palace. Witnessing this, Yi Songyun spoke in a grave tone, "Changsheng, retreat with the disciples. Now observe as I perform." As his voice faded, he vanished before the Sword Palace, wielding an ancient sword, resembling a celestial swordsman descending to the mortal realm. The broken sword technique. A fierce assault. Blades of light surged through the air, striking with the ferocity of thunder and the swiftness of lightning. As Yi Changsheng beheld the swirling sword light before him, he felt a sense of despair. This was his first encounter with Yi Songyun's prowess. What manner of swordplay was this? Why did the attack ascend from below, targeting only the lower realms? In an instant, the imposing figure of Yi Songyun crumbled in Yi Changsheng's mind. This sword technique was invincible. The wind stirred, raising his garments. The sword cleaved through defenseless foes, leaving destruction in its wake. At that moment, Xiao Beixian emanated an imperial aura, meeting the oncoming charge of Yi Songyun with an unstoppable momentum, commanding, "He is entrusted to me. You must swiftly eliminate the young master of the Yi clan and the elder." Ning Wuqian, Gue Wushuang,
and Yin Gudong advanced without hesitation towards Yi Changsheng, when suddenly a white figure materialized, blocking their path. Gue Wushuang coldly stated, "Ye Elder, do you truly believe that your forcibly elevated realm can deter us?" Yi Shaoan, replied calmly. "How would one know without attempting?" Ning Wutian insisted, "I shall slay him. You two lead the charge against the Sword Palace." Gue Wushuang added, "Elder Yin, I must eliminate Yi Shaoxian. The bloodshed of the Sword Palace is entrusted to you." Yin Gutong's gaze fixed upon Yi Changsheng, declaring, "Having slain my clan's disciples, it is time for you to pay your debt." As his words fell, 3 black-robed elders, all of half-emperor cultivation, appeared beside him. The force soared through the air, targeting Yi Changsheng. And Meng Jun, witnessing the 4 approaching, hastily urged, "Changsheng, retreat. Leave this to your mother." Yi Changsheng replied softly, "Mother, I have grown now. Allow me to protect you." Taking a resolute step forward, he approached Yin Gudong and his companions. Yin Gudong regarded the advancing Yi Changsheng, pondering his intentions. Did he seek to engage us in battle? Yi Changsheng declared, "I wish to either defeat the 4 of you or be vanquished by you." Pausing momentarily, he silently vowed, "I did not come into this world with the intention of returning alive. Come, let us engage." Chapter 51. I, Yi Changsheng, am the one who will slay you. The imperial might loomed over the Sword Palace, casting a shadow of dread. The disciples of the Yi family were trembling in fear, their bodies rendered weak and helpless. They were ill-prepared for such a monumental clash. Terror enveloped them completely. With each shockwave that struck, they felt as though they might spew blood. Remaining at the Sword Palace, they faced the risk of either being killed or crushed by the force of the battle. Amidst this chaos, Yi Changsheng stood defiantly in mid-air, confronting the 4 figures of Yin Gudong with unwavering courage, eliciting tears of envy from his fellow disciples. In that moment, the faces of the 4 were marred by mockery. Yi Changsheng's words rang to them as the most delightful jest. Having vanquished Ning Wubai, Yi Changsheng was a pinnacle figure among the younger generation. Yet, before them, those of the Saint Realm appeared no more significant than mere ants. And Yi Changsheng dared to challenge them. Had this child lost his mind? With an air of nonchalance, Yi Changsheng stood proudly before the 4, impervious to the winds of fate. At that moment, his seemingly frail body towered like a great mountain, concealing immense power within. Yin Gudong sneered, "You are but a mantis trying to stop a chariot. This is a path to self-destruction." Yi Changsheng replied coolly, "Old man, if you wish to intimidate me, you might want to start by whitening your teeth. Who are you trying to scare with that yellow grin?" He paused momentarily, then continued with such grandiose threats. "Do you intend to suffocate me?" Infuriated, Yin Gudong see that you seek death. With a casual flick of his sleeve, Yi Changsheng responded, "Since time immemorial, who has escaped death? Be it early or late, we all must meet our end." Yin Gudong was rendered speechless by Yi Changsheng's retorts, his voice turning into a snarl. "You 3, take his life." The 3 old men in black robes were platinum assassins from the Blood Tavern, possessing semi-emperor prowess. Their status was unparalleled within the tavern, and only Yin Gudong would dare command them. To assign them to eliminate Yi Changsheng was an utter waste, yet they had no choice but to obey his orders. Whoosh! Whoosh! 3 figures soared through the air, descending upon Yi Changsheng with ferocious intent, their semi-emperor pressure descending like mountains upon him. As the 3 massive palms descended, Yi Changsheng secretly activated the scales of the candle dragon, which manifested as a layer of black armor enveloping him. Boom! Boom! The trio's assaults landed squarely upon Yi Changsheng. Yet he remained unscathed, merely propelled backward. In stark contrast, the 3 semi-emperor assailants stood bewildered in the spot where Yi Changsheng had just been, astonishment etched across their faces. To withstand their combined attack without a single injury was unfathomable. Unbeknownst to them, the candle dragon armor on Yi Changsheng possessed the capability to withstand any attack from an emperor at the 5th level. Being merely semi-emperor, they stood no chance of harming him. Yin Gudong squinted, his gaze fixed on Yi Changsheng, realizing that he possessed such a formidable defensive treasure. This artifact could withstand the attacks of an emperor. It was a priceless possession that should rightfully belong to him.
calculating his next move. His eyes blazed with intensity as he appeared beside the three elders. This boy is peculiar. I shall personally subdue him. Ing was a genuine powerhouse of the Emperor realm, moving with the swiftness of a frenzied rabbit, leaving behind only fleeting afterimages in the air. As Changsheng witnessed the swift approach of Ing, he hurriedly called out, "Wait, old man." Ing halted his advance, a menacing grin spreading across his face. "What? Do you wish to plead for your life?" He sneered. Changsheng shook his head, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "No. I merely wish to advise you not to strike me, for you may find yourself facing death." Ing coldly retorted, "Do you take me for a fool?" With that, he raised his hand, summoning a vast and formidable blood mist that coalesced into a colossal blade, descending upon Changsheng with lethal intent. Ing regarded him with a detached expression, akin to a supreme being surveying mere ants. The disdain in his gaze was palpable, as if he were thinking, "How foolish to act so arrogantly at such a young age. I shall not spare you." At the moment the blood blade descended, a remarkable spectacle unfolded. 4 flying swords materialized around Changsheng. Ancient and formidable, their might surged forth. The 4 swords harmonized, their collective resonance expanding to form a protective barrier of sword energy that enveloped Changsheng entirely. With a thunderous impact, the blood blade struck the sword array of execution, unleashing a tempest of light and shadow that ravaged the heavens. Under the blinding radiance, the onlookers at the Sword Palace instinctively shielded their eyes, retreating in awe. "Good heavens! Is he truly our young master?" they gasped. "Young master so valiant! Young master so steadfast! Young master so formidable!" As the relentless brilliance of sword and blade clashed across the sky, Ing was propelled backward, flying 1,000 feet away. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, struggling to maintain his balance, before abruptly gazing back at Changsheng. "You, ruler of all beings? No, that cannot be. Who are you truly?" Changsheng, suppressing his aura, strolled confidently toward Ing. "I warned you not to strike me, yet you, old man, would not listen." Shaking his head, he continued with a hint of resignation. Since ancient times, sincerity cannot be retained. Only deceit wins hearts. The truth is seldom believed. Ing wrestled with the surging blood within him, seething with rage. "Who are you? Who are you?" Changsheng replied calmly, "I am Changsheng, the one destined to end your life." With a resounding clash, the sword sang, glinting with silver light as Changsheng, like a phantom, brandished the chaos divine sword. Its blade aimed directly at Ing brow. Chapter 52. Is there any interest in killing together? Greed is the original sin. Impulsiveness is the devil. If Ing were not coveting Changsheng's candle dragon battle armor, he would not find himself in such a predicament. An emperor subdued by a saint sword chi. What a disgraceful situation. Changsheng flicked his long sword, striking the center of Ing forehead. In the next moment, his expression shifted slightly as he realized that the figure before him was merely a wisp of an afterimage. Truly, as an emperor-level strongman, he possesses some skills. Ing figure vanished, reappearing 1,000 feet away, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes ablaze with furious flames. Changsheng rested his long sword against his side, his robes billowing in the wind, his profound gaze fixed upon Ing. There was a calmness on his face that belied his youth, an air of serenity and composure. "Are you angry? I relish the sight of your frustration, unable to eliminate me." Ing swallowed hard, a metallic sweetness flooding his mouth as he warily regarded Changsheng. Utterly baffled by how someone so young could be so powerful, Changsheng strode forward, his movements ethereal as he appeared in front of Ing in the blink of an eye. "Come, kill me. I dare you to seek my death. Please, I implore you to end my life." How despicable. Truly wretched. Changsheng taunted, inciting Ing to spew a mouthful of old blood, yet he dared not retaliate. He genuinely feared that the 4 swords within Changsheng could easily strike him down again. Seeing Ing and his companions remain motionless, Changsheng smiled nonchalantly. "In the midst of seeking you, I have found you. If you can fight, take a step forward. Come, put on a show. for there is an abundance of spiritual energy. An elder from the Blood Tavern could no longer contain himself. Old ancestor, I shall kill him. Nguetong replied in a hushed tone, do not act rashly. Retreat at once. A step back opens up vast horizons, while a step forward could lead to your demise. Nguetong had grown a bit timid, or rather, he had become wiser, realizing that life holds infinite possibilities. To strike at Yi Changsheng now would be akin to digging his own grave. Knowing full well that Yi Changsheng was peculiar, why would he willingly walk to his own death? As these words fell, Nguetong and the three elders of the Blood Tavern were sent flying backward, vanishing in an instant before the Sword Palace. Yi Changsheng watched them depart, calling out, do come visit often. I shall await your return. Upon hearing his voice, Nguetong stumbled slightly, almost losing his balance midair. Yi Changsheng, our days are far from over. I vow to kill you. Yi Changsheng simply smiled, turning to drift gracefully toward the Sword Palace. And Meng Jun and the other disciples rushed to greet him upon his return. The worry etched on Meng Jun's face dissipated as she spoke first. Changsheng, have you ascended to the Emperor realm? Yi Changsheng shook his head, smiling as he replied, Mother, I'm still some distance from that. And Meng Jun inquired further, then how can you contend with an Emperor-level strongman? Yi Changsheng explained, Mother, my ability to withstand an Emperor's might arises from understanding certain subtle techniques. In truth, had they not fled and chosen to attack me, a single blow could have obliterated me. And Meng Jun, the disciples, Yi Moxie spoke in a deep voice, you possess remarkable audacity. Are you not afraid of their retaliation? Do you truly fear not for your life? Yi Changsheng replied with a smile, what of life? And what of death? If life can be lived to the fullest, then death holds no regrets. He paused for a moment before continuing, in truth, I surmise they will not dare to strike again. Humans are inherently cautious when their lives are at stake. A disciple, gathering his courage, exclaimed, Young master, you are truly formidable. No wonder you are our role model. Yi Changsheng glanced at him with a serious expression. Focus on your training. You too can achieve greatness. The disciple shook his head and responded softly, how could I dare to compare with the young master? I am not capable. Yi Changsheng's expression shifted. How could a man claim to be incapable? Even if one feels inadequate, one must strive to succeed. He then solemnly declared, remember, one who does not aspire to be the abbot of the temple is not a good Taoist. You will certainly prevail. As soon as he finished speaking, and Meng Jun asked, Changsheng, can your ancestors and grandfather withstand the ancient divine kingdom and the demon lord? Yi Changsheng assured her, do not worry, mother. My ancestors and grandfather have consumed elixirs, or rather, spiritual fruits, and have become invincible. At this, he turned his gaze towards Yi Moxie, Yi Chun, and the others, asking, are you interested in joining me in a hunt? Yi Moji, Yi Chen, Yi Yaoer, Yi Mido, and Yi Pohun Sitiput Formart. Their eyes fixed on Yi Changsheng as they collectively proclaimed, we shall abide by the young master's command. Noticing the rising aura around them, Yi Changsheng's expression changed. Let us go to the ancient divine kingdom and engage them fiercely. Observing Yi Changsheng departing with the five, and Meng Jun looked up at the sky and murmured, war in heaven. Our child is already capable of standing on his own. At that moment, in the void above, a thunderous explosion resonated as Yi Songyun and Xiao Beixian were sent sprawling 100 feet apart. Xiao Beixian, bewildered, stared at Yi Songyun. What kind of elixir have you consumed? How have you managed to forcibly elevate your cultivation for so long without backlash? Yi Zhangyun responded, forcibly elevating. I can assure you, I have genuinely broken through. He paused again before stating, Xiao Beixian, come now, let us continue this battle. As long as the spiritual energy persists, I shall not concede. Xiao Beixian narrowed his eyes, glancing at the long sword in Yi Songyun's hand. That sword of yours is impressive. It possesses a sword spirit. Were it not for it, you would have been defeated long ago. Yi Songyun replied nonchalantly, I happen to have just that. However, it seems that your ancient divine kingdom's forces and the Black Sky Army are not faring well. Xiao Beixian turned to look and saw Yi Changsheng and his companions had already infiltrated the Black Sky Army, each wielding their swords with unstoppable prowess. Yi Changsheng, I will tear you to shreds. Chapter 53. Departing to annihilate the nation with a sword forged in the dust of the world, clad in the blood of the realm. One man wielded his blade, drenched in crimson, sweeping through thousands of troops as if traversing an uninhabited land. The Black Heaven army was formidable, one of the crucial trump cards of the ancient divine kingdom, meticulously nurtured by Xiao Beixian for the supremacy of the divine realm. This blade of prowess must not be shattered. At this moment, Yi Changsheng led his men in a frenzied slaughter of the Black Heaven army. Xiao Beixian, witnessing the scene, felt an ache in his heart. He longed to consume Yi Changsheng alive, to devour his flesh and drink his blood. In a flash, Xiao Beixian surged toward Yi Changsheng, but was intercepted by a shadow before he could advance 1,000 meters. Yi Changyan stood before Xiao Beixian, blocking his path. "Where do you think you're going? Do you presume I am inconsequential?" A golden dragon seal appeared in Xiao Beixian's palm. With a surge of spiritual energy, boundless golden light radiated forth, and with a casual wave, the golden seal struck toward Yi Changyan. The golden seal devoured the heavens, its might echoing through the skies. Yi Changyan raised his sword to defend, only to find that Xiao Beixian had vanished from his sight, charging directly at Yi Changsheng. At that moment, Yi Changsheng sensed a dangerous aura, turning to fix his gaze upon Xiao Beixian. "Let us proceed to the demon clan's encampment." With a commanding voice, 5 individuals soared through the air, wielding their bloodied swords, advancing toward the demon stronghold. Observing this scene, Xiao Beixian halted, his attention drawn to the fierce battle among the Void Demon Lord, Gui Wushuang, and Yi Shaoxian. What on earth has young Master Yi fed them to enhance their cultivation so significantly? In the void above, Yi Shaoxian engaged 2 opponents effortlessly, showing no signs of faltering. The Demon Lord and Gui Wushuang, frustrated by their inability to gain the upper hand, began to exhibit signs of agitation. In contrast, Yi Shaoxian moved with the grace of a sword immortal, his figure dancing lightly, surrounded by a whirlwind of sword energy that obliterated all in its path. Xiao Beixian's heart swelled with confusion, a sentiment mirrored by Yi Shaoxian himself. Ever since consuming the chaotic spirit fruit gifted by Yi Changsheng, he felt invigorated, his internal energy robust and unyielding, as though it were an inexhaustible reservoir. Even if he were to battle the Demon Lord and Gui Wushuang for 3 days and nights, he sensed that fatigue would not befall him. It had been far too long since he had experienced such exhilarating combat. This feeling was utterly delightful. After a brief moment of silence, Xiao Beixian dashed toward the Demon Lord and Gui Wushuang. Realizing that the Silver Ancestor had been gravely wounded and that the Yi family was embroiled in peculiarities that demanded caution against prolonged engagement, Ning Wutian turned to Xiao Beixian, questioning his intentions. Xiao Beixian replied, "We must retreat and strategize." Disappointment washed over Ning Wutian's visage as he cast his gaze toward the demon's ship. Witnessing Yi Changsheng and his companions embroiled in fierce combat against the 10 demon commanders, the demons withdraw from this battle, he declared, propelling himself toward the demon's ship. Yi Changsheng, sword in hand, turned back and sensed the overwhelming pressure of the void. "Withdraw. Let's head to the Ghost Gate." With the demons having harvested their gains, the 6 men advanced toward the Ghost Gate. Seeing this unfold, Gui Wushuang's expression shifted dramatically, her fury boiling over. "Is he a devil? Why has no one dealt with him?" As she spoke, she descended from the air, unleashing a barrage of swift attacks from her palms. Yi Changsheng raised his hand, deflecting her onslaught. To the Sword Palace, quickly, in the void above. Ye Xiaoxian's expression turned icy as he witnessed Gui Wushuang assaulting Yi Changsheng. With a swift motion of his hand, he directed the exquisite white jade sword, summoning an overwhelming surge of sword energy that aimed directly at Gui Wushuang. "Dare to harm Changsheng? You shall meet your demise in the sword state." With a single stroke, Gui Wushuang was sent hurtling back, blood spilling from her lips, landing hundreds of feet away. In the next moment, her figure vanished without a trace, and a chilling voice echoed, "Ghost Gate, retreat from the sword state." The demonic forces withdrew, and the ancient divine realm fled. Shadows of figures disappeared into the horizon at an alarming speed. Before the Sword Palace, Yi Changsheng, Yi Xianxian, and Yi Changyan descended gracefully from the skies, their disciples' faces alight with exhilaration. They had not anticipated that the formidable forces from all directions would assail the Yi family. Yet they had ultimately transformed peril into safety, which was almost unbelievable and immensely thrilling. Songyun's gaze swept across the disciples, his voice resonant. Relay the command. Disciples of the Sword Palace are not to leave the Sword State without permission. Grandfather, wait. Yi Changsheng interjected suddenly, pausing momentarily before adding, I believe it is time for the disciples of the Sword Palace to venture beyond the Sword State. Yi Songyun appeared perplexed, questioning, Changsheng, what do you mean? Yi Changsheng replied calmly, Ancestor, Grandfather, the united forces of the four great powers have launched an offensive against the Sword Palace. While we have temporarily defused the crisis, they will undoubtedly return. He hesitated briefly before continuing. When they do, they will bring even greater forces and stronger adversaries. Yi Dianwan Inwidet, Changsheng. Are you suggesting we pursue them? Yi Changsheng nodded, asserting, a desperate foe must be pursued. Currently, the four powers are each operating independently, presenting us with an opportune moment to strike them down one by one. Changsheng speaks with wisdom. Yi Xianxian declared gravely, continuing, this time, we have emerged sufficiently powerful to overcome the calamity. Had we shown weakness from the outset, the Sword Palace would have already perished, and they would not have granted us a moment's respite. Yi Songyun urged, Ancestor, issue the command. Yi Xianxian turned to Yi Changsheng, asking, Changsheng, which force do you believe we should advance against first? With a decisive step forward, Yi Changsheng summoned his flying sword, ascending into the air, casting a glance back at Yi Xianxian and the others. Ancestor, Grandfather, let us go and obliterate their nations. Chapter 54, Touching Death. Encountering the departed in the skies above Jianzhou, the ancient divine army was retreating. Xiao Beishuan's expression was one of despondency, his spirits low. He had anticipated that an alliance with the Ghost Gate, the Demon Clan, and the Blood Tavern would effortlessly annihilate the Yi family. Little did he expect to return in defeat, with the Black Heaven army suffering grievous losses. At the Jianzhou border, Xiao Beishan glanced back towards the Jian Palace, his face betraying his unwillingness to accept defeat. Yi family, one day I shall return with vengeance and wash the Jian Palace in blood. Upon uttering these words, he hesitated momentarily before continuing. Dispatch orders for the army to hasten back to the divine nation. At that moment, a terrifying aura surged forth, causing Xiao Beishuan's countenance to shift dramatically. What does the Yi family intend to do? He questioned incredulously. The commander of the Black Heaven army sensed the imminent danger and quickly reported, Ancestor, the Yi family's experts are in pursuit. Xiao Beishan commanded, retreat at once. At this instant, he was filled with dread. Their alliance had failed to vanquish the Yi family, and now the Yi family was launching a counterattack with the dual emperors arriving. Victory seemed impossible. Swish, swish. Above the firmament, the Yi family's experts soared on their swords, moving with astonishing speed, resembling bolts of lightning descending from the heavens. The heavenly sword emerged from the palace, reaching for the sky. This time, Yi Shaoxian and Yi Songyun had mobilized the heavenly sword guards to obliterate the ancient divine nation. As the distance to the ancient divine nation diminished, Yi Shaoxian glanced at Yi Changsheng. Changsheng, once this battle commences, there will be no retreat for the Jian Palace. Yi Changsheng replied, a flicker of cold light. A myriad of blades. What harm is there in exterminating the world? To step back is to succumb to mortals. To advance is to embrace the netherworld. In this battle, we shall forge ahead without hesitation. Until the ancient is vanquished, there shall be no return. Yi Shaoxian was deeply moved by Yi Changsheng's imposing presence. What a powerful assertion. Until the ancient is vanquished, there shall be no return. The Yi family has concealed its strength for too long. It is time for this sword to be unsheathed. Beside them, Yi Songyun, filled with exuberance, proclaimed, Ancestor, let us proceed without hesitation. Yi Shaoxian cast a sidelong glance at Yi Songyun, admonishing, be discreet. We must let the world know that the Yi family operates with humility. Yi Songyun murmured to himself, I too wish to be humble, yet my strength does not permit it. Hearing this, Yi Changsheng chuckled, Those who can effortlessly switch between aloofness and levity are truly skilled. Yi Cangyun had achieved this balance. Ancestor, the ancient divine nation has a legacy spanning a millennium. Do they possess any supreme treasures, particularly formidable ones? Yi Shaoxian pondered momentarily before responding. Indeed, the treasures I am aware of are the human sovereign seal, the dragon sword, and the heavenly fire lotus, previously wielded by Xiao Beixian. He paused briefly before adding, moreover, the ancient divine nation harbors a guardian beast, rumored to be a terrifying nine-headed fire serpent. Changsheng, why do you inquire about such matters? Yi Changsheng replied with a solemn expression. If we are to annihilate a nation, we must know ourselves and our adversaries. Additionally, we should ascertain what valuable items they possess to bring back to the Jian Palace. Impressing others may be fleeting, but shamelessness is eternal. Yi Xiaoshuan's expression shifted slightly. Changsheng, should we truly annihilate a nation, might it not be a touch ruthless? Yet, I find it appealing. Yi Changsheng concurred. What you say is true, ancestor. I too find it appealing. In this world, there exists no absolute right or wrong, only strength and weakness. If we are feeble today, the ancient divine kingdom will undoubtedly not spare us. The expressions of Yi Shaoxian, Yi Cangyun, and in Mengjun shifted, and they ceased to speak, feeling a sense of trepidation at Yi Changsheng's maturity. Simultaneously, upon the deck of the ancient divine kingdom's aircraft, the commander of the Black Sky Army spoke solemnly. Ancestor, the Yi family pursues us relentlessly. If this continues, we shall have no chance to return to the divine kingdom. I am willing to lead the troops to hold back the Yi family's swordsmen. Very well, General Yuan. Your efforts are appreciated, replied Xiao Beixian in a grave tone. Yuan Xian, resolute, watched as Xiao Beixian and several formidable warriors departed. He declared with unwavering courage, soldiers, heed my command. It is time for us to fulfill our loyalty to the divine kingdom. Even if our entire army is annihilated, we must buy time for the ancestors' retreat. Kill, kill, kill. The Black Sky Army roared in unison, their voices reverberating through the heavens, undeniably a testament to their rigorous training. Un instant, Ye Shaowan, Ye Zhangyun, and Yi Changsheng led the heavenly sword guards into view. Upon encountering the blocking forces of the Black Sky Army, astonishment flickered across their faces. Xiao Beixian's intention to use the Black Sky Army as a barrier against them was, frankly, quite ludicrous. Yi Changsheng spoke solemnly. The ancestor and grandfather are pursuing Xiao Beixian. I shall take charge of the army before us. Yi Shaoxian responded. That is acceptable. You all need experience. Engaging with the Black Sky Army will be greatly beneficial for you. As his words fell, he vanished from sight, soaring through the air alongside Yi Cangyun, pursuing Xiao Beixian. With the departure of the two imperial-level powerhouses, Yuan Xian felt a weight lift from his expression, yet he remained vigilant, eyeing Yi Changsheng warily. Despite the absence of imperial-level warriors, Yi Changsheng still instilled fear within him. He vividly recalled the scene before the Sword Palace, where Yi Changsheng single-handedly faced 4 powerful adversaries from the Blood Tavern. In his eyes, Yi Changsheng was an exceedingly dangerous individual, a harbinger of death. At that moment, Yi Changsheng regarded Yuan Xian and spoke softly. Speak your mind courageously, even if your voice quivers. Yuan Xian remained silent. Chapter 55. The importance of humility in the vastness above. The 3,000 Black Heaven Army stood resolutely, their dark robes billowing like storm clouds, exuding an unstoppable aura. Alone, Yi Changsheng suppressed the myriad forces. Yuan Xin fell silent for a moment before commanding, kill. Black Heaven Army, fight to the death. A stirring sensation began to surge. Each individual harbors a fervent dream of galloping across the battlefield, drenched in the blood of foes, and Yi Changsheng was no exception. Having once dreamt of wielding his sword with might, envisioning a picturesque realm where he looked down upon all heroes. Facing the Black Heaven Army now, although it felt somewhat unfair, the thrill was undeniably palpable. Yi Changsheng declared, Heaven Sword Guards, heed my command. Unsheath your swords and unleash a barrage upon them. As his voice echoed, he flickered forward, raising his sword in a furious slash aimed directly at Yuan Xin. As the commander of the Black Heaven Army, Yu Wenxin had achieved the 6th level of the Holy Realm. Upon witnessing the descending sword light, he thrust his spear forward to meet the strike. Boom! Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated as boundless sword energy erupted, sending Yu Wenxin hurtling backward, a distance of at least 100 feet. Regaining his composure mid-flight, he looked back toward Yi Changsheng, his eyes filled with astonishment. Having expected that a single blow from Yi Changsheng would annihilate him, he chuckled, "Haha, young Master Yi, this is your true power." Earlier, before the Sword Palace, you indeed employed some secret techniques. Yi Changsheng replied coolly, "You know too much." As his words fell, 3 flying swords descended upon Yu Wenxin, who, sensing the overwhelming might of the blades, turned pale, fear flickering in his eyes. The 3 swords soared together, their energy weaving a deadly net. An overwhelming fear surged from the depths of his soul, enveloping him entirely. With a swift flash, the sword light shimmered, so rapid that the swords themselves became indistinguishable, appearing instead as streaks of silver, dancing like dragons and phoenixes. In the next moment, a multitude of sword holes appeared upon Yu Wenxin's form, as the silver sword energy pierced through him, rendering him akin to a porcupine. Boom! En explosion échouée, and Yu Wenxin transformed into a mist of blood, dissipating into the air. Even in his final moments, he could scarcely believe the terrifying mastery of Yi Changsheng's swordsmanship. With Yu Wenxin slain, both his body and spirit extinguished, Yi Changsheng turned to his companions, a smile gracing his lips. "Brother Mo, Xia, Yi Chun, we must eradicate them swiftly. The treasures within the ancient Divine Kingdom's palace are surely abundant. Let us seize them together." As he spoke, he raised his hand, revealing a spiritual ring that had belonged to Yu Wenxin. The Black Heaven Army, now bereft of their leader, was thrown into panic, compounded by the reckless assaults from the Heaven Sword Guards and Yi Mo Xia. Chaos reigned. As the saying goes, a defeated army collapses like a mountain. The morale of the Black Heaven Army plummeted, leading to a frantic and indiscriminate retreat, their speed astonishing. Observing this, Yi Changsheng commanded, "There is no need to pursue. Let us continue onward to the ancient Divine Kingdom." Yi Mo Xia, Yi Chun, and Yi Yaoer swiftly joined him, and he extended the spiritual ring to Yi Yaoer, saying, "Yaoer, you shall be responsible for safeguarding all the spiritual rings we acquire. Once this battle concludes, distribute them among everyone." Yi Yaoer gazed at the spiritual ring before her, momentarily taken aback. "Yaoer, please safeguard it for the young master," Yi Moxie instructed. "Changsheng, once this battle concludes, the Yi family shall dominate the heavenly domain, and you too shall achieve renown throughout the world." Yi Changsheng shook his head and smiled, replying, "Brother, I seek not fame. One should remain modest in life." He paused, then continued, "Brother, do you know what the highest realm of existence is?" Yi Moxie shook his head in ignorance. Yi Changsheng elucidated, "When you step outside, and the mountains are devoid of birds, and the paths are empty of footprints, that is the pinnacle of human existence. I have set a humble goal for myself. Wherever I appear, it shall become a forbidden zone for enemies, and those who enter shall meet their demise." The words of Yi Changsheng left Yi Moxie, Yi Chun, Yi Yaoer, and others astonished. They could hardly believe such profound wisdom could flow from the lips of a mere 10-year-old child. In contrast, Yi Changsheng's vision was vast, far beyond their comprehension. An hour later, in the void above, Xiao Beixian paused, glancing back over his shoulder. The Yi family truly haunted him relentlessly. After a moment's hesitation, he commanded everyone, "Disperse and return to the imperial capital with utmost haste." With that order, the 10 accompanying elders scattered, soaring through the air towards the horizon. At that moment, Xiao Beixian felt both regret and anger. Why did the Yi family continue to pursue them so tenaciously? The assault on the Sword Palace was not solely the domain of the ancient Divine Kingdom. The Yi family was akin to a slumbering beast, and he had unwittingly awakened this colossal creature. He dared not imagine what calamities the Divine Kingdom would soon face. His sole thought was to return to the imperial city as swiftly as possible. In that case, even if the Yi family descended upon them, the foundation of the Divine Kingdom would ensure their safe return.
Yi Shaoxian and Yi Songyun appeared in the void, their consciousness expanding as they discerned the fleeing figures of Xiao Beixian and his companions. Their eyes narrowed, locking onto the direction in which Xiao Beixian departed. Yi Songyun spoke solemnly. "Ancestor, that old rogue Xiao Beixian is quite swift." Yi Shaoxian cautioned, "Do not underestimate him. He harbors a treacherous mind. For many years, he has been quite active behind the scenes, and I have long feared that others may be supporting him." Yi Songyun's expression shifted slightly. "What do you mean by that, ancestor?" Yi Shaoxian replied with gravity. "I can only hope that it is merely my conjecture." Chapter 56. Have I entered hell, Daunting Yama? In the ancient divine kingdom, within the imperial palace, the figure of Xiao Beixian descended gracefully into the plaza. Moments later, Xiao Anping emerged from the imperial study. Upon seeing Xiao Beixian standing in the square, he strode forward, bowing respectfully. Anping pays his respects to the ancestor. He had intended to inquire about the ancestor's sudden return, but, noticing the grim expression on Xiao Beixian's face, he swallowed his words. Xiao Beixian spoke. "Anping, the Yi family has descended and issued an edict to confront the enemies." Xiao Anping appeared bewildered. Was it not the divine kingdom, the demon lord, and the gates of hell that were to launch an offensive against the Yi family? Why then had the Yi family come to their doorstep? In that moment, Xiao Anping was utterly at a loss, unsure and reluctant to ask further. Xiao Beixian cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Anping, observing his state of shock. "What are you waiting for? The Yi family's warriors are approaching the imperial city." Xiao Anping nodded, hurriedly taking his leave. After a brief interval, the sound of war drums echoed through the skies above the imperial city, resonating throughout the heavens. The thunderous beat of the war drums was as fierce as a clap of thunder. Within the imperial city, all cultivators were engulfed in astonishment. The sound of the thunder drums, it was indeed the thunder drums. It was said that since the establishment of the ancient divine kingdom, the thunder drums had only sounded twice before, making this the third occurrence. Each time the thunder drums resounded, the ancient divine kingdom would be stirred, summoning powerful beings to the capital, signaling the arrival of formidable foes. The cultivators within the city were left in a state of confusion. The ancient divine kingdom held considerable power among the various factions in the celestial domain. Over the years, it had been thriving, its territory expanding rapidly. What could possibly compel any faction to wage war against the divine kingdom? Which faction, in its madness, would dare to challenge such a mighty force? As the cultivators remained perplexed, figures flitted through the air above, their speed astonishing, leaving only fleeting shadows in their wake. With so many powerful beings converging upon the city's pinnacle, something monumental was undoubtedly afoot. "I wish to witness this," one said. "Hurry, if we venture forth, we may be crushed by the residual might. I wish to live a few more years. Life is precious. We must retreat." In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared without a trace. At that moment, within the inner palace, before a grand hall, Gu Hanyue appeared, her luminous eyes glistening as she gazed towards the city gates. The thunder drums, what has transpired in the divine kingdom? Could there be those audacious enough to provoke its dignity? As her voice faded, a figure materialized beside her. It was none other than Xiao Hao. Upon seeing Xiao Hao, Gu Hanyue urged, "Howard, strong enemies are descending upon the divine kingdom. Go and ascertain the situation. Strive to achieve military merit, so that in due course, your mother can plead for additional resources on your behalf before His Majesty." Xiao Hao nodded lightly, his eyes reflecting determination. "Rest assured, mother, I shall vanquish our foes and earn my place in history." With that, he deftly leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of light as he vanished. Outside the ancient city, Yi Shaoxian and Yi Songyun arrived, followed closely by Yi Hanyun and Meng Jun and a retinue of 20 others. They hovered in the air, gazing at the magnificent and imposing city before them. Yi Shaoxian remarked, "After a century apart, I never expected the imperial capital of the ancient divine kingdom to rise so splendidly, such grandeur." Yi Songyun remarked, "The ancestor enjoys this place. After the destruction of the nation, the ancestor could reside here for a while." Yi Shaoxian shook his head and smiled. "It is merely a sentiment.
No golden or silver nest compares to my ancient tomb, where my joy is beyond your imagination. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Beixian and Xiao Onping rushed out from the city, followed closely by 10 dark figures, 2 of whom possessed the cultivation of the Emperor Realm. Even Xiao Onping himself was at the first level of the Emperor Realm. Yi Shaoxian observed the formidable assembly before him, his expression shifting slightly. Indeed, the hidden cards of the ancient divine kingdom were plentiful. Yi Tsungyun's face darkened, realizing the strength of their adversaries made the annihilation of the nation a daunting task. He paused, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Shaoxian. Ancestor, I cannot shake the feeling of walking into a tiger's den. Yi Shaoxian replied, Are you afraid? Not very afraid. But yes, I am. Yi Tsungyun's voice trembled, his surroundings enveloped in sword energy, as if facing a dire threat. Yi Shaoxian urged, Steady yourself. Unbeknownst to them, he was deeply shaken. The display of the ancient divine kingdom was indeed terrifying. Even so, a continuous influx of powerful auras was converging towards the royal city. To say he was unperturbed would be a falsehood. Yet, even in fear, he reminded himself to remain calm, for tomorrow would surely be better. At that moment, Xiao Beishuan's sleeves billowed with fury, his voice booming like thunder. Yi Shaoxian, welcome to the ancient divine kingdom. Speak, how would you like to meet your demise? Yi Shaoxian answered coolly, The manner of my demise is not something you can provide. Xiao Onping interjected sternly, Ancestor, do not waste words with them. Eliminate them first, then kill the Yi family's young master. Xiao Beixian nodded slightly. Just as he was about to speak, figures appeared in the void beside the royal city, looking utterly disheveled, one arm completely missing. Your Majesty, flee quickly. Yi Changsheng has arrived. Xiao Onping, with a wave of his sleeve, sent the newcomer flying, his fury unrestrained. You worthless fool. How can a mere young master of the Yi family instill such terror in you? The newcomer was none other than the Lord of Haoyan City, stationed at the nearest city to the royal city, which demonstrated Xiao Onping's regard for him. However, a single statement from him could disrupt the morale of the troops. Xiao Onping would not tolerate such insubordination. In the next moment, Yi Changsheng led the heavenly sword guards into view, his gaze sweeping past Xiao Beixian and the others as he walked towards Yi Shaoxian. Changsheng, the opponent is formidable. Have we come to the wrong place? Yi Changsheng replied with a calm smile, No, we have arrived just in time. The destruction of the nation is a necessity. Whoever stands in my way shall perish. Yi Shaoxian remarked, You young man, I truly cannot comprehend. What shall we do next? Our chances of victory in this battle seem slim. As the saying goes, when the cart reaches the mountain, it will overcome the obstacles. When the boat arrives at the bridge, it will naturally sink. Yi Changsheng, unfazed, declared, Ancestor, grandfather, man can triumph over heaven. We shall confront them without negotiation. If we cannot vanquish them in one strike, we shall make multiple attempts. Yi Shaoxian could only respond with silence. In the distance, upon seeing Yi Changsheng's arrival, Xiao Beixian snarled, Young Master Yi, you choose not to walk the path to heaven, yet you come unbidden to hell. Yi Changsheng proclaimed, I, Yi Changsheng, descend into the underworld. Does Yama dare to accept me? Chapter 57. Having finished my words, does anyone oppose? Outside the ancient city, upon hearing Yi Changsheng's declaration, Xiao Beixian and his companions erupted into raucous laughter. They had traversed the world for many years and encountered numerous arrogant individuals, but this was their first encounter with someone as audacious as Yi Changsheng. Yen Luo dares not to take him on? I shall. A voice resonated from within the city, and in an instant, a figure appeared beside Xiao Beixian and Xiao Onping. It was none other than Xiao Hao. Greetings, ancestor and father. Xiao Beixian glanced at Xiao Hao and said, Haoer, you should withdraw and return to the city. This is not a place for you to meddle. Xiao Hao raised his sword-like brows and replied solemnly, Ancestor, with Yi Shaozhu so brazen, I, however, shall take to the battlefield and slay Yi Shaozhu to earn merit for the divine kingdom. Before Xiao Beixian could respond, Xiao Onping interjected, Ancestor, Haoer has advanced in his realm and is no weaker than Yi Shaozhu. Let him have a trial. If you wish to perish, go ahead, Xiao Beixian retorted coldly, then continued, At the Sword Palace, Changsheng single-handedly faced an emperor, and, subsequently, he slew the commander of the Black Heaven Army. Does Howard possess such strength? Xiao Anping hesitated. I do not believe it. Yi Xiaozhu cannot be that strong. Xiao Hao, incredulous, exclaimed, Ancestor, his aura clearly only emanates from the Holy Realm. As his voice faded, he charged forward with astonishing speed, appearing before Yi Changsheng in the blink of an eye. Yi Xiaozhu, long time no see. It is you. Long time no see indeed, Yi Changsheng replied calmly. Xiao Hao continued, in the past, I allowed you to escape by a stroke of luck. Today, before the divine kingdom, your blood shall surely spill. Yi Changsheng shook his head and chuckled. The wind is strong. I didn't catch that. The most disillusioning thing in the world is to proclaim grandiose words, only to receive a mere hee-hee in response. Yi Changsheng, prepare to die. Xiao Hao bellowed in fury, a blazing sun appearing behind him as brilliant flames coalesced around his fists. Xiao Beixian's gaze fell upon Xiao Hao. Realizing that he had indeed gained an opportunity in the endless forest, though he had concealed it well, Xiao Anping hastily asserted, Ancestor, Howard has reached the third level of the Holy Realm, stronger than the previous Tianhua. I believe he can certainly defeat Yi Changsheng. Youthful arrogance is a folly. Xiao Beixian remarked, Is this all you've got? Yi Changsheng observed Xiao Hao calmly, pausing momentarily before adding, It seems we share some similarities. As his words concluded, the seven-colored fire spirit emerged within him, operating the nine suns burning heaven technique, transforming the space behind him into a sea of flames. The golden crow he summoned was several times larger than Xiao Hao's blazing sun. In the next moment, Yi Changsheng soared into the air, unleashing a punch towards Xiao Hao, his figure towering above, a layer of black gauntlet appearing over his fiery fist. In the distance, Xiao Beixian narrowed his eyes and growled, the seven-colored fire spirit. He has indeed acquired it. After a brief pause, his expression changed drastically, and he urgently commanded, Anping, call Howard back. He is no match for Yi Changsheng. Before Xiao Anping could respond, two figures had already collided in midair, flames engulfing the sky and obscuring the sun. Boom! Boom! The sound of an explosion reverberated, and Xiao Hao's figure vanished without a trace. Amidst the engulfing flames, a cloud of blood mist materialized. With a single punch, he was utterly defeated, reduced to mere fragments. How powerful is Changsheng truly? Yi Songyun pondered silently, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Xiaoxian. Ancestor, is Changsheng really at the sixth level of the Saint Realm? Yi Xiaoxian nodded, his brow furrowed. His realm is undoubtedly accurate, yet the sheer terror of his prowess must be linked to the cultivation method he employs. Pausing for a moment, he continued, I did not expect this young man to possess such extraordinary swordsmanship, alongside notable achievements in body and fist cultivation. He is indeed a remarkable polymath. Yi Songyun replied, Indeed, I find myself somewhat envious of this young man. Yi Shaowang Gulanjit at Yi Zhangyun, stitting. His strength surpasses your imagination. You should not compare yourself. Your talents are limited. As the flames in the void dissipated, Yi Changsheng reigned in his aura, gazing calmly at Xiao Beixian. Is there anyone else? Xiao Anping, witnessing the slaying of Xiao Hao, wore a terrifyingly twisted expression, seething with rage. Yi Changsheng, I have endured you for far too long. You have slain my son. I shall obliterate your entire clan. When I say I will annihilate your clan, I mean it. Yi Changsheng responded with a serene smile. To annihilate my clan is fortuitous, for I have come to destroy your nation. Let us see who shall prevail. After finishing his declaration, he questioned, Does anyone oppose my words? Xiao Anping turned to Xiao Beixian, who nodded slightly. Kill them all. Leave not a single one from the Yi family. Upon hearing this, Yi Changsheng retreated to stand beside Yi Xiaoxian. Ancestor, let us commence. Yi Xiaoxian exclaimed. What happened to your bravado? You were so fierce just now, and now you seem timid? Timid? Yi Changsheng was taken aback by Yi Xiaoxuan's perception. Ancestor, there is no such thing as timidity. A man may not be handsome, but he must be resolute. Both head and tail must possess strength. To be a man requires ferocity. Even in flatulence, one must be louder than others. As his words fell, his figure flickered, charging forward with ferocity, an aura of dread emanating from him. Why is this young man so impulsive? Yi Shaowan did it. Let us proceed. The heavenly sword guards receive their orders, forming a formation, ready to unleash their swordsmanship upon the world. Yi Shaoxian and Yi Songyun spoke in succession, transforming into fleeting shadows that vanished from sight, wielding immeasurable sword light as they advanced relentlessly. In that moment, Yi Changsheng raced towards greatness, a fervent charge on his path. As the saying goes, strength is a potent remedy with overt efficacy. Otherwise, how could Yi Changsheng dare to charge forth so swiftly, leaving a trail of sparks and lightning in his wake? Chapter 58. Killing you is merely the beginning in the ancient divine kingdom. Before a grand palace, Gu Yuehan's countenance darkened with rage as he hoarsely declared, Yi Changsheng, you have slain my son. This enmity is irreconcilable. I shall ensure that you repay this debt 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. His furious voice echoed as Gu Yuehan's graceful figure vanished before the palace, hurtling towards the outskirts of the ancient city. At that very moment, deep within the innermost sanctum of the palace, beneath the ground, an emaciated elder gradually opened his eyes. His hands lifted slightly, and flames flickered to life at his fingertips, resembling dancing sprites. With a swift motion, the elder raised his arm, and the flames shot forth, illuminating the subterranean chamber as brightly as day. This venerable figure was known as Xiao Wuji, the most formidable existence of the Xiao clan, who had been confined to the underground palace for countless years. His purpose was to suppress the dragon vein beneath the earth. Suppression was merely a means. His true intent was to harness the dragon vein's power. The recent upheaval of the dragon vein had stirred him from his slumber. In the next moment, Xiao Wuji's figure flickered, appearing at the center of the chamber. His narrowed eyes fixated upon the dragon vein, a look of astonishment dawning upon his face. Why is the dragon vein so agitated? He pondered. In his centuries of guardianship, he had never witnessed such a phenomenon. The resounding roar of dragons echoed throughout the chamber. A terrifying dragon might surge forth, causing Xiao Wuji to stagger backward, his blood boiling from the overwhelming pressure. The divine dragon awakens. The heavens bless the divine kingdom. From this moment on, our kingdom shall be invincible, and I shall weave a myth, Xiao Wuji intoned solemnly, his gaze unwavering upon the dragon vein, eagerly anticipating its forthcoming transformation. Outside the ancient city, in the void, a fierce battle erupted, the winds swirling ominously. An overwhelming aura of slaughter permeated the heavens. Xiao Beishuan's gaze fell upon Yi Changsheng, declaring, Onping, you must slay Yi Changsheng. He surely possesses a treasure artifact that rightfully belongs to our divine kingdom. Yi Changsheng has killed my royal son. If I do not avenge him, I shall not be a man. With a fierce shout, Xiao Onping propelled himself through the air, a longsword materializing in his hand. The 3-foot-long sword, entwined with the image of a colossal dragon, exuded a chilling aura of murder. Pointing the sword at Changsheng, he proclaimed, Yi Changsheng, you shall regret your actions. Yi Changsheng halted his advance, responding, regret is not something I entertain. Rather, I shall ensure you are the one who regrets. As his words faded, he summoned the candle dragon battle armor, and the 4 swords of extermination appeared, swirling around him. In our duel, I shall orchestrate your demise with impeccable rhythm. This time, confronting the imperial realm Xiao Onping, he refrained from unleashing the extermination sword array, instead laying a trap and awaiting Onping's entry. The power of an external sword array was limited. To vanquish an imperial powerhouse in a single strike was beyond his current capabilities, as evidenced by his encounter with Silver Ancient Tong. However, deploying the extermination sword array was an entirely different matter. A single sage could set a trap that even 4 sages would struggle to breach. Within the array, the intricacies shifted with perilous cunning and infinite thirst for blood. Even a great Luo golden immortal, upon entering, would swiftly be reduced to naught but ashes. This particular sage is not a formidable being of the sacred realm. Thus, Yi Changsheng firmly believes that as soon as Xiao Onping steps into the sword array, he will be reduced to ashes in an instant. At this moment, Yi Changsheng stands suspended in midair,
his gaze fixed upon Xiao Onping, inviting him, "Come, step in and slay me." Xiao Onping steadies his stance, observing the extermination sword array before him. "Yi Changsheng, do you think I'm a fool to be lured into your trap?" Yi Changsheng retorts, "Are you not the fool? If you were not foolish, would you stand idly by and watch your own son perish before your eyes?" Those words struck deep, akin to tearing open Xiao Onping's wounds and pouring salt upon them. "Yi Changsheng, you seek your own demise." Xiao Onping seethes with rage, then asserts, "This mere sword array cannot harm me." As his words fell, he surged forward, a mere shadow darting into the extermination sword array. To Xiao Onping, Yi Changsheng's actions were akin to a mouse wielding a blade, foolishly seeking a cat, and delivering himself to his doom. Upon entering the array, Xiao Onping snarled, "Yi Changsheng, this sword array may be powerful, but you're still too young. Have you not noticed how swiftly your own spiritual energy is depleting? In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, your energy will falter under the strain of this array, and then I shall slay you with a single strike." Yi Changsheng had not anticipated that Xiao Onping would employ such tactics. In truth, he had already discerned that the extermination sword array exerted a tremendous toll on spiritual energy. But what of it? A significant consumption? I regret to inform Xiao Onping that he shall be disappointed. The spiritual energy left by his 10 sheep masters was sealed within the chaotic divine sword. Having used some to challenge the sacred realm, the remainder would sustain the extermination sword array for a year and a half. The question remained whether Xiao Onping could endure that long. Yi Changsheng was eager to find out. Within the sword array, Xiao Onping surveyed his surroundings, utterly astonished. What manner of sword array is this? The darkness enveloped him like night, rendering him unable to see his own hand. Suddenly, lightning illuminated the abyss, shaking the heavens and blinding Xiao Onping's eyes. On the other side, thunder rumbled, boulders cascaded, and the earth trembled, evoking sheer terror and cries of despair. As Xiao Onping pivoted, he was met with a scene of blazing inferno and towering flames, enveloped in malevolent mist, more imposing than before. What astonished him further was that the spiritual energy within the sword array showed no signs of waning. "What is happening? You enjoy your time? You should feel honored to be the first to perish within the extermination sword array." Xiao Onping feigned calmness. "Yi Changsheng, your spiritual energy cannot possibly be this robust. I shall await the moment your energy runs dry." Yi Changsheng shook his head with a smile. "Spiritual energy is like a channel. With a little pressure, it will always flow. I am determined to obliterate the divine realm. Not even the gods can impede me. What I speak of is merely the beginning of my quest to slay you." Chapter 59. The terrifying transformation card in the vastness of the void. Radiant light dazzles the soul. Yi Shaoxian and Xiao Beixian engage in a fierce battle, both at the imperial level, unleashing terrifying force wherever they tread. The very fabric of space collapses and vanishes into nothingness. The clash is monumental, a cataclysmic upheaval. Yi Shaoxian stands resolutely against Xiao Beixian, displaying remarkable skill and not yielding an inch. Yet the task of vanquishing his opponent proves formidable. With a thunderous roar, both figures are sent hurtling back, stabilizing themselves 100 yards away. Xiao Beixian sneers coldly, "Old ancestor Yi, I never imagined you would dare to enter my divine realm. Today, you shall witness your kin perish beneath the ancient city. This place will become your graveyard. However many come, I shall slay them all." Yi Shaoxian's expression darkens, retorting, "Whoever that is, perhaps you should return and cleanse your mouth before speaking such grandiloquent nonsense. Aren't you afraid of twisting your own tongue?" Xiao Beixian's rage turns to mockery as he declares, "Old ancestor Yi, do you truly believe that the heritage of the divine realm, cultivated over countless years, is limited to what you see before you? To underestimate the divine realm is the gravest folly. Turn around and behold." As Yi Shaoxian turns, his countenance shifts dramatically. Before him, the celestial sword guards, Yi Cangyun and Meng Jun, and Yi Qingyun find themselves at a disadvantage. Apart from Xiao Beixian and Xiao Onping, there are 2 additional imperial-level combatants in the ancient divine realm, and their combined assault leaves Yi Cangyun struggling to withstand the onslaught.
Despite this, powerful allies continue to converge towards the imperial capital. Yi Shaoxian recognizes that Xiao Beixian cannot kill him. His intent is to exhaust him. Should this stalemate persist, the Yi family would indeed meet their demise beneath the ancient city. Xiao Beixian cackles sinisterly. Old ancestor Yi, once they all fall, I shall take my time with you. In a flash, Yi Shaoxian darts sideways, wielding a torrent of sword energy that slices through the air. You wish to leave? Did I grant you permission? Xiao Beixian intones, materializing directly in front of Yi Shaoxian, blocking his path. To save them? Do not harbor such delusions. As his words resonate, a dreadful beastly aura envelopes the entirety of the ancient divine realm. In the next moment, a towering inferno erupts from the imperial city, resembling a colossal fire column that pierces the heavens. Sizzling and hissing, the beastly presence engulfs the sky. Above the imperial city, 9-headed fire dragons materialize, their 100-foot forms looming ominously in the void, instilling terror in all who gaze upon them. Yi Changsheng looks back, his expression shifting in disbelief. Is that a serpent? In my 2 lives, I have never encountered a living serpent of such magnitude. This world is utterly insane, exhilarating. With a swift motion, the 9-headed fire dragon flicks its tongue, venom dripping from its maw, a grotesque sight. As it charges forth, saliva flying, it plunges into the ranks of the Yi family disciples. Yi Changsheng's pupils constrict as he coldly remarks, "This truly is a breathtaking display of prowess." A resounding crash echoes as the celestial sword guards are sent reeling, blood pouring from their mouths. In the next heartbeat, the 9-headed fire dragon, seemingly invigorated by the scent of blood, soars through the sky, aiming directly for Mengjun. Witnessing this scene, Yi Changsheng's figure shifted, transforming into a golden streak as he charged towards the 9-headed serpent. Xiao Beixian displayed an expression of exhilaration and turned to Yi Shaoxian, arrogantly proclaiming, "With the divine beast of our nation unleashed, your fate is sealed." Yi Shaoxuan's countenance darkened significantly. His gaze flickered towards Yi Changsheng. As the ancient heritage of the divine kingdom began to unveil itself, a sense of trepidation settled within him. Should the battle end in defeat, none from the Yi family would escape unscathed. However, Yi Changsheng must not perish, even if it meant sacrificing the Yi family's millennium of foundations. He would barter for a slim chance of survival for Yi Changsheng. This notion consumed Yi Shaoxuan's mind. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. As Yi Changsheng advanced, his form began to undergo a transformation, a terrifying imperial might emanating forth, pressing down upon all present like an insurmountable mountain. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully utilized the transformation card, gaining the Sword Goddess inheritance for a duration of 1 day. Ding! Reminder, Master. The sign and location has refreshed to the royal city of the ancient divine kingdom. Shall you sign it immediately? Upon hearing this, Yi Changsheng paused momentarily, then solemnly declared, "Let us delay the sign-in. I must first slay this great serpent." The sword god's inheritance lasting a day was an extraordinary boon. An invincible life requires no further explanation. Simply act, and it shall be done. Yi Changsheng's gaze fell upon the 9-headed fire serpent. From this moment forth, I shall dictate the course of events here. As his words echoed, he appeared behind Yi Moxie, placing a hand on his back. "Brother, are you unscathed?" "Yi Moji Ripiet. I am grateful for your timely assistance." Yi Changsheng responded calmly. "Brother, remember, those who can lend you a hand are brothers, but those who can do so repeatedly are women. First, go protect our kin. I shall handle the rest." Yi Moxie nodded, and in a flash, dashed towards Yi Chun and the others. In the void, Yi Changsheng stood dominantly, resembling a sovereign, his eyes surveying all with disdain. "Dare challenge me? You shall face dire consequences." With a swift motion, he charged towards Yi Songyun, only to be intercepted by an emperor-level expert. Upon recognizing the individual before him, Yi Changsheng could not suppress a mocking grin. Is this old man a jester sent by a monkey? With a head resembling a fire-stricken mess, his appearance bears no relation to his character. The elder appeared, dismissively stating, "Ye young master, your life is forfeit."
Receive my sword. If you survive, we may converse further. Yi Changsheng, unfazed, raised the chaos divine sword, slicing through the air, a silver arc cleaving the heavens. The sword struck. The elder was split in two. His life could be summarized in 8 words. Born in absurdity, perished in disgrace. Even in death, the elder could hardly fathom that Yi Changsheng possessed such strength. To be vanquished by a single sword stroke. A millennium of imperial might extinguished by a mere 10-year-old child. What a pitiful fate. Chapter 60. One sword to defeat them all. He truly becomes invincible with a single strike. He annihilated the emperor. The sky was stained with blood, and the harbinger of death descended. Upon witnessing this scene, the onlookers felt as though the world was collapsing around them. How could there be such a formidable child? My heavens, is he a deity, a demon, or perhaps Satan himself? The smile vanished from Xiao Beishuan's face as his gaze fell upon Yi Changsheng, confirming that he was indeed an opponent he could not overcome. Yi Changsheng wielded a sword, radiating an aura of lethal intent that instilled a profound sense of danger, an overwhelming, almost paralyzing peril. A fear emanating from the depths of his soul surged through Xiao Beishuan, making his breath shallow, as if his heart might cease to beat at any moment. A millennium of cultivation rendered impotent by the oppressive presence of a mere 10-year-old child left Xiao Beishuan in disbelief. At that moment, an elder of the imperial realm, engaged in a fierce battle with Yi Cangyun, noticed the demise of his companion. His expression shifted drastically as he saw Yi Changsheng charging towards him, terror gripping his heart. What does he intend to do? Will he also strike me down with a single blow? A flash of silver erupted like a soaring dragon. With a swift motion, the sword fell. The vast wave of sword energy engulfed the elder, obliterating the very fabric of space in its wake. The elder of the imperial realm met his end, once again fell by a single strike. Yi Cangyun watched in disbelief as the elder was consumed by the sword's might, his countenance shifting in shock as he gazed at Yi Changsheng. Is this truly my grandson, Changsheng? The sheer power emanating from Yi Changsheng was beyond his comprehension, shattering his previous notions. Yi Cangyun murmured to himself, "It is not merely the sword as killing intent, it is the killing intent of a person. How has Changsheng attained such a terrifying understanding of it?" Yi Changsheng descended gracefully, casting a glance at Yi Cangyun with a serene smile. "Grandfather, 2 of the emperors have fallen. Let us lead the Yi family disciples into the imperial city. The emperorship rotates, and today it belongs to the Yi family." With those words, he dashed towards Mengjun, his next target being the 9-headed fire serpent. They say snakes are entertaining. He had yet to experience such amusement, especially not with one of this magnitude. I wonder if slaying it will yield a delicious snake soup? Yi Cangyun's gaze lingered on Yi Changsheng's departing figure, a sense of pride washing over his aged face, his demeanor exuding an undeniable arrogance, as if to proclaim, "Behold, this is my grandson." In a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. The waters of the Yangtze flow, waves crashing upon waves, each generation surpassing the last. "Changsheng, you are doing splendidly. You must remain steadfast." Yet, as these words escaped his lips, a tinge of worry crept into his heart. Once, Yi Zhantian shone brightly, an unparalleled prodigy. Yet he too could not escape the fate of being besieged and slain. He did not wish for Yi Changsheng to tread the same path. However, he also understood that the path Yi Changsheng must walk could only be forged by himself. At this moment, the 9-headed fire serpent, exuding a nauseating drool, wreaked havoc in the void, causing Mengjun to be propelled backward. She was now at the half-emperor level, yet she found herself powerless against the serpent, which unleashed flames without warning, leaving no room for defense. Yi Changsheng's figure descended gracefully from the sky, appearing beside Mengjun. "Mother, are you unharmed?" And Mengjun shook her head, her gaze still fixed upon the 9-headed fire serpent. "Changsheng, I am fine." Yi Changsheng nodded, urging, "Mother, step back. I shall handle this." And Mengjun cautioned, "Changsheng, do take care." With arms outstretched, Yi Changsheng's demeanor was ethereal as he soared into the air, confronting the 9-headed fire serpent. "How utterly disgusting. Can you not control your drool?" The serpent regarded him with a hissing sound, refraining from launching an attack. Yi Changsheng raised an eyebrow and spoke. You fear me, do you not? You wish to avoid death, correct? I regret to inform you. Your demise is inevitable. As his words echoed, he swung his sword down fiercely, aiming for the serpent's vital point. Strike the face when dealing with a foe. Aim for the heart when confronting a serpent. There is wisdom in this. With a swift motion, he cleaved the serpent, which roared in fury, blood bursting forth like a fountain, raining down in torrents. The nine-headed fire serpent, already attuned to the spiritual realm, realized it was no match for Yi Changsheng. As the sword descended, it chose to sacrifice one of its heads to preserve its life. Observing the serpent soaring towards the heavens, Yi Changsheng intoned, with a single strike, I elevate you to the skies, side by side with the sun. And yet, you splatter my favorite attire with blood. Who will compensate me for this? With that, he advanced, wielding the chaotic divine sword, which glimmered like a crescent moon. The blade cut through the air with an imposing presence, silencing the world. The serpent's belly was sliced open, its colossal form plummeting from the sky. Blood cascaded like rain, brutally and indescribably. Yi Changsheng, watching the creature fall, smiled faintly, invigorated since employing the transformation card. As a sword deity, such strength barely qualified him as a formidable warrior. Unabashedly, he reveled in the sensation of invincibility. Yi Shaoxian, witnessing Yi Changsheng's triumph over two emperors and the fire serpent, smiled with satisfaction. Xiao Beixian, 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Let no one claim superiority. Look, Changsheng has arrived. Let me ask you, are you afraid? Xiao Beixuan's lips twitched slightly, a metallic taste flooding his throat. He had envisioned countless outcomes for this battle, yet none could have prepared him for such a conclusion. Yi Changsheng, alone with his sword, vanquished the powers of the divine realm. Was there no justice in this world? How could such a prodigy emerge, leaving others in despair? Comparison breeds jealousy. One must perish in comparison. Initially, it was believed that the Shao family's prodigy, blessed with a sacred body, would illuminate the celestial domain and conquer all. Yet in comparison to Yi Changsheng, they were but shadows. The light of a firefly dares not compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon. One ought to be as formidable as Yi Changsheng. In this moment, Xiao Beixuan's composure shattered. The dignity of an emperor was obliterated, for he felt utterly insignificant before Yi Changsheng. As Yi Changsheng descended beside Yi Shaoxian, the latter solemnly remarked, Changsheng, you are a riddle. Do you intend to slay Xiao Beixian now? Yi Changsheng replied, I never sought to be extraordinary. Alas, my prowess sets me apart. Yi Shaowan remarked, Changsheng. Regardless of how one perceives Xiao Beixian, he is nonetheless a venerable ancestor of the ancient divine kingdom. When you confront him, wield your sword with greater swiftness and precision, sparing him undue suffering. Yi Changsheng nodded in agreement. I shall endeavor to do so. Xiao Beixuan's countenance darkened, a deep shade of purple and green overcoming him as he glared at the two, his voice brimming with indignation. If you wish to fight, then let us not engage in such trivial discussions. Do you hold me in contempt? With a serene smile, Yi Changsheng retorted, In my eyes, you are of no consequence. If we are to battle, let it be a contest of who shall perish first. At that moment, an earth-shattering roar of laughter descended from the heavens, reverberating through the firmament and echoing into the abyss. The laughter resonated across the skies, the newcomer embodying an aura of divine majesty. Yi Changsheng turned to gaze towards the ancient city, observing the figure hovering imperiously in the air. His expression shifted subtly. This individual piqued his interest, leaving him curious about whether he could withstand two of his strikes. Simultaneously, Xiao Beixian erupted into laughter, the shadows on his face dissipating entirely. Yi Changsheng, regardless of the secrets you harbor, your demise is inevitable this time. With that, he suddenly raised his head, directing his gaze towards Xiao Wujin, brother Wujin. This scoundrel seeks to disrupt our divine kingdom. I implore you to take action on behalf of our realm. Chapter 61. Dragon Slaying, Nation Destruction upon hearing the sound. Yi Xiaoshuan's expression changed dramatically, and an overwhelming dread enveloped his heart. His gaze fell upon Xiao Wujia. It was him, still alive. Yi Changsheng inquired, "Ancestor, do you recognize this person?" Yi Shaoxian replied, "Xiao Wujia, a rumored fallen powerhouse. I never expected him to still be breathing. His strength far surpasses that of Xiao Beixian." He paused momentarily before continuing. "The Xiao family has concealed their true depths, deceiving the world for a century. Changsheng, given the circumstances, we must retreat back to sword state." Yi Changsheng shook his head and smiled. "Retreat? Even if we wish to, the ancient divine kingdom must grant us that opportunity. To take one step back is to invite further encroachment. Enduring this moment could lead to even greater oppression. This is the harsh reality. In this battle, we have no path of retreat." Yi Shaoxian fell silent for a moment. "Changsheng, you possess a clarity that even I lack. It seems we are destined for a fight to the death. Do you believe you can contend with him?" Yi Changsheng replied with a faint smile, "In my world, he remains a mere supporting character." He paused again before asserting, "I would rather defy the world than allow the world to defy me." Hearing this, Xiao Beixian sneered. "Yi Changsheng, you are still young and reckless. The strength of certain individuals is beyond your imagination." Yi Changsheng retorted, "I know nothing of youthful arrogance. I only understand that the victor is king. Let him be strong. I shall remain invincible. You are free to act as you wish." Xiao Beixian laughed maliciously. "Invincible? You clearly do not comprehend what true invincibility is. It seems you are in dire need of a lesson." With a swift motion, Yi Changsheng darted toward Xiao Wujia, whose narrowed eyes assessed Yi Changsheng. The smile on his face faded, replaced by a grave expression. "Who are you, and why do you seek to annihilate my divine kingdom?" Yi Changsheng, sword state. Yi Changsheng stated calmly, an aura of boundless killing intent radiating from him, enveloping Xiao Wujia. "Wait, I can explain. Things are not as you perceive," Xiao Wujia said, his expression serious. Yi Changsheng paused briefly. "You have 3 seconds to explain." Xiao Wujia responded, "I must have taken a wrong turn. I was unaware of your presence here. I shall take my leave." Yi Changsheng remained silent. At that moment, Xiao Wujia felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. What kind of predicament was this? He had just merged with the dragon vein, believing himself invincible, only to encounter a formidable opponent like Yi Changsheng upon emerging from the dark underground palace. Though he was merely a child, the pressure emanating from Yi Changsheng instilled fear within him. Despite having elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm through the dragon vein merger, he could not discern Yi Changsheng's realm. Was it not terrifying? "Are you a member of the Xiao family?" Yi Changsheng inquired. "Indeed," Xiao Wujia replied. "Then prepare to receive 2 of my swords," Yi Changsheng declared. As soon as the words left his mouth, he swung his sword down, and the clouds above surged, coalescing into a colossal heavenly sword that pointed directly at Xiao Wujia. Xiao Wujia's expression shifted as a golden mist materialized behind him, from which the roar of a dragon emanated. In the next moment, a golden dragon soared through the sky. The dragon soared to the heavens, a majestic sight, its power resonating across the seas. In the vast expanse, a dragon and a sword converged, unleashing an immeasurable brilliance akin to the detonation of the sun. The radiance was blinding and piercing. A thunderous roar resonated through the air, echoing mightily. Yi Changsheng stood proudly atop the void, his figure unwavering amidst the shock waves, his countenance increasingly austere under the golden light. In stark contrast, Xiao Wujia was propelled backward, stabilizing himself 100 feet away, blood trickling from his mouth. Divine? Impossible. How could there be a divine realm? Is he a reincarnated powerhouse? Xiao Wuji's demeanor darkened, his heart gripped by terror. Why does this always happen? Just when he grasps the key to success, someone changes the lock. Why does fate seem to slumber when he is at his most unfortunate? Joy often gives way to sorrow. Happiness vanishes so swiftly. Centuries ago, he ascended to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, brimming with confidence, gazing down upon the heavens. In his moment of triumph, he encountered a swordsman. With a single strike, Xiao Wujia was defeated in an instant. Consequently, he feigned death and concealed himself within the underground palace. As his injuries healed and his divine realm regained the dragon vein, he remained its guardian. Now, re-emerging at the peak of his brilliance, he encountered Yi Changsheng once more. Another swordsman, and once again, he was defeated in a heartbeat. History is astonishingly similar. Xiao Wuji felt his life had lost its significance. Why was he always the one to suffer? Yi Changsheng's gaze fell upon Xiao Wuji as he approached slowly, inviting him to withstand another strike. Xiao Wuji was on the verge of tears. My young friend, can we not discuss this calmly? Yi Changsheng replied, I intend to annihilate nations. Are you contemplating suicide? Xiao Wuji's expression soured profoundly. Young friend, let us leave a line of retreat for future encounters. Yi Changsheng continued. Can you endure 3 seconds? Upon finishing his words, he swung his sword, propelling forward with unyielding momentum. Xiao Wuji, filled with ire, exclaimed, You have forced my hand. Roaring, the sound of dragons echoed, golden dragons soaring and entwining around Xiao Wuji, an overwhelming wave of golden light instilling fear. Yi Changsheng remained undaunted, his resolve unbroken. Wielding the sword of annihilation, the heavens shattered, thunder erupting. A beam of sword light descended from the torn sky, transforming all clouds into blades. The very air solidifying into swords. A myriad of swords pierced the void, bending the world to their will. In an instant, a 1,000-mile radius was enveloped in the domain of the sword, the golden dragon ensnared within. To slay the dragon, to obliterate the nation. As the declaration resonated, the sword fell like a torrential downpour, wreaking havoc upon heaven and earth. One strike swept away the ages, ruling the realm and subjugating all domains. A graceful figure appeared above the endless starry expanse, pausing momentarily before continuing. Foolish humans, why provoke him? With a single strike of annihilation, whom have I offended? This individual is too perilous and must be swiftly eliminated. As the words faded, the ethereal figure vanished among the stars, drifting like an immortal, exuding unparalleled elegance. In that moment, outside the ancient city, amidst the void, the sword of annihilation, accompanied by countless flying swords, descended, embedding themselves into the back of the golden dragon. The dragon roared in fury, its tail thrashing violently, transforming into a tempest of wrath. Xiao Wuji's figure was enveloped in a myriad of flying swords. Blood gushing from his mouth in torrents, his body rendered almost ethereal. The air resonated with explosive sounds as a man and a dragon vanished beneath the luminous blades. Yi Changsheng turned to gaze at Xiao Beixian. In the next moment, he materialized before Xiao Beixian, who trembled as he spoke. Just how formidable are you? The heavens are as high as my strength. Yi Changsheng replied nonchalantly. He continued, I am invincible. Do you have any objections? Xiao Beixian's face turned ashen, and he quickly implored, Young Master Yi, you cannot slay me. I am a servant of the Grand Master. Yi Changsheng retorted, What Grand Master? Oh, Yi Changsheng. Fear in no one in my pursuit of vengeance. Spare my life, and I shall reveal to you a hidden realm, where treasures abound that could elevate the Yi family to the pinnacle of the celestial domain. Xiao Beixian asserted gravely, his figure flickering as he suddenly lunged towards Yi Changsheng, his aura surging wildly around him. Chapter 62. After today, no more divine kingdom. Changsheng, prepared to self-destruct, declared with urgency. An explosion? Let us see who is swifter. Changsheng's gaze fell upon Xiao Beixian as he spoke in a calm tone. With a swift motion, he unleashed a sword that severed Xiao Beixian's head from his shoulders. Changsheng continued, Never place your trust in those that harden for a moment, only to become soft and feeble. As the words left his lips, a silver light shot upwards from Xiao Beixian's palm. Noticing this, Yi Xiaoshuan's expression shifted, and he solemnly remarked, Changsheng, Xiao Beixian must have shattered the transmission stone at the final moment to relay a message to that formidable figure he mentioned. Changsheng responded nonchalantly, Do not fret, ancestor. Regardless of how many foes approach, we shall vanquish them all. He paused briefly before adding, Ancestor, the stronghold of the divine kingdom has been vanquished. Now we can lead the heavenly sword guard into the city. This is the imperial capital of the ancient divine kingdom, filled with treasures. Are you not tempted? Is the ancestor not a greedy man? Yi Shaoxian spoke in a measured tone, his figure suddenly surging forward.
We shall enter the city and retrieve all resources for the Sword Palace." Upon saying this, he turned to Changsheng and asked, "Changsheng, will you not accompany us? You deserve the credit for this battle, and the resources should rightfully belong to you." Changsheng shook his head and smiled. "Ancestor, I shall refrain from joining you." He paused, then in a flash dashed towards the outskirts of the ancient city. Yi Shaoxian called out, "Changsheng, are you unscathed?" "I am well, merely feeling a bit inclined to engage in some combat," Changsheng casually replied, his figure resembling a streak of lightning as he appeared in the void outside the ancient city. With his hair billowing and eyes glinting with disdain, he surveyed the hundreds before him. "After today, there shall be no more divine kingdom. If you have no business here, you may depart." These hundreds were the powerful individuals summoned by the Thunderdrome, remnants of the ancient divine kingdom scattered across various realms. Initially, they had returned to aid the divine kingdom in its time of need, but upon their arrival at the city's edge, they realized that the battle unfolding before them was beyond their capacity to join. The brilliance was blinding, and the sheer pressure was overwhelming. One step forward would spell certain doom. The battlefield was a realm of death, a place where they, mere mortals, had no place. They remained outside, filled with trepidation and anticipation, hoping for the ancient divine kingdom's victory. Thus, even without engaging in battle, they would still claim merit. The emperor's countenance beamed with delight, and they hoped to reap some rewards. To their astonishment, the first figure to emerge was none other than Changsheng. Is the youth today so brazen? A burly man stepped forward from the crowd. "You claim the divine kingdom has fallen, and it has simply vanished?" Changsheng regarded the man coolly and replied, "Do you question my words?" The man, undeterred, retorted, "What of it? I may well strike you down, insolent brat." The imposing figure of a robust man surged forward, tightly gripping a formidable weapon, presumably a halberd. With a swift motion, a sword was unleashed, and Yi Changsheng appeared before the man. The chaos divine sword aimed directly at his forehead. "Do not be anxious. Take a deep breath. It won't hurt. It will be over swiftly." As the words fell, he thrust the sword, a beam of light penetrating through the man's brow. Blood gushed forth as the man's pupils dilated in shock. "You are incredibly strong." Yi Changsheng, with his sword resting against his side, surveyed the crowd before him and spoke once more. "Does anyone harbor doubts? Speak up. Let us converse." The crowd fell silent, instinctively retreating, casting wary glances at Yi Changsheng. At that moment, an elder stepped forward, scrutinizing Yi Changsheng. "The divine kingdom's legacy has endured for millennia. I refuse to believe it could be extinguished. There's no need for alarm. With so many of us, can we truly fear a mere child?" A smile graced Yi Changsheng's lips as he replied calmly, "You claim there are many of you? I find that delightful. Regardless of the panic within, your resolve remains unyielding. Let us attack together and slay him." The elder snarled, launching himself towards Yi Changsheng. Yet, upon glancing back, he found the crowd immobile. With a swift motion, a stunning sword strike cleaved through the air, and the elder's head was severed, blood spraying in all directions. A swift execution. By the heavens, has this child taken something? How terrifying! A cry erupted from the crowd, and chaos ensued as they fled in all directions, desperately seeking escape. In their haste, some collided with one another. Which way to break free? It nearly cost me my life. Yi Changsheng observed the fleeing crowd, aware that the battle of the ancient divine kingdom was nearing its conclusion. Yet he pondered the identity of the great figure mentioned by Xiao Beixian. Just then, he suddenly lifted his gaze towards the boundless void, where two figures paused amidst the clouds above. They looked down, their expressions shifting dramatically as they trembled involuntarily. One of them, voice hoarse, declared, "We were unaware of your presence. We shall take our leave." Yi Changsheng smiled. "Since you have arrived, why not descend and engage in some sport?" As he spoke, he raised his sword, slicing upwards towards the zenith of the void, the blade piercing through the barrier of air, soaring into the sky. With that strike, the speaker was slain, leaving only one trembling figure who stammered, "We are envoys. If you kill him, you will be in serious trouble." As he uttered this, he shattered a talisman, his form dissipating into the void. Yi Changsheng replied coolly, "It is you who have truly courted disaster by provoking me. lives will be lost. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on completing the system task. You have successfully obliterated the ancient divine kingdom and received a system reward, a divine level sign-in, and a luxurious gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on successfully slaying Xiao Wuji, Xiao Beixian, and Xiao Anping, earning one system lottery draw. Ding! A notification for the Master. The main quest has been triggered, exorcising evil and safeguarding the righteous. Completing this task grants a singular system upgrade privilege. Ding! Another reminder for the Master. A new sign-in location has emerged, the Celestial Battlefield. The rewards for completing tasks remain undisclosed. The sudden chime of the system alert resonated in Yi Changsheng's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. System, is the responsibility of exorcising evil really to be entrusted to me? Isn't this a tad overwhelming? After all, I'm just a child. Such immense pressure is hardly bearable. Master, do you not feel a pang of conscience saying that? Are you unaware of the magnitude of the pressure you bear? Yi Changsheng continued. System, wouldn't it be better for us to maintain a low profile? Such ostentation will inevitably lead to dire consequences. Alas, Master, have you not heard the adage? The virtuous are often victimized, and the noble are frequently taken advantage of. You have already vanquished the primordial divine kingdom and encroached upon the interests of certain parties. Do you truly believe they will simply acquiesce? The system responded. Ye Changsheng, seek in resignation. Unterat. I have always held the belief that discretion is the most formidable form of flaunting. Yet, since subtlety is unattainable, I must embrace a bold and invincible stance. This predicament is thrust upon me. I cannot be held accountable for it. Alas, my burdens are indeed heavy. Chapter 63. The Werewolf Above the Ancient City. Yi Changsheng descended gracefully, standing proudly atop the city walls. Shortly thereafter, Yi Moxie appeared by his side. Changsheng, the royal palace's treasury and the underground vault are brimming with treasures and resources. Aren't you tempted to take a look? Yi Changsheng replied, Ushad refrain. I'm too indolent to move. Yi Moxie pressed on. With so many invaluable artifacts, you truly feel no desire? Yi Changsheng smiled lightly. Aren't you also unmoved? Yi Moji, with a solemn expression, remarked, a towering edifice rises from the ground. Brilliance can only be achieved through one's own efforts. Treasures are ultimately external forces, and an over-reliance on them may lead one astray. You speak wisely, brother, yet sometimes external forces can also constitute strength. One's hidden cards are for survival, while strength is wielded for conquest. Yi Changsheng replied gravely. Yi Moxie nodded. Changsheng, the war of the divine realms has concluded. I intend to venture out and explore the world. I have not left the sword palace for many years, and my swordsmanship has progressed too slowly. He paused before continuing. Changsheng, would you accompany me? Let us embark on an adventure together. Yi Changsheng mused. The world is vast, and I too wish to see it. However, our ancestors and grandfather would likely disapprove. Brother, where do you plan to go? Yi Moxie inquired. The Heavenly Academy is the place where cultivators from the heavenly domain yearn to be. I wish to pursue further studies there. Knowledge is akin to undergarments, unseen yet profoundly significant. If you wish to go, then go. Should I inform Mother, so she might write to my aunt? You will need someone to look after you at the Heavenly Academy. Yi Changsheng suggested. Yi Moxie shook his head with a smile. No need. I shall go to the Heavenly Academy alongside Yi Chun. Through our own endeavors, we shall gain admission. Very well. Once all matters are settled, let us return to the Sword Palace and celebrate together. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly seek you out at the Heavenly Academy. Yi Changsheng replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. In truth, he too yearned to attend the Heavenly Academy, not for the purpose of study, nor to seek companionship, but simply to indulge in freedom. Noticing Yi Changsheng's unease, Yi Moxie declared, I shall await you at the Heavenly Academy. In the coming days, I must dedicate myself to rigorous training. Otherwise, I shall fall too far behind. Changsheng, do you have any aspirations? Yi Changsheng asked. Yi Moxie nodded. To uncover the truth behind our father's demise, to elevate my swordsmanship, and to surpass you. At this, a smile graced his lips,
the first Yi Changsheng had ever witnessed on his brother's face. Brother, I shall resolve the enmities of our forebears. You need only focus on your cultivation. When we meet again, we shall surely engage in a fierce battle. Agreed, Yi Moxie affirmed, then added, You have yet to share your own aspirations. Yi Changsheng shook his head, smiling. Brother, my greatest wish is to be a carefree soul, merely existing and awaiting fate, though I am acutely aware of the impracticality of such a desire. Thus, my current wish is to experience the most exquisite beauty, savor the strongest wine, wield the mightiest sword, and vanquish the fiercest foes. Yi Moxie paused, astonished. You, my dear brother, are perpetually astonishing. At that moment, Yi Shaoxian, accompanied by Meng Jun, Yaoer, Yi Chun, Yi Dao, and Yi Pejun, appeared atop the city. Yi Changsheng and Yi Moxie turned to greet them, both slightly bowing in deference to the elder. Yi Shaoxian gestured for them to rise, and with a flick of his wrist, a sword materialized in his palm, which he presented to Yi Changsheng, saying, Changsheng, this sword is named Bestow sword, classified as a divine weapon. You should keep it. He paused briefly before continuing. There ought to be 2 swords, one male and one female. When united, their power will be further augmented. Yi Changsheng raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed upon the Bestow sword. Elder, is this sword the female counterpart? Yi Shaoxian replied, The Bestow sword is the female sword, while the Qishao sword is the male counterpart. Yi Changsheng took the Bestow sword into his hands. A man of stature wielding a female sword would only invite ridicule. I desire the male one. With that, he stepped forward and handed the Bestow sword to Yi Yaoer. This sword is bestowed upon you. Do not question the reason. Yaoer gazed at the Bestow sword before lifting her eyes to Yi Shaoxian, who solemnly stated, It has been conferred upon you by Changsheng. Accept it. As the young master of the Yi family, he has the authority to allocate all family resources. Thank you, young master, for your generosity. Yi Yaoer accepted the Bestow sword, bowing deeply in gratitude. Yi Shaoxian then remarked, Changsheng, the task of organizing the resources of the divine realm has been entrusted to your grandfather. There are several matters I wish to discuss with you. Yi Changsheng inquired, What does the elder wish to convey? Yi Shaoan replied grave. Moxie and Yi Chun are to attend the Heavenly Academy. I have already consented to their request. For the next 2 years, you shall remain in the Sword Palace, and I entrust the teaching of Yaoer, Dao, and Pejun to you. How does that sound? Yi Changsheng chuckled wryly. Elder, are you relinquishing your responsibilities? It is indeed difficult for me to assume the role of a teacher. Yi Xiaoshuan's expression darkened, exuding an unspoken authority. The elder has labored for the Yi family for far too long. It is time to rest and enjoy life. If you find it troublesome, expedite their growth, and you shall be free. Yi Changsheng recognized the futility of his resistance. A well-known adage states that to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. As the young master of the Yi family, sacrifice is requisite. Elder, to achieve great things, 3 conditions must be met. First, strength. Second, strength. And third, strength. I will ensure they are capable in the shortest time possible. Yi Shaoxian nodded, smiling. Did you all hear that? This statement is crucial. Circle it and remember it well. He paused, then added, Changsheng, there is nothing more to attend to here. Take them back to the Sword Palace. Understood. Yi Changsheng affirmed with a nod. In the void above, Yi Changsheng's sword on his sword, flanked by Yi Moxie, Yi Chun, Yi Yaoer, Yi Dao, and Yi Pejun, with 1,000 heavenly sword guards trailing behind. As they journeyed, Yi Yaoer timidly spoke, Young master, having vanquished the ancient divine kingdom, will the forces of the heavenly domain deem us as villains? Yi Changsheng's gaze sharpened. After all, a woman remains a woman, soft-hearted and merciful. What constitutes a villain? The man who sheds his trousers in daylight, the woman who neglects to remove her makeup at night. These are the true malefactors. Yaya, consider what fate awaits the Sword Palace should we falter. Remember that mercy towards your adversary is cruelty towards oneself. In the face of an enemy, should they refuse to yield, we shall engage them in battle. 2 lines and a stroke, we shall fight. Yi Yaoer bowed her head and hastily replied, Yaoer is confused. Yi Changsheng continued,
Confucius proclaimed that human nature is inherently good. Upon reaching adulthood, one must take action. As a swordsman, it is our duty to wield the sword in defense of those we cherish and love. As long as the sword remains, so shall we. If the sword is shattered, we shall persist in our endeavors. Yi Moxie chimed in. Changsheng's words bear truth. Success is divided into two halves. One half lies in the hands of the heavens. That is fate, while the other half rests in our own hands. That is relentless effort. As swordsmen, even as women, we must not allow ourselves to falter. Upon hearing this, Yi Changsheng cast a glance at Yi Moxie, pondering. If even women cannot bring him down, then what force could possibly impede his progress? Chapter 64. Living in the present. Unafraid of the future atop the mountain of the Sword Tomb, 5 days had elapsed since the great battle in the ancient divine kingdom. Yi Changsheng and his companions returned to the Sword Palace, for tomorrow marked the day when Yi Moxie and Yi Chun would depart. Yi Changsheng had promised Yi Moxie that before his departure, they would indulge in a night of revelry. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the bright moon began to rise, casting a cold, silvery light akin to a chilling blade. Yi Changsheng stood alone atop the mountain, his hair gently swaying in the breeze, his robe billowing like the wind, merging seamlessly with the heavens and the earth. At that moment, a surge of energy approached. Yi Moxie and the others arrived, gracefully descending from the sky to stand beside Yi Changsheng. Everyone is here. Yi Changsheng spoke slowly. In unison, the five replied, "We are here." Yi Changsheng continued, "Tonight we gather, for tomorrow my elder brother and Yi Chun shall journey to the Heavenly Academy. Come, let me show you what I have prepared." A look of bewilderment crossed the faces of the five as they followed Yi Changsheng toward a pavilion on the mountain's edge. Beneath the pavilion, jars of wine were piled high, with a fire pit alongside and 5 ornate boxes resting on a stone table. "Ye moji remarket, Changsheng. Is this the grand ancestor's drunken immortal wine that you have seized?" Yi Changsheng laughed. "What you do not know, brother, is that the drunken immortal wine belongs to the grand ancestor, but I provided it. These are my reserves. Tonight we shall drink to our heart's content." "Ye chen inwudit." "Young master, what is the purpose of the fire pit?" Yi Changsheng smiled mysteriously. "For now, let's keep that a secret. First, behold the gifts I have prepared for you." With that, he pointed to the ornate boxes on the table. "Take one each." The five remained motionless, and Yi Moxie interjected. "Changsheng, we cannot always accept your offerings. Brother, the spiritual fruits are a gift from me to you. As brothers, do not refuse." Yi Changsheng spoke earnestly, pausing to gaze at Yi Dao and the others. "And for you three, these spiritual fruits can elevate your strength rapidly. If you do not accept them, do you intend to tire me to death?" Yi Moxie reached for a box, and a vast surge of spiritual energy enveloped him. "Changsheng, is this the medicine? The spiritual fruit that the grand ancestor and patriarch consumed?" "Indeed," Yi Changsheng affirmed. "This fruit is known as the chaos spiritual fruit, containing immense power. You can only refine 1/10,000th of it now, but as your cultivation improves, your strength will continuously rise." Upon hearing this, the five gasped in astonishment. This is no mere spiritual fruit. It is akin to a divine fruit, and one would be hard-pressed to find another in the celestial domain. Yi Changsheng, exuding an air of authority, insisted, "Take them. I am still awaiting our drinking session." The other four promptly stowed the boxes in their spatial rings. At that moment, Yi Changsheng flicked his fingers, sending a strand of rainbow flames into the fire pit. "Bojun, Miedao, place the grill over the fire. Our barbecue preparations are about to commence." "Barbecue?" The five were puzzled, their minds filled with questions. Yi Changsheng glanced at them, waved his hand, and 10 wooden plates appeared in the air, each bearing freshly washed fire serpent meat. "Fire serpent meat? I presume you have never tasted it before. Brother, pour the wine. I shall first grill some meat." Yi Xie was utterly astounded, his voice trembling. "Changsheng, how do we manage such a colossal fire serpent?" Yi Changsheng chuckled. "Brother, do not worry. Leave it to me. Today, I shall treat you to the fire serpent. In the future, I will serve you dragon meat and phoenix wings." In that moment, Yi Changsheng smiled, recalling a passage from the Tao of Leisure. In the North Sea, there is a fish called Kun. so immense that it cannot be stewed in a single pot, transforming into a bird known as Pong. Its size necessitates 2 grills, one for secret spices and the other for a multitude of spices. The aroma was delightful. With a flick of his sleeve, the meat of the fire serpent fell onto the iron grill, enveloped by vibrant flames, and soon the enticing scent wafted through the air. Yi Imo Xie stepped forward, extending a jar of wine to Yi Changsheng. Changsheng, let us share this jar among the 5 of us. Yi Changsheng responded cheerfully. To that, I say, cheers. In that moment, Yi Changsheng felt a surge of fervor, no longer feeling so solitary. Though he had the love of Yi Shaoxian, Yi Zongyun, and in Ming Jun in this world, the warmth of family differed from the grand camaraderie of brotherhood. Yi Mo Xie raised his head and drank deeply, a smile breaking across his face, reflecting on his youthful recklessness and offering his apologies for past ignorance. Yichen remarked, Mo Xie, why speak thus? You remain a dear elder brother in our hearts. Yi Changsheng laughed. Without recklessness, can one claim youth? Without audacity, how can one be called a prodigy? Yi Mo Xie replied, in the realm of mortals, laughter prevails. Life unfolds within the wine. Observing the 5 of them toasting heartily, a smile crept onto Yi Changsheng's lips, his expression solemn. Once, they had gathered with lofty ambitions, yet, as the years wane, reflections yield a sense of bewilderment. The bonds of brotherhood run deep, yet how many traverse this life alongside you? Yichen set down his wine jar and approached Yi Changsheng. Young master, in the boundless forest of yesteryears, you saved my life, and tonight you bestow upon me divine fruits. From this moment forth, I pledge to serve you faithfully, whether traversing mountains or braving flames. Yi Changsheng raised a hand slightly, signaling Yichen to rise. No need for words. I shall observe your actions. When outside, let us look after one another. In this enchanting world, do not forget your purpose. Remember this. Those who can elevate you to the heavens may also extinguish your light without hesitation. As he spoke, he summoned his spiritual energy, sprinkling condiments over the meat of the fire serpent. Come, savor my culinary skills. The 5 hurriedly gathered around the stone table, their appetites ignited by the fragrant, visually enticing fire serpent meat. Yi Ao'er stated earnestly, Young master, allow me to slice the meat. Yi Changsheng shook his head, smiling as he exclaimed, No need. Let us share together, without concern for trivialities. As time passed beneath the pavilion, Yi Mie remarked that Yi Ao'er had already succumbed to the effects of the wine. Resting her head on the stone table, Yi Pejun, inebriated, danced with his sword atop the mountain peak. How could he drink so much? Yi Mo Xie raised his wine jar and clinked it with Yi Changsheng's. Changsheng, Yao Er must have a fondness for you. Yi Changsheng replied, Brother, cease your jest. I am but a naive soul. Yi Mo Xie added, In 2 years, you too shall have the opportunity to choose a partner, and then you will gradually lose that innocence. Yi Changsheng chuckled, proclaiming, As a sword cultivator, to accompany the sword throughout one's life is sufficient. Yi Moxie suddenly soared into the air, exclaiming, You're the only one who shares my sentiments, to stand proudly with the sword. Gazing down upon the world from the pinnacle of martial arts, how distant that seems. As his words faded, he leaned against a pillar, his body succumbing to weariness. Yi Changsheng observed the 5 inebriated companions, holding a jar of wine as he made his way towards the mountain summit. Along the journey, he murmured, 3 cups of pure white wine, a few heartfelt words. When shall I return to my homeland, to share a drink with her? At that moment, a bitter smile crossed his lips. If I cannot return, then let me live in the present, unafraid of the future. Meanwhile, in the city of heavenly demons, 3 figures descended from a demonic vessel, appearing before a mansion shrouded in black mist. Shortly thereafter, they materialized before a towering pavilion. We report to the Demon Lord. We have news from the ancient divine kingdom. Chapter 65. Divine level sign-in, luxurious gift package. In the stillness of the night, the chirping of insects echoed as a figure soared through the air. Atop the sword grave, a solitary silhouette sat upright, as straight as a spear. Beside him lay a jar of wine. It was none other than Yi Changsheng. While others were intoxicated, he remained awake, In a long, unending night, one must engage in some activity. With a stirring of his spirit, Changsheng spoke, "It is time to activate the rewards for signing in to the Divine Kingdom." Previously, he had received the opportunity to sign in to the Divine Kingdom, but had refrained from doing so in order to slay the nine-headed fire flood dragon. However, as he departed from the ancient Divine Kingdom, he quietly completed the sign-in while soaring through the skies. The rewards had simply gone unclaimed. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully activated the rewards for signing in to the Divine Kingdom. You have received a pill formula, which has been placed in the system's storage, ready for use at any moment. A pill formula? Changsheng paused momentarily, contemplating the book on alchemy presented to him. Was this meant to transform him into the most formidable alchemist? A sword cultivator, a body cultivator, and now an alchemist. Unbeknownst to him, he had accumulated 3 distinct identities. A smile crept upon his lips. Was he truly advancing further along the path of excellence? He did not retrieve the pill formula for study, but continued. System, activate the divine level, sign in immediately. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have completed the divine level sign-in and earned the reward of the indestructible divine refinement technique. To practice this skill, one must possess a transcendent consciousness. Mastering it will grant one eternal life and undying spirit. The indestructible divine refinement technique, eternal and indestructible? Changsheng was taken aback. This technique was exceedingly powerful. Once mastered, death would be a challenge. Most importantly, upon cultivating the indestructible divine refinement technique, his consciousness would continually enhance, allowing him to comprehend divine powers. In combat, one would not even need to lift a finger. A single thought could extinguish life invisibly. Wandering through the heavens, free across the myriad realms, this technique was perfect. It filled him with affection. With this in mind, Changsheng grew increasingly eager for the luxurious gift package and system lottery. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully activated the luxurious gift package and received an acre of celestial field, 5 types of spiritual fruits, and the creation sword technique. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have completed the system lottery and obtained an ancient artifact, the God-slaying sword. Note that this sword should be used cautiously until you reach the Emperor realm. An acre of celestial field, 5 types of spiritual fruits, the God-slaying sword, and the creation sword technique. Changsheng nodded gently and inquired, System, can I transfer the celestial field to my reality? Ding! Reminder, Master, certainly. The celestial field nurtures spiritual fruits, and you may plant any heavenly materials or treasures from the current world within it, effectively shortening their growth cycle and enhancing their quality. Moreover, the celestial field has established a contract with you. With a mere thought, it can be instantly stored within the system, leaving you untroubled by the temptation of others. How capricious, how powerful, how user-friendly. A commoner is blameless, yet possessing a treasure invites envy. If anyone coveted the celestial field, they should first inquire whether the sword in my grasp would permit it. With this thought, he concealed his aura, placing the 5 types of spiritual fruits into the celestial field. He then fell into deep meditation, commencing his practice of the indestructible divine refinement technique. Unbeknownst to him, dawn broke. Mo Xie and his companions gradually awakened from their drunken stupor, each rubbing their eyes. Suddenly, Yi Qin spoke up, Look, what is that on the young master's body? The crowd turned their gaze in unison towards Changsheng, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Mo Xie narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, Was there not the sight of 3 figures of immortality atop the sword tomb just now? Yi Qin replied, Not merely 3. Could we have been seeing things? Yi Yaoer softly interjected, We were not mistaken. The young master must be cultivating a powerful technique. We should take our leave and not disturb his tranquil practice. Mo Xie gently nodded, contemplating, with such strength and still striving for greatness. Why do we have to be complacent? He paused momentarily before continuing. If we wish to follow in Changsheng's footsteps in the future, our current cultivation is insufficient. The group fell into silence and swiftly made their way towards the Sword Palace. Shortly after their departure, Yi Changsheng took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. Had he merely reached the first layer of the indestructible refining spirit method? Though only the initial stage. He realized that the range of his consciousness had multiplied several times over. The entire sword palace lay within the grasp of his awareness. Every flower and tree, every leaf and realm, all under his dominion. At this moment, Yi Changsheng focused his mind, closed his eyes tightly, and in the next instant, a wisp of his consciousness surged forth. In the distance, atop the cold mountain, a towering ancient tree was instantly severed in half. He withdrew his gaze from the mountain, gradually rising, and vanished from the sword tomb. An hour later, atop the sword palace, Yi Changsheng stood proudly, gazing into the distance as he watched Yi Imo, Xie, and Yi Chen depart. Each individual has their own path to tread. Yi Imo, Xie, and his companion were heading to the Celestial Academy, where the Chaos Spirit Fruit would nourish and transform their sacred bodies, promising an unlimited future. After a moment, Yi Changsheng murmured to himself, "If I cannot venture out into the world, I shall lead a simple and monotonous life within the Sword Palace." With that, a smile graced his lips as he thought, "I shall cultivate crops and gather some spiritual fruits and medicines." This 2-year period is perfect for diligently practicing the alchemy technique and the indestructible refining spirit method, while also guiding Yaoer and the others in their cultivation. Meanwhile, in Demon City, within the Demon Tower, 3 elders who had returned from the ancient divine kingdom stood for an entire night, accompanied by the young master of demons, Ning Wubai. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed as the demon, Lord Ning Wutian, emerged from a stone door, his black robe trailing on the ground, surrounded by a vast aura of demonic energy. As he advanced, the demonic essence enveloped the 4 of them. The 3 elders promptly knelt and paid their respects, exclaiming in unison, "Congratulations, my lord, on the completion of your divine power." Ning Wubai bowed deeply, stating solemnly, "Congratulations, my lord, on your breakthrough, elevating our demon clan's might." Ning Wutian's gaze fell upon the 3 elders, his voice hoarse as he inquired, "Rise and speak. What is the situation in the ancient divine kingdom?" One elder bowed respectfully and replied, "Reporting to my lord, the ancient divine kingdom has been obliterated by the Yi family of Sword Prefecture." "Obliterated?" Ning Wutian paused momentarily. His figure halted. "Are you certain of this?" The elder nodded and said, "My lord, it is indeed true. Currently, the Yi family's Sky Sword Guards have taken control of the defenses of the ancient city." He paused, then inquired, "What on earth has transpired? How did the Yi family annihilate the ancient divine kingdom? Who supports Xiao Beixian from behind?" "During my last visit to the ancient city, I sensed several powerful presences concealed within its walls, one of which was particularly formidable." Ning Wutian forced himself to remain composed and asked in a deep voice. Suddenly, the elder knelt in fear and replied, "My lord, that battle was overwhelmingly fierce. Cultivators below the imperial realm could not enter. No one knows what truly occurred during the conflict with the ancient divine kingdom." Ning Wutian spoke coldly. "You mean to tell me that no one knows what happened? And yet a kingdom that stood for a millennium has been obliterated?" At this, he felt a chill in his heart, paused for a moment, and continued, "Is there any movement from the Yi family?" The elder, his voice trembling, responded, "My lord, the Yi family's experts have already withdrawn from the ancient divine kingdom and returned to the Sword State's Sword Palace. There are currently no unusual activities." Ning Wutian, filled with rage, exclaimed, "That fool Xiao Beixian. The Yi family is a slumbering beast, and now he has awakened it, bringing disaster upon us all. How could I have agreed to this fool's request to wash the Sword State in blood? The thought of it now is nothing short of absurd, truly ironic." Chapter 66. Abandoning alchemy for agriculture. Half a month later, at the Sword Tower, a sudden explosion reverberated through the air, with wisps of smoke curling upwards, enveloping the void. Shortly thereafter, a series of urgent coughs echoed, and Yi Changsheng emerged from the Sword Tower, appearing disheveled and resembling a beggar, his hair tousled by the blast, swaying in the wind. The sight of him evoked the impression of someone who had been struck by artillery. As the commotion settled, Yi Shaoxian, Yi Songyun, and Meng Jun appeared beneath the sword tower, their eyes fixed upon Yi Changsheng. Yi Shaoxian, looking bewildered, said, Changsheng, if you are troubled by something, do not hesitate to share it. Your ancestor will help you find a solution. Self-inflicted suffering is quite alarming. Yi Tsanyin chimed in, Indeed, Changsheng, whatever you desire. Speak to your grandfather. If it is unavailable in Sword Province, I can procure it from the Heavenly Domain Merchant Association. We're not short on funds. Yi Changsheng coughed delicately, a puff of smoke escaping his lips. Grandfather, ancestor, I have no grievances. I was merely refining medicine and accidentally caused an explosion. Refining medicine? An explosion? Yi Shaoxian gently admonished, Changsheng, as a sword cultivator, why divert your efforts towards alchemy? Focus on perfecting your swordsmanship. Yi Changsheng replied earnestly, Ancestor, the path of the sword is endless. Alchemy greatly aids swordsmanship. Elixirs can enhance cultivation, and the practice of alchemy cultivates one's mind and spiritual consciousness. Ultimately, the unity of the sword path cannot be separated from the cultivation of the heart. Yi Shaoxian nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the soundness of his reasoning. Very well. If you wish to refine medicine, proceed, but do not destroy the sword palace in the process. He paused momentarily before continuing. You have been secluded in the sword tower for half a month, unaware of the events unfolding outside. Ancestor, what significant occurrences have transpired? Yi Changsheng inquired with curiosity. Yi Shaoxian responded, The demon lord has withdrawn from the city of demons and has vanished, rumored to have departed for the demon star. Moreover, the blood tavern has disbanded, and the whereabouts of Silver Ancient Tong are unknown. The ghost gate has sealed Fengdu, declaring it shall not emerge for a decade. Ye Changsheng, Noldit, Anjistor. What is their intention? Are they fearful of retaliation from the Yi family? Perhaps, Yi Shaoxian mused. In truth, our Yi family is quite benevolent. Retaliation is not in our nature. They likely fear we might seek to exterminate their lineage. With a calm demeanor, Yi Shaoxian added, I have dispatched individuals to investigate news regarding the Great Respect. Before the battlefield of the Heavenly Domain opens, you shall remain in the Sword Palace. Yi Changsheng understood and stated, If there is nothing more pressing, I shall return to my alchemical pursuits. Yi Tsanyin quickly interjected, Changsheng, if you wish to learn alchemy, I shall seek a master for you. Conducting research alone may prove too perilous. It shall be fine, Yi Changsheng replied softly, turning towards the sword tower. As he walked, he murmured to himself, Where one falls, there one lies. It is exhilarating. Little did he realize he had no desire for a master's guidance, for he had already commenced the refinement of 7th grade elixirs. In merely half a month, to become a 7th grade alchemist is, in truth, a rather average feat. Whether it was due to the simplicity of alchemy or his own prodigious talent, he had achieved this milestone. According to his knowledge, the most formidable alchemist in the entire ancient wilderness realm appears to be of the 9th rank, rumored to be a venerated figure within the Celestial Domain Merchant Association. Yi Changsheng felt that after a few more explosions in the furnace, he should be able to elevate to the 9th rank. Upon witnessing Yi Changsheng enter the sword tower, Yi Tsangyun inquired, Old ancestor, should we not find him a master? Yi Shaoxian replied, His future must be forged by his own efforts. Let him explode a few more times. It is for his own good. As time flowed unnoticed, a month slipped by. The number of explosive sounds emanating from the sword tower had become a mystery to all. Each day was either filled with explosions or the anticipation of them. Yi Shaoxian and the disciples of the Sword Palace had grown accustomed to this cacophony. One day, Yi Changsheng emerged from the sword tower, evidently having made a deliberate effort to present himself well, no longer in tattered clothing, but rather in an elegant attire. As he departed, he did not even glance into the bronze mirror, fearing he might fall in love with his own reflection. He was simply too handsome, a sin indeed. After leaving the sword tower, he made his way to the training ground, whereupon his appearance incited an immediate rush from the disciples. Upon reaching his side, they bowed deeply and exclaimed in unison, We pay our respects to the young master. Yi Changsheng slightly raised his hand, signaling the disciples to rise, and with a calm demeanor stated, You are aware that I've been engrossed in alchemy during this period. Today, I emerge from seclusion to visit you all. As he spoke, his sleeves fluttered, revealing 100 jade bottles before the disciples. These are the pills I have refined, and I bestow them upon you. They will greatly aid your cultivation. Seventh Grandpa, please distribute the pills to everyone. Yi Qingyun promptly replied, of course, I shall distribute the pills to the disciples at once. At that moment, Yaoer, Yi Miedao, and Yi Pejun appeared on the training ground, hastening forward to clasp their fists in greeting. We meet again, young master. Yi Changsheng's gaze swept over the three, and he remarked, in this month, you three have made commendable progress in your realms. Here are some pills for you. Feel free to break through to the saint level. By the way, this bottle of pills is reserved for 7th Grandpa. As he turned to leave, Yi Miedao spoke up. Young master, are you going into seclusion again? Yi Changsheng replied, this time, I shall not seclude myself. I will be tending to the fields by the cliff behind the sword grave. If you encounter any issues in your cultivation, do not hesitate to seek me out. Tending to the fields? Not refining pills, but farming instead? Ye Yaoer, Ye Miedao, and Ye Pojun Ekchengit Bijuderet Gunansis. Feeling that what Yi Changsheng was undertaking did not align with the typical pursuits of a serious sword cultivator. Little did they know, Yi Changsheng's path to sword mastery lay precisely in the intertwining of alchemy and agriculture, where he would unknowingly grow stronger. At that moment, the training ground erupted with excitement as the disciples gazed at the pills in their hands, their eyes shimmering with fervent anticipation. 7th Grandpa, what kind of pills did the young master give us, and what rank are they? The fragrant aroma of medicine wafted through the air, imbued with a profound spiritual energy. With the consumption of this pill, I am certain I will achieve a breakthrough. A disciple gazed at Yi Qingyun, who stood in astonishment as he beheld the elixirs in the hands of his fellow disciples. This item must be at least a 7th grade pill. Could it truly have been crafted by Changsheng? Contemplating this, he turned to depart, only to be met by Yi Yaoyao, who approached him. 7th Grandfather, this is the pill left for you by the young master. Yi Qingyun accepted the jade vial, opening it for a brief moment, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, 8th grade. This is utterly astonishing. With these words, he clutched the vial tightly and vanished from the training ground. Yi Yaoyao watched him leave, lowering her gaze to the jade vial in her hands. 8th grade pill. Could it be possible? The young master. At this thought, her mouth fell agape, large enough to fit a fist. Is it truly so? In just a month, an 8th grade pill? Yi Yaoyao was startled by her own musings. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyun appeared before the sword palace. Just as he was about to enter, Yi Tsongyun approached him. You arrived at the perfect time. The sword servants have relayed news that various forces from the states have entered Sword State and are heading towards the sword palace. Come with me to witness this. Patriarch, what do they intend? Have they united to seek their demise? Ye Vingyun Kuishinit, following closely behind Ye Jangyun. As they proceeded, Yi Tsongyun chuckled. There is no need for alarm. They do not come to besiege the sword palace, but rather to offer their congratulations. After all, we have triumphed over the demonic clan and resolved the crisis in the celestial domain. Ah, so it is a congratulatory visit. But why must the patriarch personally greet them? You do not understand. Guests are to be treated with hospitality. Our Yi family is known for its warmth. Yi Tsongyun replied with a gentle smile, speaking slowly. Chapter 67. The Yi family rises in Jianzhou. In the vast expanse above Jianzhou, a multitude of figures appeared, their formidable auras enveloping the entire region. These individuals were powerful representatives from various factions, arriving via flying vessels, fearsome beast mounts, and ornate carriages drawn by dragon horses. However, upon entering Jianzhou, they opted to traverse the void on foot, retracting their flying apparatuses and mounts as a gesture of respect towards the Yi family. After all, they were entering another's territory. It would be ill-mannered to exhibit arrogance. They had not forgotten their purpose for coming, to forge amicable ties with the Yi family. At this moment, Yi Tsongyun and Yi Qingyun materialized in the sky. The latter's gaze fell upon the newcomers, and he remarked, Patriarch, it has been centuries since so many have visited our Jian Palace. Indeed, there was a time when we were scarcely visited. Now, it seems we are overwhelmed with guests. Times have certainly changed. Yi Tsongyun responded, a wry smile gracing his lips. Let us proceed to greet them. As the two ascended on their swords, The figures before them halted, their expressions shifting slightly in surprise at Yi Songyun's personal arrival. An elderly man stepped forward, clasping his fists in greeting. Patriarch Yi, it has been a long time. Yi Songyun glanced at the elder and, with a hint of a smile, remarked, "Ah, it is the esteemed ancestor of the Song family from Tanzhou. What brings you here? I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Song Changsheng chuckled. The Yi family has vanquished the demon clan and alleviated the calamity of the heavenly domain. You are indeed a great benefactor to us all. We have come uninvited, so please do not take offense. Yi Songyun replied, "Guests are always welcome. Jian Palace is honored to host you all. Please follow this old man inside." At that moment, a deep voice resonated through the air, laden with an overwhelming sense of dominance. "Patriarch Yi, I trust you are well." Turning to the source of the voice, Yi Songyun's gaze landed on the newcomer, revealing it to be the esteemed Master Ji of the Heavenly Domain Merchant Association. "Ah, you also grace us with your presence at Jian Palace for a casual chat?" Master Ji replied with a smile. "The Yi family is a pillar of the Heavenly Domain, single-handedly resisting the demon clan and annihilating the divine nation. The Heavenly Domain Merchant Association cannot remain indifferent." As he spoke, he gestured to the side and continued, "Patriarch Yi, allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, Master Yun Zhonglo, an alchemist from our association. And this is the fourth Miss of the Heavenly Domain Merchant Association, Miss Ji Yushi." Yi Songyun nodded gently, saying, "It is truly an honor for the Yi family to host Master Yun and Miss Ji at Jian Palace. Please, allow us to converse further." The trio, Ji Yushi, Yun Zhonglo, and GK, walked alongside Yi Songyun, while the other representatives from various factions stood in awe. They had not anticipated the presence of the Heavenly Domain Merchant Association, and the Yi family's prestige had evidently reached remarkable heights. "Patriarch Yi, wait for this humble monk." A resonant voice boomed like thunder. In the next instant, a vast and imposing aura surged forward, followed by a fleeting shadow. All eyes turned to the newcomer. A rotund monk? Yi Songyun gazed at the stout figure, momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered by the identity of this monk. The monk introduced himself. "I am the Wuxiang Zen master from the Western Buddhist realm, newly arrived and regrettably causing trouble for the Yi family." "Wuxiang Zen master, you are most welcome. Please, enter Jian Palace," Yi Songyun declared with a solemn tone. As his words fell, the gathering continued. A shadow appeared beside Master Wuxiang. "Master, you are moving too swiftly. You are running too." Before the young monk could finish his words, his gaze fell upon the enchanting figure of Ji Yu, and he was instantly captivated. Such a beautiful lady. Alas, the young monk felt tempted to break his vows. Ji Yu and her companions hastened towards the Sword Palace alongside Yi Songyun, leaving only Master Wuxiang and the monk Wuxin behind. Such a disgraceful thing, staring so intently at the young lady. "Do you think it appropriate? Have you forgotten the precepts of the Buddhist path?" Master Wuxiang admonished. Wuxin replied, "Master, now you speak of precepts? Throughout our journey, during countless dark and stormy nights, you departed silently, only to return reeking of perfume. Pray, tell me what you were up to." Master Wuxiang responded, "I was propagating the teachings of Buddhism you cannot comprehend." As Wuxin watched his master depart, he thought, "I believe you, old monk, you are rather crafty." In the sword grave, on the back mountain, Yi Changsheng was watering the spiritual fruits, herbs, and flowers in the celestial field with a ladle when he suddenly turned to glance towards the Sword Palace. So many people. It seems the Yi family has gained prominence. After a pause, he continued, "Ancestor, since you are here, do come out. Must I summon you?" Yi Shaoxian emerged from behind a giant rock. "Ancestor, you have just arrived, and you are not refining elixirs again. Have you taken a liking to farming? Look at what you are cultivating. It is not just water you are pouring." Yi Changsheng chuckled. "Do you understand farming, ancestor?" Yi Shaoxian queried. "Of course. I planted all the spiritual trees in the Sword Palace," Yi Shaoxian replied. Yi Changsheng nodded. "Since you understand farming, you should know that I am not watering them with mere water, but with solitude. Believe it or not." "I will beat you," Yi Shaoxian retorted. Yi Changsheng smiled calmly, offering the ladle to Yi Shaoxian. "Ancestor, would you care to give it a try?" Yi Shaoxian grimaced, "With guests at the Sword Palace, I have no time to entertain you." "Changsheng, What is in that ladle? Is it water? It is not, Yi Changsheng said, pausing before continuing, Ancestor. This is spiritual liquid, which I specially concocted. Yi Shaoxian nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Watering flowers and trees with spiritual liquid? What kind of family is this? So extravagant? Ancestor, is there a problem? No, splendid work. Yi Shaoxian suppressed his astonishment and then added, Changsheng, such extravagance. Does your grandfather know? Yi Changsheng replied. He does not. Yi Shaoxian laughed. You will be beaten for this, truly. Yi Changsheng, unfazed, plucked a fruit from a spiritual tree and tossed it to Yi Shaoxian. Ancestor, taste this fruit and tell me how it is. It looked unappetizing, yet Yi Shaoxian took the spiritual fruit, eager to discover the flavor of fruit nurtured with spiritual liquid. Oh my, it is truly fragrant. The entrance was cool and soft, with streams of spiritual energy coursing through the meridians, an exhilarating sensation indeed. After a brief silence, Yi Shaoxuan's fervent gaze settled upon the spiritual tree, and he spoke with gravity. Changsheng, inform the old ancestor the quantity of spiritual liquid you require. I shall procure it for you. He paused for a moment before continuing. Changsheng, could you spare a few more of those fruits for the old ancestor? Yi Changsheng replied. Old ancestor, perhaps it would be wise to attend to your guests first. Consuming more at this juncture might lead to a breakthrough, and such an occurrence at this time would be ill-advised. We ought to maintain a low profile. Yi Shaoxian nodded in agreement. You are right. A breakthrough at this moment would be inappropriate. I desire to ascend unnoticed, surprising our adversaries when the time is ripe. As his words lingered in the air, he accepted the ladle from Yi Changsheng's hand, proceeding to water the flowers and trees with leisurely care, for these were precious entities that deserved diligent nurturing. Yi Changsheng invited. Old ancestor, are you not going to the Sword Palace to receive guests? Yi Shaoxian replied. What need have I for entertaining guests when I can tend to the flowers? You have an affinity for nurturing them. Let your grandfather handle the visitors. As the old ancestor of the Yi family, I must preserve an air of mystery. It would be illogical for me to meet them in person. Chapter 68. The unashamed, unrivaled in the world before the Sword Palace, upon the floating island. A multitude of individuals, including Yun Chonlu, Ji Yushi, GK, Song Qianzhong, Master Wu Xiang, and the young monk Wu Xin, gathered, numbering in the thousands. Yi Songyun spoke solemnly. It is indeed a fortune for the Yi family to have you all enter our Sword Palace. I kindly invite you to the Heavenly Sword Pavilion for further discussion. As he spoke, the gates of the Sword Palace swung open, and a powerful surge of sword energy rushed forth. The crowd followed closely behind Yi Songyun and Yi Qinyan. As they progressed, a young man clad in brocade whispered to Song Qianzhong, Old ancestor, the famed Yi family sword palace is rather unimpressive, lacking in grandeur. Chia, Song Qianzhong replied. A formidable family is measured by its profound heritage, not merely by the ostentation of its buildings. After a pause, he continued, have you not noticed that the spiritual energy within the sword palace is at least 100 times more robust than that of Jianzhou? A single day of cultivation here is equivalent to 3 months outside. Song Ke remained silent, his expression still one of disdain, entirely dismissive of the sword palace. After a while, as the group passed the training grounds, the disciples, upon encountering such a multitude of powerful figures, bowed deeply to Yi Songyun, their voices resounding in unison. Greetings, clan leader. Yi Songyun smiled and said, continue your training. The disciples gradually rose, watching as the group moved on. At that moment, Yun Chonlu halted, narrowing his eyes as he regarded the disciples, his expression shifting dramatically. Clan leader Yi, may I request the disciples of the Sword Palace to step forward? Yi Tsingen hesitated momentarily, then replied, if Master Yun has need, of course. He then turned to the training grounds and called out, Yaoer, Pajun, Miet Dao you three. Please come forward. Yi Yaoer and the others gracefully descended before Yi Songyun, who inquired, what guidance does Master Yun seek? Yun Chonlu scrutinized the trio, his voice low as he asked, might I have the honor of observing the pills in your possession? Yi Yaoer glanced at Yi Songyun, who encouraged, Master Yun is a 9th grade alchemist. It is only fitting to show him your pills. Master, please. Yi Yaoer gently lifted her hand, presenting the pills to Yun Chonlu. An 8th grade pill, possessing exquisite patterns, caused Yun Chonlu to suppress the shock within him, his gaze fixated on Yi Yaoer. Young lady, may I inquire who crafted this pill? At his words, Yi Yaoer fell into silence, uncertain whether to disclose that it was refined by Yi Changsheng. Yin Chonglu's eyes flickered as they turned to Yi Sangyun. Clan leader Yi, I did not realize that the Sword Palace housed an 8th grade alchemist. Might you introduce us? 8th grade alchemist? Not all. Ye Zhangyun replied, Beijil did it. Master Yun must be jesting. The practitioners of the Sword Palace pursue the path of the sword. How could there be an alchemist among us? Surely, as a high-ranking alchemist yourself, you are aware of the stringent requirements to become one. Yin Chonglu's expression grew grave. Yi Sangyun's demeanor suggested he was not lying. Yet the pills in his hand were undoubtedly exquisite 8th grade pills. Such high-grade pills would fetch a fortune at the Tianyu Merchant Association's auctions, a rarity indeed. Before him stood 3 bottles, and, on the training grounds, each disciple of the Sword Palace clutched a 7th grade elixir. Such a significant quantity. Could it be that the Yi family acquired these from the destruction of the ancient divine nation? Upon this reflection, Yun Zhonglo felt a sense of relief. Firmly convinced that the Yi family's elixirs were indeed obtained from the ancient divine nation. It appeared that the patriarch of the Yi clan had reaped substantial rewards from the annihilation of the divine nation. These 8th grade elixirs were the highest quality. One wondered if the Yi family possessed more. The old man was willing to pay handsomely for them. Yi Sangyun was increasingly bewildered. A master alchemist was seeking elixirs from the Yi family for a considerable sum. What an unusual turn of events. Little did he know that although Yin Zhonglo was indeed a 9th grade alchemist, none of the elixirs he had concocted thus far bore any alchemical patterns. He wished to acquire a few elixirs to study and learn from. At that moment, the powerful figures from various factions displayed expressions of envy and desire. How fortunate it was to be a disciple of the Yi family, casually enjoying 7th and 8th grade elixirs. 1 word, opulence. 2 words, extravagant dominance. Sonke murmuret, ancestor. Is that elixir truly of the 8th grade? Song Qianzhong shot him a glare, with Master Yun of the Tianyu Merchant Association present. Did he truly believe he could be mistaken? Song Kane nodded, a glimmer of greed in his eyes. After all, it was an 8th grade elixir. If he could obtain one, his cultivation would surely soar. In an instant, his mind began to calculate possibilities. Yi Sangyun turned to Yin Zhonglo and spoke solemnly, Master Yin, let us discuss the elixirs later. First, let's have a conversation at the Heavenly Sword Tower. Yin Zhonglo smiled. As you wish, Patriarch Yi, lead the way. As he prepared to rise, Yi Yaoer called out from behind, Master, you haven't returned the elixir to me. Yun Zhonglo chuckled awkwardly, waved his hand, and an elixir flew towards Yi Yaoer. In the sword tomb, within the immortal field, Yi Changsheng leaned against a spirit tree, a smile playing upon his lips. Ancestor, would you not agree that the older one gets, the less shame one possesses? Yi Shaoxing glared, Changsheng, your tone lacks respect. Yi Changsheng quickly replied, Ancestor, you misunderstand. I am not speaking of you. Yi Shaoxian set down his water ladle, and with a firm tone, declared, Here it is just you and me. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, I shall remain here for the next month. Yi Changsheng thought to himself, how could one be so shameless? Truly, one is invincible when devoid of shame. Ancestor, earlier I bestowed some elixirs upon the disciples of our clan, and only to find that they were deceitfully swapped. Is it not infuriating? Yi Xiaoshuan's countenance shifted, his authority palpable. Who dares to bully our Yi family disciples at the Sword Palace? Yi Changsheng replied calmly. It was Master Yin from the Tianyu Merchant Association who secretly exchanged an elixir mint for Yaoer, substituting it with an inferior one. Yi Shaoxian inquired, Master Yin from the Tianyu Merchant Association? Changsheng, are you certain of this? Yi Changsheng's expression turned serious. I am indeed certain. However, Yi Shaoxian pondered. But you are here in the sword tomb. How could you know what transpired on the training grounds? Furthermore, how did you ascertain that he provided an inferior substitute? Yi Shaoxian gazed intently at Yi Changsheng, seeking clarification. Yi Changsheng spoke solemnly. Ancestor, the elixirs are of my own concoction. As for the happenings in the martial arena, it is rather straightforward. If I wish to know what anyone from the Sword Palace is up to, it cannot escape my perception. Yi Shaoxian was inwardly astonished, unable to believe the strength of Yi Changsheng's spiritual awareness. Since the elixirs have been substituted, let us pay a visit to Master Yin. Yi Changsheng smiled. There is no rush. Guests must be treated with due respect. With that, he stepped towards the side of the celestial field, his gaze falling upon a patch of lush spiritual herbs. Indeed, you shall do. Yi Shaoxian looked at Yi Changsheng with a face full of skepticism. Changsheng, what are you doing? These herbs are flourishing so well. Why would you uproot them all? Yi Changsheng replied with a smile. With esteemed guests arriving, we must not appear too shabby. These spiritual herbs and the nourishing essence shall serve to entertain our visitors. Yi Shaoxian remarked. They have traveled a great distance. Is it truly appropriate to offer them mere herbs? Yi Changsheng reassured him. Do not worry, ancestor. They will undoubtedly appreciate it. Chapter 69. How to Spend Excessive Wealth. In the Celestial Sword Pavilion, figures such as Ji Yushi, Yin Chonglu, GK, Song Qianzhong, Song Ke, the mindless young monk, and Master Wuxiang made their appearances. Yi Songyun's silhouette emerged at the forefront, gracefully brushing his sleeves as he spoke. Esteemed guests, having traveled from afar, please take a moment to rest within the pavilion. Tomorrow, I shall personally guide you on a tour of the Sword Palace. As he concluded his statement, his gaze drifted outside the pavilion, and he continued sword attendants. Prepare the tea. With his words lingering in the air, approximately the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn past. 10 sword attendants entered the Celestial Sword Pavilion, each carrying a wooden tray. Upon the ground lay vibrant green grass, while several attendants bore water buckets, filled with the very water that Yi Changsheng and Yi Shaoxian had previously used for watering the flowers. At that moment, the eyes of everyone within the sword pavilion fixed upon the attendants, their expressions turning exceedingly grim. Was this how the Yi family treated their guests? Not even a cup of nourishing tea, let alone some fruit or delicacies. To begin with mere grass was rather presumptuous. They were human beings, after all. Such treatment was utterly disrespectful. Witnessing this scene, Yi Songyun appeared utterly perplexed. What was the meaning of this? Had the Sword Palace's standards for hospitality sunk so low? Just as he was about to voice his confusion, one of the sword attendants bowed deeply and said, Patriarch, these spiritual herbs and elixirs were sent by the ancestor. Upon hearing this, Yi Songyun gestured for the attendant to approach. Does the ancestor have any decree? The attendant replied. The ancestor stated that guests are to be treated with utmost hospitality. Yi Songyun raised his hand slightly, signaling the attendant to place the spiritual herbs and elixirs down. He lifted a teacup and took a delicate sip, a smile gracing his cheeks. Ladies and gentlemen, please. The assembly gazed at the spiritual herbs placed before them, their expressions decidedly unnatural. Suddenly, Song Ke sprang to his feet. What spiritual herbs? These are merely ordinary grasses. We have traveled great distances to extend our congratulations. And this is how you, the Sword Palace, choose to welcome us? Such a blatant disregard for our presence. Song Qianzhong, filled with indignation, shot a glare at Song Quebec. Kair hastened to apologize to Patriarch Yi. Your insolence is unbecoming. This is not the time nor the place for such remarks. Song Ke retorted, Ancestor, is there something wrong with my words? The Yi family clearly looks down upon us all. Yi Songyun's expression darkened as he regarded Song Qianzhong and Song Ke with a calm demeanor, as if silently conveying, I have offered you spiritual herbs and elixirs, yet you remain unsatisfied? Do you wish for me to strike you down with a sword? Recently, he had comprehended a new sword technique, the 9 deep and 1 shallow, 3 formidable sword techniques capable of launching both the elderly and the young into the sky with a single strike. At that moment, Yin Chonglu turned his gaze toward Yi Songyun and remarked, Thank you, Patriarch Yi, for your generous hospitality. These spiritual herbs and elixirs are rare treasures. Might I inquire if Patriarch Yi is willing to collaborate with the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce to promote these spiritual resources? Rest assured, in terms of spirit stones, the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce shall treat the Yi family fairly, Yi Songyun replied. He then added, Master Yin, let us discuss business matters in detail later.
Yin Chonlu nodded gently, smiling. That sounds agreeable. Such generosity from Patriarch Yi compels me to taste these elixirs and herbs. As he spoke, he raised a sprig of spiritual herb to his lips, followed by lifting the teacup to drink the elixir in one go. In the next moment, Yun Zhongluo's expression changed drastically as he sensed a pure essence of spiritual energy rapidly spreading within him. The Leaf Patriarch. This spiritual liquid is at least of the 8th grade, and the spiritual herb is sweet upon entry, growing more fragrant with each chew. The spiritual energy is robust and vast. If these two items were presented at an auction, each would fetch no less than 1,000,000 spirit stones. 1,000,000 spirit stones. Are you serious? The crowd gasped in shock, their hearts trembling at the sight of a mere cup of water and a few strands of grass valued at such an astounding sum. Since when did Master Yin learn to boast so brazenly? Would the Yi family truly present them with items worth 1,000,000 spirit stones right from the start? 1,000,000 spirit stones per person, with at least 1,000 in attendance. What does that even mean? If the Yi family hasn't lost their minds, then Master Yin must have. At that moment, Yi Tsangyun, seated at the head position, was equally astonished, rendered speechless as he murmured to himself, the spiritual herb and liquid worth 1,000,000 spirit stones. How could the ancestor bestow them so generously? How much is the Yi family prepared to lose? Although he had never dealt with money and had no interest in it, the magnitude of the ancestor's generosity this time filled him with trepidation. Would the Sword Palace face ruin at this rate? Yin Zhongluo turned to Ji Yushi, 4th Miss. Why not sample this spiritual herb and liquid yourself? Ji Yushi gently raised her hand, took a sip from her teacup, and her expression transformed instantly. Patriarch Yi, no matter the quantity of this spiritual liquid in the future, our Tianyu Chamber of Commerce will procure all of it. As for the price, please feel free to propose any figure. Upon hearing this, Yi Tsangya nodded slightly and said solemnly, let's discuss further. Everyone, please indulge in the spiritual liquid and herb. I have matters to attend to and will step away for a moment. Yin Zhongluo hastily inquired, Patriarch Yi, could you allow the sword attendant to refill my cup with the spiritual liquid? Yi Tsangyan paused momentarily, then smiled, of course. The sword attendant stepped forward to refill Yin Zhongluo's cup and remarked, everyone, our ancestor has stated that the spiritual liquid and herb may be replenished freely. At this proclamation, Yi Tsangyan stumbled, nearly losing his balance, then quickened his pace towards the exit of the Heavenly Sword Tower. In the next instant, he soared through the air, rushing towards the sword tomb. Inside the Heavenly Sword Tower, Song Ke raised his cup and gulped it down, his expression shifting dramatically as he murmured, this is indeed spiritual liquid, such potent energy. If I drink a few more cups, I might just break through. Subsequently, he seized the spiritual herb from the table, devouring it voraciously. Ancestor, the Yi family's foundation is too formidable. Such exquisite items to entertain us. How delightful. As he spoke, he glanced at the sword attendant, saying, you there, bring me more spiritual herbs and liquid. Then he added, never mind, just stand there and don't move. Unfazed by the risk of choking, Song Ke continued to consume the spiritual herbs and liquid, preparing to break through as he indulged. The attendant suddenly spoke up, young sir, consuming too much spiritual liquid and herbs could be detrimental. Are you sure you wish to continue? Song Ke looked at the attendant defiantly. Yes, I want it. I desire it. Give it to me. Seeing everyone's gaze fixated on him, Song Qianzhong directed his words at the sword attendant. Continue serving. Ignore this good-for-nothing. After a brief pause, he turned to Song Ke and continued, do not consume it. It could truly explode, leading to fatal consequences. The primary concern was that their gifts, presented to congratulate the Yi family, paled in comparison to merely 2 strands of spiritual grass and 2 cups of spiritual liquid. In that moment, everyone like Song Qianzhong returned their prepared congratulatory gifts back into their spiritual rings, feeling utterly embarrassed by the meagerness of their offerings. At the sword tomb, Yi Tsangyun descended gracefully, only to find Yi Changsheng and the ancestor tending to the fields. He hurriedly approached them and inquired, Ancestor, what is the situation with the spiritual liquid and grass valued at 1,000,000 spirit stones? Why are they being so generously bestowed upon various factions?
Yi Shaoxian shook his head and chuckled. This is all Changsheng's intention. If there is an issue, you should inquire with him. Yi Changsheng slowly raised his gaze to Yi Tsangyun and reassured, Grandfather, these are mere trifles. Yi Tsangyun responded with a silent expression of disbelief. Yi Changsheng continued, Rest assured, before they depart from the Sword Palace, I will ensure that the Yi family reaps abundant rewards. I estimate that we could earn around 1 to 200 billion spirit stones in a single day, which would convert to approximately 10 to 20 billion purple spirit stones. The thought of earning such an exorbitant sum daily was quite overwhelming. With so much wealth, how could one possibly spend it? It truly is a source of great worry. Chapter 70 Elder, I wish to remain silent. Yi Shaoxian and Yi Tsangyun's gaze fell upon Yi Changsheng, who spoke in a deep tone. Grandfather, do you have any further questions? Yi Tsangyun inquired. Is it true that you concocted the 8th grade elixir? Yi Changsheng replied, Indeed, did grandfather not know? Yi Tsangyun's expression shifted dramatically. So it was you who created it. Why did you not inform me? Yi Shaoxian chimed in, Young man, the elixirs you bestowed upon the disciples are all 8th grade? Yi Changsheng replied calmly, Not entirely. There are also some 7th grade ones. He paused for a moment before continuing, Ancestor, I have nearly finished watering the plants. I shall make my way to the sword pavilion. Do you wish to accompany me? I shall not go if you do. Yi Shaoxian spoke, pausing briefly before adding, Changsheng, always leave a path for others. Do not place them in a difficult position. Yi Changsheng was well aware of Yi Xiaoxuan's implication. Rest assured, Ancestor, we are all civilized individuals. With that, Yi Tsangyun and Yi Changsheng vanished above the sword tomb. Observing their receding figures, Yi Xiaoxuan's expression hardened as he murmured, Changsheng is up to something again. This child, truly perplexing. Before the sword pavilion, the two figures gracefully descended, slowly making their way into the building. Upon seeing Yi Tsangyun return, accompanied by a young child, curiosity spread among the crowd. Yi Tsangyun led Yi Changsheng to a prominent position, stating solemnly, Changsheng, do not delay. Go greet the esteemed elders. Yi Changsheng responded, I am Yi Changsheng, honored to meet all the esteemed elders. Yun Chonglu spoke softly, Ah, it is the young Master Yi, truly a remarkable talent, so young yet possessing unfathomable cultivation. Yi Changsheng smiled gently. Elders' praise is excessive. He then paused and continued, I wonder if the esteemed elders are satisfied with the spiritual liquid and herbs from the Sword Palace? The crowd nodded in agreement, their faces illuminated with joy, clearly very pleased with the offerings. Observing this, Yi Changsheng continued, Esteemed elders, traveling thousands of miles to the Sword Palace is indeed a fortune for us. As the saying goes, it's better to arrive at an opportune moment than to come early. Recently, some spiritual fruits have ripened. I wonder if the esteemed elders might be interested. After a moment, he turned to Yun Chonglu and added, By the way, I also possess several 9th grade elixirs, which I believe the elder would find quite intriguing. Upon hearing the mention of 9th grade elixirs, Yun Chonglu's eyes sparkled, and he eagerly asked, Does young master Yi truly possess 9th grade elixirs? Yi Changsheng smiled nonchalantly, waving his hand, and 2 elixirs appeared in the air, enveloped in a radiant 7-colored light. Intricate elixir patterns swirling upon them, an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy instantly enveloping the sword pavilion. The 9th grade elixirs, adorned with elixir patterns, left Yun Chonglu speechless. These. From whose hands did these elixirs originate? Yi Changsheng inquired, Elder, would you care for some? Yun Chonglu nodded eagerly. Are the elixirs for sale, young Master Yi? Yi Changsheng remarked, Certainly, I am willing to sell. In addition to elixirs, I also offer spiritual fruits, spiritual liquids, and spiritual herbs, all available for negotiation, provided the price is right. The demon clan may have retreated for now, but it is only a matter of time before they return. Esteemed elders should prepare for the future by acquiring more elixirs and spiritual fruits to enhance the cultivation of the powerful within your clans. Only then will you possess the means to confront impending crises. Yun Chonglu inquired, Might I ask how you propose to sell the 9th grade elixirs, young Master Yi? Yi Changsheng replied, I intend to evaluate them based on price. Do you find it acceptable, esteemed elder? I plan to exchange the 9th grade elixirs for items of equivalent value. Whoever among you presents a treasure that stirs my interest shall claim the elixir." Upon hearing this, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. The prospect of obtaining a 9th grade elixir, adorned with intricate patterns, promised a significant enhancement to their cultivation for any fortunate recipient. Song Qianzhong was the first to speak up. "Young Master Yi, what are the prices for the spiritual liquids and herbs, as well as the 8th and 7th grade elixirs?" Yi Changsheng stated. "A vial of spiritual liquid costs 800,000 spirit stones. A single spiritual herb also costs 800,000, while the 8th grade elixir is priced at 5 million, and the 7th grade elixir at 3 million. The prices are fair and transparent." Hearing this, Song Qianzhong's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly exclaimed, "Young Master Yi, I wish to purchase all the spiritual liquids and herbs you have, and I would like 100 of both the 8th and 7th grade elixirs. I want some too. Me as well." The crowd clamored, eager to seize the opportunity, cognizant of how remarkably low Yi Changsheng's prices were. The spiritual liquids and herbs were 20,000 spirit stones cheaper than those offered by the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce, and the 8th and 7th grade elixirs were similarly discounted. It was an undeniable bargain that compelled the throng to act. Yi Changsheng raised his hand slightly to quell the excitement. "Rest assured, I will accommodate all of you. However, we are here to discuss serious matters. Please converse with my grandfather first. Afterward, do take some time to rest. Tomorrow, I shall host another sales event for everyone to attend." As the crowd watched Yi Changsheng descend from his elevated position, their hearts raced with anticipation, eager for the morrow. The Yi family had not come in vain. They had struck a remarkable deal. At that moment, Ji Yushi, Yun Chonglu, and GK wore expressions of deep discontent. Just previously, Yun Chonglu had been discussing a collaboration with Yi Songyun regarding the sale of spiritual liquids. Yet now, Yi Changsheng had publicly announced that the spiritual liquids would be sold for only 800,000 spirit stones, effectively severing their financial lifeline at the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce. As Yi Changsheng passed by Yun Chonglu, he offered a subtle smile. "Esteemed elder, do remember to attend tomorrow." Yun Chonglu narrowed his eyes and replied solemnly, "Rest assured, young Master Yi, I shall be there." Leaving the Tianjin building, Yi Changsheng did not return to the Sword Tomb, but instead drifted toward the Sword Tower. His decision to sell the 9th grade elixirs was not solely to generate substantial resources for the Sword Palace. He had his own aspirations as well. These factions possessed considerable heritage, some dating back over a millennium, and he believed they must hold numerous valuable treasures. If he could procure 1 or 2 exceptional artifacts, it would undoubtedly enhance the Sword Palace's foundation immensely. For those who lack foresight, inevitably face imminent troubles. He is bound to depart from the Sword Palace eventually. It is prudent to begin making arrangements for the Sword Palace now, ensuring that there will be no lingering concerns after his departure. Inside the Heavenly Sword Tower, Song Qianzhong suddenly spoke, revealing an ancient tome in his palm. "Esteemed Patriarch Yi, in this endeavor to repel the demonic forces, the Yi family has rendered great service to the celestial domain. This tome, which I fortuitously acquired, is a token of my esteem, and I present it to the Yi family. Patriarch Yi, this is a humble offering from our Dao sect. I hope you will graciously accept it. Patriarch, this is a token from our Blade sect. Please do not hesitate to receive it. Patriarch Yi, this is a small gesture from our Beiming family. Kindly do not decline." Yi Songyun gazed at the treasures presented by the guests, a faint smile gracing his face. "You are all exceedingly courteous. I feel unworthy to accept such generosity. Patriarch Yi is too modest. Indeed, these are heartfelt tokens from us. You must not refuse, lest we take offense." At that moment, Ji Yushi cast a glance towards Yun Zhongluo, who suddenly rose with agility, proclaiming, "Patriarch Yi, this is a gift from our Celestial Domain Chamber of Commerce to the Yi family." In the next instant, a terrifying sword aura enveloped the Heavenly Sword Tower, causing the expressions of those present to shift dramatically as their gazes fell in disbelief upon the object in Yun Zhongluo's palm. What is this? Chapter 71. The emergence of the 9 calamities. Misfortune approaches. A vast and magnificent sword aura surged forth, soaring towards the heavens, permeating every inch of the sky sword tower. In that moment, All present were enveloped by the sword energy, their faces reflecting a deep-seated fear brought forth by its overwhelming might. Yin Chonglu's gaze fell upon the sword resting in his palm. He was certain that the head of the Yi clan, Yi Tsangyun, would recognize this Nine Calamities sword. With the emergence of the Nine Calamities came the annihilation of the world. One calamity invoking the wrath of the heavens, another causing the swords to dance across the skies, and yet another rendering all swords obsolete. Yi Tsangyun's expression shifted dramatically as he realized that one of the Nine Calamities swords had indeed fallen into the hands of the Tianyu Merchants Association. He recalled how Yi Zhantian had perished in his quest to obtain this very sword. Reflecting on this, he turned to Yin Chonglu and spoke slowly, Master Yin. This Nine Calamities sword is merely a fragment of the true Nine Calamities sword. Nevertheless, I am profoundly grateful that the Tianyu Merchants Association is willing to bestow it upon the Yi family. Yin Chonglu chuckled. You are too modest, head Yi. It seems destined for the Yi family to possess this sword, though it is regrettably an incomplete version. As he spoke, he casually waved his hand, sending the Nine Calamities sword drifting towards Yi Tsangyun. As it gently settled into his palm, a tumult of emotions surged within him. A single sword had claimed the life of Yi Zhantian, once the most brilliant talent of the Yi family. At that moment, within the tower, Yi Changsheng, who had been refining medicine, suddenly turned his gaze towards the window, narrowing his eyes as he looked at the sky sword tower. What a wicked sword, he mused. The Tianyu Merchants Association indeed harbors ill intentions. In that case, let's take our time to engage with them. With that, he returned to his work, seemingly casting aside the matter of the Nine Calamities sword. Meanwhile, inside the sky sword tower, Yi Tsangyun instructed Yi Qingyun to lead the sword attendants in preparing resting quarters for the visitors. One by one, they departed, leaving Yi Tsangyun standing alone before the tower. A grave expression etched upon his face. The emergence of the Nine Calamities heralded misfortune. The arrival of the Nine Calamities sword from the Tianyu Merchant Association was hardly an auspicious sign. Suddenly, Yi Shaoxian appeared in midair, landing beside Yi Tsangyun. What sword has manifested? He inquired. Yi Tsangyun raised his hand slightly, revealing the Nine Calamities sword. Ancestor, this is merely a fragment of the Nine Calamities sword, he replied. Yi Shaoxian scrutinized it closely and remarked solemnly, it is but a portion of the sword's body. The Tianyu Merchants Association has forged it into this blade. Yi Tsangyun continued. Ancestor, if such terror emanates from merely a fragment, what level of power might the complete sword possess? An ancient artifact. Yi Shaoxian paused before elaborating. Yet this sword is imbued with malevolence, capable of consuming wicked thoughts and greed. Its true power surpasses that of ordinary ancient artifacts. Sangyun, this sword is not suited for you to keep. It will insidiously alter your disposition. Yi Tsangyun was taken aback. Ancestor, how shall we dispose of this sword? Yi Shaoxian suggested, send it to Changsheng. Entrust its care to him. Yi Tsangyun hesitated. Ancestor, will giving it to Changsheng not affect him as well? Yi Shaoxian shook his head and smiled. Fear not. The innate artifact within Changsheng is assuredly of a higher grade than the Nine Calamities sword. Yi Tsangyun gently nodded and said solemnly, very well. I shall find a time to present this sword to Changsheng. Moreover, I have a nagging feeling that the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce has ulterior motives in their visit. Rest assured, this is the Sword Palace, not the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce. They shall not be allowed to act recklessly here. If they harbor malicious intent, our swords are not merely for chopping wood, Yi Shaoxian replied in a low voice, his figure vanishing outside the Tianjin building as he swiftly made his way toward the sword tower. As night fell, the bright moon hung in the sky, surrounded by a myriad of twinkling stars. Yi Changsheng emerged from the sword tower, stretching his arms and revealing a hint of a smile. He then soared into the air, racing toward the sword tomb, and upon his arrival, found himself standing in a clear space beside the Xiantian. Under the moonlight, a glimmer caught his eye, particularly striking in the serene night. Yi Changsheng turned to see a monk who had chosen this peculiar spot. He paused briefly before continuing. What has transpired? Why is the monk in tears? Seeing the monk weeping, Yi Changsheng felt compelled to offer comfort. He approached the small monk Wuxin, whose head gleamed like a polished egg. Wuxin, sensing Yi Changsheng's presence, slowly looked up and apologized. I am sorry to disturb you, benefactor. Yi Changsheng sat beside Wuxin and inquired, what has happened? Why are you crying? Did your master scold you? Wuxin shook his head and murmured, my master did not scold me. My love has been shattered. Love? Yi Changsheng was taken aback, raising an eyebrow at this unexpected revelation. In this chaotic world, even a monk speaks of love? Wuxin continued, she actually said that monks smell terrible these days. I am unjustly accused of being ugly. Benefactor, do you not think I smell? Yi Changsheng asked. How long has it been since your last bath? Wuxin replied, about 3 months, but usually I bathe once a year. Yi Changsheng nodded. That is somewhat acceptable. In truth, you are not unattractive, just a tad disheveled. Wuxin quickly responded, but benefactor, my master often says that women prefer men with a bit of a rogue charm. Why does she not like me? Yi Changsheng gently patted Wuxin's shoulder. Women are attracted to men who possess a hint of mischief, not those who are truly unruly. Wuxin's expression dimmed as he murmured, for the first time, I felt a flutter in my heart, only to have it crushed. It is truly sorrowful. Benefactor, do you understand women? Please enlighten me. He paused before adding, women are so difficult to comprehend, more so than the scriptures of Buddhism. Yi Changsheng chuckled. I am not particularly knowledgeable about women either, but we may attempt to decipher them together. Besides, women often say one thing while meaning another. Wuxin appeared contemplative. Is what you say true? You are not deceiving me, are you? Yi Changsheng retorted, deceive you? Why would I desire anything from you? Wuxin nodded. Thank you, benefactor. I have come to realize that Miss G.C. must be testing me. I truly like her. From the moment we met, I was captivated. Yi Changsheng responded. You are not merely fond of her. You are enamored with her. Without a care, Wuxin rose, bowing to Yi Changsheng. Thank you, benefactor, for your guidance. I shall take my leave now. Seeing Wuxin prepare to depart, Yi Changsheng called out, little monk, allow me to impart one more piece of wisdom. A man may not be handsome, but he must possess charm. Best of luck. I have faith in you. Wuxin departed with great enthusiasm. As he watched the young monk's retreating figure, Yi Changsheng reclined on the grass, gazing up at the vast expanse of twinkling stars. Little monk, strive onward. Dreams are worth having, for who knows when they may come to fruition. At the Jian Palace's Star Sword Pavilion, Wuxin found himself outside a room. Miss G, open the door. Let's not sleep together, but rather converse. He reassured her. Rest assured, I shall take responsibility. When no response came, he waited for a while, disappointment washing over him as he shook his head and vanished from the pavilion. When he reappeared, it was beside Yi Changsheng. Benefactor, she has closed the door. What should I do now? Yi Changsheng smiled and replied, you can enter through the back door. You must be more adventurous. Unexpected rewards may await you. Indeed, you are wise, benefactor. Chapter 72. Change or depart at the rear entrance of Jiyu's chamber. Wu Xian found the door still firmly shut. Both the front and back entrances securely locked. What are you crying for, you pitiful creature? Master Wu Xiang's figure materialized seemingly out of nowhere, chastising Wu Xian. With a face full of grievance, Wu Xian replied, Master, this is the first time I've felt such emotion. Master Wu Xiang responded, have you forgotten what I taught you? The women down the mountain are like tigers. Do not provoke them. You are already enchanted. The closer you draw to her, the farther you drift from the Buddha. Return with me to contemplate the Dharma. And once you leave the Sword Palace, I shall guide you in spreading the teachings of Buddhism. Wu Xin Yin Gui, what about venturing out at night? Master Wu Xiang replied, you have already succumbed to worldly desires. I truly regret bringing you along. The Buddhist path is one of clarity and detachment, not indulgence in the mortal realm. Wu Xian retorted, Master, do you not often say that flesh and wine pass through the body, yet the Buddha resides in the heart? Since you have broken your vows, why can't I? Master Wu Xiang struck Wu Xian across the face, stating, because I am your master. When you attain mastery of Buddhist teachings, I shall no longer intervene. As he spoke, he seized Wu Xian and leapt into the air, disappearing above the Star Sword Pavilion. Master, where are you taking me? To awaken your senses. Oh, Master, please don't. I was wrong. With two piercing screams echoing, Wu Xian plummeted from the sky, akin to a meteor descending from the heavens. Yi Changsheng, hearing the commotion,
glanced over and remarked with a faint smile, "A living being descends from above, stepping upon daisies. How tragic. This master-disciple duo truly knows how to entertain." Within the Star Sword Pavilion, Ji sat at a wooden table, her expression as frosty as ice. "That wretched monk is truly relentless. I shall not hold this against you this time, but if there is a next, I shall not hesitate to end you." Pausing, she continued, "The young master of the Yi family possesses a hint of charm. He barely catches my eye. Tomorrow, I shall seek an opportunity to recruit him into the Tianyu Commerce Association." Under the night sky, Yi Changsheng prepared to return to the Sword Tower for rest when he suddenly sneezed. Who is thinking of me? Who is awake at such an hour? So concerned for me? How frightening. Passing by the Star Sword Pavilion, he noticed Ji Yu leaning against the window, who suddenly called out, "Young Master Yi, would you care to descend for a chat?" Yi Changsheng glanced at Ji Yu, but sped away on his sword, silently lamenting. To seek me out at this hour for a conversation. Does she wish to propose something more intimate? Alas, I'm not one to be so easily swayed. Ji Yu watched Yi Changsheng depart, her expression growing colder. It was the first time someone had so directly rejected her. "Yi Changsheng, I shall remember you." The following day, at dawn, Yi Changsheng arrived early at the training ground, flanked by Yi Yaoer, Yi Miedao, and Yi Pejuan. Yi Songyun, accompanied by several clan elders, arrived and fixed his gaze upon the four. "Changsheng up so early? Grandfather, the early bird catches the worm." Yi Changsheng spoke softly, his gaze flickering as he turned towards one side of the training ground, where the members of various factions had already appeared, hastening towards the arena. Yi Songyun stepped forward, gracefully landing beside Yi Changsheng. "Changsheng, this is a portion of the Nine Calamity Sword. Keep it with you." Yi Changsheng glanced at the Nine Calamity Sword and replied, "All right, I will safeguard it for grandfather." As he stowed the sword away, a system notification chimed in his ear. Ding. Reminder to the master. Hidden task triggered. Fuse the Nine Calamity Sword to gain a mysterious sign-in opportunity. The fusion of the Nine Calamity Sword and a mysterious sign-in. How enigmatic. Yi Changsheng felt a flicker of doubt, pondering why the system had suddenly presented this task. Since the hidden task had already been triggered, he decided to fuse a Nine Calamity Sword and see what this mysterious sign-in entailed. With this thought in mind, he strode forward, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. "Esteemed seniors, you have arrived. I have prepared the spiritual liquid, spiritual herbs, spiritual flowers, and elixirs. Those in need may now commence registration." He paused briefly before continuing. "There are 3 9-tier elixirs available. The Frenzied Elixir, which instantly elevates the user's cultivation by 5 minor realms without any backlash. The Resurgence Elixir, which can revive the dead from their bones, granting the user an additional life. And the 9-turn Blood Elevation Elixir, which enhances one's bloodline and allows for a breakthrough in cultivation, requiring at least 10 days for refinement and elevating the user's cultivation by at least 3 minor realms. These 3 elixirs are essential for both daily life and perilous situations. Those interested should act promptly." Yun Zhongluo, Ji Yushi, and GK emerged from the crowd, their collective gaze fixated on Yi Changsheng. Yun Zhongluo spoke in a low voice. "Young Master Yi, our Heavenly Domain Commerce will take all 3 of these 9-tier elixirs." Yi Changsheng replied with a gentle smile. "All of them? That is certainly acceptable. But I wonder if the Heavenly Domain Commerce can present something that piques my interest." Yun Zhongluo, with an air of arrogance, declared in a booming voice, "If what our Heavenly Domain Commerce offers cannot captivate young Master Yi, then what could anyone else possibly provide?" Bold and audacious, Yun Zhongluo implied that the Heavenly Domain Commerce encompassed all the treasures of the ancient Heavenly Domain. Yi Changsheng narrowed his eyes, a deeper smile gracing his lips. "In that case, I invite the Heavenly Domain Commerce to present their wares." Yun Zhongluo responded with a grin. "Previously, our 4th young miss gifted a portion of the 9 Calamity Sword to the Sword Palace, but I still possess 2 pieces. I wonder if young Master you might be interested." Truth be told, Yi Changsheng felt no interest whatsoever. In his eyes, the 9 Calamity Sword was rather mundane. With the Chaos Divine Sword, the God-Slaying Sword, and the 4 Swords of Extermination at his disposal, he lacked for swords. Yet, he did not forget the system's hidden task. Looking at Yun Zhongluo, Yi Changsheng stated,
I am indeed interested in the 2 pieces of the 9-calamity sword. However, I can only exchange them for 1 9-tier elixir. Yun Zhongluo's expression darkened, and he coldly retorted, Young Master Yi, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to raise the price? Yi Changsheng replied, why do you think 2 pieces of the 9-calamity sword should be exchanged for just 1 9-tier elixir? Master Yun, do you not have a sense of proportion? If we are to trade, let us proceed. If not, you may take your leave. Yun Chongluo's countenance was exceedingly grim, and just as he was about to speak, Ji Yushi exclaimed with fury, Young Master Yi, your arrogance knows no bounds. It is an honor for our Tianyu merchants to visit the Yi family. Yi Changsheng, replied. Mia Dao, engage her in conversation. Mia Dao slowly advanced, the Tungsha sword in his hand aimed directly at Ji Yushi, threatening, if you utter another word. Do you believe I will shatter your skull? Ji Yushi retorted angrily, you dare to point a sword at me. Kisu, eliminatim. He post momentarily. Casting a glance at Yun Chonglu, who subtly nodded, clearly signaling GK to take action. However, in that instant, a shocking event unfolded. Ji Yushi's graceful figure was propelled backward as if severed from its tether. With a resounding thud, Ji Yushi crashed onto the ground, blood spilling from her mouth, her body going limp. Yun Chonglu and GK hastily rushed forward to assist Ji Yushi, administering a pill to her. At that moment, all eyes were fixated on the training ground, for the previous scene had transpired so swiftly that no one could discern who had struck the blow. Chapter 73. The 9th-rank alchemist. Merely a novice in the martial arts arena, Yi Tsangyun approached Yi Changsheng, lowering his voice. Changsheng, why did you resort to violence? Your temper is rather explosive. Yi Changsheng replied calmly, Grandfather, I have exercised considerable restraint. Otherwise, she would already be a lifeless corpse. Yi Zhangyun interjected, Changsheng. The Tianyu Merchant Association has come to extend their congratulations. We ought to show them some respect. Yi Changsheng retorted, Grandfather, what is the Tianyu Merchant Association? This is the Yi family of the Sword Palace, and they have no right to act so brazenly. At that moment, Yun Chonglu and GK supported Ji Yushi, who appeared utterly unrecognizable, her face contorted in agony, looking quite ghastly. Fuming with rage, Ji Yushi exclaimed, Yi Changsheng, how dare you strike me? The Yi family is truly formidable. I shall remember this grievance. Pausing for effect, she continued, Elder Yun, Uncle K, let us depart. As the 3 turned to leave the arena, Yi Changsheng's domineering voice rang out. Wait, do you think I permit your departure? This is the Yi family, not a place where you can come and go as you please, as if it were your backyard. Yun Chonglu abruptly turned, glaring at Yi Changsheng. Yi young master, you are being exceedingly unreasonable. Do you believe that by annihilating the ancient divine nation, your Yi family has become invincible? Yi Changsheng replied, Master Yun, you should be fully aware of why I would not allow your departure. Yun Chonglu, undeterred, coldly responded, What do you mean by that, young Master Yi? Please elucidate. I truly do not comprehend. Feigning ignorance and naivety. How shameless. If you wish to discard all sense of propriety, do not blame me for the repercussions. Yi Changsheng spoke in a grave tone. Master Yun, did you not engage in nefarious dealings here yesterday, stealthily swapping the 8th-rank elixir from Yaowa? Upon hearing this, Yun Chonglu was struck with profound alarm. The previous day's subterfuge had gone unnoticed. How could Yi Changsheng know? Young Master Yi, such slander is rather excessive. I, a distinguished 9th-rank alchemist, would never covet an 8th-rank elixir. 9th-rank alchemist? Merely a novice, Yi Changsheng remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Yun Chonglu with a sardonic smile. Master Yun, your act of deceit in taking the 8th-rank elixir from Yaowa, does it not tarnish your esteemed reputation? Furthermore, I am exceedingly displeased, and the consequences will be dire. Yun Chonglu retorted furiously, You accuse me without evidence, young Master Yi. What proof do you possess? With that, he turned to leave, saying, Fourth miss, let us go. Yi Changsheng observed their retreating figures and calmly stated, Ancestor, do you not intend to intervene as someone bullies the disciples of the Yi family? As his words fell, a powerful pressure descended from the sky, the terrifying imperial might akin to a towering mountain, crushing down upon everyone present. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, all gazing at Yi Shaoxian, the ancestral figure of the Yi family, who had arrived. An imperial realm expert. Was he about to confront the Tianyu Merchant Association? Yi Shaoxian cast a glance at Yun Chonglu and spoke in a deep voice. You are, after all, a formidable emperor-level expert and a ninth-grade alchemist. Yet you shamelessly resort to swapping the elixirs of the younger generation. What can I possibly say to you? Upon reaching this point, he paused, his expression turning cold. Leave the elixirs and the 9 tribulations soar behind. As for you, depart. Yun Chonglu, filled with trepidation, regarded Yi Shaoxian warily, confirming with a glance that this was indeed someone capable of ending his life. Was Yi Laozu attempting to bully him with his status? Since young Master Yi is so adamant that the elixirs are in my possession, how about this? I shall present all the elixirs on my person, and if you find what you seek, they shall all belong to you. However, should you fail to uncover them, you must surrender the 9th-grade elixir in your hand to compensate for the damage to my reputation. Yi Changsheng replied in a calm tone, I have no interest in the elixirs you possess. If I truly find the elixir, I would ask you to publicly declare thrice that I am shameless and without dignity. Yun Chonglu's expression turned sinister as he coldly stated, Very well. I accept your terms. His agreement stemmed from his certainty that Yi Changsheng would never locate the elixir. The sheer multitude of his own elixirs made finding one akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. With a casual wave of his hand, thousands of brocade boxes appeared before him, their rich, potent aroma enveloping the training ground. Young Master Yi, please. Yi Changsheng's gaze swept over the ethereal jade vial, and he slightly raised his arm, causing a jade vial to float down into his palm. Bang! The sound of an explosion echoed as the jade vial was crushed in his grasp. He slowly opened his palm, revealing a single elixir radiating a dazzling brilliance, while the vial and the other elixirs disintegrated into dust. Master Yin, could you please explain what this elixir is all about? Yun Chonglu stared at Yi Changsheng in disbelief, pondering how he could have found the elixir so swiftly. Young Master Yi, there are at least 100,000 elixirs within these jade vials. By what right do you claim that this elixir was swapped by me? This elixir was crafted by my own hands. Yi Changsheng chuckled coldly. You truly are not one to shed tears until faced with a coffin. Do you truly wish to embarrass yourself? If this elixir is indeed crafted by Master Yin, then I kindly ask you to inform everyone of its name. Yun Chonglu momentarily found himself at a loss for words, his mind racing. This elixir was quite ordinary, merely a spirit-enhancing pill. Spirit-enhancing pill? Yi Changsheng hesitated to say, Is this how your family's spirit-enhancing pill appears? This elixir is known as the Jinwu pill, an 8th-grade elixir, and a top-tier one at that, possessing elixir patterns and efficacy hundreds of times that of your so-called spirit-enhancing pill. Since Master Yin claims it to be a spirit-enhancing pill, I invite you to begin your demonstration and concoct such a superior spirit-enhancing pill before us all. Jinwu pill? Yun Chonglu dismissed it with scorn and retorted, You say it is. So, it must be. Who can prove otherwise? How could one be so utterly shameless? A 9th-grade alchemist, devoid of any limits? My temper is boiling. I long to pin Yun Chonglu to the ground and give him a thorough lesson. Yi Changsheng replied with a cold smile. The Jinwu pill is genuine, as I personally refined it. Master Yi, are you trying to make me die of laughter? Yun Chonglu exclaimed, his gaze fixed on Yi Shaoxian. Old ancestor Yi, are you not going to intervene while he boasts so shamelessly? Yi Shaoxian regarded him with a look of incredulity. Boasting? This elixir was crafted by Changsheng himself. It is flawless. Yun Chonglu retorted. This pill is an 8th-grade elixir adorned with intricate Dan patterns, a creation that only a 9th-grade alchemist is capable of producing. You lack even the qualifications to be an alchemist, yet here you are, boasting. Young man, you must remain grounded and not indulge in empty bravado. In a fit of rage that turned into a mocking smile, Yi Changsheng said, Come, Master Yun, gaze upon this. With a swift motion of his sleeve, 10 varieties of spiritual herbs, flowers, and fruits floated in midair. In the next moment, he transformed his palm into a cauldron, and vibrant flames of 7 colors erupted, the 10 spiritual materials dancing like lively sprites within his grasp.
An alchemist using his hand as a cauldron, the heavens as a lid, spirit as a guide, and fire as a seal. What rank of alchemist is he? With a sputter, Yin Chonglu coughed up a mouthful of blood, his figure trembling slightly as he instinctively took 2 steps back. Chapter 74. A chance encounter with eternal life leads to a lifetime of regret. He is actually an alchemist. A young alchemist, unprecedented in history. Ji Yusher's expression changed drastically, filled with deep remorse for offending the Yi family. She felt no concern, for in the eyes of the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce, even if the Yi family had defeated the ancient divine kingdom, they remained a trivial existence. However, offending an alchemist was an entirely different matter, especially one so youthful. This could spell disaster for the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce. At that moment, Ji Yusher's mind was in disarray. If her mistake led to a conflict between Yi, Changsheng, and the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce, her family would certainly abandon her at any cost. The paramount principle of the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce had always been the interests of the family. GK suppressed the shock within, his voice trembling as he asked, "Fourth miss, what shall we do now?" Ji Yusher fell silent for a moment, casting a sidelong glance at Yun Zhongluo. Her expression shifted, and she coldly declared, "Master Yun, how could you commit such a disgraceful act? You have brought shame upon the chamber. From this moment forth, you are no longer the chief alchemist of the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce." Yin Zhongluo was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Ji Yusher would be the first to reprimand him. From her tone, it was evident that she intended to abandon him. After years of unwavering loyalty to the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce, providing immeasurable value, he was to be heartlessly discarded simply because Yi Changsheng was an alchemist? How grotesque human nature could be. Had he not altered the elixirs for the benefit of the chamber? Yin Zhongluo's countenance darkened as he realized he had underestimated Ji Yusher. Her maneuver of sacrificing him to protect her own was executed with remarkable finesse. He could already envision her next move. She would spare no effort to win over Yi Changsheng. Should she fail upon returning to the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce, she would claim that it was her offense against Yi Changsheng that caused them to lose such a young alchemist. How ironic it was, having spent a lifetime as a hawk, only be pecked by one in the end. On the martial stage, Yi Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected Ji Yusher and Yun Zhongluo to turn against each other. It was rather amusing. Ji Yusher's gaze fell upon Yi Changsheng as she spoke. "Young Master Yi, I must apologize for my earlier offense. I hope you will not take it to heart. If you agree to join the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce, you will become a revered elder, and all your resource needs will be met." As her words hung in the air, the crowd's expressions shifted, eager to discern how Yi Changsheng would respond to the olive branch extended by the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce. If the Yi family could align themselves with the chamber, their future would be limitless. No, with such a young alchemist as Yi Changsheng, the Yi family had already taken flight. "You do not comprehend," some murmured. "The Tianyu Chamber of Commerce has the support of the domain lord in secret. If they could attach themselves to such a formidable ally, the Yi family would stand unyielding." In that moment of fervent discussion, Yi Changsheng looked at Ji Yusher and replied, "I'm sorry, but I have no interest." The Tianyu Chamber of Commerce's approach was so unseemly, so willing to publicly abandon Yun Zhongluo, who had been loyal to them for years, in a bid to win him over. Such tactics were utterly despicable. Moreover, Yi Changsheng did not regard the Heavenly Domain Chamber of Commerce as particularly formidable. Without the presence of Yun Chonglu, the future of their medicinal business was uncertain and ultimately hinged on his discretion. Of course, should he desire it, the Yi family could effortlessly establish their own Chamber of Commerce at any moment. Ji Yusher, unwilling to concede, continued, "Young Master Yi, if you consent to join the chamber, I shall serve you henceforth." What did that imply? Was she attempting to entice him, or perhaps to seduce him? Who was truly being insulted here? Did she not understand her own standing? To serve him? Did she wish to starve? Yi Changsheng felt a twinge of discomfort. The mere thought of having Ji Yusher by his side would make him lose his appetite. Indeed, it was evident that she was beginning to fawn. Yin Chonglu regarded Ji Yusher with disdain, his gaze swiftly shifting to Yi Changsheng. He marveled at the youth's remarkable proficiency in alchemy, inquiring, "May I ask where young Master Yi honed such exceptional skills?" "Self-taught,"
Yi Changsheng replied nonchalantly. Quite impressive, isn't it? Yun Chonlu chuckled awkwardly. Young Master Yi, surely you jest. To achieve the rank of a 9th-tier alchemist at such a young age without the guidance of a renowned master is simply inconceivable. Yi Changsheng's expression turned serious. Your limitations do not dictate the capabilities of others. Though I am young, I am formidable. No, I am exceptionally strong. Furthermore, the art of alchemy is inherently simple. Yin Chonlu was momentarily taken aback. Simple? In that instant, he felt the sting of envy, nearly shedding tears of admiration. He had devoted his entire life to attain the rank of 9th-tier alchemist, yet he had barely grazed the surface of true mastery. The onlookers collectively turned their gazes toward Yi Changsheng, as if to declare, young Master Yi is extraordinary. Such prowess, unparalleled talent. Notably, the female disciples who accompanied the powerful families seemed inexplicably smitten. Ever since laying eyes on Yi Changsheng, his stunning visage lingered in their minds, leaving them utterly captivated. Whenever he spoke, they felt an electrifying thrill, as if their souls were being enchanted. To encounter Changsheng is to alter one's destiny. Alas, I lament that he is still so young. Yin Chonlu then addressed Yi Changsheng. Young Master Yi, I must apologize for my previous transgressions. I admit to having swapped that maiden's medicinal pill. I implore you to grant me another chance. The once mighty Master Yun now appeared surprisingly meek. Yet he had no choice. The talent Yi Changsheng exhibited in alchemy was beyond anything he could aspire to. As an alchemist, he understood all too well the advantages they held. Should Yi Changsheng utter a single word, the assembled powers could easily conspire against him. This was no exaggeration. For any cultivator, gaining the favor of an alchemist was akin to receiving a divine blessing. Particularly for someone as formidable as Yi Changsheng, his influence could only be described as terrifying. Now, having been ruthlessly discarded by the Heavenly Domain Chamber of Commerce, if he did not acknowledge his mistakes, he might find himself unable to leave the Sword Palace. Yi Changsheng nodded. Since Master Yun admits to having switched the pills, I shall refrain from pursuing the matter further. However, you must leave the 9 tribulations sword behind. You may take your inferior pills with you. These lack even the most basic inscriptions and are utterly subpar. Yun Chonglu's face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily stowed the elixir into his spiritual ring and presented 2 pieces of a 9 calamity sword. Witnessing this scene, Ji Yushi spoke sternly. These 2 pieces of a 9 calamity sword belong to the Celestial Domain Chamber of Commerce. If they are to be given away, it should be to young Master Yi for me. Fuming, Yun Chonlu retorted, the items are in my possession, and thus, I hold the authority to decide. The value I have generated for the Celestial Domain Chamber of Commerce over the years cannot be measured against merely 2 pieces of the 9 calamity sword. With that, his expression turned icy as he fixed his gaze upon Ji Yushi, warning, do not utter another word, lest you provoke my merciless hand. Observing the tense standoff between the two, Yi Changsheng thought to himself, this is quite intriguing. Just then, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. Yun Chonlu suddenly knelt before Yi Changsheng, exclaiming, I implore you, young Master Yi, to accept me as your disciple. I am willing to tend the fire before your alchemy furnace, and I do so willingly. Furthermore, I vow my lifelong loyalty to you, should I betray this oath. May heaven and earth conspire against me. Yi Changsheng. Chapter 75. Unassailable. Unassailable. Yun Chonlu knelt down. A collective gasp echoed among those present. What was this maneuver? The renowned 9th-tier alchemist, willingly becoming a servant to young Master Yi. At that moment, everyone felt their minds tangled, as events unfolded in unforeseen twists and turns that left them utterly unprepared. Yi Changsheng paused momentarily, gazing at Yun Chonlu before him, perplexed by the master's actions. Yun Chonlu hurriedly spoke. Young Master Yi, please do not belittle this old man. In your presence, I cannot dare to claim mastery. Your expertise in alchemy surpasses mine by hundreds of times. I implore you to keep me by your side. Yi Changsheng had never desired to take on the role of a mentor, yet this time he wished to accept Yun Chonlu for 2 reasons. Firstly, having a devoted 9th-tier alchemist within the Yi family would significantly enhance their overall strength. Secondly,
since Yun Chonglu had been abandoned by the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce. Retaining him could prove advantageous should the Yi family find themselves at odds with that entity. He would undoubtedly exert his utmost efforts to undermine the Tianyu Chamber. After a moment of silence, Yi Changsheng spoke in a calm tone. Since you are so eager to learn, you may stay by my side. He held no fears of betrayal from Yun Chonglu, for the latter had sworn a deadly oath. Should he ever violate that vow, his heart of the Dao would shatter, leaving him devoid of any opportunity for advancement in both alchemy and martial arts for all his days. Upon hearing that Yi Changsheng wished to keep him, Yun Chonglu was exhilarated, akin to a child, and promptly declared, "This old servant pays his respects to the young master." Yi Changsheng replied, "From now on, do not refer to yourself as a servant. You should be called Yun." Yun Chonglu responded, "A Yun thanks the young master." "A Yun?" The atmosphere felt somewhat misaligned. Yi Changsheng nodded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he continued. "The sale of elixirs and spiritual liquids commences now." At this juncture, he turned to Ji Yushi and GK, stating, "You may leave. The Yi family does not welcome you." He Yusi, furiously sweeping her sleeves, coldly replied, "Unkeleke." Let's depart. As they observed Ji Yushi's departing figure, Yun Chonglu hastily remarked, "Young master, that woman is as venomous as a viper. Should we not eliminate her completely?" Yi Changsheng shook his head and chuckled. "The Tianyu Chamber of Commerce possesses wise individuals. I trust they will not trouble themselves over a mere alchemist because of her. Of course, if they remain obstinate, we shall ensure the Tianyu Chamber vanishes." Yun Chonglu, unassailable, unassailable. If anyone else had uttered such words about making the Tianyu Chamber disappear, he would have loudly admonished them to cease their boasting. Yet, when Yi Changsheng spoke so nonchalantly, he believed it wholeheartedly, without a trace of doubt. At that moment, the training ground erupted in fervor. The long-awaited sale of elixirs was finally about to commence. Initially, everyone assumed that the Yi family's elixirs were sourced solely from the ancient divine kingdom, never suspecting that they had their own alchemist. The fact that a ninth-tier alchemist had willingly submitted himself was a testament to the quality and efficacy of the Yi family's elixirs, which would undoubtedly be unparalleled, even compared to the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce. The crowd's fervor intensified, their gazes fervently fixed upon Yi Changsheng. Suddenly, Song Qianzhong stepped forward and spoke first. "Young Master Yi, I possess a technique, albeit a fragment, acquired from an ancient secret realm. I wish to exchange it for your 9th grade elixir. What do you say?" Yi Changsheng replied with a smile, "Though the technique is commendable, I have no need for it. Might you possess anything else of peculiar interest?" Song Qianzhong fell into contemplation. Peculiar items, he thought, and then an idea struck him. A small tower appeared in his palm. "Young Master Yi, what do you think of this tower?" Yi Changsheng's gaze fell upon the small structure. The tower was rusted and worn, revealing little beyond its form, devoid of any discernible aura. "A rather ordinary piece," Yi Changsheng remarked. "Very well, it is a deal. Which 9th grade elixir do you require, esteemed elder?" Song Qianzhong was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected Yi Changsheng to agree to exchange an elixir for the small tower. This tower had been a fortuitous find for him, now several centuries past. He recalled the moment it appeared, accompanied by celestial phenomena, with fire engulfing the sky and thunderclaps resounding. It had been utterly terrifying. At that time, he had believed he had stumbled upon an unparalleled treasure, only to find it was a rusted tower. For years, he had exhausted every means to uncover the tower's secrets, ultimately yielding no results. Disheartened, he had cast the tower into his spiritual ring, and had it not been for Yi Changsheng's mention of peculiar items, he would have entirely forgotten about it. To Song Qianzhong, exchanging a worthless small tower for a 9th grade elixir was nothing short of a windfall. "Young Master Yi, I shall exchange for a derivative pill." Yi Changsheng smiled serenely, flicking his fingers, and the derivative pill appeared before Song Qianzhong. "Congratulations, esteemed elder. You have acquired a derivative pill." After the exchange, he stored the small tower within his spiritual ring, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. At that moment, Master Wuxiang stepped forward, chuckling, "Benefactor Yi, I am intrigued by your violent pill. It suits me quite well." Yi Changsheng regarded the portly monk before him.
sensing an inexplicable humor in his demeanor. Suitability is paramount. As long as you can provide something for exchange, the violent pill will belong to you, esteemed elder. Just as Master Wuxiang was about to speak, an elder from the Taoist sect emerged. Young Master Yi, we too desire the violent pill. Here is our offering. Upon hearing this, Master Wuxiang's smile vanished. You old rascal, was that deliberate? Daoist Qianhuan replied with a faint smile. Do not misunderstand, Master. Ninth-grade elixirs are coveted by all. Whoever presents an offering that captures young Master Ye's interest shall claim it. Master Wuxiang nodded vigorously, glaring at Daoist Qianhuan. Were it not for young Master Yi, I would shatter your skull with a single punch. Daoist Qianhuan, undeterred, retorted, Come then, do you think I fear that? At that moment, Wu Xin approached Master Wuxiang. Master, do not hesitate. Seize the opportunity. The violent pill truly complements your temperament. Master Wuxiang shot a glare at Wu Xin. Do you wish for me to perish? Get lost. As he spoke, a magnificent aura of Buddha light enveloped him, with a golden Buddha appearing above, radiating an immense and divine presence. Om Mani Padme Hum. Upon hearing this, Yi Changsheng was taken aback. The six-character mantra of Buddhism, the majestic visage of the golden Buddha, and the overwhelming righteous energy indicated that this monk was extraordinary. Suddenly, a mantra flashed through his mind. Great might heavenly dragon, earthly venerable K. Itagarba, all Buddhas of Prajna. Prajna is emptiness. Esteemed seniors, let us not allow a mere elixir to disrupt our harmony. Instead, let us present our offerings and engage in fair competition. The Wuxiang Zen master retracted his aura, the golden Buddha manifestation dissipating from behind him as he regarded Daoist Qianhuan, stating, Let this matter rest for now, lest I render you incapable of self-care. Daoist Qianhuan snorted softly, revealing a map in the palm of his hand. Young Master Yi, this is a blueprint of the tomb of the gods. Its value is immeasurable. How about exchanging it for the 9th grade elixir you possess? Yi Changsheng smiled lightly and nodded. Esteemed Zen Master, what is it that you wish to exchange? Might I have the honor of viewing it? Chapter 76. When fortune arrives, no one can stand in its way at this moment. The eyes of everyone in the arena were fixated on Daoist Qianhuan. The blueprints of the Tomb of the Gods had long been circulated across the states. There had always been rumors that the genuine artifact was in the possession of the Daoist sect, and it was surprising to see Daoist Qianhuan bring it forth to exchange for a 9th grade elixir. The crowd murmured in awe, although the 9th grade elixir was remarkable. Its value paled in comparison to the blueprints of the Tomb of the Gods. As for why Daoist Qianhuan chose to make this exchange, the onlookers acknowledged that the world of the strong was beyond their comprehension. However, they understood that if Master Wuxiang could not produce something of worth, the violent elixir would undoubtedly fall into the hands of Daoist Qianhuan. Just a piece of tattered paper, Master Wuxiang scoffed, raising his palms slowly. A fist-sized orb materialized before the crowd, a nameless relic, rumored to be a relic of the venerable monk Fu Long. I wonder what young Master Yi thinks of this. It's a deal. Yi Changsheng replied without hesitation, tossing the violent elixir to Master Wuxiang. The relic, containing the wisdom of a bygone high monk, was indeed worthy of being treasured. Master Wuxiang smiled and remarked, Young Master Yi is remarkably discerning at such a young age. It is truly humbling. As he spoke, he tossed the Fu Long relic to Yi Changsheng, who gracefully swept it into his spatial ring with a flick of his sleeve. Daoist Qianhuan, having failed to acquire the violent elixir, exhibited a look of disappointment. Young Master Yi, regarding the map of the Tomb of the Gods, will you exchange it for the 9 turns blood elevation elixir? I wonder what your thoughts are on this matter. Yi Changsheng replied calmly, I shall not. Daoist Qianhuan's expression darkened considerably. Why not? Do you not intend to explain, young Master Yi? Yi Changsheng remained indifferent, his gaze sweeping across the assembled crowd. Is there anyone else wishing to exchange for the 9 turns blood elevation elixir? An elder from the Biming family, stooped with age, stepped forward. Young Master, I possess a tortoise shell. Might it be possible to exchange it for your 9 turns blood elevation elixir? As he spoke, he raised his hand, and with a gentle wave of his staff, a tortoise shell appeared in the void. The crowd erupted in laughter at the sight of the damaged shell, which appeared on the verge of disintegration, clearly a defective item. If the map of the Tomb of the Gods could not be exchanged for the 9 turns blood elevation elixir, how could this broken shell possibly succeed? Changsheng gazed at the shell, forcibly suppressing his inner astonishment. Elder, I shall exchange with you. The 9 turns blood elevation elixir flew toward Baiming Wudi, while Changsheng stored the tortoise shell away. Elder, given your concealed ailment, consuming the 9 turns blood elevation elixir will only benefit you. If you do not mind, you may refine the elixir at the Sword Palace before departing. Baiming Wudi nodded gratefully. Thank you, young Master Yi. Changsheng smiled lightly in respect. He then turned his attention to Yun Chonglu. From here on, the sale of elixirs, spiritual liquids, and spiritual herbs will be entrusted to you. I shall take my leave now. Rest assured, young master. Yun will not disappoint you. Yun Chonglu bowed respectfully. His voice boomed. 7th grade and 8th grade elixirs, spiritual liquids, and spiritual herbs are now on sale. Those who have registered may approach to pay and collect. As the announcement echoed, the crowd surged forward, unafraid of being trampled. At this moment, Changsheng quietly retreated, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he swiftly dashed towards the sword tomb. Yi Shaoxian and Yi Sangyun observed the tumultuous scene before them, their emotions a blend of joy and concern. Over the years, Changsheng had truly mastered the art of arrogance and dominance. First, he compelled the Heavenly Domain Trading Association to vacate the Sword Palace, and then publicly rebuffed the Taoist sect multiple times. Was this truly wise? Unperturbed by their worries, Changsheng gracefully descended to the cliffside of the Sword Tomb's rear mountain. Sitting cross-legged, he gazed at the cascading waterfall before him. In the next moment, a rusted small tower, a shattered tortoise shell, and a dragon spirit relic materialized before him. He murmured, I hope you do not disappoint me. Possessing formidable spiritual awareness, Changsheng could perceive energies others could not. The terrifying aura emanating from these 3 treasures left him in shock. Yet, he remained uncertain of their true nature, whether they heralded fortune or misfortune. Among the treasures, the dragon spirit relic captivated him the most. The shattered tortoise shell amazed him, while the rusted small tower instilled a sense of danger. Subsequently, he stored the rusted small tower and tortoise shell within his system, allowing the dragon spirit relic to rest in the palm of his hand, fingers clasped around it. Boom! The dragon spirit relic erupted, a golden aura bursting forth and entwining around Changsheng's arm. Changsheng's expression shifted dramatically as he watched the golden essence gradually envelop his wrist, soon materializing into a golden dragon totem that seemed vividly alive, etched upon his arm. Dragon spirit? He discovered a surge of information flooding his mind. After a swift review, he realized that the so-called dragon spirit relic was not a relic at all, but rather a dragon pearl. Within the dragon pearl was sealed the spirit of a 5-clawed golden dragon, now manifesting as the golden dragon totem on his arm. In that moment, Changsheng was nearly overwhelmed with exhilaration. He had struck a tremendous fortune. Little did he expect that such a treasure resided with Master Wuxian, who had mistakenly identified it as a Buddhist relic. Had the dragon pearl not fallen into Wuxian's hands, it might have been destroyed long ago. Everything seemed preordained, ultimately benefiting him. One must acknowledge that when fortune arrives, none can obstruct it. However, just as he reveled in his good fortune, the smile on his face faded, replaced by a chilling intensity in his deep-set eyes as he coldly uttered, "Since you have arrived, why not reveal yourself?" As his voice echoed, a solitary figure emerged on a peak of the mountainside, clad in a gray Taoist robe. Despite lacking the ethereal demeanor of an immortal, he exuded an aura of ominous cunning. "Are you from the Taoist sect? Come for the 9-grade elixir?" Changsheng inquired without turning, his tone calm and composed. The newcomer replied solemnly, "No, not for the 9-grade elixir, but for everything you possess." With a swift motion, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging towards Changsheng. A terrifying pressure enveloping the air as he unleashed his half-step Emperor Realm cultivation, evidently intent on delivering a lethal strike. In the martial arena, Yi Shaoxian gazed into the distance,
directing his attention towards the sword tomb, pondering the absurdity of sending such an inept individual to assassinate Changsheng. Truly, the Taoist sect's patriarch must have lost his senses. Yi Songyun exclaimed in fury, "This old fool actually dared to send someone to kill Changsheng. Let me show him the consequence of his folly with a single strike." Yi Shaoxian replied, "There is no need for that. The assassin from the Taoist sect has already met his demise, his skull shattered by Changsheng's sword." Yi Songyun was left astounded, his voice trembling as he inquired, "Patriarch, was he killed in an instant? What was that person's cultivation level?" "Half-step to the Emperor realm." Yi Songyun responded with disbelief. Chapter 77. Either be vanquished or vanquish the foe in the Sword Palace. Within the training arena, the individuals from various factions were wholly engrossed in procuring medicinal pills, spiritual liquids, and spiritual herbs, oblivious to any peculiar occurrences. Yi Shaoxian cast a glance at Yi Songyun, fixating on the figure of Taoist Qianhuan. "I shall go and check on Changsheng," he declared. Yi Songyun replied, "Grandfather, you may proceed. That old rascal Qianhuan cannot escape." As the two conversed, a shadow descended from the heavens, swiftly materializing within the training arena. The newcomer was none other than Yi Changsheng. Upon his arrival, Yi Shaoxian and Yi Songyun hastened to surround him. Yi Songyun inquired, "Changsheng, are you unharmed?" Yi Changsheng responded with a gentle smile, "No need to worry, grandfather. I am perfectly well." Yi Shaoxian then asked, "Changsheng, have you come to the training arena in pursuit of Taoist Qianhuan?" Yi Changsheng nodded, stating, "They have dared to act against me in the Yi family. It seems we have been too discreet, allowing them to act with impunity." Yi Shaoxian further questioned, "Previously, you did not choose the map to the Tomb of the Gods. Does the Taoist sect harbor resentment towards you now?" Yi Changsheng shook his head, smiling as he replied, "I have never held a grudge. Grievances are addressed in the moment they arise." Pausing briefly, he continued, "Grandfather, I believe it would be more fitting for you to take action regarding this matter." Yi Songyun concurred, stating, "A gentleman avenges only in the present. Changsheng speaks wisely." Observing Yi Changsheng, Yi Shaoxian fell silent for a moment, remarking, "Your audacity bears a striking resemblance to my youthful spirit." With that, he vanished, reappearing beside Taoist Qianhuan. The latter's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes filled with wariness. In an instant, two beams of brilliance shot skyward, and the figures of Yi Shaoxian and Taoist Qianhuan vanished from the training arena. The onlookers were left in bewilderment, uncertain of what had transpired. Yi Songyun chuckled, "Fear not. The old ancestor of the Sword Palace is merely discussing life with Taoist Qianhuan. Please, continue with your activities without pause." Yi Changsheng, however, spoke gravely, "Grandfather, how many medicinal pills and spiritual liquids have been sold thus far?" Yi Songyun shook his head with a smile. "Too many for me to recall, but it is certain that representatives from each faction have brought forth their most valuable possessions." Yi Changsheng raised an eyebrow, continuing, "Still insufficient. Our aim is to ensure they arrive with delight and depart with joy. They may take the medicinal pills and spiritual liquids, but their spatial rings must remain empty." Pausing once more, he added, "Grandfather, would you be interested in managing a trading company? With a Yun overseeing the Yi family, we are not lacking in manpower or resources." Yi Songyun replied, "Changsheng, I am fond of cultivation and not particularly adept at business. If we were to operate a trading company, our relationship with the Tianyu Trading Association would deteriorate further." Yi Changsheng countered, "And what of it? Business is a shared endeavor. Wealth can be mutually attained. Should the Tianyu Trading Association attempt to obstruct us, we shall confront them directly." Yi Songyun's demeanor shifted, becoming serious as he cautioned, "Changsheng, I sense a strong aura of hostility within you. Such tendencies can become addictive and may adversely affect your swordsmanship." Yi Changsheng responded calmly, "Grandfather, in this world, one must contend with others, with the land, and with fate itself. To refrain from fighting is to invite demise. In the life of a sword cultivator, one faces two fates, either to be slain or to vanquish one's foes. There exists no third option. How reckless you young ones are. Alas, I have grown old." Yi Songyun nodded and added, "Go ahead, my full support is with you." Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of the void, Yi Shaoxian stood upon the air, his robes flowing with the wind,
resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, his essence merging with the heavens. The Taoist Qianhuan gazed at Yi Shaoxian, asking, "Ancestor Yi, what is your intent? Do you wish to declare war upon the Taoist sect?" Yi Shaoxian replied calmly, "Taoist Qianhuan, upon entering my sword palace, one must adhere to its regulations. Those who are greedy often meet unfortunate ends." He paused for a moment before continuing, "For the sake of a single pill, you have chosen to sever ties. Do not blame me for wielding my sword." Qianhuan's expression shifted, a deep dread filling his heart. In truth, he felt immense regret at that moment, having acted impulsively in a fit of anger to commit such a foolish act. To attempt to assassinate the young master of the Yi family within the Sword Palace was an utterly foolish decision. "Ancestor Yi, we are all from the heavenly domain. Grant us some face. The Taoist sect is willing to compensate. I can hand over the map to the tomb of the gods." Yi Shaoxian shook his head, smiling as he replied, "There is no need. Should I slay you, all that belongs to you will become the property of the Sword Palace. You must understand, misdeeds come at a price." Qianhuan's countenance darkened to an extreme, and he growled, "Ancestor Yi, your schemes run deep. Do you not fear that our Taoist sect will invade the Sword Palace? Who fears whom? Should one dare to enter Sword Province, the Taoist sect shall become the next ancient divine nation. I, Yi Shaoxian, keep my word. Remember my name and my actions," Yi Shaoxian proclaimed, his figure flickering as he transformed into a streak of sword light, hurtling towards Taoist Qianhuan. In an instant, the vast and overwhelming sword energy obscured the sky, enveloping Taoist Qianhuan within a realm of swords. "You, at the 4th level of the Emperor realm, how long has it been since your breakthrough?" Yi Shaoxian smiled indifferently, raising his sword to deliver a fierce strike, akin to the Milky Way cascading down upon Taoist Qianhuan. Observing the scene, Qianhuan's figure flickered as 3 phantoms emerged in the space around him. As the sword light descended, one of the shadows was reduced to dust. Yi Shaoxian focused intently ahead, stating solemnly, "The Qianhuan body, I did not foresee your ability to manifest 3 shadowy clones. However, it is a pity that within my realm of 10,000 swords, you have nowhere to flee." Taoist Qianhuan retorted angrily, "I never expected you to be so formidable, but do not presume that you can take my life." As his voice fell, a beam of light shot skyward, resembling a pillar supporting the heavens, standing defiantly before Taoist Qianhuan. Yi Shaoxuan's expression changed, murmuring to himself, "The Taoist boundary stone. It appears that this time I shall disappoint Changsheng." The Taoist boundary stone, an unparalleled treasure in its own right, imbued with the spirits of the ancestors of the Taoist sect, was impeccable in both defense and offense. With it as protection, slaying him would be no easy feat. "Ancestor Yi, you have forced my hand. Prepare to meet your end." The Taoist Qianhuan bellowed in fury, his figure suddenly darting towards Yi Shaoxian, as the Taoist gate's monument exuded an overwhelming aura, a torrent of silver light cascading down. Upon witnessing this, Yi Shaoxian reined in his energy, a white jade sword materializing in his hand. It was time to transcend. Earlier, while nurturing the flowers in the celestial field, he had been poised for this breakthrough, yet had forcibly restrained himself. Now, it seemed that this elevation to a higher imperial realm would be a delightful surprise for Taoist Qianhuan. One man, one sword, each step a new tier. The white jade sword sliced through the air, its blade shimmering like a streak of lightning, striking the monument of the Taoist gate. Boom! Boom! A cataclysmic roar reverberated, boundless silver light rampaging forth, obliterating the entire firmament. Chapter 78. No worries, come play often in this moment at the martial arena. The formidable beings from various factions turned their gazes towards the void above, captivated by the surging waves of spiritual energy, leaving them utterly astounded. This was a battle of titans among the imperial realm, each strike reverberating with immense power, evoking a sense of trepidation in all who beheld it. A wave of confusion swept through the crowd as they pondered how the elder of the Yi family found himself embroiled in combat with Taoist Qianhuan. Yi Changsheng fixed his gaze upon the sky, contemplating for a moment. "Grandfather, I shall take my leave for a while." Yi Tsangyan hastened to interject.
What do you intend to do? Leave the matter to the elder. You must not interfere. Yi Changsheng replied placidly, Grandfather, rest assured, I merely wish to observe. I shall not engage. With his words, he soared into the air, transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished from sight. However, he did not head towards the battleground where Yi Shaoxian clashed with his opponent, but rather rushed toward the outskirts of the Sword Palace. In the void, the vast expanse of silvery light dissipated, leaving only Yi Shaoxian, who gazed into the distant horizon and spoke slowly. In the end, you managed to escape. His realm of myriad swords was formidable, yet could not contend with the Taoist's boundary stone. Sometimes, external forces wield a terrifying power. After a brief silence, he vanished from his position, reappearing on the martial arena. The powerful figures for various factions were struck with alarm at Yi Xiaoshuan's arrival, their expressions shifting dramatically, filled with trepidation. He has slain Daoist Qianhuan? Song Qianzhong murmured, astonished. At the 5th level of the imperial realm, the Yi family's elder had ascended in strength at an astonishing pace, a feat undoubtedly attributed to the young Master Yi. Master Wuxiang wore a solemn expression, internally acknowledging the circumstances. Standing tall and straight, Yi Shaoxian resembled a spear, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. There is no need for alarm. The Taoist has violated the Sword Palace's precepts. I am merely teaching them the principles of conduct. The crowd collectively thought, we can never return to the Sword Palace. It is far too terrifying. The wrath of an imperial realm swordsman is not something ordinary individuals can endure. At that moment, Yin Zhonglo spoke gravely. The elixirs and spiritual liquids are running low. If you desire them, act quickly, or you shall miss your chance. He paused, then continued. Should you let this bargain slip through your fingers, you would not fathom the expenses required at the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned back to their dealings, fervently trading elixirs and spiritual stones. In this instant, their singular thought was to acquire what they desired swiftly and depart from the Sword Palace. Meanwhile, after leaving the Sword Palace, Yi Changsheng traversed the skies of Jianzhou on his sword, moving with remarkable speed. Where he passed, a trail of sword light lingered, akin to a meteor streaking across the heavens. At this moment, beneath a solitary peak within the vast mountain range of Jianzhou, Taoist Qianhuan appeared, his hair disheveled and his robe tattered, a trace of blood staining the corner of his mouth. It was evident that the recent clash with Yi Shaoxian had inflicted considerable damage upon him. He was acutely aware that had it not been for the obstruction of the Taoist boundary stone, that strike would have obliterated him completely. Swordsmen should never be underestimated. The figure of Master Qianhuan came to a halt as he leaned against an ancient tree, a mouthful of fresh blood splattering forth. The Yi family, this grudge shall not be forgotten. From this moment on, the Taoist sect shall be at enmity with the Yi family until death. Is that so? I had already anticipated that you would not relent. A voice echoed from behind, prompting Master Qianhuan to swiftly turn, his gaze landing upon the newcomer, none other than Yi Changsheng. Master Taoist, it seems you are injured, Yi Changsheng remarked calmly. Master Qianhuan hastily raised his hand, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. Young Master Yi, do you seek to take advantage of my weakness? Yi Changsheng replied, No, I intend to eradicate the root of the problem. Master Qianhuan, his expression dark and icy, retorted, Young Master Yi, you are quite audacious. To think you can kill me, how naive. Do not forget, even your ancestors could not contend with me. Yi Changsheng shook his head, replying with a smile, Arrogance is not my nature, but to provoke me is akin to courting death. Master Qianhuan suppressed his aura, forcibly activating the Taoist boundary within him. You may strike me. If you land a blow, I shall admit defeat. With a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips, he continued, Since you have delivered yourself to me, do not blame me for what follows. If I slay you, my journey here will not have been in vain. Yi Changsheng, observing the Taoist boundary before him, began to comprehend why Yi Shaoxian had failed to defeat Master Qianhuan. 9 suns burning heaven fist. With each punch, flames engulfed the sky. Yi Changsheng launched his fist toward Master Qianhuan, his true essence unfurling as he advanced.
Witnessing this, Master Qianhuan's countenance shifted dramatically as he stammered, Holy Realm. Seventh layer? How is this possible? From his innate constitution, it was evident that Yi Changsheng was merely a 10-year-old child. Why did he possess a realm that others could not attain even after a millennium of cultivation? Boom! Boom! The sound of explosions resonated. Waves of light cascading like a waning moon, sweeping outward in all directions. Yi Changsheng and Master Qianhuan were flung apart, each careening backward, creating a distance of at least 100 yards. Observing the stabilized figure of Master Qianhuan, Yi Changsheng murmured to himself, "Why did I not strike him dead with a single punch?" He had expected that with his ascended realm and the 9 suns burning heaven fist reaching its 3rd tier, he could easily defeat the severely wounded Master Qianhuan. Had it not been for his desire to ascertain the current potency of the 9 suns burning heaven fist, he would have activated the extermination of Immortal Sword Array from the very beginning. Master Qianhuan suddenly raised his head, fixing his gaze upon Yi Changsheng with a chilling smile. "Young Master Yi, you are indeed formidable, but the Holy Emperor is different. To imagine you could kill me is mere folly. Prepare to meet your end. I shall ensure you are reduced to naught but bones." Yi Changsheng retorted, "Have I been too low-key, allowing you to repeatedly flaunt your arrogance before me?" Extermination of Immortal Sword Array, invincible sword domain. In the next instant, an endless surge of sword energy enveloped the skies, as if encompassing the entirety of Sword Prefecture. The vast, boundless sword aura swept forth, transforming clouds and casting darkness over Master Qianhuan's eyes. In that moment, he was engulfed by terror, his figure trembling uncontrollably. Is he truly this powerful? Is he even human? 1 hour later, in the arena, the powerful figures from various factions have completed their purchases of elixirs and spiritual liquids, their faces alight with excitement, as if they have stumbled upon an extraordinary bargain. Song Qinzhong stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Esteemed Elder Yi, Clan Leader Yi, I apologize for any disturbances. I shall take my leave now." Yi Shaoxian nodded in acknowledgement. "Elder Song, you are too courteous. Please do visit the Sword Tomb for tea when time permits." Song Qinzhong smiled thinly. "Indeed, I shall make it a point to return." Subsequently, others approached to bid farewell to Yi Shaoxian. Yi Shaoxian spoke solemnly. "Songyun, please see your guests off." Yi Songyun replied, "Rest assured, Elder. I will ensure everyone departs safely from Sword State." At that moment, Yi Changsheng descended gracefully from the air, appearing before the assembly. "Esteemed elders, are you all preparing to leave?" The crowd nodded in unison, expressing, after a few days of intrusion, "It is indeed time for us to depart." Yi Changsheng similit karmi. "It seems you are all set to leave. The Sword Palace shall not insist on your stay. Do feel free to visit us whenever you have a chance." "Certainly, certainly." Chapter 79. Ancestor, do you recognize this? After departing from the Sword Palace, the group turned back to glance, silently vowing never to return. After toiling for centuries, they found themselves back at square one. In that moment, their spiritual rings were devoid of spiritual stones, all exchanged for elixirs and spirit liquids. They understood that the Sword Palace held limitless potential for the future, and currently, in terms of resources and foundation, it surpassed most forces in the heavenly domain. With the presence of Master Yi and Yun Chonglu, the Yi family of the Sword Palace found it difficult to remain weak. The journey to the Sword Palace imparted an essential truth. Their weakness had constrained their imagination. In the martial arts arena, Yun Chonglu, Yi Yaoer, Yi Miedao, and Yi Pejun approached, gathering around Yi Changsheng. Yi Yaoer spoke, "Master, these are all the resources obtained from selling elixirs, spirit liquids, and spiritual herbs." Yi Changsheng gazed at the wooden tray, which held at least 100 spiritual rings, and turned to Yi Songyun, saying, "Grandfather, please accept this." He then assessed Yi Yaoer and the others, continuing, "You 3 should enter seclusion and promptly refine the elixirs bestowed upon you. Ayun, here are 2 9th-grade elixirs along with a recipe as a reward for you. During this period, I will be in seclusion and will not guide you in alchemy. You must explore on your own and attempt to follow the recipe. Upon my emergence, I expect to see you successfully refine 9th-grade elixirs." If you cannot achieve this, you must leave the Sword Palace. Yin Chonglu felt a surge of excitement reminiscent of his early days of study, relishing the sense of being guided by another. Rest assured, Master, Yin will not disappoint your expectations, he replied. Yi Changsheng nodded slightly, lightly touching the ground with his toes, vanishing from sight. Upon returning to the Sword Tomb, he intended to head to the cliff in the back mountain for seclusion, but was intercepted by Yi Shaoxian. Yi Shaoxian said, Changsheng, are you seeking Taoist Jianhuan? He is a formidable figure. Yi Changsheng replied coolly, what a strong figure indeed. I've already dealt with him. As he spoke, he raised his palm, revealing a gleam of light. Ancestor, do you recognize this? The Taoist Gate Boundary Monument. Yi Xiaoshuan's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, how did you come to possess this? Did you kill Taoist Jianhuan? Yi Changsheng nodded, affirming, indeed, I killed him. Yi Shaoxian gasped, you lad. Possess incredible audacity, daring to strike Taoist Jianhuan. Yi Changsheng stated, Ancestor, when dealing with enemies, it is not about whether I dare to strike, but rather whether I wish to. After a pause, he added, Ancestor, I shall enter seclusion now. Upon my return, I will present you with a grand gift. Yi Shaoxian hurriedly interjected, let us forego the grand gift. You better not put me in a predicament. Killing Taoist Jianhuan will not go unpunished by the Taoist Gate. Yi Changsheng dismissed him. That will be your concern. I shall take my leave. With that, he vanished from sight. Yi Shaoxian shook his head in exasperation, thinking, this lad is truly extraordinary for him. No matter the calamity, the Yi family can withstand it. The Taoist Gate is nothing to fear. Behind the Sword Tomb, upon the cliff, Yi Changsheng unleashed the Excalibur formation, his figure flickering as he entered the array. He intended to seclude himself within it. The secrets concealed within the rusted small tower and the fragmented turtle shell remained a mystery to him. Furthermore, during this period of meditation, he planned to transform the Taoist boundary stone into a sword monument, while simultaneously cultivating the Thousand Illusions body of Taoist Jianhuan. The Thousand Illusions body is an unparalleled divine ability in the Taoist realm. If mastered to its zenith, it could release 9 shadowy avatars, each capable of deceiving the senses. Each avatar would possess strength 3 realms weaker than the original. Thus, if Yi Changsheng succeeded in cultivating the Thousand Illusions body and summoned 9 avatars, each would be equivalent to the 4th stage of the sacred realm. Although Taoist Jianhuan practiced the Thousand Illusions body, he only grasped its rudiments, barely managing to manifest 3 avatars, likely due to his inferior aptitude. After all, not everyone possesses Yi Changsheng's extraordinary talents. Next, he released the fragmented turtle shell from the system, allowing it to hover before him in the space. Let's see what secrets you hold in the Heavenly Domain City. At the Ji family residence, Ji Yushi and GK returned, emerging within the star-picking tower. Shortly thereafter, the sound of footsteps resonated, and 3 elders appeared. The foremost among them was Ji Chun, the president of the Heavenly Domain Chamber of Commerce, accompanied by the first-floor master Ji Erda and Ji Miqiang, the ancestor of the Ji family. Ji Chen's gaze swept over Ji Yushi and GK, his brows arching in bewilderment. Master Yin, where is he? Ji Yushi replied softly. Father, Yin Chonglu has joined the Yi family. This revelation shocked the 3, disbelief etched upon their faces. Yin Chonglu had been with the Heavenly Domain Chamber of Commerce for a millennium. Without it, the renowned 9th-rank alchemist would not exist. He could not possibly betray the chamber. Ji Chun, though not angry, exuded an imposing aura, demanding to know what transpired that led Master Yun to align with the Sword Palace family. Sensing the overwhelming pressure surrounding her, Ji Yushi explained, Father, young Master Yi is also an alchemist and ranks above Master Yin. Upon entering the Sword Palace, Master Yin developed an avarice for the 8th-rank elixirs belonging to Yi family disciples and covertly swapped them, only to be discovered by young Master Yi. Subsequently, due to my mistake, we offended young Master Yi. I had hoped to use Master Yun to foster a relationship with the Yi family, but regrettably, after Master Yun's misdeeds were exposed, he chose to remain by young Master Yi's side to learn the art of alchemy. Her voice trembled as she added, I was reckless. I implore Father to punish me. Ji Chun stepped forward and, glaring at Ji Yushi, struck her forcefully, sending her sprawling. You have offended young Master Yi and exploited Master Yun. How foolish. Do you comprehend the losses this incurs for the Heavenly Domain Chamber of Commerce? Young Master Yi is enigmatic. Even the Domain Lord has remarked that the Yi family has a child capable of transcending the winds and transforming into a dragon. It seems this child is indeed young Master Yi. I had thought you wise and perceptive, yet you have proven to be inept. From this moment, proceed to Blackwood Cliff for self-reflection. Without my command, should you dare leave, you will be expelled from the Ji family. Ji Yushir slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, and timidly replied, I have disappointed father. I shall go to Blackwood Cliff for contemplation. After departing from the star-picking tower, she exhaled deeply, initially fearing an immediate expulsion from the Ji family. However, the outcome proved to be more favorable than she had anticipated. Yi Changsheng, all of this is thanks to you. We shall meet again, and at that time, I shall make you repay everything. Inside the star-picking tower, GK fell to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling as he implored, Ancestor, President, it is all my fault, causing the Merchant Association to suffer significant losses. Ji Chun flicked his finger, and a jade vial materialized before Ji Quebec. This 9th-grade elixir is bestowed upon you. Go and cultivate diligently. GK, with trembling arms, accepted the vial and rose to exit the pavilion. Meanwhile, Ji Chun, Ji Erda, and Ji Mieqiong sat solemnly within the pavilion, their expressions grave. The news of Yi Changsheng being an alchemist was far more shocking than the loss of the Yinchong Tower. After a moment of silence, Ji Erda spoke first. Ancestor, clan leader, the young Master Yi has already surpassed Master Yun in alchemy at such a tender age. If we cannot win him over, we must eradicate him. Otherwise, he will inevitably become a future threat. Ji Mieqiong's eyes gleamed with a flicker of insight. The young Master Yi is still quite young and should not yet have reached the age of choosing a partner. A union between the Tianyu Merchant Association and the Yi family would undoubtedly become a legendary tale in the ancient Tianyu. Ji Qin inquired, if the ancestor wishes to arrange a marriage, who would be most suitable as a partner for the young Master Yi? Ji Mieqiong replied, it must be only she is worthy of such an extraordinary talent as the young Master Yi. Ji Qin's countenance grew troubled. After a moment's contemplation, he said, Ancestor, Yi has been in the Heavenly Palace Academy with the young master of the domain Lord S. Manor, Lai Qi Nu, who has always held affections for her. Our actions may not be easily explained to the domain Lord S. Manor. Ji Mieqiong asserted, I shall personally approach the domain Lord to negotiate this matter. You all inform Yi to return and prepare for the marriage alliance.